Chapter 201 Trust. Shui Liang was smiling in the photo. It was unknown when the photo was secretly taken. The eyes and eyebrows were calm and gentle. It was hard to tell that she was the nightmare-like Life Reaper back then. But the anonymous poster obviously did not intend to just throw out such a small bait. He then followed up with a video of Shui Liang fighting against Titan and other recreated humans. The shooting angle and distance were very close. It seemed that they had been prepared for a long time. Brother. Shui Xixian was stunned. Are you so powerful? Shui Liang touched her head. You seemed disappointed that you didn't know it earlier. Otherwise, all the bounties would be yours, right? I didn't. Shui Ximu turned back at this time, indicating Shui Liang to look at another post, and then clicked on a 3-minute video. The screen showed a group of armed men being attacked. There was the Human Alliance logo on their sleeves. It was obvious that the incident happened suddenly. And everyone was in a mess. Shui Liang stared at the screen, and suddenly saw a familiar face. It was Fei Yingni. The staggering old man had an injury on his right leg, and he staggered to the side of the camera. With a gunshot, the old man's body fell straight down, and he twitched a few times before he stopped moving, and the blood gradually dyed the pile of rocks under him red. Shui Liang's whole body turned cold instantly, and he stared blankly at the shaking screen until the video was finished, and everything was paused. He took a breath in disbelief, but couldn't say anything. Fei Yingni was dead. He was separated from him by a cold screen. He watched him being shot, but he was powerless. He didn't even know where he was killed. But it looked like he was somewhere in Hangzhou. The building in the background was familiar. This is a video uploaded just an hour ago. Shui Ximu said. The uploader used a virtual IP. I can't track it. Shui Liang seemed to realize something. Li Muki, in just a few minutes. The wanted order for Red Eye filled the dark web homepage. And the bounty conditions were extremely tempting. Endless supplies, arms and weapons provided by international assassination organizations, legal residence quotas in the safe zone, and even coveted enhancers that countless people were fighting for. The video of Fei Yingni being killed and the post exposing Red Eye's identity were posted almost at the same time. Only a few seconds apart. The only person Shui Liang could think of was Li Muki and Cui Haoshan's group. The only people who knew about Red Eye's identity. Apart from Zhao Fengluo, who had the top-secret mission files of the past. Could only be the mercenaries he had deliberately let go. Cui Haoshan hated him to the core. If he really wanted to dig up the truth about what happened back then, with Li Muki's help, it would not be impossible. What's more, Li Shaoan also knows about this. Once the true identity of Red Eyes is exposed, the people who are still alive in the world, who were once shrouded in fear by Shui Liang, will only be furious at him. Someone will definitely come across the border to assassinate him. In this way, his actions will be more restricted. This is a chess game of catching a bird in a cage. No matter what the purpose of the person manipulating the chess pieces is, they are all vicious enough. And they don't leave him any time to breathe or react. Lizzie, there's news for you. Nian Yu suddenly rushed in, holding Shui Liang's communicator in his hand. His mailbox was constantly receiving audio messages from anonymous sources. Shui Liang clicked on one of the messages, and a familiar voice came from the speaker. You are also a member of the Ark. I hope you can help me with the safe zone. This was Li Muki. He didn't know who he was talking to, but his tone was smiling, as if he was negotiating. But Shui Liang soon found out, because the next voice shocked him. How can I help? You have so many recreated humans under your command. This sentence was said by Luo Qin. Bai Wuluo happened to follow in, and was caught off guard by this conversation, and froze at the door, and a chill gradually rose on his face. I know, Shui Liang's methods are still too suffocating for you. You are only 20 years old, which is the age with great prospects, but he is restraining you like this. Is it interesting? Li Muki said with a smile. Luo Qin, you have very high potential, and you will have great potential in the future with your ability, so you are willing to keep working for him? What do you want? How do you want me to help you? Luo Qin asked again. Li Muki smiled but said nothing. And then, there was the rustling sound of something being taken out. The audio was silent for more than 10 seconds. And Luo Qin suddenly spoke again. Help you get Shui Liang down? No one spoke. But occasionally the sound of paper rubbing against each other could be heard. Give me power? Shui Yunting's familiar low laugh came. One price. The management rights of Shining. How about it? Luo Qin seemed to hesitate for a while, and asked, Are you sure you won't kick me away after you're done? As long as you do what you should do. And don't go against us. Your fate will be 1,000 times better than that of Shui Liang. The failed product. The recording ended abruptly here, and Shui Liang held the communicator, and his expression did not change from beginning to end. Bai Wuluo's reaction was even greater than his, and he showed no sign of hiding his anger. Shui Liang threw the communicator on the table, dragged Bai Wuluo out, and stopped when they were almost at the outskirts of the camp. Brother. Bai Wuluo calmed down. If he dares to plot against you behind your back, I will kill him. Did you see the wanted poster on the dark web just now? Shui Liang asked him at this time. Red eyes. Bai Wuluo nodded. Now that everyone knows my identity, I guess my enemies will come knocking on my door soon. Shui Liang continued. The first thing thrown in front of us must be a cover-up. You said that the recording was fake? Shui Liang turned the ring on her finger, and a layer of clouds passed through her eyes. It's fake inside. Once I start to doubt, they will be sure to make me stop trusting anyone, including Luo Qin. It's like hunting a huge beast. You must not let it gather in a group, but find ways to isolate the individual. As long as you tear a gap, there will be endless flaws. Wu Luo, you go back and pack your things first. We are ready to leave here at any time. Shui Liang said to Bai Wuluo. From now on, you just need to trust me. After Bai Wuluo left, Shui Liang went back to find Shui Simio, who had already imported the audio clip into the computer, and quickly pulled out a complete spectrum diagram. I compared the waveforms of this audio. Shui Simio pointed to the screen and said, Brother, look. These parts, the left and right waveforms after zooming in and pausing are too different. There are cliffs and mutations. They should have been edited. And the background noise in the sections is also different. You can see it if you distinguish carefully. Yin Yu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Grabbed Shui Liang's wrist. I was scared to death. Lizzie, I thought Luo Qin would really do to you. Shui Sixian rolled his eyes at him. Brother Luo Qin certainly won't. What should we do now? Yin Yu asked again. Go back to Qingchuang Park to find Luo Qin? Shui Liang's mind was in a mess at this time. He had no clue as to the driving force of this series of events. Li Muki must have been involved. But with the information that the other party had, it was almost impossible to achieve this step. Li Muki and Shui Yunting didn't know the identity of Red Eyes. He was sure of this. Li Xiaohan was the only variable. But he felt something was wrong. Who could it be? The one who designed it, assisted in all this, tried every means to sow discord, and force people into a desperate situation. What was the reason? And what kind of deep hatred did he have with him? Shui Liang's mind echoed Cui Haoshan's words. You can't imagine it. That is a person you will never doubt. Shui Liang held Yin Yu's arm, tightened his fingers for a moment, and suddenly his mind became clear for a moment, and many details that he had ignored were connected together. He suspected someone. And just as Cui Haoshan said, when he thought of this person's name, his heart suddenly tightened, and he felt a little ashamed for having such a suspicion. He knew that he really shouldn't have suspected this person. After that, Shui Liang no longer allowed Shui Simio and Shui Sixian to continue to play around, and directly confiscated Shui Simio's notebook, and forbade him to touch it again before returning to Qingdao. Shui Simio was stunned for a moment, then pleaded and hugged his waist, begging him pitifully not to take the computer. Shui Liang knew that if he didn't leave immediately, he would definitely be soft-hearted. So he took the computer from Shui Simia and walked out with Yin Yu. Lu Huai opened his eyes and heard the sound of the door being quietly opened. He immediately woke up, took out the desert eagle that Luo Qin left for him from under the pillow, and quietly got out of bed. Luo Tiantian stood in the living room, wagging her tail at the door. Seeing it like this, Lu Huai knew that it must be Luo Qin who came back, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It was Luo Qin who came in. He was holding a flashlight and looked a little tired. As soon as he came in, he went to his backpack to find some food, and sat quietly on the sofa to eat. Lu Huai didn't ask him, and turned on the backup light, which stored energy from sunlight during the day and was enough for use at night. After Luo Qin finished eating, he rested for a while, and then told Lu Huai the whole story he had learned in the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. Lu Huai was a little surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect Shui Liang to encounter such a thing, and it was really hard to defend himself. There weren't so many people in this world who could empathize with others. What did other people's grievances and pain have to do with oneself? I sorted out some information during the day. Do you want to hear it? Lu Huai asked. I think it's still very important for Shui Liang. Luo Qin waved his hand and let him speak. The scaly virus will affect the secretion of hormones in the body of the reconstructed human, especially thyroid hormone and adrenaline. In severe cases, the secretion of these two hormones will be extremely abnormal, and the reconstructed human will be in a state of high mental tension, extremely irritable, bloodthirsty and murderous, Lu Huai said. Moreover, even if the reconstructed human is not infected, when the concentration of pheromones of the infected person in the air is too high, normal individuals will also be affected, similar to the infection behavior in the wild beast tribe, which will mobilize the abnormal emotions of the group. You mean, even if you are not infected, you may be affected by the pheromones of the infected person and become abnormal, right? Luo Qin asked. Is the probability high? Lu Huai said, in theory. The higher the evolution of the reconstructed human, the more it can resist the invasion of this pheromone. For example, pheromones at the same hormone level and concentration. Alpha-type reconstructed humans are more resistant to its influence than beta-type reconstructed humans, and can even use their own pheromones to appease other infected and manic reconstructed humans. This is talent suppression. Luo Qin nodded, and said nothing more. Luo Tian came over to lick his hand, and seemed to know that he was in a bad mood, and rubbed his head from time to time. Silly dog. Luo Qin laughed and rubbed the dog's head. Chapter 202. Even you don't believe me. Xue Liang lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling above his head. A feeling of powerlessness and emptiness enveloped him. The communicator on the bedside suddenly rang. Xue Liang was stunned for 2 seconds, feeling a little unreal that someone would actually call him at this time. The screen showed a strange signal. Xue Liang hesitated, but still picked up the phone. Hello? It was Xiao Su's rapid panting voice on the other side. Sounded something was not right. Captain? The communication signals radiating from the Qingchuang Park to the outside should be monitored by Fang Zhou. Xue Liang became alert. Xiao Su's communication came too unexpectedly. Xiao Su seemed to be running. In a hurry. Is it you? Captain? Yes. Don't worry. Xue Liang sat up straight. Got out of bed. Where are you? I'm on my way to Baida town. The signal in this area should not be monitored, Xiao Su said. It's too late to meet and talk. Captain. That person is, he is. The signal suddenly became a little fuzzy. Xiao Su eagerly read out a name. But the signal was strangely cut off at this part. Xue Liang had already walked out the door, put the pistol into his belt, and asked, What did you say? Who? Xiao Su only had time to scream. And suddenly there was a sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. And then the communicator was in a mess. And there was no response no matter how much he called. Xue Liang directly stepped onto a motorcycle on the street, turned the key to start the engine, turned the throttle to the bottom, and rushed out with a buzz. He rushed towards Baida town at a high speed, and walked around the street for a long time. Finally, before the battery was completely exhausted, he detected the signal from Xiao Su's communicator again, in the subway station half a block away. Xue Liang threw the motorcycle to the side of the road, and walked into the subway station, stepping on the scattered corpses at the door. The place was filled with the smell of decay, and there were zombies blocking the way. Xue Liang used the fastest speed to pass through the ticket gate, and searched along the platform inch by inch, and finally found Xiao Su in a corner of the subway station track. But there was a cold corpse curled up there, with his head hanging down and motionless, one hand holding a gun, and the other hand holding a communicator that was not turned off. Xue Liang jumped off the platform and walked to Xiao Su. He saw that his face was pale and lifeless, but he did not find a wound on his head. There was only a bullet wound across his abdomen, plus a few very messy knife wounds, and his white shirt was stained with blood. The knife wounds had not healed. Xue Liang quickly concluded that the fatal wound was the bullet, and the knife wound was left after Xiao Su stopped breathing. He didn't know if it was to confuse people, but he immediately thought of the reason why the murderer did this. Maybe there was something else in the bullet. He felt something blocking his chest, so he grabbed Xiao Su's arm and wanted to take a closer look at the police badge on his chest. Su Mingrui. Xue Liang stood up, stood in front of the sacrificed young man, and bowed his head to mourn for him. The door of Li Muqi's office was pushed open, and a man covered in blood walked in. He said in a hoarse voice, "It's really fucking difficult, but it's not too troublesome if it can be solved with a bullet. Your face wasn't seen, right?" Li Muqi asked. The man sneered, "Even if he was seen. So what? The person is dead. If you want to identify him, go and tell the King of Hell. Lee Miyuki's tone was indifferent. As if he didn't care at all. It's okay if he's dead. Saving a hidden danger. The Chung family is really like a nail. It's not easy to kill them openly. You can only pull them out one by one. The other party was a little irritable, stamping his feet impatiently, and said, Shui Liang may suspect me. I don't know if it's my illusion. I deliberately cut off the signal just when the policeman surnamed Su was about to say my name. The dog raised by the Chung family has been biting and tracking me. And I can't let him die so easily. He won't. How could he suspect you? Lee Miyuki said. If you are worried, kill a few more. It is best to kill all the hidden dangers around him, to avoid unnecessary troubles. I don't have so much spare time to solve it for you. After he said, he added, don't kill Chung Qingyao first. Think of a way to use him for me. What can a woman do as head of a household? Chung Qingyao really thought he could sit down and talk with me face to face. The man stood at the door with his back to Lee Miyuki. The lights were off in the room, and his face was almost invisible. But from him, it seemed to exude a very split and twisted atmosphere. I'll leave first, he said. They have to leave tonight, and there's not enough time. Shui Liang walked out of the subway station, carrying Xiao Su's body on his back. As soon as he stepped onto the steps of the subway exit, the colorful lights in front of him made him squint, and the sound of countless guns being loaded came from all directions. There were many police cars blocking the exit, and some special police officers in combat uniforms approached him with guns raised. Put down your weapons. Raise your hands. Someone in the police car shouted at him with a loudspeaker. Warn the target once. Don't move forward. Shui Liang remained calm, moved Xiao Su's body forward, and signaled the special police officer closest to him to take it. The man hesitated for a moment, carefully raised his gun, came over to take the body, and his face changed drastically. Deputy Captain Su. There was an uproar around, and everyone saw clearly that the body brought out by Shui Liang was indeed Xiao Su's. It seemed that everything pointed to one fact without a doubt. Shui Liang had another life on his hands. Chung Qingyao got out of the police car, ran to Xiao Su's body, and tried to touch his neck with the last glimmer of hope. But the result made him extremely painful. He did not bring any weapons, and approached Shui Liang alone, saying in an extremely anxious tone, Brother. He realized in an instant that Xiao Su must have been used by someone in this incident tonight. Half an hour ago, the people of the giant lizard suddenly made a commotion in Qingchuan Park, saying that they had found Shui Liang's traces, and pointed out that Xiao Su and Lan Yin worked together inside and outside, and suddenly left Qingchuan Park late at night, just to pass on the message. Lee Miyuki immediately sent out the Human Alliance, and according to the clues from the giant lizard, they found the place where Xiao Su had appeared last very accurately. Chung Qingyao knew that this matter was definitely strange, and before he had time to tell Chung Qingyao, he brought a few people with him. Shui Liang turned his head to look at the Human Alliance guards waiting behind the police car, and seemed to understand something. When I came, he was already dead, Shui Liang said. He contacted me and said he wanted to meet, so I came to find him. Chung Qingyao looked back and saw Lee Miyuki and Shui Yunting standing in the messy light, both of them with a triumphant smile on their faces. And he knew that this matter would never end well today. I won't go with you. You know that? Right? Shui Liang said slowly. He won't give anyone a clean chit. He just wants us to admit the charges. Lee Miyuki has issued a hunting order. Chung Qingyao approached him and whispered. Ark just issued an official bounty 20 minutes ago. No matter if you are dead or alive, as long as you bring back any one of you, you will immediately get a permanent seat on the Ark Committee. It was a very tempting condition. Who wouldn't be tempted by those struggling to survive? Several planes suddenly appeared behind the building nearby, with a deafening roar. Shui Liang recognized that they were military fighter planes. A Z-18 land-use model, with a full camouflage sprayed on the fuselage, with a high-power searchlight on the head concentrated on the area where he was standing. Hovering over his head, one of the helicopters slowly landed, and stopped steadily on the empty road. A soldier in army combat uniform jumped off the plane with a gun in hand, and strode toward Shui Liang. It turned out to be Zhao Fenglu. Shui Liang looked at Zhao Fenglu, and his lips suddenly trembled. What did you do? This question made Shui Liang feel cold from head to toe. He stared at Zhao Fenglu in a daze, as if he had been slapped in the face. Zhao Fenglu saw Xiao Su being held in the arms of the special police, and frowned. Why don't you rescue him? The special police's eyes were red. And he trembled. Deputy Captain Su Mingrui died in the line of duty. Zhao Fenglu looked at Shui Liang with a cold iron look. And asked again, did you do it? Or didn't you? Do you think I did it? Shui Liang asked him lightly. Do you think I did it too? Answer. Yes. Or no. No. Shui Liang's eyes suddenly burned with fire. I didn't kill him. Okay. Come back with me. Detain him first. And then be investigated. Zhao Fenglu had a blank expression on his face. And waved his hand to signal the guard beside him to go over and take the person. Even you believe Li Muqi's lies. Shui Liang was so angry that he lost all his reason. He drew the knife from his waist. I didn't. It's not me. It's not me. Zhao Fengluo shouted, Shui Liang. Zhao Fengluo. Shui Liang did not retreat in momentum. He took a few steps forward. Why don't you believe me? You don't believe me either. Even you don't believe me. Catch him. Zhao Fengluo gave an order. And the guards around him rushed up. There was no extra comradeship. They just carried out the orders of their superiors without hesitation. A special police officer whispered to Cheng Qingyao, Captain Cheng Wei. Don't move, don't attack. Cheng Qingyao said. Be careful, take Xiao Su home first, I'll stay here. Shui Liang climbed onto the roof of the subway station, quickly retreated a distance, avoided the oncoming bullets and the pursuit, then quickly jumped to the side of a light truck, grabbed the front of the truck with both hands, and threw it at Zhao Fengluo's men with all his strength. The truck hit the ground with sparks, screamed and rubbed for dozens of meters, and rushed to the guards of the rebuilt human race. The unsuspecting alliance members were smashed to pieces, and the whole place was in chaos. There was a scraping sound of magnum bullets coming out of the gun behind him. The hot boat-shaped bullet shot out of the air, and instantly detonated the helicopter between Shui Liang and the Ark troops. A wave of heat instantly exploded from the street. Shui Liang felt that someone was pulling his arm. And Bai Wulua's low voice sounded in his ears, Brother. Let's go! He was pulled by Bai Wulua. And while the pursuers could not follow him, he quickly crossed into a commercial office building, passing through the hall full of zombies. The two rushed and killed, and ran to the back door. Sun Ling and Bai Lang met them at the back door. There was an inconspicuous Toyota parked there. The four of them got into the car as soon as they met, and quickly started the engine and left. Captain, why did you come here alone? Sun Ling's voice trembled with anxiety. Nian Yu and I went to find you to discuss returning to Qingdao. But we found that you were not there. Fortunately, Xiao Bai located your communicator. Otherwise, with so many people, where are Xiao Chen and the others? Shui Liang asked. She was alone in the building in front, occupying a high point to snipe. She left after firing one shot. Don't worry, Bai Lang said. See Xian Ximiu and Nian Yu have been arranged to get on the car. Xiao Chen will take them away from Hanzhou immediately. Shui Liang leaned back in his chair, thinking about the conversation with Zhao Fenglu just now, and was a little absent-minded. Bai Wulua saw that he had something on his mind, and wanted to ask, but was afraid that he would be even more upset if he asked. So he could only hug his shoulders and touch his head to comfort him. Brother, are you okay? Zhao Fenglu doesn't believe me. Shui Liang shook his head gently. What a ruthless person. He obviously didn't see anything. But for the sake of the overall situation, and the opinions of most people, he wanted to detain me. He remembered the time in Soma last year, when he also confronted Zhao Fenglu in the same way. But the person who was protecting him at that time was Luo Qin. He also asked Zhao Fenglu, if it was not Luo Qin who was pointed at but himself, whether the other party would do the same. His words came true, and now Zhao Fenglu answered him with practical actions. Shui Liang looked at the street scene flying behind him outside the window, and the sound of the helicopter was getting farther and farther away. He closed his eyes, and clenched his hands in frustration. Now only Luo Qin was left, and the trust he cared about most was also the most solid layer. Chapter 203 My beloved will sneak in, and pick the lock to save me. When Luo Qin heard the news and rushed over, it was too late. Only the skeleton of a burning helicopter was left at the scene. It was burnt black. Zhao Fengluo's men were cleaning up the wreckage. Zhao Fengluo glanced at Luo Qin who was walking over, and said calmly, Captain of the Blue Flame Squadron. Captain Shui Liang disobeyed orders and defected. I'm here to take him back. He resisted very strongly. Lieutenant General, you are really amazing. Luo Qin was shocked by the other party's extremely cold reaction. He suppressed his anger and sneered. You can say it so heartlessly. Luo Qin now only wanted to know how Zhao Feng Luo took people back. And what happened to Fu Shuili, who was always calm in times of crisis. To take action. A police officer from the special operations team died. He was Qingyu's subordinate. When we found his body, Shuili was the only one present. And the last record on his communicator was also a call to Shuili. Zhao Fenglu replied. I didn't doubt him. It was just that the scene at that time. Everyone was watching. I could only take the person back to deal with it first. But he thought I was directly convicting him. What did Cheng Qingao say? Luo Qin asked. Does he also believe that Lizzie did it? Zhao Fenglu shook his head. No. He chose to remain neutral at that time. So many guns facing him. It's strange that he can remain calm. Luo Qin said angrily. Once he gives up resistance, what will Limuki's people do to him? Lieutenant General, do you know that countermeasures have appeared in Hanzhou now? Just one bullet can quietly take the life of the recreated human beings. You asked him to lay down his weapon and surrender. Haven't you thought about what he is worried about? As long as Shuili falls back into Fang Zhou's hands, there is no guarantee that no one will be ready to make a move. If something happens at that time, we can just accuse him of committing suicide out of fear of punishment. Everything will be resolved. There is no need to overturn the case. Luo Qin didn't believe that Zhao Fengluo wouldn't understand. Perhaps from the moment he asked people to forcibly arrest someone, Shuili was already disappointed in him. So he ran away. Countermeasures? Zhao Fengluo was stunned for a moment. I seem to have heard of it. It doesn't matter. Luo Qin didn't want to talk to him anymore, and turned to his car. I'm going to find him. Zhao Fengluo stopped him. What will you do after you find him? Hide with him? Don't solve the problem. Will you just run away? You forced him. Why the hell did you have to force him? You had to force him to this point. Luo Qin turned around suddenly and roared. Zhao Fengluo. Why did you force him? I'll hack his mother. Does he not believe me? Or does he not believe himself? I treat him as my own child. Would I want him to die? Zhao Fenglu's voice suddenly rose, and was tinged with anger. If you were in my position, how would you handle it? Luo Qin, is your plan realistic? Unconditionally side with him, become an enemy of everyone, and then perish with him? Who can save whom, and who can help whom? Luo Qin's shoulders stiffened slightly, and he clenched his right fist. Now go find any survivor, and ask them what they think. How many people think so? You think what you see and understand is true. But they also firmly believe what they see. Who can you convince with your mouth? Zhao Fenglu continued. Once the collective emotions are aroused, do you have the ability to control the situation? You are now asking for death for him and yourself. At the same time, another sentence flashed through Luo Qin's mind. That was what Zhao Fenglu asked him in the car when he and Shuili escaped from Shining. With you, do you have the capital to say this? You even relied on Shuili to get out of Shining alive. Without him, can you survive alone? You need capital to brag. If one day you are strong enough to protect him, you don't even need to say anything, everyone will respect you. That's what Zhao Fenglu said at the time. With just a few words, he hit the confidence that he had been deceiving himself with. Until today, he seemed to remember the inferiority and powerlessness at that time. Yes, Shuili had been shouldering all the responsibilities for him. He once thought that he had caught up and was strong enough. But in the current situation, even Zhao Fengluo could only handle it in this way. He asked himself how he could calm it down by himself. Luo Qin returned to the car in a daze. Lu Huai raised his head and asked him, what happened? He's gone. Luo Qin sat in the driver's seat, without turning the key or moving. He just quietly looked at the soldiers, who were cleaning up the mess outside the window. I don't know where to find him. On the way back to the car, he kept thinking about every word of Zhao Fengluo. In fact, he didn't need others to wake him up. He had already known these principles. Now Zhao Fengluo had torn everything up, split it open, and thrown it in front of him. He had no way to avoid it. Was he strong enough? Was he able to turn the tables like Limuki? Even if he caught up today and took Shuili away in front of everyone, what would happen next? Under Fang Zhou's manipulation, he would just have one more traitor who was in cahoots with the terrorists. Not only could he not clear Lan Yen of any dirt, but he himself would also be implicated. Luo Qin was not unwilling to make sacrifices for Shuili. But the sacrifice he wanted must be meaningful. Pure self-touching was useless. If he could be a stepping stone for Shui Liang to climb up the cliff, he would be willing to die. But what if he was just a precarious weed on the cliff? Being caught by Shui Liang would not only fail to save his life, but would accelerate the arrival of destruction. Lu Huai scratched his head and asked him, "What if Shui Liang really did it?" "Let's not talk about it. I will never believe that he did it even if I die." Even if it was really him, Luo Qin rubbed his face hard with both hands, then angrily hit the steering wheel, and forced himself to calm down and finish the second half of the sentence. "If it was really him, I will help him bury the body. Understand?" "Oh." Lu Huai nodded without any position. Luo Qin said in despair, "I am just a scoundrel without principles and humanity. Screw his parents' morality and conscience. Is it okay if I don't want him? Nothing is more important than him. Will I live without him?" Lu Huai did not continue to ask, but took out a biscuit from his bag, broke off half, and handed it to Luo Tiantian beside him, and ate the other half himself, waiting for Luo Qin to speak or drive. Lu Qin looked at the brand new armor placed on the passenger seat, and his hands were almost bleeding from clenching. Several thoughts kept fighting in his mind, forcing him to just want to yell a few times, to vent everything. Lu Huai finished half a cookie, thought about it, and planned to eat another one, but heard Luo Qin, who had been silent for a long time, said hoarsely, "Let's go back to the Ark." Bai Wuluo took a half bottle of water and gently pushed open the door of the dressing room. This private theater is not large, but it is surprisingly clean. In the entire building, except for the performance hall at the front desk, there are only 3 or 4 small rooms, which should have been locked before the infection broke out. Breaking a lock is as easy as breaking a branch for a special forces soldier. Bai Wuluo twisted a piece of copper wire from an abandoned bicycle on the street and easily opened the door. The theater dressing room was ventilated and spacious. The 4 of them rested in their own rooms. Although there were occasional power outages due to insufficient power supply, it did not affect anything. "Brother, would you like some water?" Bai Wuluo saw that the lights in the room were dim. Shui Liang sat in front of the dim window and fiddled with a red rope in his hand in the dim light. He was familiar with Shui Liang's action. In the past, whenever he felt down, sad or angry, he would stretch out 2 fingers like this and gently twist the end of the red string. There was an ugly knot tied there, but it did not prevent Shui Liang from wearing it on his hand like a treasure for more than 10 years. "Drink it," Shui Liang said softly. "I'm not thirsty." Bai Wuluo didn't know how to comfort him, because he was also very depressed at the moment. It was uncomfortable enough to be wronged and framed, but even Zhao Fengluo had to smooth things over and arrest people without any evidence. Shui Liang would of course feel upset. If Cheng Qiniao had not secretly communicated with Bai Wuluo while he was not under Li Muqi's surveillance, and had not prepared a car to escape, it would have been impossible for him to get away so easily that day. Li Muqi has issued a hunting order, plus the rewards on the dark web. "You are really in danger now," Bai Wuluo said. "We have bought enough time. Xiaochen should have driven them out of the city. Let's leave as soon as possible. We can't stay in Hangzhou." Shui Liang loosened the red rope on her fingertips, lowered her eyes, and felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. He knew who he was waiting for, and so did the other members of Lanyan. But no one had ever told him about this, whether it was the Siling, the White Wolf, or Bai Wuluo, who was closest to him by blood. "Wuluo, don't worry about me. Take them away now," Shui Liang said. I have to stay." "Brother, do you have to do this for him?" Bai Wuluo was a little annoyed. Not at Shui Liang, but at Luo Qin, and at himself. "Han'o is so small. If he really wanted to find you, he would have." He forced himself to shut up before saying anything more hurtful. But everything made him too sad and disappointed. Bai Wuluo is not Shui Liang. It is impossible for him to trust Luo Qin 100%. This is human nature. He may have been too depressed these 2 days. Everyone's emotions are a little out of control. Bai Wuluo was the first to explode. Shui Liang was stunned. He looked at Bai Wuluo and seemed to realize something. Others are silent, but it does not mean that they are not depressed. Bai Wuluo has the closest relationship with him, so he can speak out. "What about Sunling and Bailang? Do they feel good?" "If he does not leave, the other 3 people will never leave him alone." "I'm sorry," Shui Liang whispered. "Let them both have a good rest. I won't wait for him. We'll leave tomorrow." Bai Wuluo's face was a little hot. He knew that he was too excited just now, which made Shui Liang feel torn. But he knew how to understand this feeling. In a short communication with Chung Qingyao last night, he realized that the other party seemed to have accumulated thousands of words. But in the end, he just said helplessly, "Take care." It was really uncomfortable to be separated, and it was very anxious. "Brother, I didn't mean that." Bai Wu Luo softened his tone. He must have been delayed by something. "Yeah, I know." Xue Liyang smiled. "Go get some sleep." Xue Liyang listened to Bai Wu Luo walk into the lounge next door and close the door. Then he tensed up his body that had been pretending to be relaxed, reached out to lift the hem of his shirt, untied the bandage that was casually wrapped around, revealing a narrow wound on his waistline. A look of pain appeared on his face. He pulled a new roll of bandage from his backpack, roughly wrapped it around his waist a few times, and soon blood seeped into the surface again. When fighting with Zhao Fanluo's men yesterday, the trajectory of the bullet was a bit tricky, so he didn't dodge it, and was burned by the bullet on his waist. But he immediately felt that something was wrong. The wound felt a bit strange. There was no familiar healing feeling, but a tearing pain surged from the wound, as if something was constantly moving outward, preventing the wound from healing itself. After settling down in his theater, Xue Liyang lifted his clothes to check. Sure enough, the wound was bleeding non-stop, and it had not healed at all. Even the pain was many times stronger than before. Something else was added to the bullet, and only this bullet felt different, as if it was not shot by Zhao Fanluo's personal soldiers. Xue Liyang remembered that when he found Xiao Su's body, he was also shot through the abdomen. But that should not be a fatal area for recreated humans, and Xiao Su's head did not have any wounds. He bandaged his wound, opened the window, and threw the bloody bandage out, then sat back on the sofa in the corner of the dressing room, curled himself up, and his fingers unconsciously touched the red rope on his wrist again. When people are hurt, they are very vulnerable. It was late at night, and emotions were the most fragile, especially when everything was quiet. Even the sound of the wind was gone. Then they could not help but have wild thoughts. "Will you come to see me again?" Xue Liyang sniffed, thinking bitterly. A thunderstorm passed outside the window, and the wind began to hit the window frame, accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves being blown wildly. Xue Liyang tightened his arm covering the wound, and slept very uneasily. In the dream that seemed real and illusory, it seemed that the small dark room that he feared the most in his memory appeared. The small room at the end of the second floor of the welfare home was cold and damp. There were always some unknown creatures crawling across the floor, making a clattering sound. "I was wrong, Dad. Let me out. I will never be lazy again. I will play the wrong song 100 times. It's so dark. There are so many bugs. I'm scared." The fragile kitten shivered and huddled in the corner, feeling the endless terror hidden in the darkness, until the light came on under the crack of the door. Then a very gentle voice came. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you away." Chapter 204. I will not give up on him. The lights were still on in the conference room in the early morning. It was raining heavily outside the window. The rain curtain was pouring down like a waterfall. There were lightning and thunder. Luo Qin sat at the table, supporting his head with his hands crossed. There were obvious bruises under his eye sockets. The whole person was in a very depressed state. Is there anyone who can testify? Someone must have seen the murderer's face that day. Those who have a say in the Ark Committee must know what happened. Luo Qin muttered to the list of people in front of him. These people will never say anything. They are all in collusion. Chung Qingyi got a cup of coffee from somewhere and pushed it in front of him. "Do you want to drink coffee? Or you can go to sleep." Luo Qin shook his head and rubbed his eyes with the back of his hand. "I'll wait a little longer, just in case there is news." "But you haven't slept for 3 days." Lu Huai couldn't help but say. No matter how powerful the Lantian virus is, it is only the most basic energy supply for survival. If you don't eat or sleep, you will die. Luo Qin then reached out his hand, took the coffee and took a sip. It was bitter, but refreshing enough. "I can't find him. I can't find him anywhere." Luo Qin suppressed his pain, and his voice was floating. "I went to every place where there were reports of survivors exchanging fire, and it wasn't him." Lu Huai looked at the computer in front of him, and his face suddenly changed. He looked at Luo Qin in panic, and then at Chung Qingye. "What's wrong?" Chung Qingye walked over and looked down, and his expression changed. On the screen was the dark web interface of the riddle space, with a bright bounty posted in the middle, and blood-red subtitles scrolling, and issuing a hunting order for the person on the list in 3 languages. Red eyes. When Luo Qin heard Chung Qingye say this name, he pushed his chair away and stood up, rushed to the computer in 2 or 3 steps, staring at the screen in disbelief. Shui Liang's photo suddenly appeared in the latest bounty notice for red eyes on the dark web. The highest bounty has risen to 10 boosters, which is a reward worth risking one's life for. Luo Qin snatched Lu Huai's mouse, and anxiously scrolled down, only to see the list of people who accepted the bounty scrolling and updating continuously, and it was confirmed that there were already hundreds of killers involved in the arrest. Bounty hunters from different countries rushed to take down the notices. And even a killer, who was close at hand, posted the news in real time on the dark web forum. It looked like he had entered the provincial border where Hangzhou was located. Luo Qin felt that the hot and humid weather in early summer seemed to be covered with a layer of frost out of thin air, which made his fingers and limbs cold, and his legs could hardly stand. After a violent dizziness, Luo Qin moved a few steps with difficulty, holding the table, with cold sweat on his forehead and neck, and he kept gasping for breath. He had never felt as helpless as today, and anger and powerlessness filled his cerebral cortex. Until now, he has lost control of his emotions no less than 10 times. But there is nothing he can do. Who is it? Luo Qin gritted his teeth. His gums were tight and bloodshot. This is to force him to death. Cheng Qingye also realized how serious the situation was. From the moment the killer in the blue flame uniform inexplicably appeared in the Youth Innovation Park, it seemed that everything happened at once. And he was pushed into a track arranged by someone unknown, and gradually rushed in an uncontrollable direction. They dared not imagine what kind of situation Shui Liang would face once hundreds of bounty hunters rushed into Hangzhou. Fangzhou's pursuit, the pursuit of enemies, was like hanging a trapped beast. What kind of hell on earth would Hangzhou face at that time? I have to find a way. Push Lizzie out first. The farther the better, Luo Qin said. I will stay in Fangzhou and continue to help him, keep an eye on him. If someone attacks him, I can still stop him. You can't just sit there and wait for death. Cheng Qingye looked at the gloomy sky outside the window with a stern look. Luo Qin, you keep looking for him. I'm ready to send him out of Hangzhou at any time. Don't worry, I will protect Lan Yin for one day in the Ark, and they are also my few allies and bargaining chips. She didn't dare to use her own people. Xiao Su's death was strange, which added another crime to Shui Liang. It was obvious that he was used by someone. Li Muqi was the most suspicious. He hid in the dark, and all his actions would not be seen by others. Cheng Qingye had never seen who was working for him. Cheng Qingye went out to spy for a few days before, and after returning, he quietly hinted to her that there was a high probability that there was a traitor among the old people in the Cheng family, and they turned to Li Muqi's side. Thank you, Mr. Cheng. Luo Qin nodded to Cheng Qingye. We talked about it earlier. I hope you can also inform Cheng Qingye. And don't let Shui Liang know. Have you really decided? Cheng Qingye's clear eyes were full of doubts, and he seemed to not understand Luo Qin's intention to insist on doing so. Then I will not give up on him. Never. Luo Qin lowered his head and reached out to touch the slightly cold coffee cup. Use all means. I want him to be alive. He drank the remaining coffee in the cup, turned around, and left the meeting room. It rained heavily at night. When Luo Qin rushed into the heavy rain, he was still a little unresponsive. When he realized what kind of weather it was outside, he was soaked to the bone and could hardly move in the heavy rain. He went to a nearby tent to get a raincoat, put on waterproof high-top combat boots, and walked quickly to the door. The smell of rotten soil mixed with the rain permeated everywhere. Luo Qin got on the motorcycle, picked up the helmet hanging on the handlebars and put it on, stepped heavily on the engine, and roared away. The sound of motorcycles colliding one after another swept through the street. The cylinders made a harsh sound, and the hot wheels rushed through the road in the middle of the night with heavy rain. Soon, the noise of the throttle gradually subsided, leaving only the buzzing sound of waiting, and the headlights illuminated the rain curtain on the roadside. Shui Liang sat up from the bed. His brain and vision were not yet completely clear, but his right hand had already grabbed the gun beside the bed. The light outside the window was dazzling. He turned over and got out of bed vigilantly, walked quietly to the window, and found that a team of motorcycles were parked on the road behind the theater in a show of force. One of them, with a back as strong as a black bear, held a helmet in his left hand, and stood in front of a row of motorcycles and said something. He listened attentively, and heard the man's shrill voice, trying to raise his voice. After the bounty is handed in, each of us will get a booster, and no one will lose out. So this red eye must be ours. Understand? Everyone answered him in unison. I understand. Shui Liang half crouched under the window, thinking that the group of people would soon ride away on motorcycles. But he didn't expect that after their speech. They actually got off the motorcycles one after another, and left the place in different directions with flashlights. He suddenly realized that these people were going to search for any traces of red-eye nearby. He heard a man complain to his companion, I thought we came early enough, but we were squeezed here. You said this place is so remote that even ghosts don't want to live here. How could red-eye hide here? That's right. Alas, but who can blame us for not being able to beat those foreigners? In this world, there are demons and monsters everywhere. The two walked past the window while talking. Shui Liang clenched the gun in his hand, listened to the voices of the conversation fade away, and then slowly stood up and quietly left the dressing room. Bai Wuluo was not in the room. Sun Ling and Bai Lang were awake too. Each of them was guarding a door, with their guns held motionless. They were relieved to see him come out. Captain, someone is outside. I know. Shui Liang walked to Bai Lang, still didn't see Bai Wuluo. Where is Wuluo? He went outside, to get rid of a few people first. Bai Lang said. Captain, if a fight breaks out later, you should leave first, they are coming for you. Why would I leave? Can you think before you say that? Shui Liang kicked him in the ass. When did I say that a superior could leave his subordinates here to die? The wound on his waist still hurt a little, but it didn't have much impact. At least it was no problem to deal with these small fry. Shui Liang pulled out a saber from the gun belt on his waist, stood behind the door, and listened to the footsteps outside getting closer and closer. Then, the light of the flashlight shone into the crack of the door. Someone came to push the door. Only his eyeballs were still moving. He stood silently like steel, waiting for the person outside to fall into the trap. A man pushed the door in first, holding an AK replica rifle in his hand. But his gun handling skills were not professional at all. Like an amateur. Both men came in, shook off the water on their bodies, and then thought of checking behind the door. One of them suddenly raised the gun and shone the flashlight behind the door, but found nothing. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a black shadow suddenly rushed down from the angle between the ceiling and the wall behind the door, and swung the weapon in his hand as fast as the wind, and the throats of the two people were cut across. Bai Lang rushed out from the room on the side, just caught the two bodies spurting blood, and gently dragged them in and put them away. Another thunder struck, and Bai Wuluo flipped in from the window, soaking wet. He wiped the blood off the knife and said to Shui Liang, I'll take care of the 3 outside. And there are 5 left. Let's search the supermarket over there. Shui Liang shook the motorcycle key he had taken from the 2 men just now, and threw one to Bai Lang. There are 4 of us. 2 is enough. Let's go. The 4 sneaked out of the door, found the motorcycle that matched the key, and quickly started the engine and drove away. The 5 people in the store heard the noise, realized that there were other people around, and immediately called out to their other partners, but found 2 bodies in the back hall of the theater, and the bodies of the other 3 were thrown next to the trash can on the side of the road. The other accomplices knew immediately that something was wrong, and immediately chased after them on their motorcycles. But Shui Liang and the others had already run away. They stopped the car angrily on the side of the road, and the rider who had given the mobilization speech slapped the handlebars, splashing water everywhere, tracked the vehicle's location, and posted on the dark web. Damn it. Kill my 5 brothers. Even if we can't catch them, let others tear them apart alive. Shui Liang drove by Wuluo, twisted the handlebars to the bottom, and sped through the infected city in the rain. He felt a dangerous aura approaching from many directions, so he turned to Bai Wuluo and said, Someone is coming. Be careful to hold your gun. Bai Wuluo put one hand around his waist, loaded his submachine gun with the other hand, and fired a shot at the street on the right. A speeding motorcycle was thrown out, and the rider fell heavily off the seat, rolling for more than 10 meters. Bai Lang rode another motorcycle, and Sun Ling sat in the back seat with his back to him, firing with 2 guns in his hands, killing all the hunters chasing behind him. And the bullets left a row of hot bullet holes on the wheel marks. There are more and more people. Brother, I'll get off the bike and hold him back. You guys go. Bai Wuluo shouted. Shui Liang realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the bike they were riding, and gestured to Bai Lang, saying, Abandon the bike. We'll go underground. The 4 people jumped off the speeding bike at the same time, and rolled to the side of the road. The 2 motorcycles continued to rush forward with a roar, leaving 2 traces in the rain, until they crashed into the building on the corner of the street, exploding and roaring, and instantly ignited a raging fire, burning in the heavy rain. Shui Liang climbed up. The wound on his waist was torn open due to the violent movement, but he could not care about it at the moment. He signaled the team members to follow him, and several people rushed into the subway station in one breath. Bai Wuluo took off the last grenade from his waist while running, pulled out the safety pin and threw it back. A few seconds later, the people who followed them in were blown away by a shocking explosion, and the awning above collapsed and fell down, and soon completely buried the entrance of the subway station. Although the subway station was abandoned, it has become a nest of infected creatures in the past 2 years. As soon as they got rid of the pursuers, they were blocked by zombies blocking the road at the waiting station. Shui Liang glanced at the 3 team members around him and asked, "The knives I gave you, take them all?" The 3 nodded. Shui Liang drew out his black knife, spun it in his hand, and brought up spinning water droplets. "Kill them." Chapter 205. Are you here to kill me too? I thought that as long as I was strong enough, I could protect him, but I didn't expect that nothing would work. I watched him walk into the abyss, many hands pulled him, he couldn't turn back, and I couldn't catch up. So I realized that only power, only absolute right to speak could protect him from this massacre, otherwise, there was no other way. To me, more than a dozen jeeps rushed out of the Youth Entrepreneurship Park and drove towards the North City district. Luo Qin parked the car on the side of the road and was adjusting the communicator in his arms. Suddenly, he saw a line of vehicles rushing through the rain-soaked streets and heading north with a purpose. It was the Human Alliance's convoy, loaded with heavy anti-tank weapons. Even if it was low-key, it was obvious that the opponent that Li Muki was going to deal with this time was not easy to deal with. Luo Qin stuffed the communicator into his arms and quickly rode his motorcycle to follow. The convoy crossed the wide streets and ran into another group of reconstructed humans in a commercial street in the central city. It was unknown whether the other party was infected with the red scab virus. The offensive was very fierce and overturned a car of the Human Alliance in one fell swoop. The 2 sides exchanged fire, and there was also a fight in the city not far away. Gunfire illuminated several abandoned buildings in the storm. Flares exploded from the other side of the street, and then the sound of artillery sounded. Zombies were attracted by the sound of fighting and soon filled the street. These people were trapped by the zombies and could not escape for a while. Luo Qin had no idea how many groups of people were fighting. The scene was chaotic and bloody. They couldn't even see clearly whether the one shooting next to them was a teammate or an enemy. They were fighting each other. More violent explosions came from the mall behind him. Luo Qin looked back and saw that half of the Human Alliance had been attracted by the firepower over there, as if they were fighting against a more difficult guy. He immediately put on his armor and ran over there. Before he got close to the entrance, he was blocked outside by a car that broke through the glass and flew out. The broken car body was scattered everywhere. He had to stretch out his hand in front of him and barely blocked the broken car door. "It's Shui Liang. Kill him!" Luo Qin heard someone shouting this, and he didn't care about anything else. At this time, another recreated human took advantage of the chaos to attack him. Instantly, Luo Qin snatched his gun and punched him into the ground, shattering his skull and bursting his brain. His mind was full of one thought. He had to meet Shui Liang. He had to meet him. Lychee. Luo Qin rushed into the broken door and was blinded by the gunfire. A piano suddenly flew towards the Alliance guards, hitting the keys and making a mess. The expensive piano body instantly turned into debris all over the ground, which made Luo Qin feel depressed. Shui Liang used half of the hood of the car as a shield, and suddenly caught a glimpse of the familiar figure from the crowd. He was stunned, and suddenly saw the gun in Luo Qin's hand. The muzzle was still raised, pointing at him. Behind Luo Qin, there were countless Ark members standing. Shui Liang felt his brain go blank. He couldn't think of anything. His rationality that had been tense for many days collapsed in an instant. At the same time, a sharp question came out of his mouth. "Are you here to kill me too?" "No," Luo Qin said anxiously. "What are you talking about?" "Of course I'm not. Don't move." Shui Liang couldn't listen at all. He shot and broke the chandelier above his head. Glass fragments flew everywhere. "Otherwise I'll kill them," he said, without hesitation, shooting through the shoulder of an Alliance member. The man flew out, fell to the ground and screamed. Luo Qin hurriedly took a step forward, blocking the Alliance guards. "Don't move." Shui Liang was very annoyed, turned his head away, and stopped looking at him. But his voice was shaking. Tell them to get out of here. Luo Qin stretched out his hand to Shui Liang, but forgot that he still had a gun in his hand. And he didn't realize what kind of suggestion this gun gave to the other party. Shui Liang suddenly stepped back and flashed behind a booth in the middle of the hall, completely refusing anyone to approach. Don't move. I said don't come over. The situation was on the verge of getting out of control, and Luo Qin's mind was quickly turning around. But before he could implement it, he was distracted by the huge explosion beside him. A heavy truck rushed in close to his shoulder, and the front of the truck hit a row of metal shelves and crashed into the marble floor, making a fierce friction sound. The human alliance was knocked into pieces, and Bai Wuluo took the opportunity to jump onto the roof of the truck and shouted to Shui Liang, "Brother, get in the car." Shui Liang climbed up from under the booth and also jumped onto the cargo box. The truck immediately reversed back along the same route and then quickly withdrew from the mall. The alliance members wanted to chase him, but were stopped by Luo Qin at the door. "We can't let him go." The alliance members were all blood-curdling. "He's a monster. He'll definitely come back." "Lychee." Luo Qin chased him out, almost roaring. "Wait!" The truck stopped, and White Wolf looked at him from the cab and asked, "Do you want to get in the car?" Shui Liang also stood on the roof, looking at Luo Qin calmly with his eyes. His pupils were clearly black and white, without a trace of red. Raindrops dripped down his hair, and were blown away by the wind into a mist. Although he didn't ask him, Luo Qin knew that Shui Liang was waiting for his answer. The rain kept falling, and the gunfire behind him was still clashing. But the firepower was much smaller than before. Time was running out. They only stared at each other for more than 10 seconds. But Luo Qin felt as if he had survived a century. His heart was twisted into a ball, making him feel what it meant to be in agony. Now, immediately, he needed to make a decision. Leave here. Hide. Luo Qin finally pulled out a bit of strength from the suffocation, and said to Shui Liang, "Don't come back again." "Wait." Shui Liang looked at Luo Qin. All the emotions in his eyes seemed to disappear, leaving only a faint scrutiny. "I only ask once. Do you want to go with me?" Luo Qin raised his head from the continuous fire and rain, with an inexplicable sadness in his eyes. "I can't go with you now. Wait for me." "Lychee." Shui Liang's eyes began to tremble, with rain in the corners of his eyes, and he looked like he was crying. "You don't believe me either." "I don't." Luo Qin explained to him anxiously. "Lizzie, I believe you. I always believe you. I won't come back." Shui Liang said again. "Luo Qin, I will never come back after I leave." Luo Qin took a deep breath, turned around before his expression completely lost control, and used the sound of rain to cover up the sobs in his voice. "Don't come back, Lizzie." Bai Wuluo was furious when he saw this, and was about to jump out of the car after cursing, but Shui Liang grabbed him tightly, as if he was holding the last straw of his sanity. "Don't go, Wuluo, let him go." "Fuck you, Luo Qin, if you leave. Don't come to us again." Tears flowed from Bai Wuluo's eyes for no reason, and his voice was hoarse. He roared uncontrollably, struggling with his hands and legs, trying to break free from Shui Liang's grip. But Shui Liang held him too tightly, and Bai Wuluo soon felt that his brother was shaking even more than before. Shui Liang watched Luo Qin walk away, disappearing at the corner of the dark street without looking back once. And finally, his tense expression wavered a little. He felt a suffocating feeling of ice rising from his heart, followed by a stabbing pain like a needle, and it became difficult for him to even breathe. He squatted down with the gun in his hand. The rain fell like knives. He knelt heavily on one knee on the cold and wet cargo box, pressing his hands on his chest and gradually tightening them, trying to suppress the despair that almost swallowed him. The dull pain in his heart attached to his body, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. He was dizzy with the surging pain, weightless, and the support he had originally stepped on seemed to turn back into fragile cotton. The last bit of warmth he held in his hand was finally taken away bit by bit. It was over. The moment Luo Qin turned the corner, he suddenly knelt down, unable to support himself. He frantically took off the armor on his hands, and pressed himself against the wall in a daze, covering his face and crying, but not a single tear was for himself. A sound of footsteps approached from afar, and stopped beside him, and a sigh came from above his head. "The way out of the city is clear. I told the Chung family not to watch them, and just let them go." Luo Qin wiped his face. He knew he should say, "Thank you now," but his throat was filled with sobs, and he couldn't even finish a word. Chung Qingyao held up an umbrella, helplessly looking at the crying person on the ground, and said, "If you regret it, it's still not too late to chase him now." "I can't regret it," Luo Qin murmured. "I have to stay." He was soaked all over, leaning against the wall with his back to Chung Qingyao. He wanted to shed all his tears here, and when he went back, he couldn't let anyone see the flaws. He couldn't regret it. Luo Qin said to himself again. Chapter 206 Omen of Misfortune. Industrial Development Zone, in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Ling took out 2 cans from his bag, picked up the heavier one, jumped out of the car to find Shui Liang. The wooden house in the wilderness was swaying in the wind, but it didn't look like it would collapse. The rain fell on the wooden roof, making a long and ethereal sound, accompanied by the rain splashing on the iron bucket in front of the door, making a clanging sound. Shui Liang sat on the porch in front of the door with his back to Ling, leaning against the wooden pillar, and had been in a daze for more than half an hour, and hadn't spoken much since arriving here. It was only after escaping from Hangzhou that Ling and his friends discovered that Shui Liang had been injured on the waist. They didn't know how long ago it happened. But what made them even more uneasy was that the wound had not healed until now. On the contrary, it was torn a little more because of the previous conflict with the Alliance. When their car was leaving Hangzhou City, a group of recreated humans, who came for the bounty, used machine guns to blow up the tire. They barely made it to the abandoned survivor camp in the development zone, and the car was completely scrapped, without even a spare tire. Shui Liang's wound had been tormented for several days, and he had to escort them out of the city, which almost reached his limit, when Buying came back from outside with a toolbox. Ling was the only one guarding the door, looking very lonely. He shook the water off his hair and glanced into the room. "Where's the captain?" "The wound is torn, and he refuses to eat. I finally persuaded him to sleep for a while." Ling sighed. "Why hasn't it healed?" "It shouldn't be. What hurt him?" "Do you remember the bodies that Officer Chung brought back from outside before?" They were all reconstructed humans. Bai Lang looked solemn and reminded. "Officer Su and I went to see those bodies. The wounds were not on the head. The heart, stomach, and neck were all fatal. And Officer Su died in the same way. There should be a component in the bullet that specifically restrains reconstructed humans. Li Muki used this to deal with us?" Ling gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't he afraid that this thing will be abused like the enhancer and eventually kill himself? Don't you know Li Muki yet? He is a lunatic and can do anything. Besides, he is in the dark while we are in the light, which is too passive." White Wolf said, "I have inspected several base stations nearby. It is just a common mechanical damage. We just need to replace the parts. In the next 2 days, Xiaobai and I can try to contact Qingdao. Falcon will definitely send a communication helicopter for patrol. Let him come to pick us up. As soon as possible, let those idiots in the city who come to collect the bounty fight among themselves for a while. When they find out that the captain has left the city, it will be more difficult to deal with them." Ling said. "Xiaobai went out for patrol. He will report any situation as soon as possible. Fortunately, our walkie-talkie can still be used. No matter what the situation is, we can't let the captain know directly. He is really badly injured this time. I am afraid that if it doesn't heal, it will be infected in the hot weather in 2 days." White Wolf whispered, "How about this? I will go to the city in the evening to see if I can contact Officer Chung and ask him to think of a way to find some medicine to treat this kind of wound." Ling went into the house and looked at Shui Liang. He found that he was still sleeping and felt relieved. He went back to the car and counted the remaining food. It was probably enough for 4 people to survive for 5 or 6 days. The Lantian virus has a strong endurance effect. It won't be a big deal if you skip a few meals. At most, you won't be able to use your strength in a fight. When she went back, Shui Liang had woken up and was leaning on the bed quietly. He looked a little better than before, but he didn't touch the canned food that Ling had brought before. "Captain, eat something. Your injury will not last," Ling whispered. "There is still a lot of food." Shui Liang pushed the canned food towards her and said, "Are you very hungry?" "I'm not hungry." Ling shook his head quickly. "No. I heard your stomach growling before." Shui Liang handed her both canned food. "Eat it. I'm really not hungry." Ling knew that her forced smile in front of Shui Liang was very poor. At this moment, she was really hungry. She sat on the bed and opened the canned food. She took a few bites and felt that there was no taste at all. "Where are they?" Shui Liang turned the ring on his finger boredly. The blue raw stone sparkled. Xiaobai went on patrol. Xiaozhong went out to detect nearby signals. Seling put down the can. It's okay. Captain. You take good care of your wounds. We will be able to return to Qingdao soon. It's raining. Why haven't they come back yet? Shui Liang turned over and got out of bed. Did they not eat anything? Seling immediately held him down, saying, Don't move. Captain. We don't have medicine now. It will be bad if the wound is torn again. Shui Liang was a little helpless. In his current state, it was indeed not suitable for long-distance travel. His injury still showed no signs of improvement. It was probably because of the continuous rain. He still felt a dull pain from time to time. He had to lie still for a long time, hoping to get better a little faster. Bai Wu came back from patrol and brought some instant noodles and water, which he found in the abandoned camp nearby. This area was very likely to have been attacked by zombies before. When he came, he found many broken bodies, but the zombies had all left. He saw Seling and Bailang squatting under the awning at the door of the safe house from a distance, fiddling with a simple radio, just when he wanted to go over and ask if they had contacted Qingdao. Seling had already noticed him and waved to him anxiously. What happened? Bai Wu ran over with something in his hand. Where's my brother? Seling shook his head. No. The captain is fine. He doesn't know yet. We just contacted Sister Nua. She said something happened at the Qingdao base. Bai Wu was startled. What happened? She just drove to the base. And Falcon didn't know what was going on, and had a conflict with the person in charge of the Alliance station. Suddenly he beat someone up, and then hijacked the car and ran away from the base. Seling's face was gloomy. Yan Yu. Si Xian and Simi were in that car. Let's fight. Why is he running? Bai Wu was shocked. No, Falcon may not be serious, but he is definitely reliable. What kind of conflict can make him hurt someone? What kind of threat can ordinary people in the Alliance pose to him? Bai Lang looked very unhappy, holding the antenna on the radio. The walkie-talkie in his hand was still rustling. I don't know, but Shin Nua would not lie, and the one who got into trouble was Falcon, the member of the Alliance who was injured by him, died of his injuries this morning. Dead? Bai Wu mind was almost blank. They had just settled down, and a series of bad news came one after another. Several people were trapped here at the moment, with no way to go, and this incident was like adding frost to the snow. Moreover, Shui Liang must not know about this matter now. Bai Wu knew his brother very well, and he would definitely turn back to find people. Jimoro has already gone to chase him. His last contact with the base was in the suburbs of Hanzhou. Not far from us, Seling said. The location showed that it was nearby the town. And then the signal disappeared. Captain, don't you know? Bai Wu looked at the house behind him worriedly. Seling shook his head. How can he know? He can't do it anymore. Calm him down first. Don't say anything. Bai Wu put down a bag of food and said to the two. Bai Lang, you stay with Seling tonight to watch the captain. I'm going to the city. Then remember to get some medicine for the captain. Bai Lang said. His wound won't last too long. Bai Wu nodded. I'll go find Cheng Qingyao. Before leaving, Bai Wu also went to see Shui Liang on purpose, and took the food he brought over, silently observing the other party's reaction. Brother, have you eaten? He sat down beside the bed, checked Shui Liang's wound, and frowned again. Shui Liang stared at him, as if he wanted to ask something. After a while, he just nodded lightly. I ate. I'll go out to prepare dinner for them. You lie down, Bai Wu said. The rain has stopped, and tomorrow's patrol will be much more convenient. I'll find a way to get another car. Go. Bai Wu always felt an indescribable uneasiness in his heart. He walked out of the safe house, and saw Seling and Bailang still guarding outside. The two of them had just found some dry wood from an abandoned house nearby. Fortunately, the terrain here is high, and not soaked by water. At least there are still some things that can be used. Let me start a fire, and have something to eat. We are all hungry. Bai Lang took out a flint from his bag, lit some leaves, and covered them with dead branches. The three put the canned food on the fire to heat it up and eat it, just enough to fill their stomachs. Bai Wu finished eating quickly, wiped his mouth, and picked up the gun. I'm leaving, you guys be careful. He went to the car to get the spare bullets, rummaged through two backpacks, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and called Bai Lang. Bai Lang, did you use the gun today? Bai Lang put down the canned food and walked over, holding the car door. No, what's wrong? One is missing. Bai Wuluo was suddenly stunned, and immediately jumped out of the car, and walked towards the safe house. He couldn't bear it any longer. So he yelled, "Brother!" No one answered, and Bai Wuluo panicked. He rushed over and kicked the door open, and suddenly found that the room was empty. Xue Liang's sword and backpack were gone. There were a few scattered cans and compressed biscuits on the ground, neatly stacked in a conspicuous place. Sun Ling and Bailing also rushed in. Seeing this scene, their faces changed. Where is the captain? Did my brother go into the city by himself? Bai Wuluo felt dizzy. No. I have to find him. He didn't understand why Xue Liang suddenly left alone. They were discussing something outside at the time. Their voices were already very low. In addition, the sound of rain covered it up. So Xue Liang couldn't hear it at all. So why did he leave without saying goodbye? Sun Ling grabbed him and said, "You and Bailing stay here, in case Sister Nua and the others come here from Qingdao. You can have a support. I run fast, and it's not easy to be discovered. Let me go." Bai Wuluo knew that Sun Ling was right. She and Bailing were both scouts in the team, especially Sun Ling, who was petite and agile, and more suitable for this kind of stealth search mission than any of them. But she was young after all, and Bai Wuluo was really worried. "Let me go!" Sun Ling had already put on the gun and tightened the weapon belt around his waist. "I will definitely find him." Chapter 207. Don't be afraid. Trust me. In Baida town after nightfall, the wailing of zombies echoed everywhere. Some fires could be seen occasionally at the corners of the streets and alleys, burning the wooden buildings around with crackling sounds. Black smoke mixed with sawdust and sparks, melting into the dark night sky without clouds or moon. Zombies were rushing into an alley frantically, like ants squeezed into a narrow nest. The roar resounded through half a block. Countless undead souls cried in the dark night. A few minutes later, the alley inside and outside returned to peace. The sound of the blade scratching the wall rang loudly. Xue Liang threw away the half-broken stick in his hand, stepped over several bodies with twisted and broken limbs, walked slowly to the alley entrance, leaned against the wall, and casually lifted his collar. The wound was bleeding again, and the newly changed gauze was already red. He pulled out the mad dog knife on his waist, cut open his sleeve, torn off a piece of cloth, and casually wrapped it around the gauze. After doing all this, he took a breath tiredly, turned his head, and looked at a flickering street lamp on the corner. Bai Ta town had been occupied by several groups of survivors from different camps earlier. Some reconstructed humans, who had been mutated by enhancers, were behind the scenes, dividing the territory and occupying the mountain as kings, fighting several times intermittently, and finally each agreed on the sphere of influence and lived in peace for a while. Xue Liang's arrival made the originally peaceful situation become turbulent again. The resources that Red I can get at the moment are incomparable to these small gang fights. Once someone gets this reward, it not only means a worry-free life, but also a rare opportunity to establish prestige in troubled times. Once he steps into the scope of Hanzhou City again, it is equivalent to a prey that walks into the trap, coveted by hundreds of hunters, and hunted down, and there will be no chance to breathe. But just an hour ago, his communicator suddenly sent an alarm signal. It was the location tracker he had installed on Shui Simiu's computer, which was monitored through the dedicated network connected to the communicator. But the location disappeared near Baida town, which meant that the computer had logged out of the dedicated network, and only he and Shui Simiu knew to execute the secret order. Why did Shui Simiu suddenly appear in Hanzhou? Why did he cut off the network connection without any warning? Xue Liang had no time to think about it. He only knew that if it was really Shui Simiu, no matter what the reason was for returning to Hanzhou, he would only face an extremely dangerous situation. So he didn't make a sound. While Bai Wuluo and the others were having dinner, he packed up his weapons and left the safe house. There were sounds of pursuers searching the surrounding blocks. He suppressed the pain in his waist, sheathed his knife, and ran out of the alley. A bullet hit the wall beside his ear, and concrete fragments fell everywhere. Xue Liang turned around and stuck to the broken wall behind a bunker, loaded the submachine gun with one hand, and then rushed out and shot and knocked down a group of people. Found it. In front. Those people were ecstatic. They thought they would lose him. But they didn't expect that this carpet search was quite useful. They actually forced him to the territory controlled by their family. Xue Liang quickly jumped onto the back wall of a warehouse and jumped over. He saw flames approaching from several directions. Those who were chasing him came over after hearing the signal. Be careful not to kill him. The bounty order says that there will be a reward if you catch him alive. If you kill him, our work will be in vain. It seems that the person who issued the bounty really doesn't want to kill him. If he is not in a hurry to find someone, he will simply surrender and go to see who is the chess player behind him. Xue Liang thought. Grabbed the oil barrel beside him, threw it at the crowd without saying anything, and then shot it through the air. A ball of flame suddenly exploded in the empty industrial park. Many people were caught off guard and swallowed by the flames. They screamed and wailed and rolled on the ground. The bullets were as dense as raindrops. Xue Liang could only hide behind a crane. This thing was not very resistant to impact. It was soon hit by bullets and made a creaking groan. The surface was covered with burnt bullet holes. Several supporting points were also loose, and it seemed to collapse at any time. Xue Liang warned the other side at this time. I have never offended you, and I am not in the mood to waste time here. Get out of here. You killed so many people, and you still dare to say that you have never offended others? Everyone present here has a debt of life you owe. The speaker was the leader of the first joint camp in Baida town, known as Wolf Spider. I don't know how many enhancers he has injected into himself. His subordinates manage 3 survivor camps. His tactics are also extremely rough. He has almost taken over a quarter of the area of Baida town. His power is huge. Why? I killed your whole family? Xue Liang asked. Wolf Spider spitted out a mouthful of saliva and cursed, even if not. You have ruined my family. I don't care how many bad debts you want to put on me. Xue Liang sneered. Don't flatter yourself. Is it an honor to have your whole family killed by me? I think you all want me to kill your whole family. Wolf Spider cursed, raised his gun, and fired wildly at the wall. Amid the violent explosion, a black shadow suddenly rushed out of the fire, stretched out his hand and grabbed the top of Wolf Spider's head tightly, and clenched his 5 fingers fiercely, accompanied by the muffled sound of bones breaking. And the Wolf Spider's head was crushed by Xue Liang's bare hands, as easy as crushing an ant. Xue Liang threw the body out indifferently, and it hit the crowd hard, which in turn caused a silence quieter than death. So far, I have only killed him, but if someone has lived long enough and comes to provoke me again, I don't mind killing one more. The wounds on Xue Liang's body did not allow him to attack as he pleased as before. If he continued to entangle, these people would sooner or later find out, and the injured prey would only arouse the hunter's fighting spirit. So he could only try his best to repel the opponent, to avoid dragging it out for too long and letting his flaws be discovered. The wound hurt a lot, and cold sweat quietly flowed down his forehead. Xue Liang didn't know if his face looked extremely pale. But the good news was that these people seemed to be really afraid of him, and no one dared to step forward for a while. His chest rose and fell violently, holding a saber in his hand, and the expression on his face was more fierce than ever before. The two sides confronted each other for a long time, and when Xue Liang felt that his physical strength was gradually running out, a figure suddenly jumped down from the building, rushed to Xue Liang's side in 3 or 2 steps, and before he could react, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. Xue Liang was distracted by the pain from his wound, and was caught by the opponent. However, the next second, a familiar voice came from above his head. Let's see who dares to come over without caring about his life. It was Luo Qin. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped, and it sank softly and painfully without any resistance. Luo Qin lowered his head and whispered in his ear, "Don't be afraid. Trust me." Xue Liang saw that the hand holding him was wearing a black and hard armor, but the exposed side of the arm was facing inward, and the soft skin was pressed against his neck. In fact, there was no force at all. "Who are you?" someone asked, unconvinced. Luo Qin cleared his throat and said, "Fang Zhou wants to arrest people. Do you want to stop him?" The hunting order was issued by Fang Zhou, but the bounty order was not. "You are really overbearing. You eat the meat yourself and don't even give us a mouthful of soup." Luo Qin kicked half of the car frame and bent it. The crowd screamed and retreated. He used half of his body to protect Xue Liang. Under the cover of smoke, he quickly retreated into the shadows between the tall buildings. The group of people stayed where they were and did not chase them. It seemed that they had escaped for the time being. However, there were still many forces in Baida town who were also searching for Red Eye. Previously, the major camps had fought each other for the bounty, so Xue Liang was able to take a break. Luo Qin led Xue Liang around for a long time and found a relatively safe place to rest. As soon as they stopped, Xue Liang fell forward unsteadily, his body shaking constantly. Luo Qin reached out and found that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. His face was extremely pale, and blood was slowly oozing out from under his thin clothes. Are you injured? Luo Qin hurriedly lifted Shui Liang's clothes. The hideous tear made him shudder. What happened? Who did it? Was it the same thing that Li Muqi and Shui Yunting used on you before? He could never forget the look of Shui Liang he had seen in the laboratory. At this moment, his memory suddenly came back, and it hurt his eyes. The wound was no longer fresh red. It was obvious that it had been injured for a long time, and had not healed for a long time. It also split again later. Shui Liang lost all his strength, and was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He fell into Luo Qin's arms, holding his clothes tightly with both hands, and nodded. Luo Qin's eyes were red. He only knew that Shui Liang was injured, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I'll take you to apply medicine. No, Simia. Shui Liang supported his body with all his strength, and spoke with difficulty. I want to go find him. Luo Qin quickly supported him. I know. Lizzie, you are missing. Sun Ling is very worried. She came to me and told me everything. Cheng Qingao has taken people to look for Simiao. Don't worry, let me treat your wound first, okay? He carried Shui Liang sideways, and rushed to the agreed temporary shelter. This place is the center of the power struggle among various factions, but it is also the area with the most crossfire, and the forces are complex. Those people will not come to cause trouble for a while. Luo Qin carried Shui Liang into the house, put him on the camp bed against the wall, turned around and went to wash the towel. His hands were shaking badly, and the towel was wrung 3 times, but it was still draining. Shui Liang was already a little conscious. Luo Qin was worried that his wound would get infected, so he disinfected it twice, then wiped it with a hot towel, trying to clean the foreign matter from the wound. Then he sat by the bed, holding Shui Liang's hand, and touched his forehead with heartache. How did you get hurt like this? Luo Qin held the half of the gauze tightly, his voice almost crying. It's so deep. Shui Liang looked at him, his lips trembling tightly. He was about to say something but stopped. Luo Qin lowered his head, pressed his palm against his. I'm late. Lizzie. It took me so long to see you. Shui Liang didn't say anything, just closed his eyes weakly. His breathing was a little heavy. I don't want to separate from you, nor do I not trust you. Luo Qin continued. Talk to me, Lizzie. Shui Liang opened his eyes and looked at him, and said hoarsely, Then do you believe me? I didn't do it. He stared at Luo Qin with hopeful eyes, as if he wanted to see a trace of unwavering trust in the other's eyes. And Luo Qin did so. I believe you. Luo Qin nodded. I know you didn't do it. Shui Liang's expression eased a little. He looked at Luo Qin's shoulder silently, and suddenly asked in surprise, Have you lost weight? Luo Qin subconsciously straightened his back, and laughed in a way that only made things more obvious. No, it's been too long since we last met. You don't even remember what I looked like the last time we met. He got up to pour water for Shui Liang. In the bare room, there was nothing except a bed, a wooden table, and an old stove in the corner. It was a place that even mice wouldn't dare to visit. Shui Liang was lying on the bed, looking at Luo Qin standing in the corner of the room boiling water, with mixed feelings in his eyes. When I came here, I met many refugees on the road, all of whom were squeezed out of the big camp here and couldn't stand. Luo Qin deliberately diverted his attention from the pain and took the initiative to chat. The Ark is like this now. People who come here either have strength or background, and most of them still have to rely on themselves. I occasionally help 1 or 2 people, but it's not of much use. Do you still want to stay? Shui Liang asked him directly. Luo Qin's back paused for a moment, and his tone sounded very relaxed. If I leave, who will help you deal with Li Muqi and the others? Shui Liang said nothing, pinching the red rope with his fingers, twisting it irritably. Luo Qin carried a pot of hot water to the table, took out 2 disposable cups from the cupboard, poured half a cup into each, and watched the mist rising up. His vision became blurred. Lizzie, you just need to know that no matter what I do, I hope you can be well. Luo Qin sighed. I will never leave you. Luo Qin. Shui Liang climbed up and called out. Come here. Luo Qin didn't understand, but still walked over. I'm here. Don't move. Shui Liang stretched out his hand, gently embraced Luo Qin's waist, leaned his face against it, and rubbed it twice. and then stopped moving. From Luo Qin's perspective, he could only see his dense eyelashes casting a shadow under his eyes. The murderous intent just now faded away, and he looked dependent and fragile. Xue Liang just wanted to hug for a while. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't been greedy for this warm hug. At this moment, he could feel his tense spirit calming down little by little. From the boundless raging waves to the quiet deep pool, Luo Qin also stood motionless by the bed, stroking Xue Liang's hair constantly. Does the wound still hurt? Yeah. Xue Liang's nasal tone was very heavy. It hurts? Luo Qin. Chapter 2080 Some game. When the door was pushed open, Xue Liang's murderous intent burst out in an instant, ignoring his waist injury, and subconsciously reached for the knife. Luo Qin reacted quickly and held him down in time, reassuring him. It's okay, don't be afraid. Have you found Xue Liang? Su Yugang strode in, followed by several members of the rescue team, and the dusty Lu Huai. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Xue Liang on the bed, with a vigilant face. Xue Liang. Lu Huai called him. Are you okay? Xue Liang looked for a long time before recognizing who this person was. Lu Huai? Did you follow him back from Shining? Lu Huai nodded hurriedly. Yes. I have been following Luo Qin. He is very good at fighting. Glad to find him. I was so anxious. Su Yugang came over with 2 bags, took out a bottle of sealed liquid from it, and handed it to Luo Qin. This? Officer Xiao Chum got it. He said it is useful for regenerating human injuries. Luo Qin applied the medicine to Xue Liang immediately after getting it, and then bandaged the wound again with a bandage. Xue Liang slowly stopped being alert, put the knife aside, and relaxed. Officer Xiao Chum led people to search for your brother's whereabouts in Baida town from house to house, and told others that they were here to hunt you down. Su Yugang said. The girl in your team is really smart. She knew to look for Xiao Luo first. I have someone send her out of the city. She should be where you were before. Don't worry. Thank you. Xue Liang's face eased, and he nodded. Si Miao can't act alone. I guess Xian has to go with him. The thugs who besieged him before didn't use Xue Simi to threaten him, which means that most people don't know about this yet. This is one of the few good news. Su Yugang frowned and asked, do you know what happened? Xue Liang was a little irritated when he spoke. I don't know. Their location suddenly appeared in Hanzhou, and then disappeared. Falcon suddenly went crazy and hijacked a car from Qingdao. Your brother, sister and Yan, you were in the car at that time. Ji Moreau drove to chase them alone. And now she can't be contacted. Su Yugang said. That's what the girl told us. We didn't believe it at first. But then Lin Yuki sent a team of alliance people out. I guess it was for this matter. Xue Liang was stunned and wanted to say something, but he coughed because he used too much force. Luo Qin patted his back, quickly took a glass of water for him to moisten his throat, and told him not to get angry. What happened to Falcon? Xue Liang held Luo Qin's arm, trying to get out of bed. He won't be so impulsive. Lu Huai hesitated for a moment, and said to Luo Qin, could it be the red dandruff virus? Red dandruff virus. Luo Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he didn't dare to think any further. Brother Su, can your people help look for him again? If you find Falcon, remember not to get close to him, and don't provoke him. I'm afraid that if he is really infected with that virus, he will definitely hurt people. Keep a close eye on him, and notify me immediately. Okay. Su Yugang nodded. Don't worry. Our rescue team runs around every day. No one will suspect it. But Li Muki is also looking, and we must act faster than him. He came down and immediately discussed with the other members of the rescue team, and all of them were divided into 3 teams to search for Falcon in Baida town. No news is the best news at the moment, which means that the whereabouts of the Falcon have not attracted attention, nor have they alarmed the entrenched people here. Xue Liang took another sip of water, and asked in a hoarse voice, what is the red scab virus? Lu Huai is best at describing it, and explained to him, while making gestures, you can understand it as another form of the Lantian virus, but it is more dangerous than the former. It will drive the zombies to collective mania, and will also make the reconstructed humans secrete pheromones with extremely strong aggressiveness. In this case, even the most clear-headed people may indiscriminately hurt people. The Falcon will not hurt them. Xue Liang grabbed Luo Qin's clothes and shook his head. If you find it, it's best not to do it. Talk to him. Luo Qin hummed. telling him not to worry. But Luo Qin himself couldn't say for sure. Even if he could believe it, Xue Liang could believe it, but Li Muqi would definitely not let anyone in Lan Yen have an easy time. Lan Yen had been schemed by Li Muqi from the beginning, and some things couldn't be stopped now. He placed Xue Liang in the safe house of the rescue team, left Lu Huai and a few others to take care of Xue Liang, and he followed Su Yuing out. After Luo Qin went out, he looked back and saw Xue Liang didn't follow him out. So he pulled out the saber from the buckle on his leg, pressed his fingers under his ribs, and suddenly raised his hand to stab the knife in, scaring Su Yugang so much that he almost jumped up. "What are you doing? I've been out for too long. And now I have to go back to the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. When the time comes, I'll tell Li Muqi that Xue Liang stabbed me. But I didn't catch him." Luo Qin gasped in pain, and weakly put his arm around Su Yogong's shoulder. "Someone has seen Xue Liang being taken away by me. The news will definitely reach Li Muqi. I have to have an excuse. Otherwise he will suspect me." Su Yugang was helpless, thinking that it was really thrilling for young people to fall in love. So he could only help Luo Qin get into the car and drive back. Xue Liang stayed in the safe house to recuperate. After Luo Qin left, he became a little alert again. Including Lu Huai, he did not completely let down his guard against other people. Lu Huai and Xue Liang had not seen each other for a long time. He could not find anything to say for a while. He sat awkwardly, opening his computer from time to time to take a look. "You?" As soon as Xue Liang opened his mouth, Lu Huai raised his head nervously. "Huh?" Xue Liang looked at him. His eyes slowly moved to a bite mark on his arm. "How did you get it here?" Lu Huai looked down, scratched his head and said, "Oh, the girl in your team. She ran into me first when she went to find Luo Qin. Maybe she didn't trust me very much, and she was a little scared. She thought I was going to catch her, so she bit me." It was the first time Xue Liang heard that the forest antelope would bite people. "I have information on the scurf virus here. It's quite complete. Would you like to take a look?" Lu Huai finally found a topic to talk about, and pushed the computer to Xue Liang. Xue Liang took the computer, and scrolled down little by little, with a serious look on his face. Although the red dust virus is not as contagious as the blue field virus, once it infects the reconstructed humans, they will fall into a frenzy of attacking instincts, and it is difficult to stop. Lu Huai said, "When we were in Shining, the reconstructed humans in the safe zone were infected with this virus. At the beginning, they just became irritable, and later they became extremely aggressive. It can be preliminarily concluded that the red dust virus has undergone an evolutionary process, and its toxicity was not so strong at the beginning. Li Muqi just said that this virus will affect zombies." Xue Liang whispered. Ark did not announce its name to the public, nor did it say that it would have any impact on the reconstructed humans. Of course he would not say it. Even many survivors in the city did not know. They simply thought that the reconstructed humans were crazy, and they thought that you were fundamentally no different from zombies. Lu Huai said. "In this way, Li Muqi can take advantage of the panic of others and put everything on you." Xue Liang sighed, feeling very confused. He didn't have time to think about what Li Muqi was going to do. As long as he could get news about Falcon or Sixian Simu, he would rather Li Muqi focus on dealing with him alone. Luo Qin got out of the car, with a bandage wrapped around his body, and was carried forward by Su Yugang. Li Muqi was surprised to see him so weak. "How did you get hurt?" "It was Xue Liang," Su Yugang said in a deep voice. "We wanted to persuade him, but he had a conflict with several survivors in the camp in Baida town. Luo Qin wanted to stop him, but he stabbed him and ran away." Li Muqi narrowed his eyes like a fox, and seemed to be quite surprised that Xue Liang had injured Luo Qin. He really had the heart to do it. So cruel. Luo Qin didn't say anything, and sat down by himself, waiting for Zhu Yan to clean his wound. "The wound is too deep." Zhu Yan disinfected him with an alcohol cotton ball, and couldn't help but say, "You didn't fight him, did you? He really wanted to kill you. Your physical condition is different. The knife should be stabbed deeper. If your heart is really injured, you won't be able to survive." Li Muqi was not as suspicious as before after hearing what Zhu Yan said, but he still didn't give up exploring every tiny expression on Luo Qin's face. Luo Qin lowered his eyes. His forehead was bulging with blue veins due to pain, and he didn't say a word. "Second Lieutenant Su Xinglin of the Blue Flame Brigade attacked a transfer station of our Ark yesterday," Li Muqi added. "I have sent people to track him down. If he is found, he will probably be shot on the spot." Luo Qin pinched his eyebrows and said slowly, Let the people of the Human Alliance go. I don't know what those crazy giant lizards will do. Don't hurt civilians. Lee Muki couldn't see anything from his face. He thought it was meaningless. He left a message to him to take good care of his injuries and left. Su Yugang breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhu Yin finished packing and left, he said, "He is so suspicious. You stabbed yourself." I think he still doesn't believe it. If he believed me, he wouldn't be called Lee Muki. Luo Qin said coldly. He doesn't trust anyone except himself. Even his own son. But only such a person can accomplish things. He has no weaknesses or soft spots. He can sacrifice everything to achieve his goal. I can't compare with such a madman. Soon, Cheng Qingyao also brought people back. He was shocked to see the knife wounds on Luo Qin's body. How did you do it? Luo Qin smiled bitterly. I did it myself. Shui Liang was released by me. If I don't make up a story that is more convincing, I can't even fish in troubled waters. Cheng Qingyao asked, have you found the person? Luo Qin nodded. He was injured. Brother Su has taken medicine to him. How is it? What's the result on your side? I lent you my dog. Oh, don't mention it. There's no news at all. Cheng Qingyao sat down on the container next to him tiredly, untied the gun belt on his body and threw it aside. I led people to search and bite a town for a long time, and heard some rumors, although they may be false, but they are related to the person we are looking for. Yesterday evening, someone saw the Falcon and the Human Alliance clashed in the north of the city, and there was no one else around. I'm thinking, could it be that he had Sixian Simu? Why did he have to take this risk with 2 children? Luo Qin was puzzled. Mianyu and Sixian Simu were in the car. If he was not conscious at the time, why did he take these 3 people away? I don't know. According to Lu Huai, high-level reconstructed humans will be more or less resistant to the red scab virus, but we don't know the situation after the virus evolves. After all, no one knows in which direction the strain will mutate. Cheng Qingyao said. If Falcon really can't resist, with only the destructive power of alpha-type reconstructed humans, he will even destroy half of Hanzhou. Locate Simi's computer as soon as possible. Luo Qin reached out and touched his wound, speaking slowly. We must find Falcon before Lee Muki. Don't let things end badly. Cheng Qingyao wiped the gun twice, suddenly stopped, and said to Luo Qin, the Ark is no longer safe. Luo Qin, you are right. When you see Wu Lu again, tell him something for me. Let them stay as far away from him as possible. Chapter 209 The Last Farewell. A weak signal light flickered outside the abandoned bar, but now this intersection no longer uses signal lights. Passers-by are either in a hurry or staggering. No one will obey the traffic rules here anymore. On the second floor of the bar, in a small room with a closed door, there was a brisk keyboard tapping sound. The windows in the room were tightly wrapped with waste newspapers and black tape. No light could penetrate. The darkness almost swallowed everything. Only a laptop in the middle was lit, and a young man was sitting in front of it. Shui Simia faced the only bright light source in the room. His fingers quickly tapped the keyboard. Her whole body focused on the screen with data flashing quickly, and she turned a deaf ear to the movement behind her. The wooden door was pushed open, and another thin figure came in, holding 2 heated cans in his hand, walked to Shui Simio and sat down, handed one of them to her. It's time to eat. Shui Sixian hadn't washed her face or combed her hair for several days. She looked very sloppy, but the fierceness on her face illuminated by the screen had not diminished at all. The face of a 15 or 16-year-old girl was gradually growing up, and her youthfulness was accompanied by a sense of determination and brightness. When I was cooking outside just now, I heard a few people talking about my brother coming too. Shui Sixian took a bite of canned food and said, my brother had a fight with those people. What a shame. Brother Luo Qin won't let those people bully him. Don't worry, Shui Simu said softly. I'm almost done here. Aren't you leaving yet? What will you do if I leave? Shui Sixian asked. What else can you do if you lose your hearing aid? Shui Simu hesitated and said, but if I reconnect to the network later, that person will find us soon. Are you scared? Shui Sixian asked. Shui Simu shook her head. I'm not afraid. But you don't have to stay here with me. My brother must be worried. Shui Sixian finished a can of food, hugged her knees and sat on the bed, quietly watching Shui Simu's fingers flying on the keyboard. I feel very sorry for my brother, Shui Sixian whispered. He will definitely be sad. We are too disobedient. Shui Simu was silent, and the movement of her fingertips slowed down. Actually, I don't want him to be sad. Shui Sixian buried her face in her knees, and her voice was muffled. Brother, I'm sorry. Shui Simia also pressed the enter key, and a white command box popped up on the screen, accompanied by a slow-loading progress bar at the bottom, repeatedly prompting that the network was not connected. He took out a rectangular chip from his pocket, pursed his lips, turned his head to look at Shui Sixian. Shui Sixian went over and grabbed his hand, nodded firmly, then slowly pushed the chip into the port on the side of the computer. Wu Luo. Bai Wu Luo just got out of the car and saw Cheng Qingyao hurried over. His heart moved. Before he could say anything, a hug came over him. I was so worried about you. I wanted to find you. But as soon as I left the city, someone was watching me. I couldn't do anything. He was stunned for a few seconds, patted his back with relief, and said, I'm fine. Cheng Qingyao saw that he didn't look bad, and finally let go of his worries. He said, we found the car that Falcon drove from Qingdao. It had a car accident at the entrance to the highway and overturned on the side of the road. Bai Wu Luo quickly followed him, and saw a burnt car frame overturned on the side of the ramp in front. A group of special police surrounded it, all with helpless expressions. There's a body in the car. Cheng Qingyao pointed at the only wreckage left of the car frame and said to Bai Wu Luo, it's completely burnt. Unrecognizable. Bai Wu Luo's heart skipped a beat, and he ran to the car in 2 steps. Sure enough, he saw a body that had been burned to charcoal in the back seat of the car. His upper body was bent backwards. His hands were curled up in front of his chest like chicken claws, and his legs were bent exaggeratedly. It was obvious that he had suffered very painful torture before his death. Most of the body tissues, including the face, were carbonized, and the body size was reduced several times due to dehydration. It was impossible to recognize who it was from the outside. There are pseudocracks on the skin surface. The bones of both legs are carbonized and broken. There are powder extracts in the respiratory tract and stomach. It is preliminarily determined that he was burned to death. Cheng Qingyao pulled Bai Wu Luo to stand farther away, turned over the investigation record in his hand. But the body is shrunk, so the identity cannot be determined yet. At present, Falcon can be roughly ruled out. He was driving and sitting in the front seat, so he should not have died in this position, and there are traces of seat belts on the body, all burned together. Just this one body? Bai Wu Luo looked around suspiciously. What else have you found? Cheng Qingyao pointed at his feet again. There are footprints around the car, of 4 people. 4 people? This means that, in addition to the body that was burned to death in the car, there are other people who came here after the car caught fire. And if the body in the car is really Falcon, one of the 4 people, Nian Yu, Sixian and Simiao, then who is the 5th person who appears here? Bai Wu Luo walked forward a few steps, leaning into the back seat of the car that was severely burned and deformed. Looking at the charred body carefully, a burnt smell rushed into his nose, making him frown. Will it be Shui Sixian or Shui Simiao or Nian Yu? The intercom on Cheng Qingyao's waist rang. He pressed the connect button and asked casually, what's the matter? Captain Cheng, we have located the location of that computer. A clear voice came from the other side. An hour ago, the locator signal of the internal line suddenly came from Baida town, but there were signs of human shielding. Deputy Captain Jiang spent half an hour helping us eliminate interference, and located a bar in the north of Baida town, and is heading there. When Cheng Qingyao heard the news, he quickly waved to others to come over. Okay, you go first. I'll assign tasks here and go there right away. Remember to bring some food. They may be starving. Bai Wu Luo didn't bother to study the corpse, and immediately got out of the car, and said with a sigh of relief, it's good that we found it. I'll go with you. Ji Moreau walked through the streets, with the large hood of her sweatshirt covering half of her face, and walked low-key to the abandoned music bar in front. There seemed to be no lights on the 2nd floor, no sound at all, only the roars and gunshots of zombies not far away constantly reminded passers-by in this town that this place had never been truly abandoned. He looked around before entering the door, making sure that no one was following him before pushing the door open and walking in. The moment he stepped onto the narrow wooden staircase, a cold steel knife with a pitch-black body slipped out from his fingertips, and the cold light of the blade flashed in the moonlight outside the window. The 2nd floor of the bar was originally full of private rooms, with shiny aluminum foil and chemical fiber decorations on the walls, and the colorful light balls on the ceiling had not been lit for a long time, and a layer of dust had accumulated. Ji Moreau walked up the stairs step by step, his feet making creaking sounds. Although the sound was not loud, it was hard not to notice in such a quiet and small space. He walked up to the 2nd floor and turned to the corner. There was a room at the end of the corridor. The door was closed, without any gaps. The knife in his hand seemed to tremble, and his right eyelid jumped for a moment. Shui Liang opened his eyes, and the gray ceiling came into view. He paused for a while, and suddenly realized that he had indeed heard the sound of the communicator just now. In order not to stretch the wound, he slowly climbed up with his arms, and picked up the communicator on the bedside. The low battery prompt at the top of the screen kept flashing, and there was a yellow circular icon next to it, which jumped every few seconds. He seemed to realize something, and immediately clicked it, and instantly saw the bright red in the positioning system. It was Simia. His computer had just connected back to the public network. Shui Liang felt his fingers shaking, and Lu Huai was awakened by the movement here, and stood up from the chair. What's wrong? The location of Simia's computer. Shui Liang handed him the communicator, and turned over and got out of bed. It's here. I want to go over. Lu Huai took a look, and was also very surprised, seeing Shui Liang was about to get up. He quickly reached out to support him. Go slowly. Don't touch the wound. Luo Qin told me to take good care of you. Don't worry. I'll tell the others and get you a car. Shui Liang's breathing became rapid, but he didn't have to worry this time. He thought, when he finds the person this time, he must install a positioning system on Shui Simi's computer that can be used without an internet connection. And it must be the kind that cannot be dismantled by himself. Hurry up. Is it done? Shui Sixian leaned against the door, staring at Shui Simi nervously. It's been more than 10 minutes. And it's not transferred yet? It's almost done. Shui Simi looked up at the screen. The progress bar was 89%, and it was moving forward at a moderate speed. The red icon jumping in the lower right corner warned him that his security system was under attack, indicating that hackers were constantly trying to crack his signal interference shielding program. This computer was like a leaky wall, shaky and ready to fall. It couldn't hold on for much longer. Suddenly, there was a very slight sound outside, like the friction of metal, although the other party was trying to avoid it. Shui Xixian's ears still caught the sound sharply. Her heart sank, but it was too late. Someone was walking up the stairs. The footsteps were slow, but still made some noise. Shui Xixian gritted her teeth and looked at Shui Simia, who was working with her head down. Suddenly, she had an idea and made some kind of decision. She crawled to Shui Simia's side, pressed the hearing aid on his left ear with one hand, and said softly, "Second brother, can you finish it by yourself?" Shui Simi nodded. "I'm fine, you go quickly." She didn't answer. She took off Shui Simi's hearing aid and put it aside. Shui Simi looked back at her in surprise, with confusion in his eyes. Shui Sixian laughed, quickly typed a sign language. "I love you, and I love my brother." Then, she stood up, turned around and walked to the door. The progress bar on the computer showed 94%. Chapter 210 Rashoman. Luo Qin raised his arm, and asked Su Yugang to change the medicine for him. The wound was almost healed, and there was no need to be so troublesome, but he didn't want Shui Liang to find out. "Okay, it's not a big deal, he didn't lift your clothes, you can't see it." Su Yugang put down the medicine bottle, and threw the cotton swab aside. "Don't be so impulsive next time, think of other ways. Why do you poke yourself blindly?" Luo Qin, "No, brother Su, how do you know he didn't lift my clothes?" Su Yugang, "It's already this time, you should be quiet." Luo Qin and Su Yugang were chatting and walking outside, and happened to meet Cheng Qingye downstairs, and the two sides exchanged a few simple greetings. However, Cheng Qingye still had things to do, so she soon separated from them. Boss Cheng is really capable. She personally handles many things in the safe zone, and she is very popular. Su Yugang looked back at Cheng Qingye, who was walking away. With her in control, those people can't make trouble. After all, there are still many of her people in the safe zone. Only Li Muki would make trouble. But can't we? Recently, both of them heard a lot of gossip, saying that after Shui Liang defected from the army, he led the Blue Flame Brigade to do evil and hurt people everywhere in the city. And many people have been killed. Every day, survivors would run in from outside, asking for help with blood on their faces, saying that they were robbed by the recreated humans. In the end, most of these things were pushed to Shui Liang. After all, he was one of the few people they could name. Cui Haoshan did a lot of fanning the flames. But after being fooled by Luo Qin several times, he became much more honest. However, Luo Qin later heard another incredible statement. which was probably that Xue Liang intended to divide the survivors in Hanzhou, and those with strong hands were taken under his command, while other weak ordinary people were left to fend for themselves, and he even planned to help them die faster, so that they would not continue to live and occupy resources. What's more, it is said that Xue Liang privately sold the enhancers to the survivors, with the purpose of screening out the weak and retaining the stronger genes. However, not all the people who enthusiastically discussed these rumors saw it with their own eyes, but most of them had a decent and reasonable pre-hearing. Luo Qin looked up. The sky always darkened slowly in this season. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and it had only been dark for more than an hour. Brother Su, I suddenly understand something now. He sat on the flower bed and said to Su Yugang, power is something you can do without, but you absolutely cannot do without. Su Yugang sighed. That makes sense. But it's not that easy to take power from Ling Yuqi. What if I can take it away? Brother Su? Luo Qin looked at him. And at that moment Su Yugang felt that this young man was not in his early 20s, but had experienced decades of vicissitudes of life. His eyes and eyebrows were full of fatigue and forced sharpness. He no longer remembers. When did Luo Qin see him? He was just a young boy, in his teens or 20s, who was completely ignorant of the ways of the world and knew nothing. It is hard to imagine what Luo Qin had gone through in just a few months, to grow up overnight and become what he is now. Then you have to give up a lot of things. Su Yugang also became serious, and said to him seriously, men, women, when you reach my age, it is already settled whether you have the ability or not, and it is unlikely that you can fight for anything. But I have seen with my own eyes how those who have everything fight for it, killing blindly and risking everything. 11 out of 10 people are desperate, many survive, but many drown. The chips and the price are the same thing. Luo Qin thought for a while, picked up a stone at hand, tossed it a few times between his fingertips, and it fell to the ground with a bang. I'll go out and look for him again. He stood up, moving his body casually. Let's go see him by the way. Su Yugang, I'll go with you. Before the two of them walked out of the youth entrepreneurship park, several members of the rescue team hurried over on motorcycles, got off the car without turning off the engine, and threw the car to the side of the road, and ran to Su Yugang in a panic. Brother Su, Officer Chung just got a message, saying that the person has been found. Let Xiao Luo go right over. Oh, finally found a place. Su Yugang laughed. Let's go and see. By the town bar. Xue Liang saw a circle of people surrounding Chung Qinyao at the door. They were all familiar faces. She didn't care about her awkward situation. She walked over with a few surprised looks, and pushed open the door of the bar. The lights were on the second floor of the bar. A low voice was heard. Xue Liang walked up the stairs quickly. As soon as he turned the corner, he bumped into Chung Qinyao, who was walking towards him. Chung Qinyao was stunned for a moment. His face changed suddenly. He didn't have time to adjust his expression. He subconsciously stopped Xue Liang. Brother, why are you here? See, Miao's location is here. Xue Liang looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Chung Qinyao broke out in a cold sweat. The usual ease was gone. In addition to escaping, he couldn't think of any other way to deal with it. What should he say? What should he say? A group of special police officers in the corridor suddenly fell silent. Even the conversation downstairs instantly became low. Lu Huai happened to walk up the stairs at this time, and was confused by the scene, not knowing what had happened when everything was fine just now. Chung Qinyao couldn't utter a word, and could only pull Xue Liang, trying in vain to stop him from going to that room. Don't look, brother, don't look. Xue Liang's mind went blank. Originally Chung Qinyu's hesitant look just made him suspicious, but when the words don't look came out, he almost couldn't breathe, and used all his strength to shake off Chung Qinyao, not caring about the wound being torn again, and stumbled to the room at the end. Lu Huai chased after him. But before he reached the door, he could smell the blood in the air with great alertness. And all the pores on his body contracted. It was too late. When he realized that something was wrong and wanted to stop Xue Liang, the door had been kicked open. In the room, Bai Wu Luo knelt on the ground and looked back in horror. He saw Xue Liang rushing in with a panicked face. His mind was immediately confused. He opened his mouth, but dared not even speak. When Xue Liang saw the scene in the room, his consciousness was disconnected. The blood in the room shattered his last consciousness, as if a light went out before his eyes. Xue Liang could not hear anything, could not feel anything, and all he could see were two people lying on the ground without a sound, motionless in a pool of blood, their bodies and faces covered in blood, their eyes slightly open, but not even blinking. Bai Wuluo looked at him like a lifeless wax figure, with a deathly pale face, holding a slightly curled hand in his hand. Shui Liang's breathing became rapid, and he took 2 steps forward, and stepped on something. He lowered his head, and saw the broken computer shells all over the ground, soaked red with blood. Then he saw the hearing aid thrown in the pool of blood, crushed to pieces, with mechanical parts scattered all over the floor. And the earphone at the end was tightly grasped by Shui Sixian, with her right hand clenched into a fist. Shui Liang squatted down, stretched out his hand, and tried to pry it open. But he couldn't do it. Maybe his hands were too soft. His wrists were shaking, and he was trying hard. But he couldn't even open his sister's hand. Shui Sixian opened his eyes slightly, and when Shui Liang held him, blood gushed out of his neck, and he didn't react. Shui Liang turned his head to look at Shui Simi again. He didn't wear hearing aids in either ear. He was lying on the floor. His back was flat, but there were several cuts on it. The blood on Shui Liang's face had faded completely. He stood up without a word. His eyes were like an endless wilderness. The pain in his chest suddenly disappeared for a moment. Bai Wuluo didn't know how long it took him to calm down. He reached out to help Shui Liang, who was almost unable to stand. As soon as he touched his arm, he heard Shui Liang groan, and then suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Huai had sharp eyes, and immediately found that Shui Liang's collar was also soaked with blood. The wound that had finally healed was torn again. "Brother!" Bai Wuluo screamed. "What's wrong with you, brother?" Shui Liang had reached his limit, and his body and mind could no longer support him. After vomiting blood, he completely fainted and started to have a high fever. When Luo Qin arrived, he could not find Shui Liang in the chaotic crowd, but first saw the bodies of Shui Sixian and Shui Simi in the room, which were being covered with white cloth and taken away by special police. He rushed over, ignoring the people around him trying to stop him, and lifted the white cloth covering the body. Seeing 2 familiar and quiet faces, a feeling of fear hit his cerebral cortex. Luo Qin only took a glance and turned his head away, his eyes soaked. He didn't know how to accept it. 2 young lives that were still full of energy not long ago suddenly disappeared in front of him. When the rescue team member came to tell him, he remembered that he grabbed the other person without reason, and asked in a breakdown, "What do you mean by people are gone? What does it mean to be gone?" Now the facts are in front of him. In a pale, dead form, Cheng Qingyao squatted in the room silently, picking up the remains of the laptop and hearing aid on the ground, looking at Luo Qin standing there as if his soul had been taken away, and said in a low voice, "Wu Luo just sent him back, and he vomited blood when he saw the body. His condition is not very good." Luo Qin knew that Shui Liang's current condition was extremely unstable, and he was worried about leaving him alone in the safe house. So he took him back to the community where Lu Huai lived and temporarily placed him there. Cheng Qingyao's men were very tight-lipped, and they would definitely not let Li Muqi know anything. It was just that the death of Shui Sixian and Shui Simiao was hard for anyone to accept for a while. Shui Liang slept for a few days before waking up in a daze, and no longer had a fever. He did not speak on his own initiative, nor did he want to eat. He just looked out the window, or lowered his head in a daze, and sat alone most of the day. Luo Qin also couldn't sleep. He would wake up in the middle of the night because of nightmares and the slightest movement of people around him. He had been thinking about seeing Shui Liang all the way, but Shui Liang was not as silent as she was now. Shui Liang, who was as lifeless as a doll, made him see no hope at first glance. Bai Wulu and Cheng Qingyao probably also confirmed that the charred body in the car was most likely Nian Yu. As for the missing falcon, there is still no news. Su Yugang also came a few times, standing in the living room without entering the house, and asked Luo Qin worriedly, "How is it? Did you cry after waking up?" Luo Qin sat on the sofa, looking at the closed bedroom door, also at a loss. "I just shed a few tears. Didn't make a fuss. I don't know what to do." Su Yugang sighed. "This is not good. It's not right if he doesn't cry freely. You can only watch him more. I have seen too many examples of people who don't cry much after being greatly stimulated, and suddenly one day, they can't hold on, and have a mental breakdown." Luo Qin knew it in his heart, so he didn't dare to leave Shui Liang alone. Lu Huai was watching over her during the day, and he was watching over her at night. She had hardly slept well for a single night these days. 3 days later, Bai Wu Luo came over. Shui Liang rarely spoke up, but he asked about Nian Yu's whereabouts. Bai Wu Luo knew he couldn't hide it. So he told her the truth. After Shui Liyang heard it, he didn't have any other reaction. He just looked out the window woodenly, as if no matter how tragic things happened, they couldn't excite him now. But that night, Shui Liyang took the initiative to go to bed for the first time. And under the bed were the neatly stacked music scores and sketches, as well as the storybook with their names on it. Luo Qin couldn't help wanting to bring it up to Shui Liyang several times. But now was obviously not the time to discuss this matter. So he could only swallow his words silently. He sat in the dark room, looking at Shui Liyang's figure with his back to him, and his heart ached. Suddenly, he saw Shui Liyang's shoulders tremble. And then, there was a faint sob. Luo Qin walked over and lay down beside him, hugged him from behind, afraid of pressing on the wound, and slightly raised his arms, silently kissing Shui Liyang's neck. These days, Luo Qin had tried to find the murderer of Shui Sixian and Shui Ximia. But he was told that the surveillance of that section of the street had been completely damaged in the struggle in the camp, and it could not record any footage. But after several days and nights of investigation, he finally found some other clues. However, it was not good news. After reading it, he became even more irritated. In an abandoned commercial street, not far from the bar where Sixian and Simi were killed, there is a privately installed hidden camera. Since the restoration of regional power supply in Baida town, only this camera has been relying on solar energy to maintain basic operation. And it will automatically overwrite the surveillance footage from a week ago every 7 days. When Luo Qin checked the surveillance content, the footage of the day when the murder happened had not been deleted. He cleared everyone out and left himself in the room to watch the surveillance of those days. When he came out, he was in a daze. In fact, there was no key information about the murder recorded in it. Just the survivors and zombies coming and going. But what made him uneasy was that on the night when Sixian and Simi were killed, just a few minutes before their death, Jimoro appeared in the surveillance screen. The person on the surveillance camera had half of his face covered by a hood, and only a rough outline could be seen from the blurred picture. But Luo Qin recognized the clothes, which he saw Jimoro wearing when he returned to Qingdao from Shanghai not long ago. Even if she changed her clothes, he could easily tell from her figure and walking posture that this person was Jimoro. But he had no idea how to tell Shui Liyang about this matter. And it seemed that Jima Song had not contacted Jimoro. He just wanted to find out the matter as soon as possible so that he could give Shui Liyang an explanation. The deaths of the two people might be caused by some camp in Baida town, and it might not be related to Jimoro. Maybe he just happened to be there. However, Jimoro never showed up, which made Luo Qin's doubts unable to be erased. After feeling that the person in his arms had fallen asleep, Luo Qin got out of bed quietly, walked to the living room, and stood by the window for a long time. His heart was in turmoil. After a while, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter on the table, and took a puff. The next evening, Luo Qin did not come back, so Lu Huai stayed to take care of Shui Liyang. He sat in the living room separated from Shui Liyang by a wall, typing on the computer intently. Shui Liyang looked at him for a while, and suddenly reached into his pocket and took out a black thin piece with 2 fingers. This was an alloy blade that originally belonged to a certain saber. It came from the wound on Shui Sixian's body. There was a not very conspicuous embossed number on the fragment, and the number could be vaguely seen to be 03. It was the steel seal of a Tai Sui alloy knife that he had forged for Jimoro. On the back of the knife, the setting sun outside the window gradually fell into the mountains, and finally only a blood-red color remained. The look in Shui Liyang's eyes gradually sank, gradually becoming cold and full of murderous intent. After a moment, he put the blade back in his pocket and leaned back on the chair with his eyes closed. The sound of Luo Qin opening the door came from outside. Chapter 211. Take Me With You. Luo Qin parked the car beside an old provincial road in Baida town, turned off the car, lowered the window, and smoked one cigarette after another inside. He didn't know when he started to seek this way to relieve stress, but it did work. A few days ago, in the midst of his busy schedule of taking care of Shui Liyang, he took time out to help the Human Alliance recapture the Ark headquarters building. Li Muki, Shui Yunting and others packed up and moved back with great fanfare. It was also when cleaning the headquarters room that Luo Qin found some old cigarettes that smelled calming. They were probably left by previous office workers. They had not been damp, so he thought they were still smokable. After trying one, he felt pretty good. Luo Qin took a lot of cigarettes back from the room. He didn't smoke often, but he would have one when he was particularly anxious. It was rare for him to smoke one after another like he did now, until someone came over and opened his passenger door, sat in, and pressed the car's chassis down. Luo Qin tilted his head slightly and exhaled a puff of smoke. "You've learned to smoke?" Jimoro looked at him. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with sarcasm. "Do you want to try to recreate human beings and see if smoking 10 packs of cigarettes a day will cause lung cancer? I'm not a recreated human being in the strict sense. Your rules don't work for me," Luo Qin said. "You still know how to show up?" Jimoro sneered. "I heard that there was a reckless person who blocked the transportation of supplies to several camps in Baita town for several days in a row. Some people who went up to cause trouble were beaten to a pulp. After that, no one dared to provoke him, so I came to see if I could afford to provoke him. I have something to ask you." Luo Qin turned his head and stared at him. "Do you know that Shui Sixian and Shui Simu are dead?" Jimoro. His face changed drastically, and he immediately leaned over to look at him. "What?" Luo Qin looked at him quietly for a while, but he couldn't see anything else. "It happened 7 days ago. You really don't know?" "How can I know?" Jimoro cursed, leaned back on the chair, and kicked forward again. "Fuck. What a beast. He even did that to a child. Did Shui Liang know?" He already knew. Jimoro's face turned pale, and she cursed after a long time. "Who did it? Don't you want to live? If Shui Liang wants revenge, he can even pull out your belt and tendons." Luo Qin noticed that he was still wearing the same hooded sweatshirt today. Clean and tidy. Nothing unusual. "Where is he now?" Jimoro asked again. "I was investigating the Falcon, but I couldn't find anyone. I didn't want Li Miyuki to succeed, so I didn't return to the Ark." Luo Qin said lightly. "I put Lizzie in a very safe place, so she's fine for now. By the way, where were you on the day when Sixi and Simi got into trouble?" Jimoro was stunned for a moment, and her face turned cold in an instant. "What do you mean?" Luo Qin didn't say much to Jimoro, including the surveillance. The other parties seemed to be really unaware, either because he was really out of the matter, or because his acting skills were so superb that even he couldn't see the flaws. The two of them didn't get along, and they dispersed after a few words. Before Jimoro got off the car, she suddenly thought of something, took something out of her pocket, and threw it to him. "Here." I picked it up. The thing thrown on Luo Qin's leg was a hearing aid, which was originally worn on Shui Simi's right ear. Brothers who returned to the Ark. He said that the survivors were not all one-sidedly questioning Lizzie. Many people saw that something was wrong from the beginning, but their voices were useless. Luo Qin sighed. "Anyone who stood up to point out doubts will be targeted and accused of various things. Now the Ark's camps are very clear. As long as you don't oppose Lizzie, you are an accomplice, so no one dares to speak for him anymore. I will find a way to start with the alliance. You take care of his side first." Jimoro got out of the car after saying that, closed the door, and left without looking back. Luo Qin picked up the hearing aid, was in a trance for a long time, then opened the glove box and threw the hearing aid in, looked out the window, and lit another cigarette. In the evening, he returned to the community, opened the security door as usual, and called Shui Liang, but got no response. He thought Shui Liang still didn't want to talk to anyone, so he took his dinner into the bedroom, and found that Shui Liang was gone. Luo Qin was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He searched everywhere, and finally found Shui Liang sitting quietly on the open-air balcony of the middle house next door, burning paper money. His pale and thin face was illuminated by the fire, and the iron basin filled with paper money in front of him flickered. Half a piece of unburned newspaper was blown to Luo Qin's feet by the wind. He bent down to pick it up. Seeing the date, it was the latest issue of the Ark newspaper. The front page used a whole page to scold Shui Liang. The words were so sharp that they penetrated the paper. The writer was anonymous, but he seemed to want to use his pen as a knife to kill Shui Liang as soon as possible. "Lychee." Luo Qin walked to Shui Liang and squatted down, holding his hand. "Did Lu Huai get it for you?" Shui Liang nodded, as if afraid that he didn't understand, and explained, "Today is the 7th day after Si Xian and Simu's death. I have only held funerals 3 times in my life. Once for my brother, once for my mother, and I never thought I would hold funerals for them again." Luo Qin listened to him say this calmly, and his heart felt like it was cut open and crushed. Shui Liang had to remind himself again that the brothers and sisters he loved in the past were really gone, and would never come back, and 7 days had passed since that nightmare. I'll accompany you, Luo Qin said softly. Xue Liang looked at him, and some emotions were brewing in his dark eyes, as if he was forbearing. Luo Qin clasped his 10 fingers and asked, "What's wrong?" Xue Liang slowly released Luo Qin's hand, took out a pistol from his waist, and twisted it between his fingertips. "Don't worry about me, Luo Qin." Luo Qin had a bad feeling in his heart. "What are you going to do, Lichi?" Xue Liang stood up, pointed the gun out the window, and pointed it in the direction of the Ark. The Ark should not exist. It is a shame that Li Muqi gave it this name. From now on, I will be the enemy of everyone in the Ark, including me. Luo Qin looked up at him. Xue Liang looked at him in silence for a long time, and suddenly laughed, "Including you, Luo Qin. You must be my enemy. From now on, don't stand on my side once, but don't stop me. When the end comes, I will give you everything." Luo Qin stood up and grabbed Xue Liang's wrist. "Whatever you want to do, I will do it with you. Lichi, who do you want to kill? Tell me. Just don't stop me." Xue Liang raised his voice. "Never stop me. Tell me what you want to do." Luo Qin was going crazy. "Lichi, I beg you, don't push me away without saying a word. I don't understand what you are saying, Lichi. I don't understand what you are thinking at all now." Suddenly, as if he remembered that there was a life-saving straw, he said impatiently, "Lu Huai showed me your childhood storybook. We knew each other before, right? Lichi, I don't remember, I'm sorry. Can you tell me?" Xue Liang was shocked, stepped back suddenly, and was a little at a loss. Luo Qin's words came unexpectedly, hitting the Achilles heel under all the solid disguises, and instantly shook his determination that he had built up with great difficulty. But soon, he forced himself to calm down, looking sadly into Luo Qin's eyes, as if he had seen decades of nostalgia at a glance. He was mourning for his memories for the last time, even if the next words would hurt Luo Qin. "No," Xue Liang said. "Before Shening, we had never met, Luo Qin." From this moment on, he could not leave himself any way out. Even the last trace of pure concern in his mind must be cut off. Luo Qin took a step forward and put the gun against his chest. "Tell me." Luo Qin's voice was hoarse. "Even if you kill me, tell me." "Lizzie." Xue Liang closed his eyes and asked in a hollow tone, "Did I really save many people, Luo Qin? Did the things I did before really make sense?" Luo Qin didn't know how to answer. Was it meaningful? All the doubts and betrayals that he had worked so hard for had already left Xue Liang with many holes. If the days to come really won't get better, what will they do? He was growing too slowly, and he couldn't catch up with the speed of everything falling into the abyss, no matter what. They need a punching bag to vent their anger on. Don't I? Am I not a human being? Don't I have a heart? Xue Liang cried out in despair. But his finger was still under the trigger, and his hand holding the gun kept shaking. This is too fucking unfair. Luo Qin couldn't say a word except to hold him in his arms. The pain was like a virus that was spreading everywhere. Luo Qin. I won't save anyone anymore. I can't save them. Xue Liang threw away the pistol in despair. I can't save anyone. I need someone to save me. He pushed Luo Qin away and walked out quickly. Luo Qin was panicking, and he grabbed Xue Liang's hand. Where are you going? You're still injured. Xue Liang looked back at him, but there was no light in her eyes, which reminded Luo Qin of the family photo hanging on the wall of the old house. In the photo, young Xue Liang had the same look. You have to stay in Fangzhou and keep going forward. I'm leaving. Xue Liang stretched out her hand to Luo Qin with red eyes and touched his chest. Give this to me, Luo Qin. Luo Qin woke up as if from a dream and looked down at his chest. The bronze medal strung with red thread hung outside his collar, close to his heart. Xue Liang was just asking for this thing, but it would undoubtedly take his heart with it. Here you go. Luo Qin pulled it off with brute force, leaving a red ring around his neck. But he didn't feel any pain. Aren't you taking me with you? Xue Liang tightly grasped the bronze medal whose hanging wire had been broken, and turned around and rushed out as if he was afraid that he would regret it the next second. Luo Qin didn't know how he walked back to the balcony. He looked at the paper money scattered by the wind, and the fire in the charcoal basin that was about to go out. He was silent for a long time, and bent down to pick up the half piece of paper on the ground. Chapter 212, If There Is No Reunion in the World. When Cheng Qingyao received Luo Qin's call back, He was on his way to the city center. He drove the car with one hand and pressed the connect button. Luo Qin, where are you? I saw you called me several times. Sorry, I didn't get back to you before. Luo Qin's voice was weak. Lizzie left. He didn't let me follow. Cheng Qingyao interrupted him. Come to the municipal fountain square. I just received a message. Shui Liang appeared there. I think he went to Fangzhou. Cui Haoshan led the alliance and giant lizards to block him on the road. He happened to run into my sister again. The situation is very chaotic. You should come quickly. 7 or 8 heavily armored vehicles roared through the streets. The zombies wandering on the road could not avoid them, and were knocked away dozens of meters. Red and black stains filled the roadside. Many of them stood up again and chased the car clumsily. Cheng Qingyao picked up the walkie-talkie and repeated, notify each team. No one is allowed to shoot without my order. He is not aggressive now. Don't anger him. He parked the car on the main road outside the square and got out without a gun. Cheng Qingyao and his family have arrived. Hundreds of people in front of them have surrounded the square. There are fierce gunshots coming from time to time. Cui Haoshan pointed his gun at Shui Liang and roared. You are looking for death. Shui Liang pointed the gun at his forehead and pulled the trigger without saying anything. Cui Haoshan dodged quickly. But he was still scared by the desperate posture of the opposite side and broke into a cold sweat. Get out. Shui Liang swept his gun through the crowd. His eyes were fierce. He had few bullets left, and his waist injury was torn. So he had to break out of here as soon as possible. Cheng Qingyao stepped forward and kicked Cui Haoshan away, grabbed his pistol, rushed into the chaotic crowd, fired a shot into the air. Stop! Everyone stepped back. Cheng Qingyao took the opportunity to lead people to surround, separating the alliance and the giant lizard from each other, and quietly disrupted the formation. You Chengs, don't be shameless. Cui Haoshan felt threatened, stepped back a few steps, panting and cursing. Cheng Qingyao, who the hell are you? A cop who carries shoes for others. The decision passed by 3/4 of the Ark Committee. What do you want to do? Cheng Qingyao walked over quickly, said in a cold voice. What decision? I haven't even heard of it. Or is Li Muki going to kick me out directly? Everyone turned around to look at her, knowing where this person came from, and dared not provoke her easily. Cheng Qingyao has been very active recently. With Shui Liang's help, she and Cheng Qingyao took over the Youth Entrepreneurship Park. She assisted Lan Yan a lot, both openly and secretly. After returning to Fangzhou, she intervened and took over in a big way, leaving Li Muki almost no chance to redistribute the pie. Today I must let Shui Liang pass through here, Cheng Qingyao said, since Li Muki can do things without informing me. I don't need to ask for his consent. Fuck. You little bitch. Cui Haoshan hadn't finished cursing yet. The special police and Cheng family members around him all pointed their guns at him. And Cheng Qingyao looked at him and sneered. Little bitch? Yes. You are now being suppressed by a bitch. Useless thing. Do you accept it? Cheng Qingyao was stunned for a moment, and was somewhat helpless. Sister, Cui Haoshan cursed in a low voice. And after a long stalemate, he could only retreat with the giant lizard people under the intimidation of the Cheng family, while the people of the alliance around him still did not move. Shui Liang approached the crowd, forcing them to retreat, and suddenly began to count 3 quickly. 1, 2, 3. When everyone was still pondering what he meant by this, Shui Liang suddenly shot and smashed the heads of the 2 mercenaries standing in the front, splattering blood all over Cui Haoshan's face. Seeing this, the alliance members rushed forward one after another. Shui Liang did not intend to tangle with them, but just swung away the people blocking the way in front of him, and quickly crossed the deserted square, and put the muzzle of the gun under his arm with his backhand, and blew up the oil drum in the corner of the square with one shot. When the human alliance was cleaning the streets, they placed these oil barrels in every corner of the city just in case. When surrounded by a large number of zombies, they could directly detonate them to escape. But now it became a self-digging grave. Shui Liang saved the last few bullets for those oil barrels. In a series of explosions, the flames instantly jumped into the air. The giant lizards no longer stayed still, taking advantage of the chaos of the crowd. A dozen sturdy mercenaries surrounded them from the side. The rocket launcher landed on the flower bed at the exit of the square, blowing up dust all over the sky and blocking the road in front of Shui Liang. You are looking for death. Shui Liang punched a mercenary in front of him in the face. His skull was instantly shattered, and his brain tissue spurted out of his nasal cavity. When he fell to the ground, his limbs were still twitching. Cui Haoshan fired a shot at him, but Shui Liang didn't even dodge. The bullet went through his chest. And Shui Liang didn't even pause. He rushed straight towards Cui Haoshan with a knife, like a fierce god. At that moment, the surrounding scenery seemed to slow down. Cui Haoshan watched Shui Liang holding a knife in one hand. And the cold light on his fingertips rushed towards him without any explanation. But his feet seemed to be rooted in the ground. And he trembled subconsciously. And couldn't move a step. It's over, he thought. I can't avoid it. Suddenly, just like the dramatic scene in the movie, there was a sound of a gunshot with a silencer in the distance. The bullet broke through the summer heat, friction the air to make it hot, and shot rapidly towards the center of the square. The muffled sound of the bullet piercing the body pierced everyone present. But this shot did not hit Shui Liang. The direction of the trajectory was even far away from him. Shui Liang's heart suddenly sank. As if he had a premonition, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction where the gunshot fell. The mercenary next to him immediately took advantage of the situation, and kicked Shui Liang in the waist. The excruciating pain swept over him. Shui Liang hit the flower bed of the fountain statue hard. He covered his waist, and spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes went black. Shui Liang's vision was a little blurry. He looked up at Cui Haoshan, who was approaching step by step. But he turned his face away quickly. His attention was attracted by the crowd on the other side that was completely in chaos. Cheng Qingyao seemed to be screaming. But it was not due to pain. The bullet did not hit him. There was another equally terrible possibility. Shui Liang thought of it immediately. But fear prevented him from thinking further. Just like when he saw Sixian and Simi die. The same despair swept over him again. Cui Haoshan saw Shui Liang in a daze. And proudly stepped on him, crushing Shui Liang's wound again. He looked at the person on the ground, whose fingers were rubbing against the ground in pain, leaving blood marks. His soles rolled over the wounds repeatedly. He suddenly felt happy. He glanced at the crowd and said excitedly and distortedly, Shui Liang, look at what you did. Cheng Qingye, that arrogant little girl, is dead. Ha ha ha. Shui Liang felt a ringing in his ears. Through the chaotic crowd, he saw Cheng Qingyao holding Cheng Qingye, who was covered in blood, and giving her first aid quickly, while calling out with all his might, Sister! Sister! Cheng Qingye seemed to still be breathing, her chest heaving up and down, like a dried-up fish trying desperately to inhale a little air into its lungs. But it was still no use. Her face was as pale as wax. The face that was so lively just now suddenly became fragile, as if it could not withstand the slightest wind, or it would soon fall apart. Take the person back, quickly. Cheng Qingyao hurriedly held Cheng Qingye and stood up. The person next to him pressed the bullet hole on Cheng Qingye's chest tightly, but still couldn't stop the blood from gushing out like a fountain. The burns from the bullet continued to tear at the wound. Cheng Qingye tightly grasped Cheng Qingye's hand, opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't squeeze out a word. Yao yao yao. Cheng Qingyao felt her hand being held tightly, and then heard Cheng Qingye squeeze out a few words from her chest with almost all her strength. Live yao. Cheng Qingye shook and struggled violently, gasping for air. Definitely. Don't talk, sister. Don't be afraid, I'll take you back now. Cheng Qingyao hugged her and got into the car, and hurriedly called for others to drive. Quick, go back to find Zhu Yin, quick. Shui Liang coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, suppressed the urge to vomit in her throat, and slowly stood up. The Alliance people surrounded him again, and he did not react at all. Just breathing hard, feeling more and more suffocated. He did not know when Luo Qin came to support him from behind. His mind was blank. Snowflakes were everywhere, and he seemed to be standing in the middle of a snowy field. And he could not hear anything. The neon lights flickered in front of his eyes, and the sirens sounded from near to far, accompanied by the sound of film rewinding and cassette. And everything became blurry. Cheng Qingyao called Cheng Qingye's name over and over again, but no one paid attention. He suddenly felt warm liquid on his face. He wiped it with the back of his hand, and felt a handful of tears. Cheng Qingye's voice with a faint sad smile suddenly came from behind him. Alas! Grow up quickly. Yao Yao. Your sister can't protect you anymore. Sister? Cheng Qingyao suddenly woke up, gasping wildly with her hand on her chest, and snowflakes dancing in front of her eyes. After more than 10 seconds, he gradually came to his senses. The anxious inquiries of the people around him gradually became louder. He seemed to be pulled out of deep water. His vision and hearing became clear. Captain Cheng, are you okay? A glass of water was handed over, but Cheng Qingyao did not reach out to take it. He just turned his head and looked at the assistant standing in front of him. Where's my sister? He felt his eyes were extremely dry, and even blinking was accompanied by a stinging pain. The assistant beside him had almost dropped his head to the ground. He was forced by Chung Qingya's gaze, and said in a trembling voice, "Captain Chung, please accept my condolences." Chung Qingya's fist clenched with a cracking sound, and he said in shock, "What condolences?" "Chairman Chung. The rescue was ineffective," the assistant said. "The gunshot wound penetrated the lungs, and the excessive blood loss caused multiple organ failure. She just died." Chung Qingya seemed to have been sentenced. He stood up, pushed the assistant aside, and walked to the emergency room. He had heard the sound of rescue work inside before. Why was it so quiet now? "Sister?" Chung Qingya was afraid that his voice was too soft, and almost shouted at the top of his lungs. "Chung Qingya." Zhu Yin pushed open the door of the emergency room and came out, looking at him with a gloomy face, and took 10 seconds to prepare his tone. "Officer Chung, I am sorry for your loss." Chapter 213, going further and further away. And no more books. Zhu Yin stood outside the emergency room, and the door behind him was tightly closed. He asked everyone else to go back, and he couldn't say why he stayed here, but he felt very upset. Chung Qingyao's reaction was more intense than he had imagined, and more unbearable. Zhu Yin had seen that kind of grief from the heart many times, and thought he would get used to it, but after all, it was a human life, and he still couldn't treat it in a routine way. There were footsteps at the corner of the corridor, and the rhythm of the steps was very familiar. Zhu Yin lowered his eyes, and silently pushed open the door of the corridor and slipped in, not intending to meet the other party. Chung Qingya was still in a daze when he was pulled up from the ground. He held Chung Qingya's hand tightly. The people behind him used some strength to pry his fingers apart one by one, and helped him sit down on the chair. Jimoro supported Chung Qingya's arm, and glanced at the person on the operating table with a gloomy look. His heart was in a mess. He had just arrived at the Youth Entrepreneurship Park to take a breath, and heard that a woman had died in the Ark, and she was a senior member of the committee. He immediately panicked and didn't care about anything else, and rushed here without stopping. When passing by the plum garden, where Luo Qin celebrated Shui Liang's birthday a few years ago, he saw 2 lonely bamboos leaning against each other, one of which had broken at some point, and the panic became stronger. It was not until he opened the door of the office, and saw Jima Song's tired and pale face that Jimoro's heart, which was hanging on the guillotine, fell to the ground with a bang. He did not let the other party see that his legs were so weak that he almost squatted down. He supported the door frame with all his strength and asked in the most trembling voice in his life, "What happened?" "Xiao Yi is dead." Jimaro had never seen that kind of expression on Jima Song's face before. Grief, anger and helplessness mixed together. And then she pounded the table hard, with extremely scarlet eyes. If it were any other time, he would have mercilessly laughed at the other person's gaffe. But this time was different. Neither of them was in the mood to say anything else. Ro, I don't dare to go see her." Jima Song's voice was very hoarse. Jimoro walked to Jima Song's side, looked at her thin shoulders and back, raised her hand slightly, and finally put it down, saying, "I'll go see her for you." He came to the emergency room, and when he faced Chung Qingya's body, he suddenly felt like he was hit by a club. Countless emotions surged into his heart, and fear and panic swept over him like never before. Chung Qingya's painful look made him more and more uneasy. He could stand here and face everything calmly now, because the person lying on the operating table was not Jima Song. When Jimoro came in, she heard Chung Qingya mumbling something, crying and laughing, saying things to Chung Qingya that were difficult to say before. The confession of the estrangement between siblings during adolescence, the awkward and unwilling to speak of the past, the guilt for not protecting her well, said it now, but the dead will never hear it again. No matter how many regrets there are, I can never say them. He stood silently beside Chung Qingya, watching him whimper in pain, his brows knitted tightly. Chung Qingya's assistant came in from outside and took a look. He felt that he probably couldn't hear anything he said, so he turned to Jimoro and said, "Captain Shui Liang came over. He just entered the gate, and no one dared to stop him. Li Miyuki didn't show up now, so I wanted to ask Captain Chung for his opinion." Jimoro nodded and said, "You watch him here. I'll go and deal with it." He turned around and left the operating room. At the entrance of the Ark, Cui Haoshan led the giant lizard mercenaries to try to stop them. Shui Liang easily killed more than a dozen mercenaries, then pinched Cui Haoshan's neck, pierced his chest with a steel bar, nailed him to the wall alive, and continued to walk towards the headquarters building. The murderous aura on him was tantamount to a preemptive declaration of war, making all the recreated humans in the Ark feel oppressed. What on earth are you going to do? An Alliance soldier sat on the ground, stepping back in fear. You killed so many people, you're really a madman. I can be even crazier. Xue Liang laughed. If Li Muqi doesn't tie up the person who killed Cheng Qingye and bring him to me today, I will kill everyone here. Didn't you kill Cheng Qingye? The man was shaking with fear and started to curse incoherently. You must have killed her, and you're looking for an excuse to push it onto someone else. Everyone knew that Cheng Qingye's death was not an accident, and someone had to take the blame. But they would rather the man be the already notorious Xue Liang, a war machine who has committed countless evils, a murderous ghost, who should bear the crime as a matter of course, and then confess his crime and be punished as a matter of course, which is more appropriate. Xue Liang glanced at the man, and was too lazy to pay attention to him, and walked past him. Zhao Fanglu led people to block the entrance of the headquarters, facing Xue Liang, as if he saw the silent and introverted child in the past walking towards him. But the emotions in his eyes were completely different, and at this moment, they were all strangers to each other. Get out of the way. I will chop Li Muqi into pieces and feed him to Xue Yunting. Xue Liang stopped and looked at him, raised his knife. Do you want to come over and get a share? Zhao Fanglu didn't see Luo Qin's shadow behind him, shook his head, and sighed. Stop it, Yan Yang. Don't let things get out of hand. Will I let things get out of hand? Xue Liang raised his chin mockingly, with a twisted smile in his tone. Zhao Fanglu, let me ask you, when Li Muqi slandered me, did you ever think that it wouldn't get out of hand? When he killed Sixi and Simu, and then killed Cheng Qingye, did you ever think that it wouldn't get out of hand? And he tightened the saber in his hand, sneered, when you wanted to take me back for interrogation without knowing the truth. Did you ever think that it wouldn't get out of hand? Zhao Fanglu's face changed slightly, and he looked at Xue Liang awkwardly. Before today, you had plenty of opportunities to stop and give things room to turn around. Xue Liang completely broke the balance between him and Zhao Fanglu, and asked sternly, who is it that is so determined to kill him and won't let him go? What is Cheng Qingye doing to you? You are going to kill Xiao Su and leave him no chance to live. If you listen to me and come back with me, I promise that no one will hurt you and no one will have the chance to frame you. Zhao Fanglu shouted. It's you who don't believe me, are stubborn, biased, and don't listen to other people's advice. I won't listen to you anymore. Xue Liang swung his saber. Get out of the way. Don't force me to kill you too. Gunshots rang out instantly. And just as the two sides were in a stalemate, there was a sudden rumble from the building above, and something suddenly broke through the building and flew straight down. It was a 3 or 4 meter long desk, half of which was stuck in the cement floor at the door, and the marble tabletop was almost shattered. Then a figure jumped down from the building with glass fragments, and landed in front of Xue Liang. Cease fire, Zhao Fanglu said. All the gunshots stopped at the same time, and everyone swallowed nervously, watching the figure who jumped down from the building step by step towards Xue Liang. Li Muqi stood in the office on the top floor, looking down coldly. Xue Yunting looked solemn, and did not even take a sip of the tea in his hand. He stared at the back of the flesh and blood that he once controlled, and clenched his left hand into a fist. He is such a pity and pitiful failure. Li Muqi sighed. Why didn't you see the potential of your son back then? His talent determines that he will become the top existence among the recreated humans. If he can combine with the red scab virus and let you manipulate him, he must be a good and obedient knife. You should really grasp it well. Xue Yunting snorted coldly and said, It's a beast anyway. Just kill it. We don't need one. Train Luo Qin well. Use him to kill Xue Liang, and we will all be at peace. I just think it's a pity. I have plenty of knives. Li Muqi laughed softly. The ring on his hand must be. It is the original stone of the first generation. Your eldest son who died left such a good thing, but you refused to tell your biological father you are also a failure. You married 2 children, and neither of them gave birth to a useful child. It would be better to strangle them all to death when they were born. Xue Yunting's words were like those of an evil spirit, but he did not feel scared at all. The genes in my mother's belly are not good. They are all submissive, and have no courage at all. I agree. Li Muqi glanced at the dark tea room vaguely. A woman's genes probably determine her quality. Li Xiaohan sat inside, lowering her head to brew a pot of silver needles, and did not even stop her hands when she heard the words. Forget it. If we can let the three of them kill each other. It's not a loss to kill Shui Liang, Li Muki said. Anyway, we still have someone who is just as useful. Right? A chuckle came from the tea room, and a figure beside Li Xiaohan moved, reaching out to pick up a cup of tea. Downstairs, Shui Liang stood at the door of the building with murderous intent, looking at Jimoro expressionlessly. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here immediately, and don't cause trouble for yourself and others. Jimoro flexed his fist and said, You saved me, so I won't kill you, and I won't let others kill you. Shui Liang pointed the knife at him. Who do you think you are? Get out of here, or I'll kill you. Try it. Jimoro's peach blossom eyes were mixed with coldness, and she was determined not to let Shui Liang in today. Cheng Qingye's fate made Jimoro sober up. Li Muki would not let anyone who tried to leave the Ark go, unless they destroyed themselves. There was no chance for the insiders to escape, including Shui Liang himself. Luo Qin helped him escape countless times, but he was also involved in disputes countless times. All of this was designed by someone. The Ark is now a huge ghost ship, a curse created by everyone's own hands. It is huge, cold-blooded, cruel, and has already developed a terrible self-awareness. Its huge skeleton will crush everyone who stands in its way without exception. Luo Qin had just finished dealing with the mess outside, and now he pushed through the crowd and ran toward Shui Liang breathlessly. Zhao Fanglu saw him coming and immediately stopped him, saying seriously, Luo Qin, if you still want him to be safe, go and stop him from going crazy. Otherwise all of us together can't save him. Don't come and teach me how to do things. Luo Qin pushed him away with a slap. You are the ones who are pushing him to death. At this time, an explosion suddenly occurred in the headquarters hall, and everyone turned to look at the smoke-filled door, and a figure walked out from inside. Shui Liang narrowed his eyes, familiar pheromones roaming on the surface of his skin, and he soon recognized the man as Falcon. He felt that Falcon seemed to be different from usual, but it was dark, and no one could see clearly. Falcon came forward with a submachine gun, pulled Shui Liang's arm, and said in a deep voice, Captain, follow me. He carried Shui Liang on his back, intentionally protecting the wound on his waist, and then raised the riot shield to resist the rain of bullets, and quickly rushed out of the blockade, and jumped on a supply truck, and jumped onto the wall of the safe zone. Luo Qin saw that the Falcon was covered with bullet holes, with blood. It seemed that he had no intention of hiding from the beginning, just to protect Shui Liang. Chase them. Surround them. A guard from the Human Alliance shouted. Kill them without mercy. Who dares? Luo Qin turned around and glared at the encirclement army in front of the building. Are you not in enough chaos? If you don't want to die, chase them. Zhao Fanglu rushed out of the crowd and shouted, Shui Liang. Shui Liang lay on the back of the Falcon and looked back at him. His eyes were dimmed by the firelight. Zhao Fanglu's heart was shocked for no reason. He felt that the disappointment in the eyes seemed to turn into a knife and gun and rushed towards him. The child who used to lose his temper and give me the cold shoulder for all kinds of trivial matters has grown up. He has now learned to silently swallow his disappointment in me and turn around and leave. Luo Qin staggered a few steps and reached out his hand in the direction where the two disappeared. But he only caught a ball of sultry air. Run. The farther the better, he thought desperately. Don't let anyone have the chance to hurt you again. Chapter 214, A Letter from a Strange Man. When Shui Liang left Fangzhou, his consciousness was already confused. His mind was in a daze. Sometimes it was Shui Xixian and Shui Ximiao. Sometimes it was Luo Qin, and then he seemed to see Cheng Qingye lying there with a pale face, like a fragile paper man. Falcon put him down near the safety zone on the outskirts of the city, looked at the cumulonimbus clouds approaching the horizon. It was already pouring rain in the city, and it would soon be here too. The storm is coming, and tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. He carried Shui Liang to a temporary shelter, then immediately distanced himself from the other party, pulled off his hat, and faintly saw blood on his face. You asked him to send me a message from the Ark. What do you want to tell me? Shui Liang asked with difficulty. Why are you in the Ark? What happened? Someone in the Ark wants to see you, Falcon said. I don't know the truth. You have to make your own decision. Captain. Shui Liang's head was splitting, and his wound was also swollen and painful. He couldn't understand the meaning of this sentence for a moment, and looked up at Falcon. What? I have to go now. Falcon gritted his teeth. as if he was trying his best to endure something. You must think about this matter carefully. I can't make a judgment now. I'm sorry. Captain, please tell Nuonyo a message for me. Say, forget it. I'm not good at talking. Please comfort her for me. You go and say it yourself. Shui Liang's condition did not allow him to think too much. But he was still keenly aware of the wrong tone in Falcon's voice, and reached out to grab the other's arm. She has been waiting for you. Falcon's body trembled violently, and suddenly retreated in panic, avoiding Shui Liang's hand. No, no. I can't see her. Not now. I'm leaving. Captain, take care of yourself. The medicine for wounds is in your pocket. You must open it and take a look. After he finished speaking, he ran away without looking back. His figure disappeared in a dark wilderness. Su Xinglin, Shui Liang shouted with all his strength. Get back here. There was no response in the wilderness. Shui Liang punched the iron bucket beside him angrily. After a long pause, finally he stood up slowly. He didn't remember how he walked back. Sun Ling opened the door and saw him, covering his mouth and shaking. Bai Wu Luo and Bai Lang heard the noise and ran out of the house, hugging him and crying. Shui Liang had no intention of hiding the falcon from others. After listening to him, Sun Ling asked in disbelief, Why? Why didn't he come back? What on earth is this man thinking? Shui Liang shook his head and sighed. I don't know. I don't know anything now. Let me be quiet. No one could explain why everything had happened so far. They almost forgot what a normal life was like without having to hide everywhere. Those days when everyone was together, hard but happy, seemed to never come back. Shui Liang saw Bai Wulo busying around him, although he didn't say anything. The messy pheromones accumulated in the room could not be concealed at all. He knew that the other party was very anxious and was exhausted by the changes in the past few days. He thought about it and said, Wulo, Cheng Qingye is gone. Bai Wulo turned his back to him. Hearing this, his arm knocked over a pile of messy bottles and jars on the table. His face turned pale. What happened? Shui Liang didn't say anything. Slowly raised his hand, hugged his head as if to resist the noise, and didn't move. Don't ask him what happened anymore. He doesn't know, and he wants to ask too. Sun Ling held Bai Wu Luo's arm and shook her head silently. Bai Wu Luo patted her shoulder and lowered her voice. Go and rest. I'll accompany him. You and Xiao Zhang are too tired these 2 days. You can't endure like this. Bai Wu Luo planned not to sleep tonight. Shui Liang's condition was unstable, and his injury was not healed, and it had cracked too many times, even if it was a recreated human. It couldn't hold on. Shui Liang put his hands in his pockets, slowly turning something. After about half an hour, he suddenly said to Bai Wu Luo, You can go see him. Bai Wu Luo did not respond. But when he screwed the lid of the medicine bottle on, it tilted several times. Shui Liang looked out the window. Go. I want to be alone. Even if you stay here, my injury will not heal immediately. But if you don't go to him today, you will regret it. He won't feel well tonight. If you want to stay there, protect yourself. Bai Wu Luo stood up and suddenly wanted to cry. He thought he was independent enough. But now it seems that Shui Liang has always protected him too well. I will be back before dawn. Brother, you should have a good rest. He took a canvas cape off the wall, took a knife and a pistol, and left quickly. Shui Liang heard the footsteps outside completely disappear. And then he took out the medicine bottle left by Falcon from his pocket. The pungent smell of chemical agents made him frown. But he still resisted the discomfort, and twisted the tightly closed bottle cap with force. A few pills fell out, and Shui Liang was about to pick them up. But suddenly, he saw something strange at the bottom of the bottle with the help of lightning outside. A thunder finally broke through the night sky, accompanied by lightning, which broke through the depression that had accumulated for many days in Hanzhou. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, standing on the edge of the city. It was as if watching a galaxy pouring down. It was a timely rain, and all the blood and killing in the city before tonight were washed away and covered. Cheng Qingyao sat under the eaves, staring blankly at the Cheng family members, who came and went in a hurry. Everyone had pain on their faces, and their arms were covered with black gauze, mourning for the young helmsman who had just passed away in the family. He could no longer make the same gentle and smiling expression as before. That was when life had not become a mess, and Cheng Qingyao was still there, seemingly standing by his side forever, making him feel that he still had a place to go, and a home. Things happened so suddenly, he had not even begun to accept it. Chung Qingye's body was in the tent behind him, doing the final preparations before burial, but he did not even have the courage to take a look. She had clearly brought him a cup of coffee the day before when he stayed up late, and patted him on the back of his head to let him rest early, but today they were separated forever. The lives of twins are connected in a sense. The death of one will directly affect the other. This is a phenomenon that science cannot explain so far. At this moment, he can feel a tearing pain that hits the deepest part of his heart. Chung Qingyao lowered his head, and his mouth drooped due to great sadness. He choked with pain, and tears burst out. At night, Jima Song and Jimoro came. Chung Qingyao just nodded like a zombie, and had no energy to get up and entertain them. Jima Song had been inside for a long time. Suppressed sobbing could be heard from the tent. Chung Qingyao's heart ached more and more, and was almost crushed. A few minutes later, Jimoro came out alone, and stood beside Chung Qingyao, with a complicated look on his face. After a while, he took the initiative to say, "Go out for a walk. You will only feel worse if you stay here." Chung Qingyao just wanted to escape from this place at this moment, be like an ostrich that only buried its head in the sand, and pretend that nothing had happened. Or he could sleep. And when he woke up, he would find that it was all just a nightmare. Chung Qingyao was still there. And everyone was still there. He opened an umbrella, followed Jimoro out of the camp, and slowly walked to the door of the Ark. "Look there." Jimoro pointed to him. And there was a person sitting on the signal tower at the door, alone in the rain, looking very pitiful. "Luo Qin?" Chung Qingyao asked hoarsely. He remembered that Luo Qin had come to see Chung Qingyao once tonight, and said nothing. He was silent for about half an hour before leaving without saying a word. "Do you know what I was thinking when your sister got into trouble?" Jimoro said. "Although it is very hateful, it is the truth. I wonder what I would do if it was Jima Song who got into trouble." He took out a lighter from his pocket, put it in his hand and pressed it. The flame flickered. "I might do something crazier than Shui Liyang." Chung Qingyao looked at him, with a lot of words in his throat. But he didn't ask a single question. Today, Jimoro publicly announced her breakup with Shui Liyang, which to some extent also represented Jima Song's attitude. This is a signal. He took the lead in taking sides. After tonight, it will inevitably lead to a major change of power within the Ark. Many people will start to choose sides. Which side they will join. The situation will gradually become clear. Although only Luo Qin and Chung Qingyao have not made public statements. It is insignificant. Jimoro smiled self-deprecatingly and said, "I know what you want to ask. Maybe you all think that I am too cold and ruthless. I don't care about anyone except myself. How can I have any reaction to Jima Song's life or death? People are made of flesh and blood. I am not really a reincarnated animal. I am not so ruthless." He lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth without smoking, including Xiaolang. Chapter 215 Reshuffle. Then go for broke. Chung Qingyao stared at the fire on Jimoro's fingertips, slightly lost in thought. "I didn't hate Jima Song from birth. The relationship between you two siblings is something we can't understand or learn," Jimoro said. "I still can't explain why our relationship has become like this. If she didn't have the same last name as me, her patience with me would have ended long ago. And so would I. So I can't watch her die. Shui Liyang won't hurt her," Chung Qingyao said. He was out of control today. But he wasn't crazy. Jimoro shook her head. "Shui Liyang wouldn't, but what about Li Muki? How did your sister die? Do you believe it was just an accidental discharge? The bullet came from a very rare high-precision sniper rifle, specially supplied to the U.S. Special Forces. From the bullet to the gun body, it was discontinued in 1992. There are only 2 in the Ark, both in Zhao Fengluo's hands. I asked him. One of them was stolen not long ago. I think it was to destroy the evidence." Chung Qingyao clenched his right hand, squeezing his palm until it bled. It's not easy to be a celebrity. Every day is like walking on thin ice. If you are not careful, you will fall and drown. You won't even have a chance to struggle," Jimoro said. "If a bullet hits Jima Song, it will cause Shui Liyang to be doomed. Li Muki will definitely do it. And he will do it thoroughly." Chung Qingyao barely held on to the street lamp beside him, to stand a little more steadily. Of course he had guessed some things, but it was too difficult to fight back. He didn't even know where to start. "Li Muki is a person who is good at drawing inspiration from any case," Jimoro said. "The next one may be you, or me, and then our deaths will be attributed to Shui Liyang. As long as he is alive, there will be no problem finding excuses." Chung Qingyao never thought that one day it would be Jimoro who would explain these things to him. As if everyone could see things more clearly than he did. Do you think that things have developed like this because Luo Qin is too useless? No. In fact, he is already very good. To be honest, none of us can do what he did under pressure. Jimoro spoke a little unclearly, holding a cigarette in her mouth. And her tone was full of self-mockery. Only he can help Shui Liang get out of this again and again. Instead of dying in Li Miyuki's hands for no apparent reason. Jimoro said, if he dies, it may be by Wu Luo's turn. Or anyone else you still care about. It's too easy to harm people in this world. But it's hard to protect yourself. I guess Li Miyuki has already prepared to die at the hands of others one day. It just depends on who gets pushed off the table first. I should have thought of it earlier. Chung Qingyao said hoarsely. After Xian and Simia got into trouble. I should have been alert. I should have let her stay in the car that day. It's my fault. Jimoro shook her head. I said it before. No matter who fired the bullet. It doesn't matter whether it was Li Miyuki or not. He was only responsible for disrupting the situation and loading the bullet. So even if your sister was in the car that day, there would always be a time when you couldn't protect her. He seemed to be afraid that Chung Qingyao would find it difficult to accept and digest it for a while. Hesitating for a long time. And then continued, do you know why your sister was murdered? She wanted to take the Chung family away from Fangzhou and away from Li Miyuki. So Li Miyuki would certainly not continue to tolerate a rebellious head of the Chung family. Chung Qingyao suddenly thought of the last words Chung Qingyao said to him before he died. Live on, Yao Yao, you must live on. He realized belatedly that something was wrong. At that time, the will to survive should have overwhelmed everything, but those hasty and earnest last words made him feel that Chung Qingyao seemed to have a premonition of all this, including her own death. What did Chung Qingyao want to tell him? What were those unfinished words? I won't persuade you, but you should think clearly about which side you should stand on. Jimoro said. Li Miyuki's bargaining chip to threaten you is not necessarily your own life. Okay, let me think about it myself. Chung Qingyao waved his hand and said. I'm confused now. Jimoro nodded, smoked half a cigarette. I won't stay for too long. Jima-san will probably look for me after he's done, so I'm leaving. Chung Qingyao walked slowly along the road. The heavy rain hit the umbrella with a crackling sound. His short boots stepped in the water several centimeters deep, and his trouser legs were soaked. Luo Qin didn't know if he was still sitting there. Anyway, when he left, the other party had no intention of coming down. He walked 2 blocks forward and felt cold all over. Just when he was about to turn back, he suddenly saw a person standing in a dark alley in a flash of lightning. Chung Qingyao trembled all over. His lips and fingertips were out of control, and his hands could hardly hold the umbrella. The man wore a canvas cloak with a large hood, walked out of the alley slowly, and took off his hat. Bai Wuluo stood in front of him, his face wet with rain, looking at him sadly. Wuluo, Chung Qingyao stumbled forward. Bai Wuluo opened his arms to catch him, and the two of them hugged each other in the heavy rain, regardless of being soaked. I'm here, Bai Wuluo said softly. Chung Qingyao is gone. I don't know what to do. Chung Qingyao hugged him desperately. Rain and tears on his face mixed together and flowed down. Wuluo, she is gone. I will never see her again. Bai Wuluo's hands tightened on his waist, his eyes full of sadness. Well, I heard what my brother said, so I came to find you. Don't leave. Stay tonight. Chung Qingyao squeezed out a painful sob. Stay with me. Stay with me for a while. Bai Wuluo closed his eyes and hummed hoarsely. Luo Qin opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling expressionlessly. He had been caught in the rain last night and fell asleep as soon as he came back home wet. He didn't know how long it had been, but no one had called him. Maybe he had, and he had been scolded out. Every minute and every second since he woke up seemed as long as a century, reminding him that Shui Liang was no longer here, and had been forced away by Li Miyuki, Shui Yunting, and himself. When Shui Liang left, he also took the bronze medal around his neck. He didn't know whether he should take it back as a souvenir, or smash and burn it to vent his anger. In fact, it was all right. As long as his lychees can relieve a little pain, he will do anything. Luo Tiantian lay beside his bed, looking up at him carefully. She was probably scared yesterday, so she didn't say much at this time. Silly dog. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and was licked a few times. He looked at the innocent little wolf dog and felt bitter. I didn't bring him back. I'm sorry. Luo Qin covered his eyes and said softly. I messed up. Everything was messed up. He was about to let Shui Liang leave Hanzhou, a place of right and wrong. But he was just one step away. The death of Sixian and Simia, the death of Chengqingyi, completely became the chess pieces that disrupted the entire chessboard. He got out of bed and took a shower, and then stayed in the dormitory. This was the room he once lived in with Shui Liang. It was not big, but it looked more like home than anywhere else. They had been together for 2 years, wandering around everywhere. As long as they were together, they felt at home and made him feel at ease. Now he was alone again. Li Muqi asked someone to find him. Luo Qin felt extremely disgusted, to the point where he wanted to vomit when he heard the name. He refused the visitor, and asked him to tell Li Muqi to show up less in front of him. The man was silent for a while, and told him that Li Muqi hoped to borrow the armor in his hand for research, which was related to an extremely important weapon coding process. If there was a breakthrough, Fangzhou would be able to produce weapons that could resist the corrosion of the Lantian virus. Luo Qin smashed a cup, yelled at him to get out and die. He was so angry that he trembled all over. That was Shui Liang's thing. And it was a technology that Lizzie had spent a long time researching. How could Li Muqi be so shameless? No. Li Muqi was so shameless. He had to accept this reality. Luo Qin rushed into the toilet and retched vigorously. He had hallucinations in front of him. He even saw Shui Lijing, who had not appeared for a long time, and the tragic death of the Shui family brothers and sisters. He vomited until the end, leaning against the wall and crying, covering his face with both hands, tears flowing from his fingers. Luo Tiantian squatted at the door of the toilet, looked at him very depressed, and then fell to the ground. Luo Qin got up from the ground, walked around the room a few times, and finally took out a cigarette from the drawer, lit it, and put it to his mouth to smoke. He didn't know how to smoke before, and he was like a layman when he first tried it. He smoked all the cigarettes fiercely, and choked and coughed. Smoking gradually made him feel less enjoyable, unable to relieve stress, and even increased the pain in his heart. But he couldn't quit nicotine, or anything else. It didn't matter. It held him tightly like a ghost's hand, making him unable to get away. The addiction in his heart was greater than the addiction in his body, just like the deep-rooted brand and unforgettable love left by Shui Liang. He couldn't forget it, and it was impossible to quit. Everything was over. Luo Qin knew that after crying, he had to move forward. It was not him who should roll off the card table. Chapter 216, he is very unhappy now. A few months later, Hanzhou. Li Muqi rarely walked out of the building and walked around, standing on the observation deck of the protective wall, looking at the endless city scene, rubbing his sore neck. Zhu Yan followed behind him, losing a lot of weight and becoming more taciturn. You did a good job. Although the first stage of the red scab virus is a bit more effective, it is very useful against those reconstructed humans, Li Muqi said. Where is the falcon? Has it not been found yet? Zhu Yan shook his head. I don't know, you can ask Mr. Shui. Li Muqi laughed. He killed it directly after catching it. Why do I need to ask? Zhu Yan said nothing. By the way, how is the progress of the second stage red dust virus enhancer? Li Muqi asked. This is what I really want. The previous ones are just appetizers. The perfect fusion of alpha-type reconstructed humans and red dust viruses is the ultimate goal of the evolution of these biological weapons. Look at these bastards below, thinking they are so great, and dreaming of becoming a superior person by participating in a reconstruction experiment. Isn't it ridiculous? Yeah. Zhu Yan nodded. It's almost time to enter the experimental stage. It depends on your schedule. Don't worry about my schedule. Let him go right away. Experiment, Li Muqi said. When the fusion is successful, all these garbage below can be put aside. Especially Cui Haoshan. I don't care about him, because he can live until now. A blunt knife is still a knife. It's not bad to stab a few people to death, and then throw it away. By the way, Yi Qing'an is still in prison, Zhu Yan said. In fact, even if she is released, it won't have any effect. She is crazy and mad. Who would believe her? Li Muqi turned and looked at him. His eyes narrowed into a slit. Do you want to let her go? Zhu Yan took a step back. He was familiar with Li Muqi's eyes. Sure enough, the next second Li Muqi's hand was fiercely pinching his neck. His eyes were fierce, as if he wanted to kill him, pressing him to the edge of the safety wall, with half of his body leaning out. Since Shui Liang attacked the Ark last time, the safety wall has been raised a lot. As long as Li Muki exerts a little more force, he will fall from here, and be torn into pieces by the zombies outside. Zhu Yan's face turned blue from being pinched, and he struggled a few times. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I warn you again, don't think of betraying your own people. I don't care if you have it or not. But you better not think of it. Otherwise, you'll die worse than Cheng Qingye. Li Muki said viciously. There are some things I won't go into the details. But it's better, don't let me find out that you did it. Zhu Yan nodded with difficulty. Like a herbivore showing weakness in front of a beast. Li Muki let him go, and watched him coughing on the ground with his hands on his neck. His neck was red from being pinched. Shui Liang used the coating technology for Luo Qin to make weapons. You should get it for me as soon as possible. We still have a large number of Tai Sui raw stones, which is more than enough to produce corrosion-resistant weapons. Li Muki said. In the future, the Ark will only accommodate the strong, whether it is people or weapons. The weak ones deserve to be eliminated. Yes, Zhu Yan whispered. Luo Qin stood far away on the corridor between the twin towers, watching the scene expressionlessly. GMO Rose sat on the railing with her legs swinging, pulling her collar and fanning herself, seemingly not caring what happened elsewhere. Let's go! Luo Qin turned around. We have to go to Nanxiao district in the afternoon, so you get ready. Then I'll go to sleep for a while, I'm sleepy. GMO Rose jumped off the railing, stretched. Remember to take your dog out for a walk. If it pees in the corridor one day, it'll probably be stewed as dog meat the next day. Luo Qin looked at the terminal and walked towards the dormitory, his fingers quickly swiping through the unread messages. Since Li Muki upgraded his highest authority, he could access the Ark network to search for some internal information. Li Muki seemed to not care about his relationship with Shui Liang at all, and directly opened all the databases to him. It was unknown whether he was showing goodwill or had other plans. He knew that the other party had been eyeing the armor in his hand. As the two walked to the door of the dormitory, Luo Qin's terminal suddenly lit up a red alarm. The Ark security system kept sending reminders. The illegal human reproduction containment area on the third underground floor was under attack by external forces. Something happened. Luo Qin clicked off the pop-up window, turned in a different direction and walked towards the elevator. I'll go check it out. GMO Ro didn't bother to care, and went back to the dormitory to sleep as usual. Luo Qin took the elevator directly to the third underground floor, and saw many people running through the corridor in a panic. The constant temperature external bionic system on the wall had a hideous crack across it, and was leaking electricity. He grabbed a person from the Alliance, and asked in a flat voice, "What's going on?" "There's a prison break in the containment area," the man said in panic. "Are you Luo Qin? Hurry, go!" Luo Qin usually doesn't easily set foot in the containment area, which usually holds some illegally recreated humans, who were imprisoned for dangerous attacks. He had spent some time in the detention room in the reception area. The walls of the room were made of solid Tai Sui stone, which was designed for reconstructed humans, and was extremely difficult to break through. The reconstructed human prisoners all had special collars around their necks. The hollow design had concentrated counteragents flowing inside. As long as Li Muki determined that there was a slight security threat, the nano-injector would be activated immediately, pushing the counteragent into the prisoner's carotid artery, causing him to die in extreme pain. So this attack should not be a prisoner's escape. Could it be that someone sneaked in here? Luo Qin ran against the flow of people to the detention area, and saw that the walls of a whole row of cells had been completely destroyed, and many reconstructed humans in custody ran out of them. But after running a few steps, those people suddenly covered their necks in pain, screamed and rolled on the ground. And soon their shoulders and necks were ulcerated, and they died of bleeding from all 7 orifices. The counteragent was also Li Muki's masterpiece. But the extraction process was very complicated, and impurities would be accidentally mixed into the purification process, and all the previous efforts would be wasted. But I didn't expect that this extremely difficult to extract substance would be used so luxuriously by Li Muki to watch over the prisoners. Some recreated humans saw their fellow prisoners who died tragically outside, and they were too scared to come out. They shivered and huddled in the corner, fearing that they would end up in the same miserable death in the next second. At this time, Luo Qin saw a familiar figure, and with a thought, he immediately activated his armor, pushed through the crowd and chased after him. The other party was extremely fast, and his anti-reconnaissance ability was also quite strong. He did not escape from the building directly, but ran all the way upstairs. Luo Qin lost him several times, but he chased forward desperately based on his intuition, and finally stopped him in the greenhouse garden on the first floor. Lychee, Luo Qin shouted anxiously, grabbed the other party's wrist, and pressed him against the wall. Shui Liang was blocked by him in the shadow of the corridor, wearing a mask, and looking at him calmly with a pair of clear eyes. Luo Qin stood under the sunlight that came through the glass. The two of them were one bright and one dark, and seemed to be split into two parallel pictures. What are you doing here? Luo Qin approached him and pulled off the mask that was covering his face. Since you are here, why don't you come to me? Luo Qin didn't ask Shui Liang how he could move freely in the Ark when his authority was blocked. But it was obvious that Shui Liang didn't come to him for help. He is very unhappy now. Shui Liang took a deep breath and said calmly as possible, shouldn't you be patrolling outside at this time? You even know my schedule so clearly, right? Luo Qin suppressed his emotions and asked word by word. Then why don't you come to see me? He noticed that the ring on Shui Liang's hand was missing, and his heart suddenly tightened. I have something to do. Shui Liang tilted his head, his eyes showing some guilt. I'm leaving. Or you can capture me and give me to Li Miyuki, and let him promote you to a higher level. Luo Qin's fingers pinched his chin hard. Shui Liang felt pain, but couldn't break free. It hurts. Don't talk to me like that. Okay. Lychee? Luo Qin leaned his forehead on Shui Liang's shoulder. What are you going to do? Tell me. I'll help you. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind without warning. To capture the person in front of him who made him helpless. Hide him. Even if he had to lock his hands and feet with shackles. And lock him in the basement. Never appear in other people's sight again for the rest of his life. No one could find him. And no one could hurt him. Luo Qin was shocked by his dark thoughts. And then, he felt cold all over. It's not impossible to lock him up. Shui Liang opened his mouth and was about to say something. But suddenly he froze. He stared at a small red dot that suddenly appeared on Luo Qin's neck. As if his breathing was frozen. The red dot came from the terrace opposite, and was shaking gently. But Luo Qin himself was unaware of it. He was still able to think calmly in his mind. Who was it? Why was he pointing a gun at Luo Qin? Logically speaking, the task of arresting the attacker should be taken over by the Alliance Guard. And usually not by one person. This person hiding in the dark was obviously here to carry out the assassination. Who wanted to kill Luo Qin? Shui Liang didn't dare to move, nor did he dare to make a sound, for he was afraid that if he showed any clues, the sniper would pull the trigger without hesitation. He almost immediately thought of a conspiracy theory. Now was the time when the attackers were trapped in the Ark building. If Luo Qin died here, he would only be considered to have died in the line of duty while stopping the attackers. There would be no second possibility. Who would desperately question whether someone inside the Ark had taken action against Luo Qin? And if Luo Qin died, then who would be blamed for this? Shui Liang knew that he didn't have time to think about it anymore. Although only 1 second had passed, if the bullet flew over, it wouldn't take even half a second. Remember my words. Luo Qin. Don't stop me. And don't stand on my side. Shui Liang grabbed Luo Qin's collar and pushed him into the shadow of the corner. Red eyes is a losing game. Watch carefully and hold on to the end. When he said this, tears burst out of his eyes, and his hands kept shaking. But he still let go of Luo Qin's hand, took a step back, and looked at the direction of the glass skylight behind him. Red eyes would not be stupid enough to die for anyone. But Shui Liang would. The sound of a sniper rifle rang out. Luo Qin watched a ball of blood explode on Shui Liang's shoulder, and the whole person fell off the railing. Lychee. His eyes widened, and he only let out a scream of extreme pain, and his throat could no longer make any sound, and was gradually soaked with blood. Dozens of Alliance soldiers, who were ambushed downstairs, rushed forward, and held Shui Liang, who had no power to resist. The metal collar was buckled around his neck with a click, and the buckle closed, and a green light immediately lit up on it. Luo Qin grabbed the railing with both hands, and was about to jump down, when suddenly a numb feeling spread from his brain to his whole body, like the saliva of a poisonous snake, making him unable to move. Red house. Green window. Black shadows standing by the window. The sound of an old music box rang in his ears. He thought it was probably an illusion. Just like the strange piano music coming from the empty piano room in a nightmare. Entangled with his limbs. And every joint of his body could not move. Move quickly. Move quickly. Luo Qin tried his best to break free from this stiff state. But he couldn't even move a finger. Li Muki appeared from behind him with a soft laugh, looking at the mess downstairs with admiration. Well, it's a bit troublesome. But it's worth it that the detention room I carefully built was turned into that state. Compared with the benefits, this loss is nothing. Luo Qin saw that his Li Ji was pressed to his knees on the ground. Half of his face was covered in blood, and even his shadow became very fragile. Xue Liang was looking at him. He must be waiting for him to pass by. What did you do? Luo Qin almost choked out blood from his internal organs before he managed to spit out a few words. He didn't know why he couldn't move. The feeling of his legs being frozen gradually turned into a burning pain. The hallucinations lingered. I didn't do anything. Li Muki's smile became the only sound echoing in his ears at that time. It's you who didn't dare to go over. Luo Qin. Xue Liang was pulled up from the ground, his hands tied behind his back, and he was taken out of Luo Qin's sight. The sunlight above his head made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Chapter 217. From today on, his life is ruined by you. Xue Liang slowly woke up. His hands did not feel tied. The blood on his body had been wiped off, and his clothes were new. The wound still hurt, but fortunately it had stopped bleeding. It was carefully bandaged and exuded the smell of Chinese medicine. He sat up suddenly and found that this was an ordinary bedroom, which was spotlessly clean. There was a white transparent gauze curtain hanging by the window, and the wind blew in through the gauze window. On the opposite wall was an antique shelf, which contained some exquisite collectibles, but it looked very abrupt in such a place. There was no one else in the room. He should have slept for a long time. But he didn't know how he got here. He only remembered that he was still in the Ark before he fainted. He fought his way into the containment area, smashed several reconstructed human detention rooms, and then met Luo Qin in the indoor garden. Someone wanted to kill Luo Qin. Xue Liang reached out and touched his neck. There was a tight metal collar. He turned over and got out of bed, carefully stepping on the smooth wooden floor. He saw his appearance in the decorative mirror next to the antique shelf. The injured places were treated very carefully, and the clothes were clean. The other party didn't intend to let him die, and probably wouldn't torture himself anymore. Xue Liang was stunned, and suddenly heard the sound of a door lock being opened on the other side of the wall. He vigilantly grabbed the water cup on the bedside table and listened to the movement at the door. Come to change his dressing 3 times a day. Remember to let him eat light food, and call me if there is anything. And don't let others do it, a man's voice said. Don't let him exercise vigorously. Another male voice agreed, and then walked over here. Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, put down the cup and walked out, and met the young man who came in with a plate. She immediately looked past him, and saw the person who was turning around to leave at the door. Yan Yu? The man paused, laughed helplessly, turned back and said, Are you awake? Yan Yu's hair was shaved short, and his whole temperament was reborn from the cowardly feeling before. His waist was straight, his back was straight, and he seemed to stretch out instantly. In fact, Yan Yu was already more than 1.8 meters tall in high school, but because he was too fat and always hunched over, he looked short. But Xue Liang did not expect to see Yan Yu like this. Strange, and exuding a hidden dangerous atmosphere. Has it changed a lot? Yan Yu scratched his hair embarrassedly, showing a shy smile familiar to Xue Liang on his face. This is what happens when you lose weight. Like a different person. He turned his head and waved to the man next to him. The other party immediately understood, put down the medicine and food in his hand and left. Xue Liang opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't say the question. The thin and tall man in front of him was completely different from the old friend who always smiled and curved his eyes and followed behind him. He tried hard to integrate his memories, but Yan Yu's current appearance did not match those vague memories at all. Xue Liang raised his hand and grabbed Yan Yu's arm, and felt the obviously trained muscles and accumulated scars under the cloth. And his eyes moved slightly. Yan Yu did not speak, and sat on the bed and looked at him. Xue Liang finally couldn't help asking, What did you do? Well, isn't it obvious? I participated in the human reconstruction experiment. Yan Yu did not hide it at all. I went to the United States in my junior year, and signed a reconstruction agreement with Yuan Shan. I was one of the first batch of reconstructed humans participating in the experiment. That is, the alpha type. Are you crazy? Xue Liang took a step back, and felt that Yan Yu's smile looked creepy at the moment. Is this how you lost weight? Yes. I like the way I look now, Yan Yu said. After the experiment, I came back to find Wu Luo and the others. But you were still in Shining at that time. I know you are not dead. Qing Yao also knows it. But he did not tell Wu Luo. See, even the closest people will have secrets from each other. Shui Liang took a deep breath, turned around and was about to go out, but was pulled by Nian Yu, holding his wrist tightly. Where are you going? The other party's hand was very strong. Shui Liang was pulled and staggered, and found that he could not break free at all. Nian Yu twisted his arm and said slowly, Don't worry, Lizzie. I am afraid that if you are still as powerful as before, it will not be good for the wound to heal easily. So I gave you some medicine. During the duration of the medicine, you are no different from ordinary people. I am doing this for your own good, that the power of recreating human beings cannot be used temporarily. Where is Luo Qin? Shui Liang could no longer care about anything else. He had to confirm that Luo Qin was safe and sound. Nian Yu still smiled as he spoke to him, but his face darkened. I came here to tell you that Luo Qin has gone back. What did you do to him? Nian Yu laughed. Why did I do something to him? You were shot. But he just stood there and watched. Shui Liang turned around suddenly and shook off his hand. You don't have to play psychological warfare with me. I saw the look in his eyes when he stood there clearly. What did you and Li Muki do to him? Do you trust him so much? Nian Yu gritted his teeth and said, Why didn't he not want to come? He is disgusted with you, tired of you, and can finally get rid of you. Shui Liang stared at him coldly, his eyes frozen into frost. Nian Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he suddenly laughed out loud. No! Lychee, you did it on purpose. Didn't you? You used your life as a bargaining chip, betting that this shot would not kill you, and you could smoothly enter the game, confront me face to face, and force all the people in the dark to come out and put them in front of Luo Qin. Right? Shui Liang's smile was mocking, but Nian Yu understood. Lychee, let me ask you a question. Nian Yu stood up, and his height was the same as his. When did you start to doubt me? Don't you know it yourself? Shui Liang asked back. Otherwise, why did Xiao Su die? When he was chatting with Xiao Su, he accidentally heard the other party mention that Nian Yu's mother had died several years ago. At that time, Xiao Su was still in the criminal investigation team. Once, he went to the Hangzhou crematorium to investigate a case. He happened to meet Nian Yu, who was collecting ashes. He recognized that the other party was a friend of Cheng Qingyao. So he asked the person in charge a few more questions and learned that Nian Yu's mother had died in a car accident. At that time, Cheng Qingyao was busy with work, and Xiao Su subconsciously thought that the other party knew about it. At the end of the year, the detachment had a lot of cases accumulated. So he went back and forgot about meeting Nian Yu and didn't tell anyone. When Xiao Su talked about this with Shui Liang, he was a little confused on the spot, because Nian Yu told him that his mother died after the outbreak of the infection. He didn't know why Nian Yu would lie to him, especially about this kind of thing. Nian Yu laughed out loud and mentioned Xiao Su as if he was talking about a very insignificant ant. I didn't bother to care about him at first, but I didn't expect the Cheng family to be hypocritical and insisted on tracking him down. He saw me talking with Li Muki that night and wanted to run to tell you. He thought he hadn't been discovered. In fact, I knew from the beginning that he was hiding there and eavesdropping. He wanted to be a good policeman. Let him go to hell with the secret. In my impression, Nian Yu's face was fat and round, never as thin and smooth as it is today, with a high nose bridge and clear bones. He looked many times better than before, but that warm and innocent smile had long disappeared. Shui Liang had done enough psychological preparation before, but still felt as if he had never known Nian Yu. You are really crazy. He wanted to point it out to me. Can't I protect myself? Nian Yu suddenly raised his voice. Lizzie, you have killed more people than me. How come you say I'm crazy? I really couldn't figure it out at first. Why did you tell me such a meaningless lie? Shui Liang said. Yes, I suspected you at that time, but I didn't think it was more serious. But then you asked me a question, which made me feel very wrong. He looked at Nian Yu and said word by word. After the identity of Red, I was suddenly exposed on the dark web. You asked me if I should go back to Qingchuan Park to find Luo Qin. Nian Yu raised his lips. How did you know that Luo Qin returned to Hangzhou? Shui Liang said. At that time, only Wu Luo and I knew where Luo Qin was. We didn't tell anyone, not even Sun Ling knew. It was this sentence that gave it away. So you sent me and CCN me back to Qingdao in advance, and asked Falcon to keep an eye on me, because of this sentence? Nian Yu's tone didn't seem to care much. But it doesn't matter, even if you know now, and you're in the game, you can't get out. Lychee, when you used yourself as a bargaining chip, didn't you think of a way out? This is unlike you. Hong Yan is not so stupid. Did Luo Qin make you like this? Shui Liang still looked at him, asked, Why? Why? Why do you want to do the experiment? Shui Liang's tone calmed down, but he was vaguely brewing some emotions. Who took you there? Nian Yu didn't say anything, but his expression began to crack. You don't have to say it. Shui Liang suddenly smiled. There seemed to be some disappointment and mockery in it. I guessed it. It's better to say, I guessed it a long time ago. Thunder roared outside the window, and the wind blew the screen window up, and the white screen curtains flew in all directions. Nian Yu's face suddenly changed. He shook off Shui Liang and stood up suddenly. Are you sympathizing with me? Lychee, don't you see how strong I am now? Can't you see my advantages? Nian Yu's tone was flustered, and he had clearly begun to speak without thinking. The time I told you that I wanted to participate in the reconstruction experiment. I just wanted to test your attitude. But you rejected me without even thinking about it. You, Cheng Qingyao, Bai Wulua and Cheng Qingya. All of you excluded me. Luo Qin was obviously an outsider. And I don't know where he jumped out. He squeezed into the middle of you alone. It wasn't like this before. He ran away before he finished speaking, and his back was in a mess. At this time, he suddenly remembered a scene many years ago. It was the summer after the college entrance examination. The volunteer application had just ended. It should be the most relaxing summer vacation for college entrance examination candidates. But he was sitting in the dim corridor of a welfare home in Shining. The damp heat around him almost swallowed him, and he was pressed on a stool by another person, listening to the sound in the room without moving. It was a scream of extreme pain. I don't know whether it came from physical torture, mental torture, or both. Nian Yu knew nothing. His slow thinking made him unable to understand what happened for a while. But the only thing he knew at this moment was that the person who was being punished in the room was called Luo Qin. The person behind him patted his shoulder, and a familiar voice said with a smile, This kid is 16 years old, and just finished the college entrance examination like you. He is sure to get the best biology major in Shining, and he thinks he is very smart. But from today on, his life is ruined by you. No, I didn't. Nian Yu's eyes were empty, and he murmured with tears, I didn't mean it. And I don't know, where is Uncle Zhao? Where is Uncle Zhao, you know? The man's voice was so fierce that he trembled and screamed. Whether you did it on purpose or not, you are the one who caused this consequence. The other party said. If Shui Liang knew that Luo Qin was tortured like this because of you, what would he do to you? Nian Yu said tremblingly, Lizzie will not do anything to me. You don't believe this yourself, right? The man said. You only have one last remedy now. What? Do one thing for us, and I promise to keep it a secret for you. Chapter 218 for him. I want to live. Shui Liang sat on the bed, emptying her mind, and didn't even know when Zhao Fenglu came in. Did you have a fight with Xiaoyu? Zhao Fenglu lit a cigarette and asked in a deep voice. Shui Liang came back to her senses, and looked at Zhao Fenglu with a bit of anger. What did you do to Nian Yu? Shui Liang's voice became sharp. When did it start? Zhao Fenglu smoked and looked out the window, slowly exhaling smoke. It's raining, Yang. Go and close the window. I'm asking you. Shui Liang grabbed the water cup on the bedside and threw it to the ground and smashed it. Tell me, when he participated in the human reconstruction experiment, did you help? Zhao Fenglu put out the cigarette on the windowsill, closed the window himself, turned around and looked at him. He just wanted to become stronger. He's not normal now. Shui Liang roared. He wasn't like this before. What did you do to him? Zhao Fenglu was very calm. It's no use for you to yell at me. He was an adult at that time, and it was his own decision to do anything. I took him to the United States to participate in the experiment. But during the subsequent recovery training, the same batch of reconstructed humans who were undergoing the experiment collectively defected, leaving Nian Yu with nowhere to go. I pushed Yuan Shan and the Washington headquarters to reach an extradition agreement. And he had an awkward identity, so he could only follow me. Is he an alpha-type reconstructed human? Shui Liang asked. Zhao Fenglu nodded. The first generation of reconstructed humans who are now in exile internationally, those who are willing to be recruited, have all joined Fang Zhou and Li Muqi. And the rest, he stretched out his hand and made a knife-cutting motion on his neck, They are all hidden dangers and cannot be kept. Xue Liang felt that all this was simply absurd. He couldn't believe that the two people he knew before, how could they suddenly change their faces? Which frightened him. Yan, I'm not going to do anything to you, Zhao Fanlu said. I watched you grow up. To me, you're just a child. Don't get involved in what's going to happen next. Focus on healing. I won't let anyone touch you. When Li Muki has almost realized his plan, I'll find a safe place for you to live in peace. You can do whatever you want, or continue to serve in the army. How can you say these words calmly? Xue Liang was so angry that she laughed out loud. Zhao Fanlu, you win. You are starting to make me feel that I am the abnormal one. You are just too stubborn. Sometimes you may not listen to others' reasons and difficulties. Zhao Fanlu said indifferently. So it is better for you to know nothing, otherwise you will be the target of others' criticism no matter where you are. Xue Liang's temper was aroused, and his voice was shaking. Get out. The sound of rain outside the window was covered by one after another. He heard Zhao Fanlu standing there, and lighting another cigarette, then slamming the door and leaving. In the past, Xue Liang would always feel happy after such a quarrel. He used his rebellious revenge mentality to get Zhao Fanlu's glare, which gave him a childish sense of achievement. But this time was different. He felt very sad. No matter how harsh his words were, he couldn't feel happy. The second and third days of the New Year rain came. Xue Liang didn't look very happy. In addition, his wound was very painful. He always used silence to drive people away. In the next few days, no acquaintances came to visit him. Xue Liang felt a long-lost peace. As usual, someone delivered his 3 meals a day. The bathroom in the room had hot water 24 hours a day, which made him feel like he was staying in a hotel on a business trip. Luo Qin didn't come either. But thinking about it, Nian Yu couldn't let him find this place. Xue Liang found a few books in the cabinet and read them while leaning on the bed to pass the time. He had nothing else to do. The door was locked. He was now suppressed by drugs, so it was impossible to force his way out. Jumping out of the window was even more unrealistic. Although the window was not locked, Nian Yu was not a fool. And there must be surveillance measures. The people who came to bring him food and medicine didn't say a word. Xue Liang never talked to them either. He would always put down his food after a few bites, and then continue to read. He was not the kind of person who would cry, make a fuss, or hang himself when he was upset. He couldn't starve himself to death. And Yin Yu and Zhao Fanluo probably wouldn't let him die. On the night of the 13th day, it rained outside again. When Xue Liang was lying on the bed in a daze, the sound of a key opening the door lock came. The light from outside the door fell on Yin Yu's shoulder. He walked in with a tired face, turned on the light in the room, and sat directly on the bed. Lizzie, you haven't slept yet? You got beaten? Xue Liang sat up. He looked dirty, as if he had rolled in the mud. It looked quite intense. Lizzie, you are too mean. Does this make you so happy? Nian Yu wiped the dirt off his sleeves. Li Muki officially let me join the Ark Committee. Luo Qin is not stupid. He guessed that I was the one who took you away. He fights like a madman, and I almost couldn't resist. Lichi, why did you make that kind of armor for him? He really wants to kill me. Don't act pitiful. He won't kill you, because he still wants to find out where I am from you, Xue Liang said. He is afraid that you will kill me, and you are willing to use this weakness to control him, which is very good, which shows that you know our relationship well. So you should be more sensible. Don't let me know that he hurts you at all. Otherwise, even if I am completely disabled, I can find a way to sharpen something in this room and pierce your head. Are you still angry about the day I shot you? Nian Yu came over and asked flatteringly. I'm sorry, Lichi. I wanted to smash Luo Qin's head, but you suddenly rushed out. I panicked and didn't shoot accurately. You should be glad that you hit me that day. Xue Liang smiled. Otherwise, I would definitely kill you. He said it without a trace of smile in his eyes. Nian Yu stared into his eyes and asked in disbelief, will you really kill me? I'm kidding. Xue Liang withdrew his gaze and distanced himself from Nian Yu. After all, I'm so mean. I'm not scolding you. Nian Yu was helpless. Uncle Zhao said that your injury was almost healed, so I came to see you. I have never understood. For you? What conditions did Zhao Fanluo offer to make you work for him? Xue Liang asked slowly. Until now, I still haven't guessed. What do you want? Nian Yu stood up and walked to the window, lifted the gap of the blinds. Looking at the drizzling rain outside, the tone of his voice was still as ambiguous as before. You know, Lychee, I never try to get anything from you. You have been squeezed by those stupid people and suffered enough. A smart person like you can either be used by them or be tortured. No one will let you go willingly. They are worried and afraid. He paused, and then said, I am different from that Luo. I don't care about these things anymore. Xue Liang shook his head. Whoever wants something from me, just give it to me. I don't want to get entangled in these things anymore. I have been very tired in the past 2 years. Nian Yu turned his head, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and frowned at him. You don't want to get entangled. But there are people who rush to entangle you. Do you think you can avoid it? Xue Liang smiled and said, I can see it. Nian Yu's expression seemed to be a little bit tense. He walked to Xue Liang and put one hand on his shoulder. Do you think I am pestering you, Lizzie? Xue Liang, what else? Am I accompanying you to make a movie? Nian Yu, I am really annoyed. I am really allergic to the idiotic plot of this third-rate bad movie. Many things in this world can be solved with the simplest and most brutal methods. If they want to kill me, they can do it with their own ability. I will pay the price for my own actions. What does it have to do with you? They can't kill you, but their methods will make you 10,000 times more uncomfortable than death. Nian Yu roared. Use you to gather survivors, stabilize people's hearts, build the Ark, and kick you away after use. Just accuse you of any crime and ruin your reputation. Everyone will call you a target, and finally you will be despised. Hate that this is the face of those you want to save, including that Luo Qin. Xue Liang didn't react to his angry accusations, but his eyes passed over Nian Yu's body, looking at a newly added painting on the wall, and a few water lilies floating in the pond. It was an obvious fake, with clumsy and funny use of colors, far from the essence of Monet. Xue Liang turned his eyes away from the painting and said, Let me ask you again. Did the gunshot that hit Chongqing have anything to do with you? Nian Yu did not answer, but clenched his fists at his side. I don't have the patience to review how you plotted against me, Xue Liang said. Get out if you don't want to tell me. I didn't plot against you. I just want you to see what each of them looks like. Nian Yu himself felt that the words he uttered were like a struggle, and his posture was so ugly. Do you see it now? A little rice brings kindness. A little rice brings hatred. And no one will thank you. He did not think that he was calculating by releasing Xue Liang's identity on the dark web. It was just to make Xue Liang have no way out, and finally fall into the trap and compromise with himself. Maybe someone suggested that he do this. Or maybe he was in a panic because he had a secret. A mistake had to be covered up with a bigger mistake, and a lie had to be filled with a bigger lie. He couldn't turn back. Nian Yu felt that the place where Luo Qin kicked him today was starting to hurt again. He had a special physique, and his recovery speed was not that fast. He felt a little pain at this time. The quarrel between the two was almost deadlocked. One side felt that the other side was unreasonable, and the other side was extremely extreme. Neither side wanted to back down. Lizzie, we can talk properly. Nian Yu covered his waist, and his expression quickly returned to normal. I haven't had time to ask you recently, why did you suddenly attack Fangzhou's detention room that day? I was at the scene at that time, and found an unlocked injection collar, and it seemed that a prisoner escaped. Did you let him go? Xue Liang was quite impatient. How should I know? You are always like this, and suddenly you are kind-hearted and want to save others, but I can't do it. It doesn't matter if one person escapes. It's a worthless life. There are plenty of them out there. Nian Yu smiled and said, But you saved someone. Will anyone be grateful to you? They will think you are meddling in other people's business. You are just too busy trying to warm others up. Lychee, Fangzhou is not a welfare home that will raise a waste like Luo Qin. You shouldn't be soft-hearted and throw away such a good opportunity. Xue Liang didn't say another word to Nian Yu. Instead, he turned around and walked to the front of the antique shelf, picked up a decorative blue and white porcelain plate on it, and threw it to the ground with force. The expensive porcelain plate was smashed to pieces, and the blue and white porcelain pieces rolled on the wooden floor. The bodyguard outside was startled and knocked on the door. It's okay, Nian Yu said to the outside, and then turned to Xue Liang. Lizzie, are you angry? Xue Liang just smashed the things without saying a word, even though his ankle was cut by the fragments and bleeding. He didn't react, and sat back on the bed. Nian Yu looked at him, and instantly collapsed. The human heart is like a ghost. Once you start to doubt, you can never get away from it. Some details that he had ignored due to his insensitivity in the past few years suddenly burst out at this moment. Why, after he came back from the United States, Bai Wulua, Chung Qingya, and even Shui Liyang, who had reunited after a long absence, had different attitudes towards him than before? Did they know about Luo Qin? Did they know what he had done? Even if they just had some suspicions? Did Shui Yunting tell them? No. Shui Yunting promised to keep it a secret. And he had already done what Yuan Shan asked him to do. It's different. It's different. It's just different. Yan Yu's mind twisted, thinking, so what? This nightmare that has been haunting him for so many years, even if I tell it out, what will it matter? Even if it becomes a thorn stuck in Shui Liyang's heart and hurts him forever, as long as I tell it out, no one can threaten me with it anymore. Do you think he really doesn't remember anything? Yan Yu's crazy thoughts broke through his rationality for a moment, and he blurted it out with a grim smile. Shui Liyang was shocked and looked up at him. What did you say? I said. Yan Yu was very patient and said the most horrifying words in a gentle tone. Luo Qin didn't forget you, but he never forgot you. When you were 18 years old, he even came to Hanshou to find you. But you were in the hospital for preoperative examination at that time. So when he found the address of your old house that was sealed by the court, he happened to meet me. What do you mean? Shui Liyang felt his voice trembling. He came to see me? Yan Yu nodded, yes. He had the address of the villa you gave him when you were a child, and a letter in his hand. I told him, you are not at home because you are traveling. You can give me the letter, I will pass it on for him. Where is the letter? Shui Liyang persuaded himself to ask him calmly, while feeling his heart beating faster and faster. Yan Yu, I gave it to Uncle Zhao, and he gave it to your father. He stopped suddenly when he said this, looking at Shui Liyang's gradually shocked expression, seemed quite satisfied. I don't know who he is, nor do I know why he sent you the letter at that time. I was really curious, so I opened it and read it. After reading it, I suddenly realized something. Why did you hesitate and not agree to the surgery before? But you suddenly figured it out later? Yan Yu continued to speak sadly, his eyes red. Why can you do so much for him? Even if you didn't receive that letter, you still gave up the best university in the country and went to Shining to study and receive treatment. Just because that's where you met him. Shui Liyang, you're crazy. You don't want your life. You don't want your future. You just want that idiot who didn't even grow all his hair at that time. Shui Liyang looked at Yan Yu and didn't speak for a long time. It seemed like a century had passed. He finally replied in a very cold voice, even with a hint of despair. Why? Why? Lychee, let me tell you. Do you think I don't know what supported you to accept that experiment? Because you want to live. Yan Yu suddenly yelled like crazy. If you live, you will have the opportunity to see him again. Even if you know that he is not dead, it is worth it for you. I ask you, if I ran to tell you at that time that the person you have missed for more than 10 years is back and is now at your doorstep, would you still do that operation? You will definitely unplug the ventilator and hold on to your last breath to see him. Even if you die, you must die where he is. Right. He finally said it. It wasn't that hard. He really ended this nightmare by himself. Shui Liyang burst out strength from nowhere, kicked Yan Yu away, and stood up, grabbed a cow horn decoration on the antique shelf, pulled it to both sides, revealed the iron sheet that was polished to a smooth finish inside. He broke it off from the air conditioner outside the window, and polished it into a dagger. Shui Liyang pointed the iron sheet at Yan Yu, screaming with grief and anger, What did you say? Do you know what you did? I'm sorry. Yan Yu's apology was not sincere, as if it was just a formality. He walked toward Shui Liyang, not worried at all that the iron sheet would pose any threat to him. I don't forgive you, and I don't want to see you again. Shui Liyang pointed the iron sheet at his temple, staring at Yan Yu. Get out. You won't. Yan Yu looked at him. Shui Liyang didn't waste his words with him, and actually held the iron sheet and stabbed it in. Blood appeared instantly. Yan Yu immediately stepped back and shouted, No. I'm leaving now. Don't be impulsive. I will never forgive you again in my life, Yan Yu. Shui Liyang collapsed and shed tears. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. He shouted these words desperately, and felt the taste of blood in his throat. Okay, you are really cruel. Yan Yu bit his lip, hesitated for a few seconds, and then reluctantly retreated, locking the door from the outside. Shui Liyang waited for a while before hiding the iron sheet behind the painting on the wall, then sat down against the foot of the bed. covered his face, and let the twilight outside the window swallow him. Chapter 219. Who is in the game? Brother, Ling Gu is gone. Shui Liang sat on the bed blankly, looking at Cheng Qingyao with a face full of despair. After a long time he asked, "Gone? What does it mean?" Cheng Qingyao did not answer him, just sat there, lowering his head. In his memory, Cheng Qingyao should have answered something, but Shui Liang could not remember clearly. He remembered clearly at this moment. This was another farewell and death that he had experienced personally. The sound of conversation came from outside the door. It was the boy named Ling Gu. He stayed at the age of 17 forever. That distant and familiar voice was speaking to Bai Wu Luo. I said, "You and your brother are both good people, don't worry. There will always be a turning point. Good people should be rewarded." Is that so? Shui Liang thought for a long time, and suddenly shook his head gently. It's not like that. I am not a good person at all. In just 20 years, he committed too many sins, so that the retribution is heavy, one after another, until death. But his retribution should not fall on Luo Qin. Shui Liang woke up from a chaotic dream, and his heart hurt as if a hole had been dug in it, and it was leaking air. Luo Qin remembered everything in the past, and he had really come to Han Shou to find him, but why did he not remember anything later? What happened? After Nian Yu handed over the letter, did Shui Yunting do anything to Luo Qin? Shui Liang didn't dare to think about it anymore. He got up from the bed, walked to the window, and looked out. It was already the end of summer, and the heat in the air was mixed with a hint of coolness, and the wind made the leaves rustle, but the surrounding environment was very quiet. Sure enough, just as he thought, there were several members of the Human Alliance Guard, who seemed to be walking by unintentionally downstairs. At first glance, they had nothing to do with this building, but they were actually staring at this room. Shui Liang looked at one of them 3 times, finally alerting him. He walked to the blind spot of the building, and did something unknown. 10 minutes later, Nian Yu appeared downstairs. The door of the room was soon opened. Nian Yu walked in, and asked him calmly, "Lizzie, what are you doing? Let irrelevant people get out of here." Shui Liang said, "You should know that. I don't like being monitored." Nian Yu smiled, and said, "Everyone here is my people, it's very safe." The implication is that the news that Shui Liang was imprisoned here would not be spread at all, so he didn't have to expect Luo Qin to find out any clues from somewhere. Most likely out of confidence in the tight security of his men. Nian Yu rarely agreed to let Shui Liang go downstairs. Shui Liang did not refuse. It was his instinct to always observe the surrounding environment during his years as a Special Forces soldier. However, he had no impression of this place, and could not see too many flaws. "Qingyao asked me today if you were with me," Nian Yu said to him. I said no. But he didn't believe me at first sight. "Lichi, I have seen too many people look disappointed in me. Qingyao thinks I have changed. Just like you. He has never been able to believe that I am not a waste in your eyes." Shui Liang retorted, "If he knew that Cheng Qingya's death might be related to you, do you think he would still be disappointed in you?" Nian Yu looked at him, silent at first, and then said, "I can't forget that she helped me and took care of me before." "Then what?" "No more." Shui Liang turned his face away, and his eyebrows were full of disgust for him. Nian Yu didn't like this feeling. He didn't like the way these old friends were on guard against him. He scratched his hair in annoyance and changed the subject. "Han Long. And his henchmen. I got rid of them. These rubbish are worthless. They will only cause trouble if they stay in the Ark. I guess I'm helping you vent your anger. I'm not interested. He's completely crazy now. I don't want to take revenge on him at all," Shui Liang said. "Besides, weren't you the one who ordered them to frame me?" "Nian Yu, there is a limit to your self-directed and self-acted performance. Don't do it again. I don't have the patience to watch your performance. You are afraid that you will be isolated and helpless in the Ark. So you go and kneel down to beg Cheng Qingyao. Ask Jima Song. And ask them to help you. I can't give you anything. It's not that I want to repay evil with kindness. He doesn't hate Han Long and others deeply. He doesn't even have any impression of them. It's not serious enough to kill them. Compared with those insignificant characters, Nian Yu in front of him is more likely to make him want to kill. Lizzie, think clearly. Who is the one who is isolated and helpless in the Ark now? It's not me. But Luo Qin," Nian Yu said grimly. "He has no one around him, relying on those small fry in the rescue team. Or those remnants of the Blue Flame Brigade who don't know their own strength. If I let him die, I will use a method that is 10,000 times more brutal than dealing with Han Long. Do you want to try it?" Shui Liang's eyes suddenly became colder than an ice cellar. If you dare, I will take your life. Lychee Eye. Yin Yu hadn't finished speaking when a huge explosion suddenly sounded from upstairs, which lasted for 5 seconds, and then triggered a series of chain reactions. Broken glass and building debris flew everywhere, and everyone downstairs was stunned. An explosion of this scale seems to be premeditated. Yin Yu immediately asked someone to go up and investigate. About half an hour later, someone came down and told him that a miniature TNT bomb was installed in the room where Shui Liang was staying, and it was built into the wall early in the morning, but it didn't explode until today. Yin Yu subconsciously looked at Shui Liang, but found that he was laughing. Did you do this? Yin Yu's face was gloomy. Lizzie, what did you do? I was planning, if you continue to lock me up like this, I will blow up the room, and then take you to death with me. Shui Liang smiled. Yin Yu, since you know I am Red Eyes, you shouldn't be so confident, and have no defense against me at all. Yin Yu suddenly felt the horror of Shui Liang, not as a former childhood friend, but as the terrifying name on the international killer bounty list, like a ghost, will use all kinds of unexpected methods to kill you with one blow. When you think you have gotten rid of him, you are actually stepping into the trap he has set. Do you think you can fight us alone? Yin Yu asked him gloomily. Lizzie, if you were not here with me, you would have been chewed by Li Muki to the point where there is not even a bone left. Shui Liang took a few steps back, keeping a distance from Yin Yu. Can he eat it? Yin Yu was successfully angered by him this time, and took Shui Liang to Fang Zhou in a very tough manner, and sent him to Li Muki's office, showing no mercy. Before going in, Yin Yu stopped at the door of the office, and once again tested Shui Liang's attitude of surrender. I don't want to send you to him for custody. You know, Li Muki will make a lot of trouble. Shui Liang curled his lips, and pushed the door open. Yin Yu followed him, and kicked the door shut angrily. Li Muki was having tea at this time, and he was very leisurely. He looked at the two people who came in unexpectedly and smiled. Oh? Why are you willing to give him to me? My place is not safe. There is a small problem. I need to transfer him temporarily. Yin Yu lightly mentioned the previous explosion incident. There are many empty rooms in the shelter area. Put him there and restrict all personnel from visiting, especially Luo Qin. You can do whatever you want during this period, but you can't let him die. He turned his head to look at Shui Liang, and his fingers touched the metal collar on the other's neck. Lizzie, you should know what is inside this thing. This is the only collar that I control personally. You know I won't kill you, and I'm not afraid of this threat. But Luo Qin will be afraid, so he is very cautious now. You'd better not make it difficult for me. Otherwise I will torture him to death. Shui Liang didn't even look at him, as if he didn't hear anything at all. Li Muki waved his hand, and asked someone to take Shui Liang to the detention room at the bottom. Seeing that Yin Yu looked a little embarrassed, and his face was not very good, he asked, What's wrong? You still can't deal with Luo Qin? I will kill him one day. Yin Yu's expression was fierce, and his veins were bulging. Just don't stop me when the time comes. Li Muki, Luo Qin is still useful to me. Don't mess around. Just Shui Liang. Is it necessary for you to be so confrontational? Yin Yu said nothing more, turned around and left the office. Shui Yunting sat in the tea room, and couldn't help but sneer today. His mother really opened her eyes. I don't know what ability my son has to be so obsessed with them. Young people's tricks are not surprising. Li Muki shrugged. Luo Qin is also a capable person. Your son is supposed to be a man with a temper, but he is willing to open his legs for him to play with. If I had known that it would be more useful than giving birth to a girl, I should have sent him to a place like an entertainment city to sell him, and I could have paid back some of the money I spent on raising him. Shui Yunting rubbed his neck in a relaxed manner, making a frivolous sound. What you said? I also want to have a play. What kind of women have I not seen in these years? I am tired of playing with them. It is boring. By the way, Zhu Yin, your subordinate, I think he is tender and delicate. Have you ever had sex with him? I don't have the perverted hobby inherited from your family. Li Muki showed a contemptuous look. Not now. Don't make any trouble. Wait until he has completely researched the vaccine. Shui Yunting made a boring sound, and poured himself a cup of tea. The door was knocked 3 times, and Zhu Yan's voice came in. Mr. Li, I am here to report the progress of the experiment. Come in. Zhu Yan pushed the door open, ignoring Shui Yunting's beast-like eyes. Accompanied by his guards, Li Muki opened the door of the detention room. The door had 3 biological locks. The first two were already very strong, and the third one needed to be unlocked by reading iris information. It was the highest authority in the Ark, and there were no more than 5 people who were qualified to unlock it. Xue Liang's Ark authority had been cancelled when he quit, so there was no need to worry about him running away. This detention room was more special than the others. In addition to a set of internal circulation constant temperature equipment running 24 hours a day, there was no monitoring or listening system. The interior of the detention room is made of soft sponge walls, which will not give the prisoners a chance to commit suicide. As soon as Li Miyuki entered, he saw Xue Liang sitting by the wall, staring at him. It seems that you have really been trained in the army, and you are living a comfortable life, Li Miyuki said. Let's get straight to the point. I want to make a deal with you. How about it? I only do murder and robbery now, Xue Liang said in a brisk tone. Whose life do you want? Xue Yanting. I will give you a 50% discount. If it is you, I will give it to you for free. Li Miyuki was not in a hurry, and said slowly, you can still joke. It seems that I have made your life too good. Let me put it this way, I have seen the armor made of the Tai Sui stone on Luo Qin, and it can be said to be very exquisite. This technology is an outstanding miracle of mankind. If you are willing to cooperate with Ark, sell me your weapon manufacturing process and coding technology, I will release you immediately, let you join the Ark committee again, and will not pursue any of the previous things. Xue Liang was amused by him for a while, and finally stopped laughing, and said, Li Miyuki, are you really here to discuss cooperation with me? Otherwise? So you are reluctant to kill Luo Qin just for this? Xue Liang raised a pair of sharp eyes, like a beast, staring at the other party. While he was unable to move, I wanted to steal his armor manufacturing technology, but I found that I could not digest it at all, so I had no choice but to bow my head and beg me. Li Miyuki's face was cold. I am not begging you. Now I decide whether you can live or not. If you really want to negotiate with me, then tell me, what drugs did you use on Luo Qin? The air pressure around Xue Liang suddenly dropped, and he said in a cold voice, the kind of drug that can make him addicted and hallucinate. If that's the case, I have nothing to say, Li Miyuki said, turning around and preparing to leave. Think it over and answer me, and you can call the guards at any time. The door of the detention room closed in front of Xue Liang, isolating the outside sounds, and the only sound in the room was his own breathing. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall, feeling very tired. It was unknown how much time had passed. When Xue Liang opened his eyes again, the security door was being unlocked by scanning iris information. He looked up curiously, but saw Luo Qin running in breathlessly. Xue Liang frowned at the other person, as if trying to identify whether it was the familiar face. It had been too long since he had seen anyone other than Yan Yu and Li Miyuki. Xue Liang's perception was a little slow, but it would soon be better. Luo Qin, he said softly. Come here. Chapter 220 The Devil's Seed. Luo Qin rushed over and hugged Xue Liang, his body trembling. Lichi. The scene seemed familiar. Xue Liang remembered that he had come to see the imprisoned Luo Qin in the same way before. At that time, both of them were still full of courage, and just knew to run towards each other regardless of everything, fearless, as if nothing could stop them. But at this moment, he only needed to know that Luo Qin had come to him. No matter what purpose and attitude Luo Qin had when he came to Hanzhou, at least he had not forgotten himself for a while. That's enough. Do you miss me? Xue Liang raised his hand and put it around Luo Qin's neck, smiled. Don't worry, you can come here, it means I'm fine. Don't cry, okay? How do you know? Luo Qin hugged him, refusing to turn around and let the other party see the defeated expression on his face. I can't sleep. Lizzie, I think about you every day. I'm afraid that the beast Nian Yu really did something to you. He won't, Xue Liang said. You don't have to be afraid of him, Luo Qin. I'm sorry, I just found out today that he locked you up here. Luo Qin took a few deep breaths, suppressed the sourness in his eyes, looked up at him. It just so happened that he wasn't here, so I came here directly. Xue Liang rubbed his cheeks. His eyes were full of love that was much stronger than before. Come quickly, let me see you. Give me a hug, Luo Qin. He used the most gentle eyes to describe Luo Qin's appearance inch by inch, but his heart was trembling. For no reason, he was afraid that one day he would forget what the other person looked like. Even though life is short, this is the love that has occupied almost all of his years. He cannot forget it. Just like he has held the red rope tightly again and again in the past 10 years. And he must remember it until he dies. Xue Liang held Luo Qin's hand and put it on his neck. Look here. What color is the light on? Luo Qin took a look and hesitated. Yellow. Why is it yellow? This central control neck ring has 3 colors of warning lights. Green represents stable situation, high individual safety. Red represents high risk, and is a warning that the injection procedure is about to start. But now, the collar on Shui Liang's neck is lit with a yellow light, which means that the signal is interfered with, or the connection is interrupted. Well, it seems to be going smoothly, Shui Liang said ambiguously. Okay. Now all the signals here are restricted, and no one will monitor us for the time being. You can say whatever you want to me. Luo Qin calmed down, let Shui Liang lean on his arms, and told him about the movements of the Ark in recent times, including Yi Qinglan's disappearance. He also investigated for a long time, but the clues were all cut off at the same place, and he had no clue. The current human alliance is managed by Jima Song, and Cui Haoshan is very powerful next to Li Muqi, and he is ignorant of the world and wants to seize Jima Song's power. However, Jimoro is next to him, so he dare not make any big moves. Are Wu Luo and the others okay? Shui Liang asked anxiously. Luo Qin nodded hurriedly. They are all good, but he and Sun Ling came to ask for people several times, and they fought inside the Ark, and I sent them out. Xiao Bai is protected by Cheng Qiyao, and it's not easy to do anything to Li Muqi directly. Take care of yourself, Luo Qin. Shui Liang rubbed his hair. Come and see me more often when you have time. I'll take you away, Lizzie. Luo Qin held his wrist back. I won't let you stay here alone. Shui Liang shook his head. No, I can't leave, Luo Qin. Why? Luo Qin couldn't understand his action, but Shui Liang didn't explain to him again, just said, believe me, Luo Qin, I need you. Help me a big favor. Luo Qin pursed his lips and asked after a long time, what? Don't do anything, Shui Liang said. After you go back today, don't do anything that can make me leave here. Keep working, and be safe. Luo Qin stared at him. What do you want to do? Shui Liang turned his face away. Just trust me. Luo Qin. I will find a way to remove this thing on your neck. Luo Qin said. Lizzie. I'm afraid Nian you can really do it. I can't bet whether he will kill you. The signal of the neck ring was interrupted for 4 hours. Until Nian Yu came back, kicked the door of the detention room with a gun, and it turned back to green. What did you do? Nian Yu's finger pressed on the trigger. The signal is broken, Lizzie. Did you do it? Shui Liang taunted. Fix your broken server, the Wi-Fi signal is so bad. Luo Qin stood in front of Shui Liang, staring at Nian Yu with murderous intent. Why, didn't you get beaten enough last time? If you don't get out, I will make this thing on his neck turn red now. Nian Yu gritted his teeth and said word by word. Or you can try it, I can do anything to anyone. He knew what Luo Qin cared about the most, so he had to use this as a threat, and sure enough, this bargaining chip was also quite effective. Luo Qin looked back at Shui Liang reluctantly, and said, I'm leaving. Lizzie, you should protect yourself. When will you come to see me next time? Shui Liang tugged at his sleeve. Come earlier. Okay? Luo Qin couldn't help it anymore. Turned around, held Shui Liang's face, and kissed him gently on the forehead. Don't be afraid, baby. I will come to see you soon. As soon as Luo Qin left, Nian Yu's emotions broke out again. He pinched Shui Liang's neck, pressing the man against the wall, threatened, I really want to kill you. Lichi, I just want to see Luo Qin's heartbroken look. Unfortunately you won't. Shui Liang calmly pushed his hand away. Now that Luo Qin is not here, I have a business to do with you. Do you want to listen? Nian Yu did not speak after all. His biggest trump card has been seen through by Shui Liang, that is, he will never do anything to his childhood friend. Under this premise, Shui Liang is indeed fearless. I have a request. Shui Liang continued to talk to himself. Go tell Li Muqi. Isn't he experimenting with various drugs? I can be his drug tester, and I can accept any drug resistance experiment, as long as he promises to let me out of this place. Nian Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. Since you don't want to be locked up, why don't you give in to me? If you come to beg me, I won't let you pay any price. Shui Liang smiled at him, with an expression of a superior who is determined to win, which made Nian Yu feel that no matter when, this person always stood in a high position, overlooking everyone. I need to think about this matter when I go back. After all, those drugs are not something that ordinary reconstructed humans can bear. Although you are the strongest alpha-type reconstructed human, you should know how painful the process is. Nian Yu's eyes darkened. And he said, I'll wait for you to bow your head to me. Xue Liang slightly confirmed that Nian Yu was too lazy to monitor the previous conversation between him and Li Muqi. So he didn't know why he only proposed to negotiate with Li Muqi. Whether he didn't take Li Muqi seriously or didn't take himself seriously. Nian Yu didn't know what despicable things Li Muqi did to Luo Qin. Otherwise, he should be able to easily guess his intentions at this moment, and then resolutely refuse. It seems that the people around Li Muqi are not completely open to each other, and they are reserved and concealing from each other. The information gap formed among them is enough for Xue Liang to carefully arrange what he wants to do. Leaving here is not the ultimate goal, but getting close to Li Muqi's shameful core is. However, Xue Liang must make Nian Yu believe that he just doesn't want to ask him. So he would rather compromise with Li Muqi to get out. I understand Uncle Zhao's feelings. Nian Yu looked away and laughed. You look very gentle. But if you are really provoked, you are more like a firecracker than anyone else. It's enough for you to understand. Go back and think about it. Xue Liang yawned, stretched and leaned aside. Nian Yu really couldn't do anything to him. Thinking that this man was really hot-tempered and difficult to deal with, I don't know how Luo Qin dealt with him. Xue Liang had his back to the door. When he heard Nian Yu leave, his body suddenly curled up, and he was shaking with fear. Xue Yunting came last night and played him the video of Nian Yu killing Han Long and the henchmen. After that, Xue Liang began to have nightmares. He dreamed that when he was a child, he raised 2 rabbits on the lawn at home, and a tabby cat. There were no other children to play with him. So he would go to the garden to find these small animals after practicing the piano. He would watch the kittens and rabbits eat the food in his hands trustfully and docilely. And he felt happy to protect the weak. Until one day Xue Yunting took him to the garden. And the rabbits and cats saw him and ran over happily, waiting to get today's snacks from him. Xue Yunting patiently coaxed him to squat down. But he took out a scalpel from his pocket, and showed a fatherly look in Xue Liang's fearful eyes, and smiled and said to him, Yang Yang, feed him. The small animals were defenseless, and still came to his hands to eat. Then Xue Yunting grabbed his hands, and ripped open the cat and rabbit alive. The lives that were alive and kicking before instantly turned into a pile of bloody rotten meat. Xue Liang remembered that he had been screaming at the time, begging him not to do it. But Xue Yunting was like the cruelest executioner in the world, grabbing his hands and making him kill his pets with a scalpel. Those little lives that trusted him deeply, perhaps never thought that they would suddenly suffer such a disaster. That was the devil seed that Xue Yunting had planted in his heart since he was a child. And it was his nightmare for his whole life. Nian Yu reminded him of it again, when he woke up in the middle of the night. He didn't know how many times he muttered sorry, but he couldn't relieve the guilt and regret in his heart. This was the original sin that accompanied him until his death. Chapter 221. Please open your eyes when it is dark. In the following week, Luo Qin came to see Xue Liang several times again. The highest authority can ensure that he can move freely in the entire arc. Even Nian Yu cannot stop Li Muqi from expanding Luo Qin's power bit by bit. However, Luo Qin tried to ask about their past several times, but Xue Liang changed the subject. Luo Qin saw that he was avoiding this matter, and he was persistent and patiently coaxed him bit by bit. Nian Yu came less and less frequently. I don't know what else he was busy with, but every time he came, his condition would be worse than before. Xue Liang realized his change, but didn't say anything. Both sides knew it and never discussed it. I checked the past records. Nian Yu approached Xue Liang, looked at him and said, Li Shaohan came here. Brought you wine? What did you discuss with Li Muqi? Xue Liang got up lazily, because he drank too much. His head was still a little dizzy. Nothing. I just want to say that you didn't have the chance to discuss the request I made last time. What do you mean? Nian Yu leaned over and pressed on him. What is Li Muqi going to do? For Li Muqi, an alpha-type reconstructed human who can no longer be used by him, is of course better to be a guinea pig for drug resistance testing. Xue Liang said. Is your listening device only for real-time monitoring? No recording? Such a small thing can't store much information. Of course it won't record. And I won't listen to it all the time. Nian Yu sneered. But every time Luo Qin comes, I will listen to the whole process. Don't worry. Although I don't know how you interfered with the signal here last time, this kind of thing will not happen again in the future. Xue Liang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although Nian Yu has changed a lot compared to before, he is still far from enough to compete with him. A battle-hardened Special Forces soldier. He can't even hear the tentative meaning in his words. It seems that he can still use this information gap. Luo Qin is not giving up. I know some of his recent actions. Although he has done a good job of confidentiality, I have already said that he is isolated and helpless. And it is impossible to completely hide anything. Nian Yu said. It's a pity that the thing on your neck is no different from holding a knife to him. You may not be afraid of death, but Luo Qin is afraid of your death. I bet that Luo Qin dare not bet. It seems that you really care about him. Shui Liang laughed. Does Luo Qin scare you so much, Nian Yu? You use me to threaten him, because this is the only way you can think of, right? Lizzie, don't try to irritate me. Nian Yu's teeth were cold. If you make me angry again, I won't throw you out to be slaughtered by Lim Yuki. I will just lose control of my emotions and throw Luo Qin's body in front of you. You dare. The cold light in Shui Liang's eyes was no weaker than his. This collar, when forcibly broken, will automatically activate the injection mechanism, unless you tie me up forever. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait for me to become a corpse in front of you. Once I die, what weaknesses of Luo Qin can you take advantage of? Nian Yu suddenly felt that Shui Liang was the real vicious one. He was too bad. Too good at using other people's concerns to threaten and hurt people's hearts. And he would never show mercy even when it came to himself. These were all things Shui Yunting had forcibly engraved into Shui Liang's bones and blood. No matter how hard he tried to wash away the marks of sin when he grew up, he could not completely change the dark side of his character. Do you think I have no chips? And I dare to run into your hands? Shui Liang said calmly. But he was very sure. If you bet with me, you must be prepared to die without a complete body. Soon. Nian Yu knew why Shui Liang said that he had no chance to discuss. When the door of the detention room was opened again, Cui Haoshan and Jima Song walked in. One with a face full of arrogance, and the other was still cold as ice. Look who this is. Cui Haoshan laughed. Shui Liang. What's the difference between you and a dog that was beaten and tied up? Shui Liang answered him naturally. Of course there is a difference. Even if I was beaten, I'm better than you. I knelt at someone's feet and picked up leftovers for a long time. My saliva almost flowed on Lim Yuki's face. But he didn't even want to tie you up. Cui Haoshan's self-esteem was instantly ignited. And his temper exploded. Hack you. Jima Song stretched out his hand to stop him. And there was a rare bit of disgust in his tone. Don't forget what we are here for. If you only cause trouble, go back. Cui Haoshan knew Jima Song's status, and was also afraid of Jima Ro. And he didn't dare to provoke her at all. Besides, the benefits he had gained from the Jima family before were enough to shut him up. Nian Yu stopped in front of Shui Liang and asked warily, What are you doing? Don't get involved. He is now a criminal under Fanzhou's custody. Lim Yuki has to take care of him. Cui Haoshan said. He wants to test the drug on Lim Yuki. A group of people in the laboratory are waiting. Nian Yu's face changed when he heard this. And he glared at Shui Liang fiercely. You! Shui Liang stood up calmly, glanced at Cui Haoshan, and said with a rising tone, You are in your prime. You, what's your name? Cui Haoshan was so angry that he was about to take action, but was stopped by Nian Yu. Let's go! Shui Liang ignored the subtle hostility in the atmosphere and walked behind Jima Song. Jima Song glanced at him, turned around and walked out of the detention room. The group of people walking on the road was too conspicuous, especially Shui Liang. The previous battle almost made everyone know his name. Whether it was admiration or slander, it was common for him. Brother. Zheng Qingyao hurried towards him. Cui Haoshan impatiently clicked his tongue and stopped. Are you going to do this again? Zheng Qingyao has lost a lot of weight, and his eyebrows are more mature and vicissitudes than a month ago. Luo Qin will never agree. If you keep it secret from him, something will definitely happen. Shui Liang waved his hand. Don't let him know. Remember to protect yourself and stay away from this matter. Zheng Qingyao looked at Cui Haoshan, moved close to Shui Liang, and whispered in his ear, He's fine. Shui Liang was startled, nodded gratefully, and followed Jima Song away. Jima Song and Cui Haoshan seemed to be only responsible for sending him here. For the things that happened afterwards, probably only people like Lim Yuki and Shui Yunting could participate. Before leaving, Cui Haoshan stared at Shui Liang with resentment. Because of Jima Song's presence, he did not dare to do anything. The laboratory was empty, only dozens of machines and instruments were running. Xue Liang walked to the side of the laboratory table and sat down, looking at some unknown stains on it, with no change in expression. That's it, it's still under his control. In the corridor, Cui Haoshan just lit a cigarette and walked towards the elevator, preparing to go to the supply area to buy some food and drinks, which was also a way to vent his anger today. Turning the corner, he ran into Nian Yu head-on, frowned, and planned to go around without saying a word. Cui Haoshan still remembered how this loser was bullied and humiliated by him in high school. Now that time has passed. He has to be suppressed in front of Nian Yu. However, he was not convinced. He did not even take Xue Liang seriously, let alone a weak egg who once begged for mercy at his feet. Nian Yu didn't intend to just pass him by. He raised his hand and pushed Cui Haoshan against the wall. Without waiting for his reaction, he quickly took out a permission card from Cui Haoshan's coat pocket. "What are you doing?" Cui Haoshan waited for him with his hound-like eyes. "Are you looking for trouble?" Nian Yu looked at the card, smiled contemptuously, and then broke the permission card in half with his two hands. "Get out, and don't let me see you in the Ark again," Nian Yu said. "I will cancel your permissions later. Go back to where you came from. The Ark doesn't support bastards like you." "What did you say?" Cui Haoshan widened his eyes. "How dare you? I was recruited by Li Muki." Nian Yu seemed to be listening to a joke. With a look of disdain on his face, "Who do you think you are? There are a lot of recreated humans like you out there. How valuable do you think you are? The giant lizards are all dead. What value do you have? Li Muki has a lot of connections. He will know if I throw you out in half a minute. If you don't believe me, you can see. Will he come to pick you up?" "Nian Yu." There was a loud noise in the corridor. Except for Li Muki. Everyone in the laboratory paused and looked at the door carefully. But the sound did not sound again. And soon it returned to silence. Li Muki pulled out the needle, took off the disposable gloves and put them in the sterile tray, and looked at Xue Liang, who had completely lost consciousness on the laboratory table. He was really patient, he thought. Just now, even the assistant beside him was frightened by the cruel drug testing process and changed his face. Li Muki did not hesitate at all, and directly cut open the flesh and blood body in front of him, injected the drug he used for the experiment, and then observed the changes in muscles and blood. Since Xu Yan developed a drug that can make the Lantian virus semi-dormant, Li Muki used it on Xue Liang, so that the wound would not heal too quickly, and at the same time, with the protection mechanism of the Lantian virus, people would not die from blood loss and pain. Xue Liang's chest was still rising and falling slightly. His wet hair hung down to cover his eyes. His mouth was soaked with blood, and he was dying. He had not actually fainted yet. The Lantian virus in his body was currently in a low-activity state. After being injured, it could only maintain the most basic blood coagulation and repair function. The healing process became extremely slow, and the pain did not decrease at all. The pain often made him extremely sober, and his internal organs were in pain. That kind of horrible, desperate feeling would be repeated dozens of times every day. Li Muki was merciless when dealing with him. Every time he tried a drug, he would stand aside and wait. When his body indicators returned to normal, he would immediately continue the next drug experiment. Xue Liang knew that Li Muki was taking revenge on him. "Okay, I'll try this much today." Li Muki cleaned and disinfected his hands in the sink, and wiped his hands with a towel. "Today I have gained a lot. The calculated data is more accurate than before. The task has been completed ahead of schedule. Congratulations, you won't faint from the pain for at least the next 3 days." He turned and left the laboratory, and saw Xu Yan waiting at the door. The other party actually had a forbearing look on his face. "You can't stand it?" Li Muki smiled faintly. Xu Yan said, "Bossly, why don't you just give him the red shavings enhancer?" "No, a dangerous monster like him, once the enhancer is used, will directly destroy the Ark. The reason why Nian Yu can be used is that he will not be our enemy. High-level reconstructed humans can mobilize their instincts, suppress the factors in the enhancer that make their personality violent and out of control. As long as there are no triggering conditions under extreme circumstances, he will not go crazy." After Li Muki finished speaking, he walked past Xu Yan. "What you made is very useful, and live dissection can't kill people. Next year, I will arrange a seat for you in the committee, and your first-class authority will be promoted to the highest level at that time." "Thank you, Bossly." Xu Yan's shoulders were still tense. "Mr. Xue said he was waiting in your office. He has already come to ask for help." "I'll go right away." Zhu Yin watched the Miyuki walk away, picked up the medicine box at his feet, and walked into the laboratory. The shocking bloodstains on the lab table made his heart tighten. He hurried over, looked at the motionless Xue Liyang, and whispered, "Xue Liyang?" Xue Liyang slowly raised his hand, made a hushed gesture, and pointed to the collar on his neck. "I'll take care of your wound." Zhu Yin understood and said calmly, "You can rest well these days. Don't think about doing anything else. Luo Qin was sent out to open up a safe zone, and can't come back for the time being. He doesn't know you are here." Xue Liyang raised the corner of his mouth and nodded gently. Zhu Yin did not communicate with him anymore. He treated his wound as usual, changed his clothes, packed up, and was about to leave. At this moment, he suddenly heard a commotion outside, and the sound of a guard firing a gun. He immediately turned around and looked at the door. The frantic footsteps outside gradually became sparse, and finally only a dull pace remained, which seemed to be coming this way. When the door and wall of the laboratory were blasted open, a piercing alarm sounded above his head. Xue Liyang was in a fuzzy state, and saw only a figure running in from the door, shouting something in panic. He thought it was Luo Qin at first, but when the man came closer, he realized that it was Falcon. "Captain!" Falcon's eyes almost burst when he saw this miserable scene, and he rushed to the laboratory table, looking at Xue Liyang's blood-stained body in disbelief. He noticed Zhu Yin standing beside him, and was so angry that he wanted to strangle him. "It's you." Chapter 222, You can't watch him destroy you. Don't be impulsive. Zhu Yin looked into Falcon's eyes, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Stay away from him." Falcon kicked him away, and directly carried Xue Liyang on the lab table, and turned and rushed out. Zhu Yin was kicked so hard that he lay on the ground and coughed for a while, looking at the footprints on the chest of his white coat, smiled bitterly. Xue Liyang was dazed and only felt that Falcon led him out of the laboratory, and suddenly he became a little sober, grabbed Falcon's collar, and raised his voice. "What are you doing here? Put me down, go, quick." Falcon lowered his head and smiled at him, and said, "It's okay, Captain, I met Nuonyo before I came here, and she also arrived in Hanzhou. No matter what, I have no regrets." And it was at this moment of eye contact that Xue Liyang suddenly discovered that the pupils of Falcon's eyes were completely blood red. Someone soon caught up with him from behind, and bullets flew everywhere, hitting the floor tiles behind Falcon. He turned around, rushed into the stairwell, and ran into another corridor. "Falcon." Xue Liyang's voice was almost hoarse. "This is an order. Put me down." "I'm sorry, Captain. I disobeyed an order once." Falcon just kept running forward, but his pace slowed down visibly. "I want to save you." He didn't run a few steps, but stumbled and fell down. And when he fell to the ground, he was still protecting Xue Liyang tightly, and his back hit the wall heavily. Xue Liyang climbed up with great pain, and hurried to see him. "What happened to you?" Falcon curled up on the ground, covering his mouth with his right hand and coughing desperately, as if he wanted to cough out all his internal organs. He didn't know when his body was full of bullet holes, and he was bleeding non-stop. The amount of blood loss was almost 1/3 of the normal blood flow in the human body. "Why didn't your wound heal?" Xue Liyang was shocked. Suddenly, he thought of something. Countermeasures? Countermeasure bullets? Falcon was helped to sit up by him. His face was pale. He spat out blood as soon as he opened his mouth. "Captain, I'm sorry. Luo Qin refused to help me. I could only do it myself. He was right not to help you." Xue Liyang felt a breath stuck in his chest, and his scalp was numb. "No. Even Luo Qin didn't know I was here." "Who told you?" "I found it myself. But the Ark is under the control of the Miyuki. Maybe someone led me here. Who knows?" Falcon pointed to the blue flame logo on his chest and smiled bitterly. "Captain, I may not be able to do it. I'm sorry for Lan Yen." Xue Liyang held up his arm and walked towards the exit at the other end of the corridor with difficulty. "Get up. You haven't reached the end yet. You can avoid the guards if you go out from there. You go out and hide, and don't come back." In fact, both of them knew that even if they successfully passed through the corridor, they couldn't escape the patrols of 5 or 6 shifts of guards every day, and they couldn't get out. And the fact that Falcon could get here unimpeded also meant another terrible situation. Someone deliberately let him in, but didn't intend to let him out alive. "No, I might. Just stay here." Falcon stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, and heard the search sounds in the next corridor getting closer and closer. "Captain, Can you help me pass on a message if you have a chance? If I have a chance to see Nonyo again, I really want to tell her. Xue Liang clenched his hands, but he was still shaking so much that he couldn't hold Falcon's arms. The body on his shoulder slowly leaned towards him. Xue Liang held his breath and turned his head. He saw that Falcon was still leaning there with his head tilted up. His eyes were not closed, but his mouth and nose were no longer breathing. A few rays of sunlight came in from the window above his head, shining on Falcon's motionless face. You, Xue Liang choked up. You should tell me yourself. Why did you? He still vaguely remembered that on the day Falcon first joined the army. He was also crying and wailing, muttering about his girlfriend, who had gone to an unknown place. Xue Liang sat on the front of the car carrying new recruits, cleaning his gun. She looked at him with amusement, thinking, what the hell is this? He is so useless. Why did he send it to the army? At that time, Chinua happened to come over to do some work. Seeing Falcon crying, he glanced at Xue Liang blankly. Seeing that he did not respond, he walked over, took out toilet paper from his pocket and handed it to Falcon. Comrade, are you okay? Falcon looked up and found that it was a female comrade. He was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he was embarrassed. He hesitated and could not speak. The sunshine that day was almost like today, warm and bright at the beginning of everything. When Xue Liang was found, he was unconscious. Zhao Fanglu came to take him back, cleaned the blood off his body, fixed his hands and feet, and reapplied medicine for him. He lay on the bed, staring blankly, tears flowing mechanically. Zhao Fanglu came over with a syringe, frowned at Xue Liang, and said, you should be thankful that the virus in your body is in a low-activity state. Otherwise you would have been infected by the Falcon by now. If you can't stand it, you can take a nap. Xue Liang came back to his senses. He looked at Zhao Fanglu, and suddenly lost all his strength. He said tiredly, you keep the body of the Falcon and give it to Luo Qin. Okay? I beg you. I only ask you for this one thing. As long as you agree, I will listen to you in everything. He was tired, and really didn't want to resist like he did when he was a teenager. Now he just hoped that the Falcon could be sent to Chinua in good condition, even if it was a corpse. Let them meet again, the last time. Chinua will decide how to deal with the Falcon's body. But this is too cruel. Xue Liang has not accepted this fact until now. Zhao Fangluo did not answer him immediately, but put the syringe aside, and took out a black electronic watch from his pocket. It was a military watch that Xue Liang had worn for many years, for positioning and tracking. When he was promoted to the rank of second lieutenant for the first time, Zhao Fangluo gave it to him as a gift. Now the watch is put back on his hand, like a long-lost band-aid, trying to seal the growing rift between the two for the last time. I'll do it, Zhao Fanglu said. After all, he was once my team member. Xue Liang stared blankly at the watch on his wrist, saying nothing. Inject this. Yang on. Zhao Fanglu picked up the syringe and pushed out a cluster of water. What? Xue Liang instinctively wanted to hide. What is this? You used to take it. It's a drug to suppress emotions. Zhao Fanglu remained calm, holding the syringe and approaching him. A reconstructed human like you, although powerful, but unstable emotions will affect your own physical condition. So I always asked you to continue injecting. I just didn't expect you to stop the injection during the shunning period. And then that Luo Qin, which made you keep acting on impulse, and let yourself get to where you are today. Xue Liang struggled and twisted a few times, and resisted. No, I won't do it. You said you would listen to me, Zhao Fanglu said. You can't be so disobedient. Yang on. No, I can promise you other things, but not this. Xue Liang almost began to beg him. I don't want to do this. No, I don't want it. He wanted to break free from the restraints of his limbs like crazy, but he couldn't use any strength at all. Zhao Fanglu held his neck tightly, and his eyes were almost bleeding. Don't do this. I will do whatever you ask me to do. Don't use this thing on me. You can't do this to me. Sixian and Simi were already dead. He didn't want even the last thought of Luo Qin to be cut off and strangled. Otherwise, what was the difference between him and the walking dead? He would rather die. He didn't want to forget. That's the problem. Yang on. You don't understand at all. I'm protecting you, Zhao Fanglu said. So far, all the factors that Luo Qin has shown are very unstable. His intervention has destroyed the path you should have taken. You like him, So all these things happened. It's entangled. As long as you can't cut off your feelings for each other, it will never end. The ending in the future can only be that one of you will be dragged to death. Then let me be the one who is dragged to death. Shui Liang screamed in despair. Otherwise, even if you give me 1,000 or 10,000 shots, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Hate if you want. Zhao Fenglu's voice was mixed with a hint of sadness. And then he inserted the injection. Tears slid down Shui Liang's cheeks. I hate you. He turned his head away and closed his eyes. Zhao Fengluo pushed the whole syringe in and threw it into the recycling bin, untied Shui Liang's limbs. Okay, Yanong, you can hate me, or wait until you like someone else, boy or girl, I'll let you. But Luo Qin can't. I can't watch him destroy you. Shui Liang kept silent, just silently crying. In fact, I have always known about Luo Qin's existence, but if I don't let you know, you won't know. Do you think you are so powerful? The information about Jing Chun that you found out in these years, I don't mind you finding it out. Zhao Fengluo said calmly. Just like I will never tell you that Luo Qin is still alive. You. A child, once you are given hope, it will be difficult to deal with, and it will hurt yourself. After the injection of this medicine, Shui Liang's normal emotions will not be completely eliminated, but basically there will be no big fluctuations. Even the hatred towards Zhao Fengluo was replaced by silent silence. The effect of the drug gradually appeared. Zhao Fengluo stared at the instrument monitoring vital signs, and said to Shui Liang, "Don't be stubborn with me. I have always let you do what you want. You must listen to me this time." After he finished speaking, he raised his head and said coldly to the door, "Yuan Ting, stop eavesdropping. Come out." After a chuckle, Shui Yunting walked in. He was dressed very brightly, just like he attended various charity dinners 10 years ago. At that time, he always had Shui Liang by his side. He treated his own son as a collection in a display cabinet. Even though he was beaten to pieces inside, he still had to pretend to be innocent and cute on the outside. "Little beast, is it still alive?" Shui Yunting took a few steps closer. "It's really strange. You can't kill it no matter what you do. It's up to your father on this point." Zhao Fenglu was a little unhappy and stopped him. "Yunting, don't do that. Old Zhao, I know it's boring for you to be alone without children, but I asked you to raise a puppy, and you really developed feelings for it." Shui Yunting smiled disdainfully. "What's so precious about such a useless son? Won't they all have to be cleaned up in the end? There are so many useful people, and they don't have to be my own children. All those who threaten me have to be dealt with." Zhao Fenglu sighed impatiently. "Don't make him unhappy again." "Me? Am I afraid of him?" Shui Yunting walked to the bed and looked down at Shui Liang's expressionless face. "Those two little guys, Sixian and Simu. The son of a bitch brought trouble upon himself. He has been killed by me. With his current character, what can he do to me?" A glimmer suddenly flashed in Shui Liang's eyes. He turned his head and his body trembled before he spoke. "What did you say?" Zhao Fenglu's face also changed. He looked at Shui Yunting in surprise. "Yunting, what do you mean?" "That is to say, those two children were too disobedient and wanted to ruin my business. I asked Nianyu to get rid of them." Shui Yunting smiled nonchalantly, as if he was talking about two cats and dogs that died on the roadside. Who cares what method he used? It's fine as long as the hidden danger can be eliminated. Shui Liang's body, which had lost its strength, suddenly exploded with a huge reaction. He took out the syringe from the recycling bin and stabbed it toward Shui Yunting's neck. Zhao Fengluo was quick-witted and rushed forward to push Shui Liang away. The tip of the syringe pierced his shoulder. Shui Liang did not loosen his grip, as if he had poured all his hatred for Shui Yunting into him. "Say it again?" Shui Liang was held down by Zhao Fengluo, and he was still struggling. "Who did you kill?" "I asked you who you killed." Chapter 223, Innocent Crime. Shui Liang was pressed back to the experimental table by Zhao Fengjue, no longer able to struggle. The effect of the drug seemed not as obvious as before. Zhao Fengjue could hardly hold him down just now, and almost let go. "I don't mind saying a little more, you are a failure now anyway, and you will be disposed of sooner or later." Shui Yunting seemed to deliberately make him more upset, and continued. "Xiuchun insisted on divorcing me back then, because she knew that I was cooperating with Yuan Shan in the reconstruction experiment. Women are short-sighted, and actually threatened me to withdraw with her shares. Later, Xiao Jing also entered Yuan Shan. I don't know what she said to Xiao Jing, but she actually made your brother begin to doubt Yuan Shan's reconstruction experiment. Shui Liang felt as if something was blocking his chest. He tried to understand Shui Yunting's words, but his head became heavier. Your mother is much more obedient than Xiaoqun. At least she won't ask about things she shouldn't know. When Xiaoqun divorced me, she transferred all her shares in Yuan Shan and went to Shining alone. Shui Yunting's voice was cold. I didn't expect that the old man from Jimo family was also in Shining. Xiaoqun probably told the old man everything. He deserved to die. When Shui Yunting talked about Jingchun, his expression was contemptuous and funny, as if the marriage life between this woman and himself for more than 10 years was nothing. But your brother deserves it. He knew about Luo Qin's situation, and suddenly thought he could save a child. He tampered with the files to make Luo Qin look like he was dead, and sent him to the orphanage in Shining. But it was thanks to you that I was able to find out about this. Yanong. Shui Yunting looked at Shui Liang, as if he thought this was very interesting. He couldn't wait to see his biological son's reaction after knowing the truth. Shui Liang thought Shui Yunting must have gone completely crazy, but the words he said made him shudder, to be honest. You really shouldn't have asked your brother to help you send the letter. Yanong. The letter was sent to Shining Welfare Home. That morning I saw him walking alone to send the letter, and wondered what he was going to do. It turned out to be you. Yanong. You gave me such a big surprise, letting me know that Luo Qin was still alive, and he was hidden by your brother. These words were like a bolt from the blue. Shui Liang felt as if a knife had split his rationality. Through the old dream of more than 10 years, the knife slashed at the self of that year. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth collapsed. In the possibilities he had never imagined, the reality was such a cruel thing. Luo Qin was fine, and was about to live a normal life. It was him who made Luo Qin fall back into the quagmire that he could never get out of. And his life was forced to change. It turned out that it was not all Nian Yu's fault. It was just a knife that helped push him. And the person who really made a huge mistake was himself. Since then, I have been monitoring the welfare home, replacing everyone with my own. And Lao Zhao is responsible for helping me to insert Xiao Yun. Xiao Jing, that silly kid, thought I knew nothing, and even wanted to interfere with Yuan Shan's plan to help Luo Qin find the serum to eliminate the virus in his body. Shui Yunting said, your poor elder brother was also killed by Luo Qin. Zhao Fanglu wanted to stop Shui Yunting from continuing, but was pushed away by the other party. He looked at his comrade in arms, who looked like an evil ghost, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. That time in the laboratory, was it an accident? Shui Liang heard himself asking in a voice that had reached the limit of his endurance and was close to collapse. Shui Yunting patiently answered him, accident? It was, but I pushed it and secretly modified a few experimental parameters. Unexpectedly, the laboratory exploded, and harmful gases leaked. Except for Luo Qin, who had the Lantian virus. All the people present died. So, you did all this. Shui Liang laughed dejectedly. You haven't been around me for too long. I forgot that you could do anything cruel. Cruel? Yanong. What did I teach you before? A person starts from birth. At the beginning, cruelty must be engraved in the genes. Like an eagle, which will push its young off the cliff. If they learn to fly, they will not die. If they cannot learn, they will be eliminated. Shui Yunting said. Don't you understand this the best? My good son. When you were wielding knives and guns to kill people in the tropical jungle, did you feel cruel? You have benefited from the law of the jungle for these years. And I thought you had grown up. What a pity. Zhao Fangluo suppressed Shui Liang tightly, turned his head, and glared at Shui Yunting. Since you know, don't think about ruining my business. Bai Wuluo and Chang Qingyao will participate in the experiment. And it was also my guidance. Otherwise, do you think two teenagers have any channels to get in touch with Yuan Shan's experiment? Shui Yunting simply went all out and prepared to reveal everything. Each of them is your backup. If you fail, you still have them. So in order to let Chang Qingyao participate in the experiment, and to let the entire Chang family be used by you, you killed his parents and his whole family. Shui Liang was furious. You also killed Chang Qingyao, didn't you? Shui Yunting had no shame, and his face was full of peace of mind. Yanong. Have you forgotten? It was the Changs who wanted to force our whole family to death. Now they are just asking them to pay their debts. Are you afraid? What? Okay, did you say enough? Zhao Fangluo pulled Shui Yunting's collar and pushed him out the door. Don't make trouble now, get out. Shui Liang stared at his back, and when Zhao Fangluo closed the door and came back, he said, "You are also involved." Zhao Fangluo paused and looked away. Luo Qin is not an ordinary child. It is not a small matter for him to run to Hanzhou alone. This shows that his supervisor failed in his duty. Who are you talking about? Zhao Yun? Wei Lan? Or Lu Yu? Shui Liang asked hollowly. It seems that you all knew that Luo Qin was not dead earlier than Ling Yuki, but you didn't tell him immediately. You had to go with the flow when he found out himself. After waiting for Zhao Fangluo's answer for a long time, Shui Liang sighed silently. I just wanted a friend back then. During the months in the welfare home, he looked like the son of a glamorous entrepreneur, but in fact, he was cowardly and self-abased. He had nightmares every day from being bullied by a group of kids, who were not much older than him. He was so scared that he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. It was Luo Qin who blocked all the bullying, fought back for him, read books with him in bed with a flashlight at night, and taught him how to sneak in and pick locks, how to be lazy and rest, and how to grab more food when serving. When he was so sleepy from practicing the piano that he was even locked in a small dark room. Luo Qin insisted on staying outside the door even if he was sleepy and dozed off. Are you there? Luo? It's so dark. I'm scared. Well, I'm here. Outside the door. Don't be afraid. Wait until I open this lock. And then I'll take you away. He was too stupid. And even learned how to pick a lock from someone else. After stumbling for more than 10 years, he finally learned to love. But found that the past was destroyed by his own hands. Shui Liang suddenly raised his head, tore off the watch on his wrist, and threw it to the ground. The metal shell hit the wall, making a crisp sound. And he looked as embarrassed as he is now. Zhao Fanglu took the syringe from his hand, picked up the watch on the ground, sat by the bed and looked at him silently for a while. Then said, Yang Yang, do you know how I met Ling Yuki? Shui Liang looked at him blankly. Before I retired from the Special Forces, I was the best assaulter in the team. I performed hundreds of missions and never failed. Zhao Fanglu looked at his palms, which were covered with layers of scars left by old gun calluses and knife wounds. He even remembered why each one was left, what type of bullet the enemy fired, and how many teammates he lost after each battle. When you were 7 years old, I was sent to a port in Shining to arrest a drug trafficking cargo ship and more than 20 drug couriers from the criminal gang on it. But that time, when the two sides exchanged fire most fiercely, a child suddenly jumped out from the dock and rushed into the area of the exchange of fire. He raised his hand and pressed it on his spine. With a trace of loneliness on his face, I rushed out to save the child, and was hit by a bullet in the spine, and fainted on the spot. It was a month later when I woke up. I found myself lying on a hospital bed, with dozens of steel nails and steel plates nailed to my body. I couldn't even feel the pain below my waist. I was paralyzed because of a stray bullet that blew through my spine. Shui Liang subconsciously looked at his back and suddenly realized that Zhao Fangluo had not served in the Special Forces since he could remember. But he had never heard of the reason. Later, when he joined the army, Zhao Fanglu returned to his Special Forces career and formed the Blue Flame Brigade. Although he hardly participated in combat, he was an excellent commander. The child I saved was Li Xiaohan, who was only 8 years old at the time. Zhao Fanglu showed a very subtle expression. Li Yuki knew about this, brought people to see my injuries, and asked me if I was willing to participate in one of his experiments. Although the probability of failure is very high, once successful, I will be no different from before, even healthier and stronger. You agreed? Shui Liang said in a vague voice. Zhao Fanglu nodded. For a Special Forces soldier, paralysis is more unacceptable than any other reason for retirement due to injury. I would rather die in a failed experiment than spend the rest of my life as a useless person lying in bed and being taken care of by others. He reached out and touched his neck, feeling a little emotional. Shui Liang couldn't digest it for a while. He was stunned for a long time before he slowly raised his hand, with his fingertips touching the side of Zhao Fanglu's neck. There was a series of faint digital marks there. 19980307000. Shui Liang retracted his hand as if he was burned. You too. The experiment lasted for more than 3 years, and I became the first successful human being to be recreated. Zhao Fangluo cast a deep gaze at him. Li Yuki used the Lantian virus to repair my body. Although the technology at that time was not complete, I only saved my life, but Li Yuki did get inspiration from me. Shui Liang pursed his lips and asked, Just because of this, you have followed him wholeheartedly until now. Yang. I don't know if you understand this truth. The development of science and technology will eventually come to an end. Zhao Fanglu sighed. There will always be a day when science and technology reach a dead end and nature begins to reclaim its territory and clear humans from the Earth's territory. Humans will still be helpless like in the primitive society, when people ate raw meat and drank blood. Because the technology we rely on now is also given to us by nature. But we have used it too much. This power will eventually be taken back. Shui Liang was shocked. You support Li Muqi? Evolution theory? Yes. Look at it now. Just a Lantian virus has turned all our high-tech weapons into a pile of scrap metal. So the only way out for mankind is to evolve on our own, without relying on any technology or external forces. Zhao Fangluo said slowly. Since I stood up again that time, I have been thinking about this truth. Modern science and technology can't save me, but I have evolved myself. The Lantian virus repaired my body functions and gave me a new life. Nonsense. Shui Liang refuted him. If the Lantian virus had not been abused, there would be no wave of infection. Yuan Shan was committing a sin, and you are still making excuses for them? Zhao Fanglu glanced at him calmly and chuckled. Didn't you survive because of the Lantian virus? I gave everyone in Lanyan a ticket to board the Ark, but it's a pity that you gave up on your own. I would rather die at the beginning. Shui Liang said. Did you see it? In order to survive by any means, how much did we pay? Anyway, it gave you a second life. Zhao Fanglu said. This is something we all have to admit. The Lantian virus can promote the collective evolution of mankind. Chapter 224 The Great Purge. Since childhood, Shui Liang and Zhao Fangluo have talked many times, peacefully, angrily, sadly, but never like now. Despair spreads beneath the calm. We have evolved, but what about the others? Shui Liang sat up with difficulty, took a few deep breaths. In your eyes, are they just those eliminated numbers on the report? From the day the mine carrying the red dust virus and the blue field virus was discovered, this outcome was destined. These minerals are used in the military, science and technology, and energy fields. Human greed has caused them to spread. And the virus has evolved more horribly. We have no other choice but to preserve our race as much as possible. Even if it is a purge. Shui Liang felt that the words spoken by Zhao Fangluo were no different from Shui Yunting's. Selfish, indifferent, and shattered from childhood memories bit by bit. Broken into completely unfamiliar mirror images. The end of evolution is absolute strength and abandonment of the emotions that are rampant in low-level creatures. So the emotion suppressants I injected you are all for your future. Zhao Fangluo said. I do this to make you understand. Yang. The bad roots and instability of human nature will lead to destruction. And you are also deeply affected by it. Aren't you? When we fully evolve, emotions will succumb to absolute rationality. And our brains and bodies will become different. Shui Liang looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. You are crazy too. Everyone in this place is crazy. Whether you can accept this or not, the Ark project must be implemented. Zhao Fanglu said. Can you come up with a better plan? The limited resources on the Earth are not enough to save everyone. On the brink of genocide, someone must stand up to preserve the fire of human continuation to the greatest extent. Those civilizations, technology and genes that have experienced the survival of the fittest will be well preserved by the Ark. The conversation ended in a bad mood again. Shui Liang once again resisted communication with silence. Zhao Fangluo didn't say anything else. Just took away all the sharp weapons around Shui Liang. And then left the laboratory. The next day for drug testing soon arrived. Shui Liang was used to Li Muqi bringing people and tools without saying hello. And lay on the laboratory table with ease, looking at the light above his head. Li Muqi put on gloves and started to communicate with the assistant beside him. Shui Liang heard from their conversation that this time, they were going to test the serum of the zombie virus. If it was effective, it might be possible to treat mildly infected people and achieve reverse infection. He was surprised that Li Muqi would make such a merciful medicine. But then he thought, this kind of thing is at most limited to the inside of the Ark. How could everyone have the opportunity to use it? The last sample was effective. But it is still not enough. Even if the infected person, who has just been bitten and has not yet begun to mutate, can only resist for a few more hours. The assistant said, Mr. Li, the current serum has been improved. But there is no suitable individual to test it. Why do you think I asked you to bring the serum here today? Isn't it ready? Li Muqi said. After all, that girl is an ordinary person. It's normal that she can't bear it. Shui Liang was stunned for a moment. And asked, who? Li Muki looked down at him. And smiled, oh? Yes. You know her too. That Yi Qinglan. She found out that I killed old Feini. And she actually wanted to tell you. I caught her and used her for drug testing. But her body was weak. She started to mutate after being bitten by zombies for half an hour. I injected her with dozens of serums. But she still couldn't be saved. Using ordinary people to test drugs. Are you so perverted? Shui Liang felt like a needle stabbing his heart. He didn't expect Yi Qinglan to die in the end. The girl he thought he could live well ended up with the same fate as the previous presidents. He had thought about pushing Yi Qinglan out of this fire pit. But it was useless. Most of the top scientists are perverted, and those who are not perverted will be mediocre all their lives. Li Muki said nonchalantly. That girl has cheated you many times. Why are you standing up for her? In fact, when Shui Liang agreed to Li Muki to test the medicine for the first time, he felt that Yi Qinglan seemed to have something to ask him, but he didn't ask it in the end. Now he will never have the chance. Oh, by the way, do you remember the first Titan you met in Honshu? Li Muki flicked the test tube in his hand and said, aren't you looking for the Lieutenant General who has been missing for a long time? I'm sorry to tell you that he has been killed by you. Shui Liang's head rang, and he suddenly felt a chill. It turned out that they couldn't find the Lieutenant General's body. Not because it was taken away by the robbers, but on the contrary. The Lieutenant General was there that day. Why don't you just try the red dandruff virus on me? Shui Liang felt exhausted and asked tiredly. Isn't this more to your liking? Li Muki laughed. Do you think I'm stupid? The effect of that enhancer will be turned upside down immediately when used on you. You don't need to think too much. It's useless. Yi Qinglan's death, Fei Yingni's death, and Cheng Qingye's death are all blamed on you. Shui Liang, do you still want to save those people now? You are already the public enemy of all mankind. If you go out now, those survivors who have lost their families will tear you to pieces. He waved his hand, and a researcher beside him came over with a tube of green injection medicine. The English logo and emblem of the Human Alliance, the Human, were printed on the back of the protective suit. The researcher asked, Mr. Li, let me confirm again. No skin test. Direct injection? Didn't the Lieutenant General say? Li Muki raised his eyelids and said, no need for skin test. Otherwise the test will be ineffective. Zhao Fengluo hasn't shown up for so long. Is he soft-hearted? If he and Shui Yunting hadn't concealed the existence of Luo Qin from me, I wouldn't have let things develop like this. Now Shui Liang is useless. And Luo Qin is the best result. Let him stop interfering with my affairs with his own will. That's not what I mean. The virus serum is very dangerous to reconstructed humans. You inject it directly into the subcarotid artery like this. What if, stop talking to me. Li Muki's mood changed suddenly, and he kicked the experimental table angrily. Shut up. Do as I say, or get out of the Ark. After the drug test, the assistant followed Li Muki to the office on the top floor in fear. Li Muki was so angry just now that he looked like a devil out of control. Those people standing by were sweating all over the floor. Only Shui Liang dared to smile, as if he was watching a good show. As soon as he opened the door, a strong smell of tobacco came out. Li Muki frowned and blew away the smoke near his nose, and walked straight in. He saw 3 people in his tea room. Luo Qin, Nian Yu and Shui Yunting. An old music box on the table played a gentle tune, which was quite out of place in the chaos. Luo Qin sat there motionless, his face dark blue. Nian Yu and Shui Yunting stood beside him, one on each side, obviously waiting for Li Muki to arrive. How do you feel now? Li Muki walked up to Luo Qin and chuckled. If Nian Yu hadn't investigated for me, I wouldn't have known that you said you were going to open up a safe zone a while ago. But you had actually discussed it with the Blue Flame team in private? Taking advantage of the fact that the Ark security system is fully activated in the safe zone today. There is an hour of weak security. Are you going to rescue Shui Liang and let him go? Luo Qin said coldly, you are so despicable. What else can I say? Yes, I am despicable. And I, Li Muki, have never said that I am not despicable. Li Muki laughed. You upright and honest people. Gentlemen who would rather break than bend. Can you fight against villains? Luo Qin sneered. I am not an upright person either. But I am not as disgusting as you. Upright is a shit. Use. When I was in my 20s, I was extremely upright, and worked diligently for Yuan Shan for 10 years, but I ended up being worse than a little secretary who sold her ass to get promoted. Lee Muki yelled. Even my research results, my papers were put under the name of that damn supervisor, and were taken away by him. Do I owe them? Why should I pay the way for them, when I do my own things without provoking anyone, huh? Don't yell at me. Luo Qin couldn't stand it anymore. It's not my fault that you are living such a miserable life, you coward. Don't dare to seek revenge on the person who betrayed you, and you turn around and go crazy all over the world. Lee Muki retracted his angry expression just now, and said calmly, Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Power must be in your own hands to be secure, otherwise you will be stepped on as a stepping stone by others, and die without a burial place. Like you gentlemen, who are full of courtesy, righteousness, and shame. Whoever wants to be a gentleman can be a gentleman, killing people and setting fires. But I want to go my own way. What do you mean by locking me up here? Luo Qin tried to twist his body, but it was no use. What did you do to me? Lee Muki showed his sharp white teeth. Of course. I don't want you to collude with the Blue Flame Brigade. The time is almost up, and they should be near the Ark. If they can't contact me, they won't take action. Luo Qin said. You don't have to think about catching them. Lee Muki, in fact. I really don't want to lose a plastic talent like you. You are different from Shui Liyang. He is very stubborn. But you know the times. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stayed in the Ark for so long. In this way, you go out and wipe out the Blue Flame Brigade, and we will never have any trouble again. How about it? Luo Qin turned his head away. This was the only thing he could do. You are dreaming. If I don't go out, they won't come. Do you think they can't see that this is a trap? Lee Muki looked at him. His smile was as cold as the deep sea. Do you think it won't work without you? I have already released the news, deliberately leaking the deployment and shift arrangements of the Ark's underground shelter area. What if it's a trap? Do you think Blue Flame will give up this only chance to save Shui Liyang out of caution? Mian Yu snorted and laughed, and couldn't help but say, You are vicious enough. I can be more vicious. Lee Muki said. Blue Flame will destroy the Ark that I built, so it can't stay. 3/4 of the recreated humans created by Yuan Shan in the United States have been eliminated by me, just because they refused to obey and threatened the Ark. They all had to die. He looked at Luo Qin, his eyes burning with the arrogance of a winner. Shui Liyang is a man who is too clever for his own good. Lee Muki continued. He secretly changed the agreement and helped the military steal my technology. He tricked me. Otherwise, there would be no Blue Flame today. Now the one who stabbed him back is also one of his own people. He should bear it himself. Luo Qin felt cold in his heart, and understood that Lee Muki wanted to kill them all from the beginning. He first killed those who disagreed with him in the Ark, eliminated Fei Yingni, Cheng Qingye, and even Xiao Su, and then set up the Blue Flame Brigade, the only one who could compete with him, and finally, strangled Shui Liyang to death. But even though he had seen through Lee Muki's tricks long ago, he still let things go to this point today. Compared to the huge Ark, this ghost ship that can swallow everyone, his efforts will be in vain. At this point, Luo Qin finally realized why Lu Huai said Shui Liyang has a very sharp intuition. It is precisely because Shui Liyang knew that Lee Muki's mind was unfathomable, and they might not be able to fight him, that he did his best to help Luo Qin integrate into the Ark bit by bit from so early on, selecting available people for him, so that he could gradually gain the greatest power. But Luo Qin had to admit that, this conspiracy and plan that was linked together, no one of them could break it. Even Shui Liyang finally lost to Lee Muki. There was a loud noise outside the window, and everyone turned their heads to look over, with different expressions on their faces. It started. Lee Muki walked to the window and laughed. In the laboratory in the basement of the Ark, Shui Liyang leaned on the soft bionic sofa and felt a slight vibration outside. He raised the corner of his mouth and tapped the back of the sofa with his fingers. I haven't lost yet. Chapter 225 Hunting Night. On the rooftop of an abandoned commercial building a few kilometers away from the Ark, Lu Huai was struggling to move the beacon transmission device in front of him. He was sweating profusely, and took a moment to look at his watch. The once expensive Jaeger-LeCoultre watch had a crack running across the dial, and it was no longer valuable. But even if it was brand new, it was no different from a stone on the roadside. In the distance, fire was heard from the direction of the Ark headquarters, and the sound of gunfire and explosions broke through the night sky. Lu Huai put the equipment away, sat down on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Tiantian behind him was circling around him anxiously, and was almost speaking anxiously. This should be enough. He sighed. Luo Qin would not kill me if he knew. I don't think so. As he said this, he pressed the receiver switch on the device. The terminal in his pocket beeped, and Lu Huai took it out and carefully watched the red beacon logo on the screen light up little by little. 1 point. 2 points. The red dots gradually connected into a line, and he saw a red ocean-like signal point on the map of Hangzhou's city. Then, a bigger explosion occurred where the Ark was, and everything fell into chaos in an instant. In the middle of the commercial building and the Ark, the deadly municipal square had only one dim light. The barbed wire blocked the zombies outside, and several figures gathered together, staring at the computer screen nervously. Got it, a female voice said. The bounty information on the dark web has been updated. Paste the coordinates quickly. Keep refreshing with the code, Lu Huai said to ensure that the post is always pushed up. The screen showed the internal forum of Riddle Space. Soon, countless bounty posts emerged about Red Eye. In the early hours of the morning, the coordinates of the bounty target suddenly poured out crazily. And there was also a huge bounty issued in the name of Yuanshan officials. Okay, they've all been sent out. The location of the beacon will be updated in real time. When there's chaos on the Ark, Li Muki, and Yin, you won't immediately find that the beacon is on Shui Liang. Another calm male voice said. Have they really assessed the risk? Should, right? In the Ark building, Yin Yu pushed through the chaotic crowd and ran downstairs, swiped his permission card, and went straight to the shelter area. He found the room where Shui Liang was imprisoned, pushed open the door, rushed over and grabbed Shui Liang's hand, and hurriedly said, Lizzie, quickly follow me. What for? Zhao Fangluo stretched out his hand to stop him. He still has to deal with the wound on his body. Uncle Zhao, I won't hurt him. I'll fix his wound myself later. And you still didn't let go. I'm going to move him somewhere else now. The Ark is under attack, and some people may be coming for him. Shui Liang glanced at Nian Yu, shoved him away suddenly, and held his hand. He grabbed the other's wrist, and asked word by word with a sinister tone, Si Xian and Si Miao, did you kill them? Nian Yu was stunned, and turned to look at Zhao Fangluo, who could only explain to him. Yuan Ting told him everything. You know, he is like this. Damn. He is really a lunatic. Nian Yu cursed. Lizzie, you come with me first. I will slowly explain it to you later. Is it true? Shui Liang's roar scared everyone, and he started coughing after the roar, and he almost coughed up blood. Nian Yu patted his back anxiously, and said, It's not like that. Lychee, I just wanted to take away some things that Simu had collected, and let the Human Alliance take them to a safe place. However, they destroyed the computer and the memory card, and we didn't get anything, but those people in the Alliance didn't know the importance of doing things, and thought I meant I didn't want to kill them. Lychee, get out. Shui Liang gritted his teeth. Don't let me see you again. Get out. Zhao Fanglu glanced down at the terminal, and said to Nian Yu, you handle it, and leave the security to the Alliance. I have to go up first. Zhu Yan, who was standing aside, said hesitantly at this time, Lieutenant General, Shui Liang may really have a problem now. Once the reconstructed human beings become unstable, the consequences will be terrible. Zhao Fangluo was silent for a long time, and said, I know. Emotional inhibitors are no longer effective. He thought uneasily. The door of Li Muki's office was smashed open, and Luo Qin stumbled out of the door, feeling that his muscles and bones were about to fall apart. Behind him was a shattered music box, and the rusty reeds were still trembling slightly, making a hoarse mechanical failure sound. He looked through the window of the corridor, and saw that there was already a roar of artillery fire outside, smoke covering the sun, and flames rising from the cracks in the city. The reconstructed soldier guards of the Human Alliance were filing out of the gate and running towards the direction where the gunfire came from. There is no doubt that Blue Flame has already started a war with Fangzhou. Both sides have deployed their most elite forces, which is why the scene that covers the sky and the sun has been formed. He did not have time to look for Jimuro. He went back to the dormitory to pick up his armor and rushed downstairs quickly. The elevator was crowded, so he chose the stairs and ran up more than 20 floors. When he finally reached the lobby on the first floor, his chest and back were soaked with sweat. The lobby was full of people, some of whom were running away with their heads in their hands. Some were busy directing the evacuation. Some were diligently transferring materials and documents. and some were fully armed, but did not know what they were going to do. The table was overturned in the panic, and miscellaneous documents were scattered all over the floor. The people who were running in all directions kept bumping into each other, cursing and terrified. The scene was extremely chaotic. Luo Qin finally rushed out of the crowd. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of Jimoro, who was also rushing through the hall. He was about to call her, but she ran so fast that she was drowned in the crowd in the blink of an eye. Time was urgent, and Luo Qin had no time to think about anything. When he squeezed out of the building, he saw a flame rising into the sky from a distance. The explosion was deafening. From far away, he soon arrived near the safety wall of the Ark. The security door of the Ark was wide open. Zhao Fenglu led people to block the door. His temperament was still as calm as before. He commanded the Ark guards to resist the attack. When Luo Qin passed by, he reached out and grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" Zhao Fenglu asked in a very steady tone. But his eyes did not look at Luo Qin at all. "You probably don't know what he did yet. If he doesn't stop, no one will help him this time." Luo Qin paused, shook his head and said, "I don't know. But even if Xue Liang poked a hole in the sky, I would help him fill it up." Some of the people who followed Yang Yang from Wangchun camp chose to help Lan Yin attack the safe zone. You should know that Li Muqi has more than one alpha-type recreated human Yin Yu in his hands. All the exiles he recruited from the international community have been dispatched. Zhao Fenglu planned to persuade him one last time. "If you don't want to see both sides lose, go and persuade the people of Lan Yin to stop in time. I haven't sent any signal to Lan Yin." Facing Zhao Fenglu's stare, Luo Qin can now show no fear. "If there are other people pushing this matter, Lieutenant General, you have to be wary of more than just me." Zhao Fenglu's eyes became sharp, and he said coldly, "No matter what the result is, you will definitely regret it." Most of the roadblocks on the street were destroyed in the explosion. The zombies were no longer blocked and rushed into the safe zone frantically. Luo Qin staggered through the streets, bleeding from the stray bullet wounds on his body. But he couldn't care less about that. He had only one thought in mind. No matter who sent the wrong action signal to Lan Yin, he had to stop them from moving forward. The agreement between the two parties was very strict. Lan Yin would never act rashly without intelligence. Luo Qin believed in these people's judgment of risks and absolute rationality. Unless, for some reason, Lan Yin no longer believed in him. Luo Qin thought, slapped the head of the zombie in front of him, hid in the dark alley, and made a simple bandage on his wounds before continuing to rush to the place where the explosion first occurred. Crossing the next street, Luo Qin finally saw Lan Yin fighting with another group of people. Both sides had already fired guns, and it seemed that no one had the upper hand for the time being. The alliance members fighting with Lan Yin were different from the ordinary fry in the past. They were alpha-type reconstructed humans like Lan Yin, and their strength was at the top of the pyramid. The group of exiles that Li Muqi had looted had now become the running dogs of the Ark. In exchange for some kind of interests, they would indiscriminately stop anyone who wanted to destroy the Ark. The Sling stood at the front with his back to Luo Qin, confronting a burly man. The man opposite was several times stronger than the Sling, but he stood still at this moment, as if hesitating about something. Behind the Sling, Chen Newell, Black Panther, White Wolf, and others were there, and there were dozens of members of the Blue Flame Brigade, including those Luo Qin had seen, and those he had not seen. Almost all of them were here. Facing Chen Newell, Luo Qin subconsciously wanted to escape. A few days ago, he saw the body of the falcon sent to him, and he was completely stunned. He grabbed the person who came and kept asking what was going on, but the other party just vaguely said that the falcon was killed on the spot when it attacked the Ark, and he just sent the body here at the request of Zhao Fenglu. He was going crazy, and he didn't know how to tell Chenua about this. The weather was hot, and Falcon's body couldn't be kept for long. He finally had to bite the bullet and send the body back to the Blue Flame Brigade. The moment Chenua saw the body, his eyes turned red, and the blood on his face was completely drained. He knelt beside Falcon's body, shaking so much that he couldn't say a word. No one knew what happened, and no one knew what Falcon, who was riddled with bullet holes, had experienced before he died. No one knew what the words he wanted to leave for Chenua before he died were. Sun Ling. Luo Qin finally ran over there. When the people in Lan Yin heard the sound, they all turned their heads to look at him. Luo Qin was nailed to the spot in an instant. He opened his mouth, and the tip of his tongue was paralyzed by some kind of fear. At this moment in Lan Yin, everyone's eyes were strangely red, reflecting the boiling flames between the buildings. He began to understand what the Alliance members were hesitating about just now. Although the information about the Red Scab virus has not been made public in the Ark, the members involved in the high-level secrets know more or less. Generally speaking, no one wants to become a lunatic who has lost their mind. Luo Qin, get out of the way. White Wolf walked over, pointed a gun at him. We won't touch you, nor will we investigate why you gave us the wrong information, letting us meet the Alliance people, but considering your previous relationship with the captain, we won't take the initiative, and you'd better not get in the way. Chapter 226, I want him to become famous in one battle. In the abandoned city of Hangzhou, the old TV in the street shop suddenly lit up, attracting the zombies wandering nearby. The rustling snow on the screen flipped several times, and finally a human figure jumped out. Xue Liang was wearing casual clothes, and looked like a student of 16 or 17 years old. He stood in the center of the camera, his posture was casual, but his eyes showed a deep contempt. Everyone, I am Red Eyes, he said. You have spent so many years, and still can't deal with a broken bounty. I am tired of seeing it. Now I will give you a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to use my head, in exchange for resources that you will never use up in your lifetime. The zombie stopped and howled, trying to catch the person on the screen, but only touched the dirty window. At the same time, electronic screens on the streets, video homepages of Riddle Space, and many mobile terminals connected to the Ark network automatically popped up to push notifications of this live broadcast. The dead city was revived again, stirring up a sleepless night. Some people lived in dark corners, some leaned against the Ark office, some stood on the rooftop with the night wind blowing. Tens of thousands of people poured into the live broadcast room. The number of viewers instantly overwhelmed the originally ample lines, and the popularity of the live broadcast room continued to rise. When the heat reached a peak again, the initiator of the live broadcast suddenly canceled the ID anonymity, and everyone saw clearly that this was actually the official account of Fangzhou with a website administrator certification. Red Eye issued a bounty for himself in the name of Fangzhou, and made an irresistible offer. Those speculators lurking inside and outside Hangzhou will receive this news. And then, they will go out in full force. The last chance. Xue Liang smiled in the video, with a very shallow dimple on her cheek. Tonight, someone will definitely succeed in hunting down Red Eye. The live broadcast ended here, and the screen that suddenly became dark reflected many faces that were staring at him with their own thoughts. Outside, groups of zombies were walking through the streets, and the whales were coming and going. Luo Qin sat in the alley, his arm still bleeding after being shot by a serpent antelope. He clicked on the live broadcast with trembling fingers, and stared at the familiar figure motionlessly until the screen went black. He saw his own face, but there was no expression on it at the moment. A coordinate message was sent to his terminal. On the edge of the main urban area, the former landmark Hangzhou TV tower stood. The tower was covered with abandoned high-voltage power grids, and corpses that had rotted to the point of skeletons were entangled in it. From time to time, a few mice ran through the empty eye sockets of the bones, and then quickly disappeared into the night. There were two figures, one standing and one sitting, on the platform at the top of the tower. The light from the terminal in the standing man's hand was reflected on his face, and it could be seen that he had a typical Eastern European face. Captain, if we really participate in the captain's plan, once we are discovered, our cooperation with the Ark will be completely ruined. Ignat's face was full of teasing. It's really lively. The coordinates have probably been sent out, and the Ark is very fragile now. It's a good opportunity. Aaron tightened the gun belt on his waist, looking at the flames gradually rising in the distance. This is called human relations. And this is the first time he asked us for help. And it's such an unprecedented plan. It would be a pity not to participate. Well, what's their old saying? Ignat pulled up the mask and fixed the micro pistol on his wrist. Don't turn back until you hit the south wall. Aaron looked up and glanced at him helplessly. It's natural when the boat reaches the bridge. The sound of the explosion was getting closer and closer, and a long arc tail of a flash bomb crossed the night sky. When the TV tower was illuminated again, the two figures on it had disappeared. Where the flash bomb fell, half of the commercial street was illuminated as if it were daytime. The van on the corner of the street shook. A man opened the door and got out of the car. The intercom in his hand rustled. Is this what Boss Gina said? If this ticket is successful, there will be a big order? The man turned his head and said to his companions in the car, it's a cross-border order. If I can't get any money back, I will have to settle accounts with Fangzhou. What did the big sister say to us? The sound of Nintendo video games came from the car. As long as we accept the customer's order, there will be no return. 100% favorable review rate, just this one order missing, dude. The man outside the car looked at the brightly lit security wall in the distance, with sparks in his eyes. So that big client is in this prison? The security wall of the Ark collapsed in the explosion, leaving a gap of several dozen meters. Zombies rushed into the security zone frantically. Most of them were shot and killed by the infrared remote sensing defense devices on the wall, but many of them still escaped and rushed to the outer camp square. Most of the Alliance members here have evacuated, and some who have not received the order in time can only set up a line of fire and retreat repeatedly, trying to return to the building and close the security door. Ignat and Aaron were riding motorcycles on the street, like cowboys wandering in the wilderness in the Western movies of the last century. They shot the zombies blocking the road with their submachine guns. The wheels drifted past the corner with sparks, and they met another team of people who came to collect the bounty. Beta-type reconstructed humans. There are 13 on the street. Ignat changed the magazine with one hand, shook his numb palm. There are snipers in the supermarket on the second floor of the southeast. Captain, get ready to jump out of the car. After a sudden break, fierce gunshots echoed through the street. In the school outside the two office buildings, 3 or 4 figures were walking out of the teaching building. They stopped and looked at each other when they heard the gunshot. Don't worry. It's not coming for us. G. Moreau calmly loaded the gun in his hand. There was a trace of blood on the side of his face, which contrasted with his pale skin color, and was extremely cold. He had just finished a chase. The opponent was not too strong, but he was good at street fighting, which delayed his plan by 3 minutes. You go back to the Ark now, and meet up with the other people in the Alliance. G. Moreau turned his head and said to the other people, your mission tonight is over. The next order is to pay attention to safety. Remember what I taught you? The red scab virus is highly contagious when attached to a living body. Once the host dies, it will be inactivated within 10 minutes, so stay away from those red eyes. Boss, what are you going to do? A young girl asked in embarrassment. Do you really want to challenge Fangzhou openly? Negotiating with Li Muki, there is only one way to die, and it won't be too painful. G. Moreau said coldly. I have a favor to repay. I won't drag you down, let's go. Several people ran out of the school quickly, deliberately avoiding the other side of the street where the fighting was going on. When turning a corner, G. Moreau brushed past a woman who suddenly rushed out. He didn't pay attention at first, but the face he had just seen suddenly appeared in his mind. He couldn't help but stop and look back. What's wrong? Boss? When G. Moreau looked again, the woman had run away completely. He didn't hesitate at all, and then raised his legs and ran forward. Nothing, he said. It looks familiar, but I can't remember it. Forget it. Half a street away, the woman who just ran past paused, turned her head suspiciously, and didn't slow down after all. Haven't you arrived yet? The headset came with an urging voice. Miss Jima's signal has been transmitted. Right away. One more thing. The other party called her before she hung up. Hurry up, I don't have time to waste. The red eye coordinates sent on the dark web are different for almost everyone, and so are mine and yours. What? The other party said. Of the 7,154 beacons, only one is real, which belongs to the hunting winner personally selected by Red Eye. We only need to disrupt the situation according to the coordinates we received, that's enough. Got it. Nianyu sat in an ambulance disguised as an abandoned vehicle, staring at the terminal intently, with a frown on his face. Shui Liang moved the knots on her hands, lowered her eyes, and said without any emotion, if you dare to let me go, I will kill you. It doesn't matter. I will let you go when everything is over. Nianyu locked the screen, pressed his eyebrows and said, now let's talk about your plan. Lizzie, you are really amazing. I didn't react until this step. Shui Liang didn't even bother to give him a glance, smiled emotionlessly, and said nothing. All you did was to use yourself as bait. Right? Nianyu continued. In the last link of your plan, you will be sacrificed, and this will be used as a price to buy Luo Qin enough power and time. One day, reality will prove that all your actions that were not understood in the past were right. I don't have such a great ideal, but you should know that I will do anything to get what I want. I will not let go of anyone or anything that can be used. Shui Liang said. Nianyu, from the moment you made that choice, it was decided that this day would come. Nianyu subconsciously touched the back of his ear and said, it's no use saying this now, Lychee. I won't let your plan succeed. And you won't be the one to die. Just as he was about to stand up, he heard gunshots outside the car, and immediately raised his terminal, looking at the message on it, and was a little surprised. How did the Blue Flame Brigade find this place? I clearly sent the wrong message. They should have gone directly to the headquarters. Xue Liang was shocked, and looked at him. What did you say? They are coming? Seeing that the other party finally had an emotional reaction, Yin Yu was somewhat satisfied. Yes. They originally threatened to let Luo Qin help break into the Ark and rescue you. But I found something wrong. So I controlled Luo Qin first, and set a false action notice to Blue Flame in his name. At this moment, I don't know if they have killed Luo Qin. Xue Liang knew that Yin Yu was crazy, but he couldn't think of what kind of crazy things he could do. But they can locate my terminal, unless someone with the highest authority in the Ark helps. It is absolutely impossible. Yin Yu said to himself. Lizzie, you are worthy of being the first legend of the Special Forces in the Southeast. You can actually get into the corner of the committee. The live broadcast just now was also arranged by the informant in advance. Right? Xue Liang turned his head away in disgust, and stopped looking at him. It doesn't matter. I don't know who that person is now, but I can definitely find out. Let him be buried with Lan Yen, Yin Yu said, opening the car door. Wait until I come back. Lizzie. The door was locked in front of Xue Liang. It was very noisy outside, but he didn't know what happened. Time passed slowly for a long time, until a gunshot rang out beside his ear. Xue Liang was stunned. It sounded like the bullet hit very close to the outside of the car. Then, the door of the trunk was opened, and a beam of light slowly came in. He saw Black Panther, who was soaked in blood, struggling to crawl in, his eyes bloodshot, and stretched out his hand to him. Captain, Black Panther? Xue Liang was completely stunned, leaning down a little bit, and when he got closer, he found a bullet hole on the other's back that was bleeding. What's going on? How? Where are the others? I'm the only one left, Black Panther smiled weakly. Captain. Run, Simling. White Wolf, and Lan Yin fell into the pool of blood behind him. Jin Newell was originally on the roof of a nearby building to cover them. But just now, there was a big explosion there, which was undoubtedly caused by Yin Yu. Black Panther raised one hand vigorously, trembling and desperately trying to reach Xue Liang's face. Finally, at the moment when he completely lost his strength, his bloody fingertips touched Xue Liang's eye sockets. The next second, Black Panther's body fell heavily like a puppet that suddenly lost its life. Xue Liang felt as if the world had stopped. 1 second. 2 seconds. He could clearly hear the sound of microorganisms colliding in the air. He felt that countless emotions were burning in his heart. And Black Panther's blood eventually became the fuse that made his heart burst. Everyone outside the car was quiet, holding their breath and watching the car. After a long time, they found that there was no movement inside. Xue Liang did not come out. Nothing happened. Yin Yu was about to go over to check the situation, when a car suddenly rushed over from the other end of the street and hit him directly. He dodged sideways, and as he passed by the car, a black gun muzzle poked out from the gap in the car window and shot at him without hesitation. Yin Yu dodged in time, and only his shoulder was scratched. He looked at the car angrily, and saw the door was kicked open. Jimoro jumped down with murderous intent, and drew her knife to slash at him without saying anything. Jimoro, are you crazy? Yin Yu quickly drew out his saber, and barely parried. Are you going to betray Fan Zhou? I've already confronted Jima Song. Jimoro's knife was sharp and fast, almost forcing Yin Yu to retreat step by step. Now I'm going to take your life. The ambulance behind him finally responded, and with a loud bang, the whole car exploded like a gasoline barrel, and a slender figure appeared in the heat wave distorted by the flames. The powerful pheromone instantly covered the sky and rolled towards them like a tide. Not only the entire block, even the Ark not far away, the recreated humans in the entire Hangzhou city all felt a very powerful, frightening momentum, like nuclear fusion at the same time. The breath permeated every particle in the air, and penetrated everywhere, making all creatures with the Lantian virus active in their bodies feel this indescribable sense of oppression. It was an instinctive reaction to pheromones among the same kind, and this pressure even forced people to unconsciously feel fear and obedience from the heart. Something extremely dangerous appeared in Hangzhou. Yin Yu and Jimoro both stood there, staring at Xue Liang, who walked out of the wreckage of the ambulance in amazement. His pupils, which were originally black and white, had now turned into the same bright red as Sin Ling and the others. There was a bloodstain running through the corner of Shui Liang's eye, which was smeared by Black Panther before his death. At first glance, it looked like blood and tears. "Why are you crying?" Lu Huai put down the terminal, hesitantly pointed to the corner of his eye, indicating Shui Liang. Shui Liang wiped his eyes belatedly, and said, "It's okay. Didn't the tears get recorded?" "No." Lu Huai handed him the terminal. "Is this okay? The effect in the front is good, and the days in the back can be cut out." "Okay. Thank you for your hard work." Shui Liang nodded. "Thank you for helping me. We are friends," Lu Huai said. "But I still don't want you to do this." He won't be able to accept it. And he won't be able to do it. If he wants to survive, he must accept all this. Like me. The first lesson he needs to learn is to let go. Shui Liang turned around and looked at the sunlight outside the windows swallowed by the buildings. "I want him to become famous in one battle." Chapter 227 Red Eyes. Luo Qin also felt the strong pressure. It was a signal from the strong, with a hint of declaration and threat. He calmed his breathing, slowly stood up, and walked out of the narrow alley with the help of the wall. The bullets were all used up. He only had the armor left on his body. Even at this critical moment, the gift from Shui Liang was still the last thing he could rely on. Luo Qin probably knew what happened. He looked at the slowly beating red dot on the terminal. The coordinates were outside the safe zone, and were moving towards the Ark at the moment. The overall plan was flawless. Half an hour ago, Lu Huai lost contact inexplicably, and Luo Qin realized something. It was not until this hunting operation unfolded in front of him, like a hurricane, that he was completely sure that he was the only one excluded. He walked towards the Ark without hesitation, and was almost involved in indiscriminate street fighting several times along the way. The bounty hunters who came to hunt down Red Eye had a fierce conflict with the Alliance. Most of the beta-type reconstructed humans were affected by the crazy pheromones in the city, and they killed each other. The piles of corpses on the roadside were shocking. The Ark safe zone, which was once as strong as a copper wall, has become a scene of war and smoke. The Ark's top management should have issued an evacuation order long ago. Vehicles loaded with supplies kept driving out of the Ark, and the Alliance was responsible for blocking the crazy attackers in the rear. However, the Alliance's pampered reconstructed humans were obviously no match for the wild outsiders, and soon they were defeated. Only a few people were still resisting stubbornly, and the zombies crawling out of the ruins were a fatal threat to them at this moment. A lone and exhausted reconstructed human, facing 3 or 4 high-level mutants, would only end up being torn to pieces. Luo Qin rescued an Alliance member from the zombie pile, grabbed him and asked, "What's going on inside?" "All the ordinary survivors in the outer camp are gone. I don't know why. When I went to notify them to evacuate, there was no one," the man shouted with a face full of cannon fodder. "It's too late. I have to go back to support." "What support?" Luo Qin pointed in the direction of leaving the city and said to him, "Take care of yourself. Leave quickly. If you don't want to die, don't work for Limuki without any bottom line." To him, the materials in the warehouse are more valuable than you. The Alliance member seemed to be frightened by the scene. Without much hesitation, he turned around and left. Luo Qin bypassed the areas with the most intense fighting, ran through the ruins alone, climbed up the safety wall that had collapsed for hundreds of meters, and saw the devastated scene behind the wall. There were wailing everywhere, and corpses everywhere, as if this place had always been hell, and there was no hope. He picked up a submachine gun that someone had thrown on the ground, and stared at the red dot on the terminal. 150 meters. 100 meters. 70 meters. 20 meters. The other party seemed to know that he would come, and the coordinates had not moved since just now. Luo Qin's heart seemed to be hanging upside down by a sharp line. He took a deep breath, and when he looked up again, he saw the slightly lonely back. Shui Liang was standing on the ruins, with blood and corpses all the way behind him. When Luo Qin arrived, he was pinching the neck of a recreated human, and there was no warmth in his eyes. He hadn't felt this way for a long time, and his reason and emotions were deeply trapped in the endless killing intent. As long as someone rushed over to stop him, no matter who it was, he was not even interested in seeing those people's faces clearly. The moment they passed by, the other party had already fallen at his feet. Cold-blooded, cruel. This was the original intention of his transformation. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Yuanshan Company planted this bloody seed with its own hands. And today, it will harvest it with its own hands. Shui Liyang. Luo Qin shouted his name with all his strength. Look at me! Shui Liyang heard Luo Qin's voice. His eyes moved. And suddenly a layer of blood was dyed. The strength in his hand suddenly tightened. And the man's throat cracked. His bone shattered. And his head drooped softly. Luo Qin's legs went limp. And he tripped over a piece of gravel. He immediately felt pain in his knees. Probably scratched by the steel bars. Tiny barbs pierced his thighs. But he didn't have time to care about that. A young boy's back appeared in front of him. His thin shoulders covered by a white shirt. And his hands pulled the bow. His fingers slender and nimble. The back was clean and simple. Without a trace of violence or pain. But with a faint smell of sunshine rooted in his heart. From his youth to now. It was as pure as ever. The young man turned his head towards him. His clean eyes were clear and dust-free, with a smile. Then, the smile slowly disappeared, and was covered with blood red. The figure gradually overlapped with the person standing in front of him, and finally only a blood-soaked Shui Liyang was left, with the bow in his hand bent into a blood-stained saber. Even the look he gave him was not gentle at all. Lizzie, you are also infected by the red dust. Luo Qin looked at the person in front of him desperately, and a chill crept up from his feet to his head. Any reconstructed human infected with the red scab virus cannot escape the fate of being bloodthirsty and dying of exhaustion. Shui Liyang turned his head, leaving Luo Qin with his back. It doesn't matter, I still have time, but they will die soon. He destroyed countless lives as easily as crushing a group of ants, and his hands were hardly stained with blood. In the face of great fear and despair, everyone was about to lose their fighting spirit. He stood on a sea of blood and corpses, and his scarlet and cold eyes looked down at the battlefield in front of him like a demon. Behind him was steaming dust and scattered ashes, wailing everywhere, and blood flowing like a river. He just slowly drew out his saber, wiped the blood on it, and his handsome face was also stained with blood. In the strong contrast of the fire behind him, there was a kind of tragic beauty. Shui Liyang closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, there were suddenly bursts of earth-shaking explosions all around. The lights within a radius of 100 meters went out in an instant, and the instruments and equipment that were in operation had short circuits and explosions from the inside. Within a few seconds, the power system of the Ark headquarters was completely paralyzed. When Yuanshan was first planned, dozens of scientists came to a conclusion that high-level reconstructed humans could control the Lantian virus within a certain range through their own pheromones. However, this was a theoretical level that was almost impossible to reach, so it was gradually forgotten. But today, everyone who survived saw that someone had reached this level. Shui Liyang looked at the Ark building that was gradually sinking into the darkness in the distance, and continued to walk over there with a saber in hand, as if he had really been waiting for Luo Qin here just now. But Shui Liyang did not look back at Luo Qin. His voice was still as pleasant as before, but his tone was cold. The they I mentioned are not just Shui Yunting and Li Muki, but everyone you can see and think of. Or you have another choice, which is to kill me here and stop me. Is that what you want? Luo Qin felt stuffy in his throat, just like he felt before his asthma attack many years ago. You have done this, and you don't let me know anything. I'm tired. After this, I don't want to be involved in anything anymore. Shui Liyang's voice was very tired, dragged out a little, and hoarse. The Ark should no longer exist, even if it has sheltered many people in the past. It is now a cancer that must be removed. As long as the Ark continues to exist, the world will one day be completely destroyed by Li Muki's manipulation. Shui Liyang looked up at the Ark camp not far away, which was engulfed in a sea of fire. The sound of gunfire and war was like thunder exploding on the ground. Former comrades in arms now turned against each other, pointing their guns and knives at each other's chests and backs, which they could once trust. Everywhere were wounded and dead souls baptized by blood and fire. The crying gradually became weaker, and the angry roars and shouts were mixed with swords, spears, axes, and halberds, and came with a fierce wind on the battlefield. Death has become dust and breeze passing by him. Even if one day this breeze will also take him back to dust. I will destroy this place, he said lightly. I will crush the Ark just as we built it. Loken looked at his cold eyes without any warmth, and felt that the place seemed to have become a wasteland ruin sealed by ice, and all the joys, angers, loves and hatreds in the past were buried under the ice, and only the cold wind of the ancient trumpet was wandering on the ice. After today, the Ark will no longer exist. The world will fall into disorder and chaos again. And everyone will return to the state of 3 years ago, fighting each other and looting each other. The strong may not necessarily survive in the end, and the weak may not be swallowed by this torrent. Everyone is a beast hiding his body in the dark jungle, either a hunter or a prey, just like the passage recorded in the Bible. The Creator took back his last mercy from the earth, and the raging flood rushed to the world with his anger. The power of destruction will sweep across every corner of the earth. However, the difference this time is that even the ark carrying all the hope and sin will not be spared, and will be thrown into the abyss of blazing fire by the waves. The Creator and the Destroyer are one. I know you want to push me away. Luo Qin looked into Shui Liang's eyes. But it's impossible. Shui Liang's eyes seemed to be touched by his words. And she said angrily, Luo Qin, do you know why no one has been able to kill me in all these years? Because I will not hesitate, no matter who the opponent is. Luo Qin asked, even if it's me? Even if it's you? Shui Liang raised his voice, but his expression and words revealed pale anger. If you hesitate, you will die in my hands. Luo Qin laughed instead. He threw the gun and opened his arms to Shui Liang. You still won't lie to me, Lichi. Even the way you cover up your guilt is so childish. Like losing a quarrel. Shui Liang has always been good at concealing his emotions. But Luo Qin is right. He can't hide his love even if his reason is about to be burned out. The love engraved in his bones is struggling to break free from the ashes. I will catch you, Lizzie, and make you remember for the rest of your life what the consequences will be for me. Luo Qin said. Or, as you said, I will trade my life for it. Shui Liang turned around as if he was afraid to continue listening to him, and disappeared in the continuous artillery fire and ashes. Luo Qin wanted to chase him, but was stopped by a bullet that hit the ground in front of him. Bai Wu Luo held a gun, and appeared on the ruins with a bloody sin antelope in one hand. He pointed the black muzzle of the gun at Luo Qin and said, Stand back, or I will kill you. His eyes should be the only one in the Blue Flame Brigade that still had pure black and white, but they were also dyed transparently by hatred. Wu Luo, put down the Sinling. Luo Qin's back was covered with cold sweat. She is in danger. I will not ignore her. Bai Wu Luo looked down at the Sinling. You step back. Don't get close to my brother. I want to save him, Luo Qin said sternly. He is infected with the red scab virus. And so is the Sinling. Put her down quickly. I will save her. Can I still believe you? Bai Wu Luo smiled mockingly. The Blue Flame Brigade was almost wiped out. Just because they believed in you. Luo Qin knew that there was no way to defend this matter, and he could only prepare to force his way through Bai Wu Luo's obstruction. Suddenly, a gunshot pierced the night sky. Cheng Qingyao climbed up from the ruins, stood between Luo Qin and Bai Wu Luo, and said coldly, You go quickly. I'll come this way. Keep calm. Luo Qin patted Cheng Qingyao. Don't let Xiaobai get infected. And be careful yourself. After he said that, he stepped back a few steps, jumped off the ruins, and chased Shui Liang. Cheng Qingyao threw the gun aside. Wu Luo, listen to me. Put down Sinling, and come to my side. Cheng Qingyao. Bai Wu Luo's eyes were gloomy, and he clenched the gun in his hand. You want to stop me? I will never stop you, Cheng Qingyao said. But I have to save you first. Did you know that Shenhua is dead? Bai Wu Luo roared. Cheng Qingyao. Falcon and Shenhua are both dead. Killed by Nian Yu. He didn't even leave them a chance to live. Do you know that they had a hard time to be together before? I was ready to let them adopt Cici. I know. Cheng Qingyao lowered his eyes. His tone was extremely sad. That's why I can't let you go. Chapter 228. The bed still has your body temperature. On the ruins of the safety wall, Luo Tiantian kept digging at the gravel with her claws, and barked anxiously. Lu Huai came out of the ruins with a dusty face, wiped the dust off his face, and spit out a few mouthfuls of sand. Shh, good dog, don't bark. Lu Huai touched it. Take me to find, your parents. Luo Tiantian barked, and rushed into the ruins. Cheng Qingyao usually taught it some search and rescue dog skills, and it put them into practice at this time, looking very professional. Soon, Luo Tiantian stopped at a broken cement prefabricated board, lowered her head, and smelled it for a long time, and then shouted at Lu Huai. Lu Huai was so tired that he almost vomited blood. He climbed up with great effort, and saw a person lying on it. He was covered in blood, and didn't know if he was still alive. Sengdo? He immediately ran over to help the Singo up, carefully checked the neck of the other party, and found that he was still breathing. Lu Huai's small body usually had difficulty even moving luggage, but at this moment, he burst out with great potential. He carried the strong Singo on his back and ran down the ruins desperately. Before he took 2 steps, several level 2 mutants jumped down from a nearby office building and surrounded Lu Huai. He hurriedly retreated, but found that there was a fault several dozen meters high behind him. If he retreated a little more, he would fall directly down, and his brain would probably come out. The mutants ran towards him wildly. Lu Huai decided to take a gamble, and was about to bend down and rush over when a black shadow rushed from behind him. Luo Tiantian howled and bit the neck of a mutant, swinging it like a wolf hunting, until the mutant's neck was bitten to pieces. Several other mutants were also frightened and circled around them. Luo Tiantian was not afraid at all and pounced on the mutants to fight. Leave it to you. Lu Huai took the opportunity to jump off the ruins with the Sinling on his back, and ran all the way to find traces of living people. Finally, he met the Walker rescue team, who were rescuing the wounded on the street. As soon as those people saw him, they ran over quickly. Lu Huai subconsciously protected Sinling behind him, and said vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" "Don't worry. We stand on Shui Liang's side. It was also he who asked us to move all the ordinary survivors away in advance." The man sighed. "We searched the city for several times, and others didn't even find the body. This little girl, she is still alive. Find a way to save her." Lu Huai hurriedly put Sinling down. When he saw her chest still rising and falling slightly, he breathed a sigh of relief. Something is wrong. The Blue Flame Brigade should not be involved. Is there someone else pushing it? Su Yugang came over with Huang Mao. Seeing Sinling's injury, he frowned. "It's a countermeasure. It's so vicious. We still have medicine here. Come and clean her wound. Be careful not to cross-infect." "Hey, little brother. What's wrong with the boss?" Huang Mao hurriedly asked Lu Huai. "Why did he suddenly want to attack the Ark? Should we go over to help?" Lu Huai stared at Sinling and said worriedly, "No. None of you reconstructed humans should get close to Shui Liang. He is very dangerous now." "Dangerous?" Su Yugang and Huang Mao were both stunned. This is the instinct of the Tai Sui virus. They will automatically find the most suitable parasitic host during the long evolution process. Lu Huai said, "Reconstructed humans are at the top of the food chain, and Shui Liang is the absolute strongman in this group. Therefore, the red dandruff virus will drive Lan Yin to infect him with the virus, and then rush into the Ark, because it stores a large number of countermeasures that threaten the red dandruff virus. So they have to use Shui Liang's power to destroy their natural enemies." "Is this virus so terrible?" Su Yugang was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that this virus was really the same as Lu Huai had speculated before, and had an extremely strange autonomous consciousness. Seeing that Sinling had been temporarily settled, Lu Huai turned around and was about to leave again. Su Yugang stopped him and said in surprise, "Where are you going? It's very dangerous in the Ark, and you are not a recreated human being. Something is wrong." "I want to help." Lu Huai turned his head without looking back. "Take good care of her." Lu Huai had no obstacles along the way. When he ran to the Ark camp, which had become a ruin, he only saw scrapped armored vehicles and anti-tank weapons all over the ground, which made him a little frightened. The sound of fighting came from the headquarters building, and he ran over, struggling to step onto the uneven steps that had been smashed, and found that Shui Liang was confronting a team of alliance members, and neither side would give in. A dozen Alpha-type reconstructed humans surrounded Shui Liang, but the pheromones in their bodies were suppressed by the other party's breath. Their instinct to submit to the strong made them dare not move at all. Luo Qin stood beside Shui Liang, tentatively stretched out his hand to him. "Lizzie, look at me. I am Luo Qin." Just like when he was out of control, Shui Liang comforted him, and gently made the other party feel safe and stable enough. Shui Liang was emotional, dodged Luo Qin's hand, and looked anxious. "Don't touch me." Seeing this, Lu Huai ran over, stood between Shui Liang and the alliance, and panted, "Shui Liang, calm down. I brought you something." He took out a wrinkled storybook from his bag, spread it out in front of Shui Liang. "Look at this. This is your thing." Shui Liang was obviously stunned for a moment, looking at the 2 familiar words on it. His eyes gradually moved. Lu Huai approached him slowly and cautiously, and said softly, "Calm down. Calm down. Don't be angry." Anger gives the devil room. He felt like he was using cat food to appease a hostile feline. As if he was just a little bit away from appeasing the other party. Okay. Keep trying. Lu Huai was about to walk over again. But he heard a gunshot behind him. He felt a pain in his shoulder. And the burning pain spread from his left shoulder. And the book in his hand was also shattered by the bullet. It's over. He and Luo Qin thought of this at the same time. No one knew who fired the gun. There were about 100 members of the alliance present at the time. And no one could tell what happened. But then Shui Liang lost control. He used overwhelming brute force to break through the alliance's defense line, and rushed straight in, and broke into the building in a blink of an eye. Luo Qin supported Lu Huai, who fell to the ground, and watched Shui Liang disappear in the building. No, someone must have done something wrong. I have to stop these people outside, and not let them in. Lu Huai's left shoulder blade was shattered, but he still said with difficulty, "Don't worry about me, go find him. It's too late." Luo Qin was about to take Lu Huai to a safe place, when a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the side, and held Lu Huai firmly. When he looked up, he actually saw Li Xiaohan. "You go." Li Xiaohan's eyes had lost their usual frivolity and cynicism. She calmly and skillfully wrapped Lu Huai's wound with shredded clothes. "I'll take him away. Let's go find the rescue team first. You have to stop Shui Liang. He broke into the Ark shelter area to release someone. You'll understand when you go out and see that person. Are you helping him?" Luo Qin was a little alert. "Can I trust you?" Lu Huai panted, "Yes." Luo Qin. "If you trust me, you can trust him." Li Xiaohan helped Lu Huai up and smiled at Luo Qin. "Go. After tonight, I won't stay in the Ark anymore." Jimoro was blocking Yen Yu. "I hacked his terminal. He can't receive any news from Fangzhou now." Luo Qin was relieved a little, nodded. "Thank you." He gave Lu Huai to Li Xiaohan, and ran into the building with Shui Liang. Many places on the first floor had been smashed into ruins. The elevator was completely out of service, and he could only use the stairs. As soon as he ran to the corridor behind the hall, Luo Qin saw a crack on the ground, and there were traces of force breaking all around. Countless papers and dust fell in the air, and a familiar saber was left there alone. He jumped down without hesitation. He just made it in time. Shui Liang was standing outside the railing on the second floor of the laboratory. There were only dozens of unarmed researchers in the experimental area below. They huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. The longer the red scab virus infects, the more violent the reconstructed human will be. It may even cause disorder of qi and blood circulation in the body, and lead to sudden death. These were all mentioned in Lu Huai's analysis report. Luo Qin felt cold all over when he saw it. He dared not think about what the consequences would be if Shui Liang was also infected. Now the choice was before him. If he took even one wrong step, he would not be able to save Shui Liang. "Lizzie," Luo Qin called him. "Li Muki is not here. Come here quickly." However, Shui Liang seemed not to hear him. He leaned on the railing and flipped down to the second floor. Those researchers got under the table in a panic. Dozens of people pushed each other, and they pushed others out in a hurry, so that they could hide in the innermost part. Shui Liang finally looked up at Luo Qin. But there was no warmth in his eyes. "I'll say it for the last time. Luo Qin, don't stand in front of me. If you are here to kill me, don't hesitate. Are you looking for Li Muki?" Luo Qin continued. "I'll take you to find him. He's not here. He must have left. Come with me. Okay?" Shui Liang looked at him for a while, and it seemed that he had no intention of continuing the attack. Luo Qin felt more at ease, took off his armor, threw it aside, and slowly walked toward Shui Liang. "Yes, wait for me. I'll be there soon." Just when it seemed that there would be some results, one of the researchers suddenly started to curse. "Kill if you want. I'm not afraid." "Shui Liang, do you feel that you are wronged and miserable? You blame us for the death of your brother and sister, but it's all your own fault." "Shut up." Luo Qin couldn't help but curse. "Do you want to die?" The man seemed to be crazy, and continued to shout. "Shui Liang, you killed so many people, aren't you afraid that they will come after you? You will suffer for your own sins. Your brother and sister deserve to die. It's the retribution of you. The devil. Feiyingni deserves to die. Cheng Qingye deserves to die too. They deserve to die, and everyone related to you deserves to die." Luo Qin saw that Shui Liang's expression seemed to be frozen, and climbed into a deeper cold, and he knew that everything was too late. The armor was half a meter away from his feet. But he didn't want to take it, because Shui Liang had already rushed towards the man quickly. He had no weapons in his hands. But even with his bare hands, he was able to kill everyone in an instant. Luo Qin made up his mind, jumped down from the second floor, and rushed towards Shui Liang. A few months later, Luo Qin stood on the ruins that had just been renovated. He felt cold at his hands. So he put his hands together and blew out a breath. A truck loaded with stones drove past him, rolling over the snow on the roadside, leaving a deep black rut. He had just returned from the Ark headquarters, in the building that had not been completely destroyed. He finally found the secret top floor sealed with cement that he had accidentally bumped into before. Even with the highest authority of the Ark, he could not reach that floor. So he climbed up from the elevator shaft with his bare hands, opened the elevator door of that floor, and found that it was not his illusion. Unfortunately, Luo Qin found nothing in the end, including the room where the red potion was stored at that time, which was also empty. The ground was covered with dust. Except for his own footprints, there was nothing else, not even a trace. He gave up. A few more dump trucks drove out of the ruins, and gunshots were heard in the distance. It was unclear whether the unlucky recreated humans ran into a tough enemy during the robbery, or whether the pioneer team was cleaning up the infected streets again. Whichever it was, it didn't matter, he was used to it. It started snowing again. Lachlan finally jumped off the prefabricated board and walked towards the Ark building. As soon as he entered the hall, the sufficient heating eliminated most of the chill on his body. The building was crowded with people, every day, and everyone was scrambling to see Li Muki. An assistant, who was usually in charge of clerical records, ran over in a hurry, took out a stack of documents, and said, "Mr. Executive, here are the documents you need to sign. The Global Ark Rebuilding Human Joint Management Treaty must be sent out to each safe zone before tonight to make detailed rules. This is a priority." Lachlan took a pen from the front desk, rubbed his frozen fingers, and signed his name on it. Okay, what else? Prohibition of the circulation of enhancers, agreement on the control of illegal use of biological and chemical weapons, countermeasures control clauses, and... The assistant almost always saw Lachlan once every 10 days, or half a month, and he wanted to let him handle all the documents at once, so that he wouldn't be exhausted from looking for someone next time. Luo Qin took them one by one, read them, signed them one by one, and handed them back. The final draft I prepared before was not like this. Li Muki added a lot to me, forget it. My core point has not changed anyway. He knows the current situation. Take it. Okay, sir. The assistant hurried away with the documents. Luo Qin turned and walked in another direction, swiped his card, and took the elevator back to the dormitory. He still lived in the previous dormitory. Nothing was moved. Even the utensils were replaced in double on time. He didn't show anything during this period. He was always alone and quiet, and he no longer did anything useless. He would handle the affairs of the Ark seriously. There was a sound of moving things in the dormitory next door. He stood at the door and hesitated for a while, knocked on the door, and soon got permission from the inside. Jima Song was dressed casually, wearing housework gloves, with his hair tied up behind his head, and was cleaning Jimo Ro's dormitory. She heard the door open, turned her head to look at Luo Qin, and smiled tiredly. "You are here. Since Jimo Ro lost her trace in the Ark battle a few months ago, there has been no news." Jima Song did not show much sadness, but he was shrouded in a faint sense of loneliness. Sad but not hurt, this is the good upbringing engraved in her bones. However, with the steady progress of the Ark project in the past few months around the world, Jima Song has also had to get busy, often responsible for inspecting major safety zones, making suggestions to Li Muki on the healthy development of the safety zones, and being greatly valued. Previously, Li Muki was probably worried that Jima Song would win over Cheng Qingyao before him, so he tried to recruit the latter in various ways. The conditions he offered, no one would hesitate. But Cheng Qingyao did not help anyone, and did not stand on either side, and said back Li Muki's executive appointment letter as it was. There are no vacancies for the 4 executives. Go back and ask Li Muki. Do you want to kill one of them to make way for me? Or just give me the Ark? He replied to the other party with this sentence, which made Li Muki choke and throw things in the office. However, what made Li Muki relieved was that Cheng Qingyao did not seem to choose Jima Song or Luo Qin. He really did not rely on anyone, and suddenly became more lonely than Luo Qin. Jima Song took a break from his busy schedule, and sat down. His dusty hands rested on his knees, looking out the window. It's okay. Life has to go on. It's the same without anyone. She didn't know who she was talking to. and the dust in the air filled her eyes. Luo Qin and Jima Song chatted casually for a few words. And then, he went back to the dormitory alone. The moment he pushed the door open, all the sounds were blocked out. The dormitory was quiet. The curtains were not drawn. And it was pitch black. Luo Qin walked to the bed, sat down at the end of the bed, and took out his terminal. He stretched out his hand and swiped a few times, and finally opened the Candy Crush software that had not been automatically updated for a long time. This game has not been completed yet, and it becomes more and more difficult as you play it later. Luo Qin always uses up all his steps, and then he has to end the battle of this level. If he fails once, a red heart will be eliminated, for a total of 6 hearts. If he keeps winning, he can keep playing. But if he loses all, he has to wait for the red hearts to recover over time. During this period, he can only do something else. Recently, Ark is very popular. It is Luo Qin who advocates the promotion of this game, but no one plays it as fast as he does. Although the difficulty is relatively high, it is also a good thing to have a challenge. For many people, this thing is the best way to kill time. There are still more than a dozen levels left. He perseveres in trying, but he doesn't want to pass the level too quickly. After all, once you finish the last level, there is nothing left to play in this game. You cannot replay the levels you have already played. This game will always stay at the moment you have completed the level. Game over. Luo Qin smiled bitterly and exited the level, looking at the number of hearts in the upper left corner. He shook his head and said, "Damn it. How can Sixian play such a perverted game?" He lowered his head, and when he looked up again, he was already in tears. More than once, he was lying on the bed in the dormitory, half asleep and half awake, and suddenly felt that he was lying in a warm bedroom. There was a noisy sound of the TV in the living room outside. Shui Simu and Shui Sixian seemed to be fighting again for the right to watch the TV channel. Shui Liang pushed the door open with a smile on her face, complaining to him, "You come and take care of it. They're fighting again." He felt the mattress beside him sink, and someone lay down next to him. Luo Qin smiled and opened his eyes. In an instant, all the warmth and sounds were taken back, and the cold and quiet surroundings returned to his perception. By the time he reacted, tiny sobs had begun to echo in the room. Chapter 229, A Farewell to the Mountains and Seas. For years later, the red light district of Baida town. After the Earth lost 3/4 of its population, the Ark Safe Zone was established. Starting from the first joint safe zone in Hangzhou, the Ark model has been applied to survivors around the world. The mechanical voice of a child reading came from the narrow window. I don't know if he understands what he is reading. He dozes off from time to time. It makes people want to go in and pull his ears to read for him. 2 figures walked past the window, carrying 2 bags, which looked heavy. "Dad? Who is this red-eye?" The child who was studying suddenly called out curiously, which attracted the voice of another man. "Why do you care so much? What does the book say?" "It says, he is a defector from the Ark, and was expelled as a Class A risk for trying to destroy the Ark." "Then you just recited like this. Can you ask me during the exam?" The child said "Oh," and continued to read mechanically. One of the 2 figures couldn't help rolling his eyes, picked up a sprouted potato from the bag and threw it away, then followed the other person into the elegant car parked on the side of the road. Li Xiaohan was sitting in the driver's seat and heard the back door open and make a sound. She put the magazine down and turned her head back. Celine rubbed her neck and complained, "Oh, these potatoes are too hard to handle, and I'm about to vomit after pulling so many." Shui Liang took out a candy from his pocket and shook it in front of her. "Do you want to eat it?" "Milk candy." Celine leaned over to grab it. "I want to eat it. I want to eat it. I'm really tired of eating vegetables." Shui Liang teased her with the candy for a long time before it was snatched away. Celine peeled off the candy wrapper and threw it into her mouth, as if she was afraid someone would snatch it from her. "Once this batch of orders is delivered to Gina, we will not only eat potatoes." Shui Liang pushed the potato bag inwards and asked her, "Do you want to eat meat?" Celine nodded. "I dream about it. I have no energy to eat vegetarian food." Shui Liang flicked her forehead. "Good idea, keep thinking about it. So annoying." "Captain, you are teasing me again." Yaji drove along the path and drove into a small courtyard in the suburbs of Hangzhou. Shui Liang and Celine got off the car carrying 2 bags of potatoes. When the people in the house heard the noise, they all ran out to get things. "Boss!" A red head flew out of the house. Shui Liang only took a look and exploded. Are you sick? I finally shaved your green-haired turtle-like hair, and you dyed it red. You can't stand it if you don't mess with your hair for a day. Right? Red hair. That is. The former yellow hair shaked his non-mainstream hairstyle embarrassedly and said, Hey, I think it's very fashionable. People say it's international. You even dragged English into it. Shui Liang picked up the bag of potatoes in his hand. Don't think about your French pronunciation, you have no sense, take it in quickly. Yellow hair came over obediently to pick up the things, and followed the other people to the warehouse. These people are basically the survivors that Shui Liang has rescued in various places over the past 4 years. Although they have little fighting power when they gather together, they are all protected by Shui Liang, and can't stand any bullying in this area. A woman came over with a smile and patted Shui Liang on the shoulder, jokingly saying, Boy, has your hair grown longer? It's still so beautiful. Like when you were in school. The woman's name is Wu Hong. She is in her 40s this year. And she is a friend of Shui Liang since high school. She used to run an internet cafe at the entrance of the high school. She has a cold and beautiful appearance. And there is still charm between her eyebrows. And she faintly reveals a very powerful temperament when she was young. Captain, your hairstyle makes you look much gentler, Sun Ling said. Some time ago, people kept pretending to pass by our door. They were probably looking at you. No wonder. You really don't look very capable now. I think they came to see the little yellow-haired guy. Shui Liang brushed the hair on her forehead to the sides and said, His hair is like a neon light. He has a different color every day. If you don't know, you would think we are in a disco. Li Xiaohan and Sun Ling lay on the car and laughed so hard that they couldn't stand up. The potatoes rolled all over the floor. A little raccoon head ran past everyone's legs, clinking and clanging, bending down to pick up 2 potatoes, pulling Shui Liang's clothes, and saying crisply, Uncle is back. Shui Liang squatted down, pulling off the little raccoon's hat with a smile in his eyes, revealing a pair of peach blossom eyes, like new green leaves under the brim of the hat, without any impurities. Let me see whose baby it is. Shui Liang pinched the little rice dumpling's face. Did I pick up a child that no one wanted? It's Xiao Lang. Jimao Lang hugged him, rubbing him coquettishly. Captain of the Little Blue Flame team. Shui Liang turned to look at Huang Mao and Li Xiaohan. What is Little Blue Flame? What did you teach him? So handsome. Huang Mao looked more excited than a 5-year-old child. I'm the deputy captain, he said, and pointed at Li Xiaohan. He is a logistics soldier in the kitchen squad. Li Xiaohan raised his hand speechlessly. To prove his innocence, I didn't play this with them, really. I'm assigned a different position every day. I'm used to it. The Little Blue Flame team harvested all the corn on the roof yesterday. Uncle Wang and Aunt Lu also praised me. Jimao Lang leaned on Shui Liang and said eloquently, Now the last retired captain will award me the medal. Shui Liang, that's called retirement, not retirement, baby. Wu Hong looked at Shui Liang squatting there to play with Jimao Lang, and she also relaxed a little, and said to Li Xiaohan, He is in a bad mood. Wrong. Li Xiaohan's expression gradually became gloomy, shaking his head, whispering, Not very good, he just came back last night. I went to pick him up, and heard him say that he ran into Luo Qin when he passed by the red light district. Wu Hong was stunned for a moment, then Nothing should have happened, but it is possible that he would hide it. Li Xiaohan sighed. It's just that his hands are still shaking. That incident was too much of a shock to him. Shui Liang picked up Jimao Lang, weighed him. He has grown taller, but he doesn't seem to have gained much weight. I'll take him out for dinner today. Xiao Lang is still growing up. So he really can't eat vegetables all the time. You just came back from Songhe yesterday. Aren't you going to have a meal at home? Wu Hong asked. You look tired. And you have to take care of the children. It's a small problem. Just a few orders? Much easier than carrying out a mission. Shui Liang said. Does anyone else want to go? Registration starts now. Siling jumped over. I'm going too. I'm going too. Huang Mao and Wu Hong shook their heads. They were not very interested in eating out. And they had just eaten lunch not long ago. So they were not very hungry now. Li Xiaohan pointed at himself. Me? Cut some potatoes and pickle them. Shui Liang hugged Jimao Lang and walked out without looking back. Oh! Outside the courtyard was a long and desolate street, looking like zombies would come out at any time. But everyone in this area knew that there was no safer place in Baida town than here. Outside this courtyard, the survivors only knew that there was a big boss who was responsible for protecting them, but they had never seen the real boss. It seemed that anyone could come to enclose a piece of land and be self-sufficient, and there were no rules. But once they stepped on that person's line, they would be thrown out with their belongings, and would be barred from entering the door from then on. Xiao Lang is growing up too fast. Xue Liang looked at Jimo Lang's sleeves that were almost shrunk to his elbows. I have to buy him some more clothes. Jimo Lang didn't care. I still have enough clothes to wear. And I like this one very much. I don't want to change it. Growing up is really not good at all. Growing up is not good, Xue Liang said with a smile. But people have to grow up. Sun Ling interrupted, Captain, when will the order with the Arctic Ocean be shipped? I will be responsible for the delivery this time. And you can rest for a while. Xue Liang thought about it. Nodded. The delivery date is set for next Monday. And I will be at home to accompany Xiao Lang. You should go and come back quickly. And hand over the batch of goods to Xena and Moa. This year's orders will be completed, and we will prepare for the winter. He has been cooperating with factories in Russia for many years, and has built a new light weapons manufacturing line. In 4 years, Songhe Light Machinery has become famous. Xue Liang, as the actual controller, is mainly responsible for the coating process of the raw Tai Sui stones. After the finished products are shipped out of the warehouse, they are directly delivered to the Arctic Ocean International Security Company where Gina works. For the survivors there to use, they are not powerful weapons. Most of them are cold weapons. Occasionally there are orders for firearms. Xue Liang takes them one by one and basically accepts all orders. The antivirus corrosion coating technology exclusively developed by Songhe Light Machinery is quite famous in the international arms market. There are many orders from overseas countries. But Xue Liang always gives priority to Gina. After all, they have a friendship. In addition, the Arctic Ocean Company has the mining rights of a Tai Sui mine in Russia. The raw materials are self-sufficient and can also supply Xue Liang in return. I didn't expect that after the separation in Chernobyl, we would meet again in the martial arts world. 4 years ago, during the Battle of the Ark, Xena accepted his invitation to participate in the plan, and vaguely heard about his relationship with Loken. She felt very sad, but she never asked about the details, which made the cooperation between the two sides go very smoothly. In contrast, the virus cleaning technology developed by the Arctic Ocean is also very practical. It can decompose and remove the Tai Sui virus attached to the surface of metal and electronic equipment, and perform a certain degree of repair. It is also very generous to open the door to Songhe Light Machinery for cooperation. However, there are still rumors in the market, saying that the red-eyed thief is still thinking about making a comeback to seize the Ark. Occasionally, the slightest movement is exaggerated, making the Ark side very nervous in recent years and dare not slack off. Anyway, no matter what others say, Xue Liang doesn't care. Now he just wants to take care of the children and earn money for milk powder. Everything else is bullshit. And he is too lazy to even listen. The desolate street seems dead. But in fact, there are many people in the roadside shops. The streets here were cleaned by Xue Liang. Although the people who settled here didn't know who benefited from it, they still remembered the well digger, and would thank this warrior for his kindness from time to time. It would be better if they didn't praise him and step on the notorious red eye. Xue Liang counted out a few Ark coupons and handed them to the restaurant owner, who quickly served them a hot pot of barbecue, plus 2 cups of sweet milk. This was a very luxurious meal. Sun Ling and Jimo Lang were eating with fear and trepidation. Finally, they could not help asking, Captain, we just made money. We can't eat like this, right? Don't blame me. 2 people who are eating with oil dripping from their mouths. Xue Liang knocked a chopstick at each person. Eat yours. Do I still need money to spend? It was the end of the year when Songhe Light Machinery closed its warehouse and factory. The orders started to explode a month ago. Xue Liang could only pick some to do, and the rest would be discussed next year. After all, the existence of exclusive film coating technology itself is wealth. Many people wanted to buy it out from him. They tried soft and hard methods, but they never succeeded. Even Fang Zhou was coveting it. Li Muqi had sent people pretending to be ordinary foreign arms dealers to negotiate prices with Songhe Light Arms several times. But Xue Liang saw through it and ripped off several orders. She was so angry that she went back and cursed him as a beast. When Xue Liang and Sun Ling heard Li Xiaohan recount the incident, they rolled on the bed with laughter. He was not so resentful of Fang Zhou that he hated him. Fang Zhou's business. He would do it if he was paid enough. The material coupons issued by Fang Zhou, he would use them when he needed to. He was not disgusted at all. It was just a piece of paper anyway. He could exchange for materials and food. Why not? Moreover, Fang Zhou lost Li Xiaohan that year, and lost the technology left by Jima Cheng in Jima Rou's hands. The core technology level suddenly shrunk a lot. This money would eventually have to be earned by someone. It would be better to let him earn it, so that he could vent his anger. After a leisurely meal, Jima Lang was very satisfied. He skipped back holding Shui Liyang's hand. As soon as they turned into the yard, Sun Ling suddenly called Shui Liyang, "Captain, shall I go to the red light district with you tonight? It's still a bit dangerous for you to go alone." Shui Liyang nodded, "Okay. Wu Luo is in Songhe now. You can go with me." Jima Lang ran out to play by himself. He picked up a small and exquisite puppet from somewhere, and sat under the eaves to perform a small theater. "Then I'll go prepare it. We'll go there after dinner," Sun Ling said. Shui Liyang called Jima Lang, "Xiao Lang, listen to your uncle and aunt tonight. Xia Chaka and I have something to go out." Jima Lang ran over and hugged him. "Come back early." Chapter 230, Where to Meet Old Friends. Luo Qin walked into the inn. The previous proprietress was gone. She was replaced by another skinny young man. He didn't know what the relationship between the two was, but he was too lazy to ask. He leaned against the front desk and lit a cigarette. He asked the man, "Did your boss tell you that I should check the recent disappearances and murders?" The man nodded hurriedly, came out from behind the counter, and put a stack of information in front of him. "These are them. Our boss specifically asked me to convey them to you. All the information related to the dead man is here." Luo Qin flipped through it and glanced at Tang Chi's personal file. She used to be an illegal immigrant in the Ark. She usually survived by soliciting customers and picking up supplies. It's a pity that she is no longer there, so he couldn't ask anything. Before he came, he had seen the clues in Cheng Qingya's hand. Most of the survivors of the missing or murdered in the red light district had participated in black market transactions in private, smuggling enhancers of unknown origin and entering the market, including Tang Chi. Tang Chi looked poor on the surface, but in fact, he had accumulated a lot of savings by making money in this way. Last night, when Luo Qin opened her bed board and saw the neatly stacked material coupons and the sealed enhancer solution, the proprietress was stunned. When she reacted, she said palely that she had absolutely no idea, and it was none of her business. This Tang Chi was the mistress of a dead person that Luo Qin found last week. He used a lot of connections to find out how many tangled accounts the other person had in this red light district, including how many people he had dealt with. According to the information provided by the hotel owner, the identity of the dead person last week was indeed Cui Haoshan. After he was driven out of Fangzhou by Nianyu, he never appeared again. Unexpectedly, when he was seen again after many years, he played the role of a corpse at the crime scene. The place where Cui Haoshan died was close to the moat. Usually, not many people passed by. The body was accidentally discovered by a child playing hide-and-seek nearby, which led to a series of missing cases, which were linked together by Cheng Qingyao. And it was found that they were all inextricably linked. But Cui Haoshan barely knew anyone anymore, and there was no way to find out what he did on a daily basis, or whether he had any connection with the smuggling activities in the black market. Luo Qin flipped through a few more documents, and his sight was fixed on a boy named Xiao Feng. The photo on the file looked very young. Luo Qin even doubted whether the other party was an adult. He was actually doing this kind of business? And when did Cui Haoshan like this way? Didn't he always look down on gays? Luo Qin took out the document and handed it to the man. "Is this person here?" "Yes." The man took a look and walked upstairs while calling, "Little butterfly, come down." There was a very cheerful response upstairs. And then, there was the sound of thumping footsteps. At the same time, someone opened the door and shouted, "Can you keep your voice down? You idiot! It's great that someone ordered you." Then another sharp and provocative voice replied, "Yeah. If you have the guts, let others order you. Damn bus." Luo Qin frowned as he listened to the vulgar words upstairs. A young man who looked almost the same as the one in the photo ran down. He seemed to have misunderstood Luo Qin when he saw him. He rushed over enthusiastically and said sweetly, "Oh, I recognize you. You are the handsome guy who came yesterday." Luo Qin looked respectable and handsome. He was obviously different from those men who only had one thing in their minds. He also had a good face. He was his type. He was probably a caring person. This made Xiao Feng feel like he had found a treasure. He grabbed him and refused to let go. He thought that the other party had taken a fancy to him in the chaos yesterday. He was so happy that he didn't know what to do. The guy he hooked up with before looked rich, but he was actually very poor. He had to scrape money out of his teeth and was very cruel in bed. He had long wanted to kick him out and hook up with a new one. But he didn't expect that the guy died immediately. It was a great blessing. I came to ask you something. Luo Qin calmly pulled the snake-like arm off his body. Do you know Cui Haoshan? Xiao Feng was stunned, and found that the other party didn't seem to be coming for him. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. I know him. Isn't he dead? Luo Qin sorted out the information at the front desk, folded it neatly, and put it back. Dead. That's why I'm here. Tell me everything you know. Don't answer me one by one. I have a few questions here. Go back and think about them first. I hope I can tell you directly when I come to see you next time. Don't waste time. He then immediately started to talk about his own questions, regardless of whether Xiao Feng remembered them all, and did not repeat them a second time. Xiao Feng thought that this man was too decisive, and it seemed that he did not even want to follow him upstairs, but he was still unwilling to give up, and greeted him with a smile. Okay, I'll take note. Please take care. I will definitely answer them all next time I come back. He had a good memory, and he remembered almost all of the questions that Luo Qin asked, with just one look, and did not even ask any more questions. The more indifferent a man looks, the more he is sultry. Xiao Feng is very clear about this. Don't be fooled by his calm appearance. Actually, if you really strip him naked and force him to the bed, he is more unrestrained than anyone else. Luo Qin glanced at the man next to him, and stretched out his hand from under the counter. He stuffed a stack of Ark coupons into Xiao Feng's hand without leaving a trace. His tone was as if nothing had happened. There is no deposit. I want you to spit out something before you can get paid. Xiao Feng choked. He didn't expect him to give him money. The amorous look in his eyes faded a little, and a bit of complexity surged. After Luo Qin left, the man at the front desk looked at Xiao Feng with contempt and smiled, saying, You are too ignorant of the world. Aren't you? You dare to hook up with anyone. Aren't you afraid of eating yourself to death? Do you know who this person who just came is? Who? Xiao Feng asked lazily. I can eat any big one. What are you afraid of? He licked his bright red lips with his tongue, his eyes full of charm. The man sneered. That's the second executive of the Ark, Luo Qin, the strongest among the recreated humans. Don't you know? In the Ark battle, it is said that the one who could seriously injure Shui Liang and forced him to withdraw from the Ark. Haven't you heard of him? So powerful? Xiao Feng's eyes were more interested. Then he must be stronger and more powerful. Right? It's challenging. I like it. That's even better. If he can climb up to Luo Qin, it would be like flying to the top of the tree, turning from a pheasant into a phoenix. You are really shameless. The man laughed. I advise you not to mess with Luo Qin. He is very cruel. But I heard that he was not like this a few years ago. He climbed up from the bottom, with the same background as you and me. He can reach this position now, which is enough to show how capable he is. Xiao Feng's expression moved, as if he was interested in this name. He put the Ark ticket into his sleeve, waved his hand, and was about to go upstairs. Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. Let's go. The man sneered and shook his head, and sat back at the counter. Xiao Feng went upstairs to get a piece of clothing, and went out with a happy face. Not long after Luo Qin left, the door was pushed open again. The man looked up again, but found that it was another young man who came this time, accompanied by a girl with shoulder-length hair. It didn't seem like they came to such a place to have fun. Could it be another plainclothes? The man went out to greet them distressfully, wondering how many times they would come in a day, and whether they would ever end. Hey, what's the matter? The man took a quick look and knew that the two who came in must be difficult to mess with, especially the young man. Although he looked gentle, he had a very upright temperament and exuded a sense of oppression, which made him sweat a little. Shui Liang looked at the small store and asked, Was there a murder yesterday? The man was stunned. He thought, Isn't it the police? How come they don't even know the case? He couldn't help but be alert. Isn't this case being investigated by Fangzhou? We can't say anything. The police also said that it would be bad if they revealed the murderer's criminal record. I'm not saying that you are the murderer. It's mainly because it's not easy to make this exception. Well, it doesn't matter. It just happens that I have a case here. The dead person is the son of an acquaintance of mine. Seeing that she is sad, I want to ask what happened, Shui Liang said. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient to say, since the police are already investigating, there is nothing for us to do. The man nodded and sent the two out. As soon as he left the house, Sun Ling opened his tight mouth and said, Damn, you are so secretive. What can't you say? How can Fang Zhou really care about these things? Not necessarily. Yesterday's case was investigated by Cheng Qingyao himself, Shui Liang said. Let's not worry about it for now. It will be difficult to deal with if Fang Zhou is alarmed. Originally, he planned to come in the evening, but he was worried that something might happen if he came too late, so he brought Sun Ling here in the afternoon, wanting to find out about last night's case indirectly. What he said to the man just now was not a lie. The cause can be traced back to a few months ago. It was the autumn harvest. He and Bai Wulua came back from Songhe to help harvest corn. When several people were chatting and breaking corn in the yard, they suddenly saw an old woman with white hair and sunken cheeks slowly walking into the yard. Shui Liang didn't recognize her, but Bai Wulua stood up after taking a look, recognizing that this was Cui Haoshan's mother. In Bai Wulua's memory, Cui's mother should be a very elegant and high-spirited woman. He had met her several times during his school days, and had some impression of her. Unlike her overbearing son, she was not unreasonable, but had a bad fate. She lived a life of wealth and splendor for less than 10 years after marrying into the Cui family. First, her eldest son died unexpectedly, and then she lost her husband in the first wave of infection. After that, she followed her only remaining son into exile. It was not until Cui Haoshan entered the Ark that she felt better. After Cui Haoshan was driven away, there was no news of them and their son. She did not expect to meet in this way today. Shui Liang saw that the old woman was so hungry that her bones were exposed. So he gave her some food. Seeing that she seemed to have been hungry for a long time, he asked Bai Wulua to add some more food and asked her what was wrong. The old woman was not mentally normal. She only talked intermittently about looking for her son. Shui Liang realized that something was wrong at that time. He originally planned to keep the old woman and ask her about the matter after she was a little more stable. Unexpectedly, Huang Mao forgot to close the door one night, and she ran away in the dark and never appeared again. Huang Mao was also very upset. He clearly remembered to check the door lock before going to bed, but he still messed up. Until one day last week, Shui Liang heard someone discussing the old woman in the red light district, saying that her son died on the street, and she was alone and helpless. She was a little crazy after the shock, wandering around, but no one gave her food. The clues stopped here. In fact, it was originally a very simple and clear homicide case, and the death of a few people in this world is the most unsurprising thing. To this day, most of the survivors who are stranded outside the safe zone are still living in fear, and they may encounter the evolved zombies at any time. But Shui Liang's intuition told him that Cui Haoshan's death was not that simple. He was a recreated human. How could he be killed so easily? Countermeasures are hard to come by on the black market. Who would bother to get this stuff to kill Cui Haoshan, who has no power or threat? If the opponent is a stronger alpha-type recreated human, it is possible. Shui Liang saw Sun Ling's puzzled face, smiled and rubbed her head. The sun is nice today. Take you to bask in the sun and grow taller. I'm 23. Sun Ling pouted. I haven't grown any taller. Forget it. 23 can still grow a little bit, Shui Liang said. Go to the bridge over there. It's warm. The two of them walked over leisurely, and saw that there were already a few people sitting on the small round stools beside the stone bridge, chatting happily. So they stopped in the middle of the bridge, and put their hands on the railing to bask in the sun. This kind of warm weather is common in the winter in the north, and it is always comfortable to go out for a walk. The people at the bridge head were laughing ostentatiously. One of them, a boy with a rather neutral appearance, was in the center of the crowd, talking excitedly, with a smug look on his face. Shui Liang didn't look over there, but he also heard what they were saying. Teenage boys, unscrupulously sharing some bed secrets, will soon gain the envy of those around them. He heard a familiar name, and tightened his hand on the railing, and then loosened it. It's Luo Qin, the boy boasted loudly. He came to see me on purpose. Chapter 231 In the Light and Dark. 8:52 p.m. outside Baida town. After dinner, Shui Liang took Sun Ling to the red light district again, not because of Tang Qi's murder, but for another purpose. Half a year ago, Songhe Light Machinery was attacked by an unknown group of recreated humans while delivering a batch of orders. The other party was obviously targeting their goods. Although the attackers were easily repelled, Xue Liang found a broken enhancer injection in the mess, which was carried by the group. Since Ark promoted and issued a series of management agreements and clauses on rebuilt humans and enhancers 4 years ago, the circulation of enhancers has disappeared for a time, and almost disappeared from the market. However, it seems to be revived now, and has quietly appeared on the circulation channels of the dark web. There is no doubt that it is the riddle space that is causing trouble again. Ark has been investigating for so many years, but it has not been able to completely eradicate this website. Later, Gina commissioned Xue Liang to assist in investigating a group of rebuilt human robbery organizations active on the Sino-Russian border, and asked him to help recapture a batch of robbed goods from Arctic Ocean International. The trade route had just been open for a few years, and all aspects were in a stage of urgent improvement and stability. The appearance of this group of people undoubtedly disrupted the stable situation of the trade caravans. Xue Liang certainly would not allow these people to run wild on his own financial path. So Xue Liang followed the clues given by Gina, and found that this so-called robbery group composed of recreated humans actually overlapped with the previous enhancer smuggling group. Judging from the rumors leaked from the red light district, the victim of yesterday's murder was indeed involved. It is said that a lot of enhancers and material coupons were found under the bed, which was obviously a smuggling activity. Xue Liang and Sun Ling walked into the dim streets. All they met were drunkards, and occasionally a few men and women hanging out together. He thought of what happened during the day, and he still felt uncomfortable, but after calming down, he felt that based on his understanding of Luo Qin, that person must be lying. The two turned into the long street where the small hotel was located, and suddenly saw a slender figure passing by, walking towards the street corner. The memory of the special forces is extremely strong. They immediately recognized that it was the little boy who was seen talking nonsense to people outside during the day, dressed up in fancy clothes, and didn't know who he was going to meet. Xue Liang had a bad feeling. A murder had just happened. This person looked weak and vulnerable. He could easily be targeted. He was walking in the same direction as them. He was walking at night without any precautions, and never looked back. If he looked back, he would find two not-so-friendly people walking behind him with gloomy faces. Xiao Feng had taken special care of himself when he came out. Even cheap skin care water and cream could make his skin fragrant. He walked to the street corner, and saw a very low-key Volkswagen parked there. The reading light was on in the car, and there was a tall figure in the driver's seat. He jumped over, opened the door of the passenger seat, and asked Luo Qin, "Brother, can I sit here?" Luo Qin was looking down at a photo, and was interrupted unexpectedly. He put the photo away with some displeasure and nodded, "Come in." "Hurry up." Xiao Feng got in, and saw that the photo that Luo Qin put away was a young man in white sitting in front of a piano. He didn't see his face, but his figure was very superior, and he exuded a sense of cold nobility. Xue Liang stood outside the car, hidden in the darkness, and watched in disbelief as Xiao Feng got into the car. The familiar figure in the driver's seat was Luo Qin, whom he had just met yesterday. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. After a moment, he saw Luo Qin move, tilt his head toward Xiao Feng, and then suddenly lean over. At the same time, Xiao Feng's furry head also happily leaned over. Xue Liang felt his head suddenly go blank. He almost subconsciously grabbed Sun Ling's shoulders and forcibly pulled him and himself to turn around, with their backs to the car. Fortunately, Sun Ling hadn't had time to see anything clearly, and was a little surprised. "Huh? What's going on? Captain? Let's go back." Xue Liang felt that his voice was floating, and his breathing became very rapid. "Let's go. Aren't you going to check?" Sun Ling hesitated. "How about I stay here, and you go back first?" Xue Liang didn't say anything else. He pressed down his shaking right hand, calmed his breathing and shook his head, and almost forced Sun Ling, who didn't know what was going on, to leave, and left the alley without looking back. Xiao Feng had just gotten into the car, and before his feet had even warmed up, he saw Luo Qin leaning over to him. He was overjoyed, thinking that his tactics today had been a great success, and he couldn't help but close his eyes and lean over. Who knew that Luo Qin stretched out his hand and pushed him back, saying calmly, "Move aside. I'll look in the rearview mirror." Xiao Feng opened his eyes in surprise, watching Luo Qin leaning over in front of him, and actually just staring at the rearview mirror. And then, as if he was not too sure, he stretched out his hand out of the window to wipe the mirror. Luo Qin looked back again in confusion. He felt as if he had seen a flash of blue light just now. But when he looked back, there was nothing. Was it his illusion? He deliberately did not ask questions in that dirty little hotel. First, he felt it was not clean. Second, he was worried that there were ears in the wall. If the murderer was lurking in there, it might bring disaster to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng saw that he had no chance at all. So he had to answer all the questions that Luo Qin had thrown to him before, and added some details. Luo Qin listened, nodding from time to time, but did not take notes. Cui Haoshan is a person who comes to do business and leaves after finishing the work. He never says much to me. Alas, he doesn't know how to feel sorry for me. Every time, I don't want to move for several days. Xiao Feng complained. So when I see you, let's talk about business. Luo Qin lit a cigarette without raising his head. Xiao Feng immediately got the topic back on track. Oh, I almost forgot. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Cui Haoshan hadn't been to our place for a long time, and suddenly came in a hurry one night, carrying a bag. I ran into him when I was going upstairs after taking a shower. He ignored me and went straight to Tang Chi's room. What happened that day? Luo Qin asked. Xiao Feng recalled. He and Tang Chi had a quarrel. The whole street could hear it. The boss's wife came up and cursed. And he left. He never came again. But when he left, he didn't carry the bag. Luo Qin held the cigarette in his hand and dusted the ash outside the car window. What was the quarrel about? Did you hear it? Xiao Feng smiled and turned his face to the side. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Luo Qin glanced at him coldly, with a hint of chill in his tone. Before I press the cigarette butt into your eyes. Say it. Xiao Feng snorted in dissatisfaction, but finally said obediently, I actually secretly listened in. I couldn't understand what they were arguing about at the time, and both of them basically spoke in low voices, but I roughly heard some of it. Cui Haoshan seemed to say that he wanted to take his mother and Tang Chi away from Hanzhou. Tang Chi scolded him for being a coward and unable to take responsibility. Said he could leave by himself if he wanted to, and she wanted money. Luo Qin hummed, feeling that the clues were connected. They found the backpack Xiao Feng mentioned under Tang Chi's bed, which contained several hundred grams of enhancers and a dark web key. Chung Qingyao tried to log into the riddle space with the key, but found that the account was cancelled on the same day Tang Chi was killed. Cui Haoshan and his lover were secretly smuggling enhancers. Luo Qin guessed that Cui Haoshan had heard some news at that time and wanted to leave Hanzhou temporarily to avoid the limelight. However, Tang Chi, who was related to his smuggling business, disagreed with his approach. The two had a sharp conflict, which was the quarrel Xiao Feng heard that night. Finally, Cui Haoshan disappeared for a short time, and was found dead by the river. Not long after that, Tang Chi was also murdered in the small hotel where he was staying. If they had really offended someone at the same time, how could they be killed one after another after such a long time? And after the news of Cui Haoshan's murder was spread, Tang Chi did not mourn for the death of the rabbit, but continued to live here peacefully. Luo Qin put out his cigarette and was about to send a message to Chung Qingyao, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of something falling from the upstairs, hitting the hood of his car with a bang. For a moment, he thought it was an explosion, and the alarm in the car also sounded. Xiao Feng screamed in fear and went straight to Luo Qin's arms. Luo Qin pushed him aside, took off his coat and wrapped it around Xiao Feng's head, then opened the door and got out of the car. Stay here. Don't go out. Cover your face. He jumped out of the car and saw a nimble figure disappear in the dark alley in front of him in an instant, and hide in a small corner where miscellaneous items were piled. Luo Qin knew that the other party was deliberately trying to attract him to chase him, so he quietly jumped onto the beam, looked down from the roof, and had a clear view of the man's movements. If it was Luo Qin a few years ago, he would have chased him far away by now. But his long years of loneliness and brushing shoulders with the edge of life and death made him very clear-headed. He watched the man run away quietly, then returned to the car and turned the key to start the engine. Where are we going? Xiao Feng pulled the clothes on his head, daring only to show his eyes. Take a turn, and then I'll take you back, Luo Qin said. 9:49 p.m. Red Light District. The hooded man returned to the safe house panting, smelling a whiff of alcohol. The TV in the room was on, playing noisy old-world variety shows, and exaggerated canned laughter with sound from time to time. While taking off his clothes, he complained to his accomplice on the sofa, "You are so comfortable. There are all kinds of food and drinks here. I am almost exhausted. It's hard to take that Luo Qin. I didn't see who he was looking for. His accomplice was concentrating on watching TV and ignored him. Are you fucking deaf? The man cursed. Have you finished the food? You idiot. You didn't leave me a bite. As he spoke, he walked to the sofa, suddenly froze, and then his whole body trembled. The person on the sofa opened his eyes wide, covered with a blanket and motionless. Under the smell of alcohol, a fishy smell of blood wafted into his nose. The man trembled and lifted the blanket on the other person, and found that the clothes underneath were soaked with blood, and it was still dripping down from his fingertips. The man was scared to death, but he did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he rushed to a wooden cabinet in the corner and tried several times to open the combination lock on it. He took something out of it anxiously. A pistol, a pack of Ark coupons, and several unopened enhancers. Stuffed them into his clothes, and immediately stood up and ran to the door. The next moment, his legs seemed to be frozen in place, shaking like a sieve. But he could hardly move a step. A man stood at the door, his left arm folded across his chest, and his other hand played with a medicine bottle, as nimbly as if he was flipping a playing card. The man swore that he definitely saw a flash of red light in the man's eyes. And then the man turned to him, half of his face illuminated by the moonlight outside the window, and his eyes were as black as the abyss. I was 40 seconds late. Xue Liyang smiled and said to him, if you didn't think of taking the things away, I might really have come up empty-handed. The voice sounded like it came from hell. And tonight, he was the one who was killed. You don't have to be afraid that I will torture you. Although I don't know what you want to do. I have confirmed from your accomplices that you are just offline minions. And you don't even have the official key. You took the bribe and wanted to silence the boy. I won't reveal anything online to you. Xue Liyang seemed to be comforting him. I have done it many times. So I thought I wouldn't fail this time. I didn't expect to run into the muzzle of the Ark executive's gun. Right? The man spoke with extreme fear. Who are you? However, if you can realize it 20 seconds in advance, there is one less enhancer inside. With a snap, Xue Liyang held the potion bottle in his palm and put it in his pocket. You won't die either. Damn it, what kind of gang are you from? The man was so scared that he wanted to fight to the death with the other party. He raised the gun regardless of anything. I was not brought up by fear. I don't care who you are. This gun contains bullets for recreating humans. Oh, there is more. Xue Liyang opened his hands and walked towards him. Or, if you found out earlier that there was no bullet in the gun, you wouldn't have mistakenly thought that you still had bargaining chips to threaten me. 9:52 p.m. Red Light District. Luo Qin watched Xiao Feng walk into the door of the small hotel, turned his head again, and looked at him with great sorrow. What do you think of? Nothing. Xiao Feng sighed. I'm a little envious of the person in your photo. Luo Qin didn't say anything, and waved his hand to tell him to go back quickly. Suddenly, both of them heard a gunshot from somewhere. The sound was very obvious, and it was not uncommon in places like red light districts. What happened? Xiao Feng had just experienced that, and was still a little frightened. Is someone chasing us? No, it should be another gang-on-gang fight. Luo Qin said. Go back, pay attention to safety these 2 days, and don't go out too much. Chapter 232 Hard Door and Key. Xue Liyang opened his eyes in the sunlight. He saw that the curtain in front of him was pulled open a crack. A figure stood in front of the window. Hearing that he woke up, he turned his head and smiled. You took too light a nap. Dr. Xue picked up the spray bottle and sprayed some water on the green ivy on the windowsill. This won't work. People entrusted the patient to me, and there has been no effect for so long. It's my own problem. Xue Liyang stretched and got up from the bed. Okay. I should go. I didn't go home last night. They must be worried. You were in a really bad state last night. They would be worried if you went back. And then bring you to me. Dr. Xue said. You still don't want to tell me what you experienced last night? When you came in, your face was pale, and your whole body was shaking. Xue Liyang was silent for a while, and was a little dazed by the sunlight. He thought of what happened last night, and his heart still felt a suffocating pain. He tried to speak, his voice hoarse. I saw. Dr. Xue was quite patient, while watering the green ivy, while listening to Xue Liyang's talk. A very beautiful kitten, he said, as if he was just talking about something he had seen on the roadside. Well-behaved, sensible, weak, without claws that could hurt people, very likable. Dr. Shui saw Shui Liang's reaction, and knew that he hadn't finished yet, so he stood quietly by and waited. And him? When Shui Liang talked about this, his pronunciation became difficult. Is this the concept you mentioned before? Dr. Shui asked. Shui Liang nodded, yes. He never mentioned Luo Qin's real name to the psychiatrist, because he really couldn't reconcile with himself. It doesn't matter. Step by step. You have to overcome the hurdle in your heart slowly. I can only guide you, and the specifics depend on your own approach. Dr. Shui followed his emotions and carefully observed the other party's reaction. I hope you can open your heart to me. Shui Liang was silent for a while, and hummed softly. After a few days of peace, one day Huang Mao came back from outside with supplies, and casually told Shui Liang that there were several murders in the red light district, and the identities of the victims were different, and even Fang Zhou couldn't find any connection between them. But Shui Liang could guess that these people must be related to the underground black market transactions. In a place like Baida town full of poverty and struggle, it is easiest to breathe sin, and many people can do anything to survive. But staring into the abyss will also be stared at by the abyss, and if you sink too deep, it is inevitable to be swallowed by darkness. Visiting the red light district again, Shui Liang and Sen Ling were still the only two people there. They visited several households and exchanged some supplies for information. The people who were killed were basically the wandering survivors, who had no fixed place to live nearby. They occasionally stayed here for a short period of time, disappeared, and then appeared quietly again. Their whereabouts were very uncertain, and no valuable common patterns had been extracted yet. Sen Ling held a bag of potato chips, eating them while walking, like a little squirrel following behind. She has been obsessed with learning 100 ways to cook potatoes recently, and even Shui Liang feels that she has calmed down a lot. The two walked to the small bridge where they heard Xiao Feng showing off his connections that day. Shui Liang seemed to remember something, took a deep breath, paused, and then continued to walk there. I thought that if I wandered around at this time, I wouldn't run into anyone. After all, the safe zone has been in a state of panic recently, and even in the city, there have been cases of survivors being killed. After 7 o'clock in the evening, no one dared to walk around outside. As a result, the enemies met on a narrow road. After they crossed the stone bridge, they suddenly heard the sound of a quarrel coming from the small garden not far away. Shui Liang and Sen Ling looked at each other, and instantly took out the alertness of special forces. Sen Ling stopped eating potato chips, and quietly followed Shui Liang. As soon as they reached the green belt outside the garden, the quarrel inside gradually became harsh. A thin figure was surrounded by a group of sturdy men. Those people were talking dirty and pushing the man in the middle. It was obvious that a group of people were bullying one person. Who do you think you are? You dare to brag about being slept with by Luo Qin every day? You are a fucking duck. One of them laughed. You dare to show off to us. You think you are noble? Let me tell you, the people from the Ark are just here for fun. Do you think they really like a piece of shit like you? Who cares about someone who has been played with by others? Sen Ling frowned. Who is he? You are so mean. The thin boy was pushed to the ground, wearing thin clothes, sobbing. What's the point of bullying me? Several people beat me up. With the dim light, the two finally saw clearly that the one being pushed was the flamboyant little butterfly. Sen Ling remembered what he heard on the bridge that day, and he gritted his teeth. Captain, should we still care about him? Those people behind him continued to make trouble, and even tore Xiao Feng's clothes. His crying suddenly became louder, and he screamed for help. However, the security in this area is well known to be poor. Even if someone could hear it, they would not dare to come out and cause trouble for themselves. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, patted Sen Ling's shoulder. Cha-cha-ka. You stay here. He quickly climbed over the green belt, and a few seconds later, several screams suddenly rang out in the dark small garden. 3 or 4 people ran out in shame, and just happened to see Sen Ling standing there watching the excitement. And they immediately got up and surrounded her, thinking that they had to get something back tonight. The antelope clenched his fists, and put the bag of potato chips on the flower bed. Soon, a cry even more miserable than before broke through the night sky. It was hard not to notice it. The windows of the surrounding low houses began to light up in groups of 3 or 2. And some figures soon gathered at the windows. This was destined to be recorded in the history of midnight ghost stories and gossip in the red light district. Sen Ling kicked the dusty man away and cursed, Get lost. Next time, I will break more than just your legs. Shui Liang stood there, looking stiffly at Xiao Feng, who was crying on the ground, and said, "Okay, go back." Xiao Feng rushed over and hugged his legs. "No! I can't go back like this. They will laugh at me. Then what do you want?" Shui Liang was helpless. "I can't watch you here all night." "Right." Xiao Feng sniffed and said, "Please. You are so powerful. Can you stay with me until the second half of the night? I will go back quietly. They won't know. Get up." Shui Liang was extremely disgusted with this man's behavior of hugging his legs casually, and almost kicked him. But he also knew that if he kicked him, the weak man on the ground would be either dead or injured, and it would be better to be bullied by gangsters. "Please." Xiao Feng has lived under someone else's roof since he was a child. Later, he entered the world of prostitution when he was underage. He gradually developed the habit of acting like a spoiled child to the strong and never minded lowering his face to beg people, as if only in this way he could live in peace. Just like a weak vine that can only survive by relying on a big tree, it can't withstand any wind and rain when it is alone. "Get up. I'll accompany you. I'll accompany you." "Okay." Shui Liang was afraid that he would rub his snot on his legs, and pulled it back hard. "Sun Ling, do you have paper?" Seeing that he really wanted to take this person back, Sun Ling was anxious and angry. "Captain, brother." When there were outsiders present, Sun Ling always called him like this. After all, that name once represented a special meaning, and it was easy to arouse suspicion. Shui Liang sighed. "What can I do?" Looking at him like this, "If I leave him here, I guess he will jump into the river when we leave. The moat is not completely frozen yet. It is not impossible for him to jump into the river to commit suicide." Xiao Feng nodded desperately, and tightly squeezed Shui Liang's sleeve. Shui Liang took him back to another safe house in Baida town, which he usually came to when he saw Dr. Shui. When Dr. Shui returned to live in the city, this place was basically empty. No one was home tonight. Shui Liang turned on the lights in the living room, and smelled disinfectant in the room. It was Dr. Shui's habit. "You stay here first. You can go back whenever you want." Shui Liang went straight into the kitchen without paying any attention to Xiao Feng. He saw a few unwashed dishes piled in the sink, frowned, and found that they seemed to be left today. He couldn't help but curse someone in his heart. Sun Ling had never given Xiao Feng a good look since he entered the door, and followed him into the kitchen to help clean up. Xiao Feng sat down on the sofa and looked at the furnishings in the house. "Wow. What a nice house. You must be good at fighting and rich. Right? There are ownerless houses all over the street. Let's see if you dare to live in one." Shui Liang said calmly. "Even if I can find a house, I can't survive alone." Xiao Feng shook his head and said, "What other survival skills can a person like me have?" Shui Liang, "I can't starve to death with hands and feet. Right? Even if I go to the safe zone to find a job moving bricks, it will be fine." Xiao Feng said, "But I want to live a better life. A respectable life. A less ugly one." Shui Liang sighed. He didn't understand why he'd brought this man back, nor did he know why he was chatting with him now. Xiao Feng didn't care whether he was talking to him or not, and said to himself, "To be honest, brother, I am a very face-conscious person. Today, if I go back like that, my colleagues will definitely point fingers at me behind my back even if they don't say anything. I won't let them laugh at me. Is this kind of thing worth showing off?" Shui Liang asked him back. "From what I heard from these people, they heard you showing off everywhere. Isn't this worth showing off?" "He is Luo Qin." Xiao Feng patted the armrest of the sofa. A little excited. I think if I can be favored by the executive, then although I can't say that I have a backer for the rest of my life, at least I can make more money with my ability, so that I can have no worries about food and clothing in the future. What if I'm lucky enough to get him to take me away?" Shui Liang was shocked by his words. After a while, she said speechlessly, "You've seen too many rescues, haven't you?" "What about drunkenness and insanity?" Xiao Feng muttered. "It's a pity that he doesn't like me. Really? How can there be a man who doesn't like my style? I dress so beautifully. Even if he doesn't like men. Once the lights are turned off, and the clothes are taken off, you can't tell whether it's a man or a woman from the back." Shui Liang suddenly paused, holding the plate and sponge in his hand for a long time, and then continued to scrub. "He doesn't like me. There's nothing I can do. I heard he had a love affair before." Xiao Feng smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter. At worst, I can find someone else. Such as, His eyes drifted to Shui Liang, who was busy in the kitchen. He thought that this one was not bad. He looked different from Luo Qin. He was tall, gentle, and looked really caring. And he had a really good figure. Sun Ling stopped halfway through what he said, turned his head in confusion, and found that he was actually staring at Shui Liang's waist, with his mouth slightly open. He was furious for a moment. Hey! What are you looking at? Shui Liang looked at Xiao Feng with complicated eyes, and moved in. Xiao Feng shrank his neck, and said with a snort, Why are you so fierce? I just want to look. I like to stare at things that look good. Shui Liang washed all the dishes, wrung out the sponge and put it on the shelf, and turned to leave. Xiao Feng also sat there, leaning against the sofa, in a very relaxed posture, as if he was the master of this place. Where do you sleep at night? Shui Liang asked. I want to sleep on the bed, Xiao Feng said. Is that okay, brother? Shui Liang, whatever, you can sleep anywhere. Will you stay with me? Xiao Feng was afraid that he would leave, so he immediately put on a pitiful expression. You can't leave me here alone, brother. Shui Liang felt that the string in his head had been stretched to the limit, but the other party looked like a half-pack of instant noodles that was left alone, completely broken. Even if he didn't like it, he didn't want anything to happen to this person. What's more, Xiao Feng might be the key witness of some puzzles. Those who are causing trouble tonight are probably not just attracted by his beauty. Shui Liang sat next to him, and said calmly, Little grasshopper. Right? Little butterfly. After Xiao Feng corrected him, he suddenly said, Wait. How do you know this? Shui Liang thought for a while. I calculated it using the Pythagorean theorem. So amazing. Xiao Feng's eyes widened, and he didn't feel anything wrong at all. Shui Liang stared at the table, wondering if he had to say anything else. Next time, don't say such things outside. Otherwise, just like today, Luo Qin's name can't protect you, he said to Xiao Feng. Life in the Ark is not so easy, and it is far from as easy and beautiful as you think. Chapter 233 Don't hide from me. Shui Liang always felt that something was wrong with Sun Ling these 2 days. In short, Sun Ling's whole state was very strange, including but not limited to hesitating when speaking, intermittent distraction, and peeling apples, and throwing the flesh into the trash can, and stuffing the skin into her mouth. Cha-cha-ca. Finally, when Sun Ling picked up the tap water and poured it into the cup again, Shui Liang grabbed her and snatched the kettle from her hand. Are you hiding something from me? Sun Ling jumped up in fear and slipped away from Shui Liang. No, I didn't. Shui Liang stared at her suspiciously, obviously doubting every word in this sentence equally. Sun Ling didn't care whether he believed it or not, and said with a stiff face, Really not. Captain, I was just mad at that little butterfly. I will be fine after 2 days of calming down. This was still a passable excuse. Shui Liang didn't believe it, but he didn't ask any more questions. Jimal Lang moved a chair and sat in front of the stove to watch Shui Liang make a fire, and handed the corn cob to him obediently. He stared at the earrings on Shui Liang's ears, and asked curiously, Uncle, your earrings are so beautiful. Can I wear them? Shui Liang pinched his face, and coaxed him. No. It hurts to wear them, and I can't take them off now. When you grow up, I will make you a better-looking one. Jimal Lang silently wrote this down. In fact, Shui Liang wore this earring not for decoration, but to suppress his own power. After that incident, Bai Wulua made the raw stone from the ring that Luo Qin gave him into an earring, which is equivalent to a valve controlling the central nervous system, controlling the turbulent water flow within the normal threshold, so that he would not lose control again. Captain, you are going out at night? Sun Ling came over with a cup and asked him. I heard from Xiao Huang that you are going to bite at town again. Gina's friend added a plug, an urgent order, and just cleared the stock. Shui Liang said, I will go there after dinner. You guys eat slowly. Xiao Lang, it's your turn to wash the dishes tonight. Remember. Okay. Sun Ling took a few sips of water, turned around and left. Before leaving, Shui Liang noticed that Sun Ling seemed a little uneasy, as if she wanted to speak several times. But in the end, she said nothing and watched her go. The progress of the order negotiation was much smoother than expected, and the buyer was very easy to talk to. The two sides reached an agreement, and soon set the delivery date for this batch of goods. After Shui Liang separated from the group of people, he habitually planned to go back to the backup safe house to take a look. Just after entering the red light district, He suddenly felt that something was wrong and someone was following him. The aura was very strong, and it was most likely a recreated human. There were only a few lights hanging in the narrow alley, and they were very far apart. Xue Liang couldn't see the person behind him clearly, so he turned into another road quietly, pressed his body against the wall, and listened to the footsteps outside getting closer and closer, and finally stopped at the entrance of the alley where he was hiding. Xue Liang was not too worried. This kind of thing happened more than once, no matter what the other party's purpose was. They were just small fish. However, the footsteps only stayed for a few seconds, and soon went away again, until they could no longer be heard. Xue Liang walked out of the alley, and seeing no one around, he continued to walk forward along the original path. Not far ahead was a cross alley. Xue Liang had walked there many times, and knew that it was easy for people to hide at the corner there. When he was approaching, he could not help but increase his defense. But today, the man did not intend to hide, but stood at the alley, leaning against the dirty red brick wall, looking at him against the light. Xue Liang looked up at the other person, and instantly felt cold all over, holding his breath. The person standing in front of him was Luo Qin. He understood in an instant why Luo Qin was waiting for him here, because in the past few years, Luo Qin's knowledge of tracking and counter-reconnaissance almost all came from him, and it was not difficult to predict his route. Xue Liang watched Luo Qin approach him in silence. In those few seconds, he actually wanted to avoid him, but his body's instincts and the brain's instructions conflicted with each other, so he stood there without any movement. It was not until Luo Qin's fingers slowly touched his face that Xue Liang lowered his eyes to look at the pale and slender fingers. Strange, are Luo Qin's hands so white? Are they so thin? He thought so. You didn't hide from me this time, Luo Qin said softly. That's great. Xue Liang opened his mouth, as if he wanted to ask something, but there were many emotions stuck in his throat, like ping-pong balls that couldn't be poured out of a narrow-bored long-neck bottle. He realized that he had accumulated so many ping-pong-like words to say, but at this moment, he couldn't even utter a word. For years? I haven't seen you for 4 years. Hot air came out of Luo Qin's mouth, but the emotions in his eyes were soaked in coldness. I can't remember anymore how I survived these 4 years. He was almost crying. The longing and grievances accumulated in the past 4 years burst out bit by bit, making him unable to hold on any longer. Xue Liang felt that his heart was being crushed bit by bit. Say something, Lichi. Xue Liang finally couldn't help it. Luo Qin said such words to him in such a tone. This was really a cruel thing. Let's talk inside, he whispered. It's cold outside. Luo Qin obviously didn't expect that he had a residence here. After entering the door, Xue Liang told him not to change shoes and just come in directly. Xue Liang turned on the switch. The lights in the room turned on. Luo Qin looked around the furnishings in the room and found that even though it was spotlessly clean, it didn't look like someone lived there often. The room was also very cold, without heating, but fortunately the recreated humans could regulate their body temperature by themselves, so it was not too uncomfortable. Lizzie, do you live here? Luo Qin walked to the window and fiddled with the green ivy on it. I passed by several times, but I didn't know it. Xue Liang went to the kitchen to boil water, connected the kettle to a temporary power source, and began to wash the cups. Luo Qin sat on the sofa and watched him wash the 2 cups over and over again. After 10 minutes, he couldn't help asking, Are you scrubbing the cups? No. Xue Liang took the cups out of the basin and shook them, poured water in them, and returned to the living room. But these 2 words were the most relaxed words he had said since he entered the room. Probably because of the joke that Luo Qin suddenly made. He did not give the cup to Luo Qin directly, but silently identified it. Put the one that little butterfly used last time aside, and put his usual cup on the coffee table in front of Luo Qin. After he finished these, he sat there staring blankly at the steaming cup. Luo Qin raised his hand and took a sip of the cup, swallowing it slowly. Does your throat feel uncomfortable? Xue Liang asked him. Luo Qin shook his head and pointed to his stomach. I was injured here 2 days ago, and it hasn't healed yet. It hurts a little when I swallow. Xue Liang paused, looking like he wanted to say something but stopped. Do you have medicine? Luo Qin asked. I want to apply some. Of course there is medicine here, but it is not often used. Xue Liang went to the bedroom to find the medicine box, took some gauze and trauma medicine, and placed them neatly on the table. Use this. It was given by the security company we cooperate with, and I heard it is very effective. Luo Qin turned his head to look at those things. Said nothing. Just lifted his clothes. Held the hem of his clothes with one hand. And twisted the lid of the medicine bottle with difficulty with the other hand. Using his fingertips and tiger's mouth together. And finally overturned the medicine bottle as expected. And several drops of the precious liquid inside splashed out. I'm sorry. Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang, who held up the medicine bottle without saying a word. And whispered, How can I be sorry for this? Shui Liang laughed for the first time. Forget it, you hold the clothes. I'll do it. Really? Luo Qin's eyes lit up. You apply the medicine to me? Don't you want to? Yes. Luo Qin lowered his head very low. Shui Liang subconsciously dodged back for a while. And didn't notice that Luo Qin's eyes darkened again for a moment. Shui Liang took out a cotton swab. Dipped it into medicine, and looked for Luo Qin's wound. But half a minute later, he was sure that the wound Luo Qin was talking about was the scratch on the belly button that looked like a fingernail. Are you kidding me? Shui Liang was helpless. But she still put the cotton swab on it, covering the scar that seemed to have healed for a long time. Luo Qin pulled the hem of his clothes into his mouth and bit it. And with both hands free, he suddenly reached out to Shui Liang's wrist. The latter shuddered obviously, and his voice was weak. Let go, let go. Luo Qin groped skillfully, just like the moments when the two of them were intimate in the past. He grasped Shui Liang's arm, and his fingertips rubbed and rotated on it. The rough touch reminded Shui Liang of the feeling when this hand was holding other places. Shui Liang's breathing gradually became rapid, and his fingertips froze there, squeezing the cotton swab until it squeaked. The next second, the cotton swab broke with a snap sound, and he stepped back in fear, keeping some distance from Luo Qin. Luo Qin's upper body was exposed to him without any defense at this moment, and Shui Liang was a little dazed. But his hand was gently held by someone, and his fingers were tightly clasped. Luo Qin laughed out loud, and his clothes fell off. Why don't you apply it? Are you sleeping here tonight? Shui Liang changed the subject and asked him, If you don't leave, I'll leave the key. Just lock the door when you leave tomorrow. What if I say yes? Luo Qin asked. You won't stay with me? Shui Liang was silent for a long time. There is only one bed. We have slept together so many times. I have touched you inside and out. Luo Qin said very bluntly. Then can you hug me? I won't stay tonight. I just want to see you. Chapter 234 The Truth of 4 Years Ago. Shui Liang raised his hand, and quickly put it back, pinching his palm with his nails. But Luo Qin did not give him a chance to regret, and suddenly grabbed his wrist, and pulled him into his arms. No. Luo Qin. Shui Liang struggled violently, and felt Luo Qin's hand reaching for his waist. The sound of the metal buckle of the belt colliding with each other sounded in the empty room, cold as ice, and sharper than the iceberg that sank the Titanic to the bottom of the sea. Shui Liang felt that his sanity was being torn apart by Luo Qin himself. His voice was sealed in extreme panic, and he almost lost his voice due to fear. He instantly fell into the deepest despair and terror. The blood in his memory swept over him, and Shui Liang once again felt the feeling of soul being torn apart at the brink of death. Luo Qin pushed Shui Liang, and the two stumbled to the corner of the sofa. One was tough, and the other was struggling. Shui Liang was kissed on the lips by Luo Qin without any explanation, and pressed against the back of the sofa, and was almost suffocated by the kiss. Don't be afraid, Lichi. The next second after hearing Luo Qin's words, all the fear suddenly disappeared. Shui Liang found that all those bits and pieces of memories were sealed somewhere in her memory, and now they were suddenly released along with her tears, as if they had never been apart. Luo Qin kissed Shui Liang tirelessly, like a prisoner who is going to die after dawn, coveting this last bit of fantasy at night. When he found that the person in his arms was completely motionless, he loosened his hand in a panic, held Shui Liang's tear-stained face for a long time, and wiped her tears carefully, without realizing that he was also crying. The dust in the air was visible to the naked eye, and when it was illuminated by the light, it formed a vague barrier between the two people. Luo Qin reached forward, but his hands were empty, and he touched nothing. He felt that the air between his fingers seemed to solidify, with a bit of unspeakable sadness. Shui Liang slowly, tentatively grasped one of Luo Qin's fingers, and immediately let go. I want to see you too. Shui Liang's voice was frustrated and weak. It's been a long time since we last met. Right? Luo Qin rubbed Shui Liang's face. and felt that the tears between his fingers became as light as feathers, and suddenly hooked his heart. "Do you want to kiss for a while longer?" Luo Qin asked. "You didn't ask that." Xue Liang's laughter broke through her tears. "You are so unanswerable." "Okay." Luo Qin nodded. Xue Liang grabbed him with his backhand. "Yes. I want to kiss you." The kiss lasted only half an hour, but they kissed each other through 4 years of emptiness. Luo Qin's lips seemed to be holding a touch of warm spring water, and Xue Liang felt that it was the redemption of her thirst and countless dreams over the past 4 years. But in the end, he still pushed Luo Qin away. Luo Qin opened his eyes, and saw Xue Liang's hands began to shake again, and more than every time before. Their kiss ended, and everything returned to normal like a clock that had passed midnight. In the second half of the night, Xue Liang couldn't bear it and fell asleep. Luo Qin carried him back to the bed in the bedroom, covered him with a thick quilt, and took off his down jacket and put it on the quilt. Before dawn, Luo Qin left the safe house alone. The next morning, Xue Liang was awakened by the sound of a key opening the door outside. He got up and found himself lying on the bed, with Luo Qin's down jacket covering the quilt. Dr. Xue came in with a bag of things and found Xue Liang's coat hanging on the hanger. So he walked quickly to the bedroom door and said in surprise, "You stayed here last night? It just so happens that today is the treatment day." What's wrong with you?" He looked at Xue Liang in surprise, with a strange expression on his face. He walked into the room and saw the down jacket on the bed that obviously did not belong to Xue Liang, and the red corners of her eyes. "Is it he who has come?" Dr. Xue seemed to understand. Xue Liang got out of bed and quietly looked out the window. Finally, like a stubborn stone, a crack appeared in the wind and frost day after day. "I have something to tell you," Xue Liang said. "About the incident 4 years ago, they said that I was seriously injured by Luo Qin and left the Ark, right?" "Yes." Dr. Xue, with good professional ethics, stood at the door and listened to him, and was secretly happy in his heart that his patient finally loosened up. Xue Liang lowered his head, covering his face and trembling. "It was me," he said. "I hurt him 4 years ago. I'll say this for the last time, Luo Qin, don't stand in front of me." Xue Liang's scarlet and cold eyes flashed a fierce light. He looked at the trembling researchers below, searched for a long time, but did not find any trace of Li Muqi. Luo Qin slowly approached him and said something to comfort him. Xue Liang's emotions were obviously calmed down by him, and his aggressiveness was not as strong as before. Everything seemed to be calming down until the researcher in the crowd suddenly went crazy and provoked Xue Liang. "Your brother and sister deserve to die. Everyone related to you should go to hell." The man stood up and cursed Xue Liang, insulting Xue Sixian and Xue Simu with extremely unbearable words. Luo Qin realized that something was wrong, but he didn't have time to get his armor. Xue Liang had already rushed towards the man and grabbed his throat with one hand. At this time, Luo Qin suddenly saw a strange smile on the corner of that person's mouth. He deliberately angered Xue Liang, unlike the coalition forces outside who had participated in the experiment. If Xue Liang killed any ordinary person who had no power to resist, he would fall into an irretrievable situation forever. Luo Qin had no time to think about anything else. He quickly jumped over the railing and jumped down, blocking Xue Liang and the researcher with his body, and stretched out his hand to stop him. With the muffled sound of something tearing, a sharp pain exploded from his chest. Luo Qin's body paused for a moment, and then the pain was suddenly magnified, as if the whole person was split in the middle, and the pain made him completely speechless. When Xue Liang felt blood splashing on his face, he didn't even react. He was still immersed in the burning anger and murderous intent. But soon, he noticed that Luo Qin's face turned pale, so he slowly lowered his eyes, and saw that his hands had pierced Luo Qin's body. The amount of bleeding that he had seen many times, enough to kill a person, appeared before his eyes again. It was the hand of red eyes, the unwashable sin in the depths of the nightmare that he had never escaped. "Lichi, what happened? What happened? What did I do?" Luo Qin fell in front of him, spitting blood from his mouth. His chest was also stained with red, and his whole body was soaked as if he had just been soaked in blood. On that painful face, there were only those still bright eyes, trying desperately to open them and look at him again. Xue Liang knelt down, looking at his bloody hands in disbelief. Then, another hand was raised to cover his eyes, Shui Liang could feel that the palm covering his forehead was losing temperature rapidly, and was shaking very badly. Don't look. Lychee, he heard a familiar but weak voice. I'm fine, go quickly. Don't let them catch you again, until Shui Liang felt that he was pulled up in a trance. Luo Qin's 5 fingers were still holding his fingers. As if all the strength of this life, all the reluctance and attachment, were poured into this grip between life and death. The person who helped him up behind him said something nervously. Shui Liang didn't hear clearly. He only knew that he was holding Luo Qin's hand, as if holding the last connection between him and the world. Then, Luo Qin used all his remaining strength to pry open their tightly clasped fingers one by one, and his mouth slowly drooped. Unable to smile anymore, Shui Liang was pulled back, getting farther and farther away from Luo Qin lying on the ground. But he didn't know whether he had taken a step or how he left there. He only remembered that the last thing he saw was Luo Qin's eyes that were extremely reluctant to leave. This was his retribution, Shui Liang thought. It was the revenge he was destined to taste when he pried open Luo Qin's hands that were holding him one by one in the collapsed building of Shining Yuanshan Pharmaceutical Factory many years ago. Chapter 235 Unforgettable. Dr. Shui looked at Shui Liang in shock, and suddenly didn't know what to say. Even though he had secretly guessed countless times before, when he heard the truth of that year with his own ears, he couldn't help but feel as if his throat was strangled by a pair of invisible hands, making it difficult for him to breathe. I can't forget, I will never forget what I did with these hands. Shui Liang hugged the down jacket tightly with his arms, which was the only source of heat he could hold on to for so long. If Luo Qin hadn't suddenly awakened him from his self-escape this time, he wouldn't even have realized that he was almost frozen to death in the cold winter in his heart. Of course, he also wanted to touch Luo Qin, more than anyone else. To hug Luo Qin, kiss him, and blend their bodies. But when he was held in Luo Qin's arms last night, the moment his hands touched his chest, Shui Liang had a sharp and crazy voice in his mind, screaming at him to use his hands to penetrate Luo Qin's body, crush his bones and blood, and destroy his heart. Shui Liang was going crazy because of that voice. He was afraid that he would repeat the scene 4 years ago. Those hands seemed to turn into sharp knives covered with blood 4 years ago. And he himself was the executioner who swung the knife at Luo Qin. I only knew to guard against the Muki, Shui Yunting and Yanyu. But in the end, I was the one who almost killed him. Shui Liang held up his red eyes and looked at Dr. Shui in despair. I will never forgive myself in my life. But why doesn't he blame me? Dr. Shui walked in front of Shui Liang and squatted down. The emotions in his eyes were complicated and difficult to describe. I can't say who is right or wrong, Dr. Shui said. If you want, I will talk to him. You decide what I can reveal to him. I will strictly protect your privacy. Shui Liang shook his head dejectedly. You can say anything. I have no secrets or privacy from him. Dr. Shui patted him and comforted him. Okay. Don't cry. When you are willing, let him come to see me. Shui Liang didn't say anything else, but hugged the down jacket in his arms tighter and tighter, as if suffocating. Only the remaining pheromone on it could make him sure that he was still alive. And Luo Qin was still alive. Everything seemed like a nightmare. But this nightmare has been chasing him non-stop for 4 years. In the corners of the dark corridors, in the dark narrow streets, blood-red eyes pierced through him. However, when the shadow walked out of the darkness, Shui Liang found that it was clearly his sinful self. Dr. Shui felt that the gaps between his bones were full of powerlessness. He opened his mouth and finally sighed. After Shui Liang went back, he rested in the courtyard for several days. Sin Ling went to Songhe to deliver goods. Huang Mao, Li Xiaohan and others patrolled the trade route for a few days every month. And the survivors in the courtyard came and went. Some took a temporary rest, some met like-minded people and said goodbye, some found their families and reunited happily. And some left and never came back for some reason. The yard is always very quiet. You can even hear the sound of falling leaves. It is warm in winter and cool in summer. It is a very good place for recuperation. There are 6 or 7 rooms in the square yard, but they are always not fully occupied. Shui Liang always likes to move a stool and sit in the courtyard in a daze. Sometimes he sits there for a whole day. One morning, Shui Liang opened his eyes and saw Jimao Lang lying on the window, curiously looking outside. When he saw that, he woke up. He jumped over excitedly and whispered in his ear, "Uncle, it's snowing." He got up and saw that the outside of the window was already covered with silver. He didn't know when the snow started last night. It had stopped at this moment. But a thick layer of snow had accumulated. Even the vegetable racks in the yard were covered with snow. And the plastic film of sweet potatoes buried in the ground bulged into small hills, like miniature mountains. That's great. We can make snowmen again. Xue Liang smiled. Hug Jimo Lang. Put on your clothes before going out. Jimo Lang happily got out of bed. Put on his clothes obediently. Washed up with the hot water Xue Liang poured for him. And went out to play alone. Xue Liang lit a fire in front of the kitchen stove to heat up last night's porridge. Boiled an egg for Jimo Lang. Cut a bowl of pickled potato strips. Put out 2 fried pancakes wrapped in syrup. And waited quietly for the pot to boil. The kitchen was very quiet, with only the white smoke rising from under the pot lid, and the gurgling sound of the hot porridge in the pot. Even the yard was very quiet. Xue Liang was stunned for a while, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. The child was quiet, and not making a fuss. He put down the spatula and rushed out. He ran into the yard, but found 2 people, one big and one small, standing in front of the vegetable field. To be precise, they were squatting. Xue Liang saw the back of another man, was stunned for a moment, and stopped. Luo Qin heard the door opening and footsteps behind him, turned his head, smiled and said, "Hello, Lizzie. How did you find this place?" Xue Liang walked over, and felt a little sour in his throat. "Luo Qin?" I asked. Xue Liang didn't know how he asked, but this person was standing in front of him. He could feel the excitement in his heart, just like when he was a child waiting for the children in the welfare home to finish their morning classes. And he waited at the door for the last 5 minutes. "I wanted to come and see you," Luo Qin said. "I had planned to come a few days ago, but I was temporarily sent out for a meeting. When I came in just now, I found Xiao Lang was also there, so I just happened to accompany him to see the sweet potatoes." Jimo Lang squatted on the ground, curiously looked back and forth between the two, and suddenly crawled over and bit Luo Qin's leg with a grunt. "Luo Qin." Xue Liang. Xue Liang walked over, tugged at Jimo Lang's mouth, and didn't move. "Xiao Lang, don't bite anyone casually." Jimo Lang bit Luo Qin's calf, using his teeth. "I won't let go. How did he know my name?" Xue Liang pulled Jimo Lang off Luo Qin's leg, and said to him helplessly, "He started to love biting things when he was 2 years old. Sometimes when I was sitting there, he would suddenly come over and bite my hand." "How do you know my name is Xiao Lang?" Jimo Lang asked Luo Qin. "If the bad guys know my name, they will take me away." Luo Qin laughed. "I won't take you away, baby." Xue Liang turned around, and walked into the house. "Wait for dinner, I've heated up the porridge." "Do you need my help?" Luo Qin asked. "No need," Xue Liang said. "You go play with Xiao Lang." Luo Qin's expression obviously became a little happier, and he took Jimo Lang to play in the front hall. Xue Liang went into the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast, fried 2 more eggs, and beat a cucumber for salad. Jimo Lang sneaked in at some point, leaning on the stove, and tiptoed up to see Xue Liang cutting vegetables. His peach blossom eyes narrowed, and he acted very mature. "What are you pretending for?" Xue Liang swept the cucumber into the plate with a knife. "You're still 5 years old no matter how much you pretend." "Uncle, you're laughing," Jimo Lang said in an exaggerated tone. "You've been laughing secretly since Luo Qin came." "Really?" Xue Liang looked up and thought for a while. "Guess why?" "Why?" Xue Liang picked up the plate and walked out briskly. "I won't tell you." The 3 of them sat together for breakfast, and the atmosphere was very good. Xue Liang also chatted with Luo Qin about the recent developments in the safe zone. Everything was very ordinary, as if it was just an ordinary morning after they had lived together for many years. After breakfast, Luo Qin took Jimo Lang to the yard to harvest the sweet potatoes in the field. It snowed yesterday, and they would freeze if they were not harvested. In just half a morning, Jimo Lang had already gotten used to running around behind Luo Qin. Luo Qin was very good at making children happy, and he knew the limits, never making too much jokes. In Jimo Lang's eyes, he was a fashionable elder who was very good at creating an atmosphere. The 2 of them were having a blast in the living room. Jimo Lang was running around and shouting, covered in sweat. Xue Liang grabbed him and fed him water, but his eyes were still fixed on the toys in Luo Qin's hand. Jimo Lang took out a bag of candies from his collection, all of which were brought back from various places by Xue Liang. He gave 2 to Luo Qin, and then ran to Shui Liang. Uncle, what flavor of candy do you like? All. Shui Liang smiled and wiped his sweat. Eat less candy. He likes strawberry flavor, Luo Qin said casually. And as soon as he said that, he and Shui Liang were stunned. Shui Liang's ears were red, and he nodded slightly. Yeah. Jima Lang gave him 2 strawberry candies, and ran off to play. Are you full? Shui Liang bent down to put away a pile of toys, and asked Luo Qin. There are more in the kitchen. Full? Luo Qin looked at Shui Liang, and licked his lips as if unintentionally. But I didn't enjoy the meal. Shui Liang was stunned. Why? Because you only fed Xiao Lang. Luo Qin pouted. I ate alone, and I almost choked. Shui Liang shook his head speechlessly, and reached out to pull away a blanket from under his buttocks. Kid. I'm not a kid. Luo Qin refuted him, and he was already very proficient in the Erhua sound. In fact, even Shui Liang himself found it strange. Since this morning meal, the two of them seemed to have returned to the state of getting along 4 years ago, without any adjustment. In Wanchun camp, in the Ark dormitory, in the abandoned city where zombies were wailing, they had always been together like this. He did not resist Luo Qin, and even longed to hug him again from the bottom of his heart, but those terrible thoughts kept surging in the corner of his subconscious, as if he was intentionally guiding him to hurt Luo Qin, just like that night 4 years ago. This state scared him very much. He didn't know if his condition was stable. Such a frightening thought would actually crawl out of his head. So he couldn't allow himself to touch Luo Qin even with one finger. It seemed that once his body and Luo Qin were in contact, that thought would be magnified and spread. So he was just resisting himself. Luo Qin accompanied them for the whole day. Shui Liang finally had time to take a breath, and sat in the house reading a book. Luo Qin watched Jima Lang running around the yard until it was dark and snowing again. The sky also darkened. After dinner, the yard quickly accumulated another layer of water, and the bluestone road surface was so slippery that it was almost impossible to walk. Shui Liang looked out the window, wrung out the towel in his hand, and wiped Jima Lang's face. No more playing. Running around after dinner. You will have a stomachache. Luo Qin stood aside and put on his clothes, preparing to leave. Shui Liang glanced at him, hesitated a little, and finally couldn't say the words to keep him. Xiao Lang, say goodbye to Luo Qin. Goodbye. Luo Qin. Jima Lang held a dirty puppet, tilted his neck and smiled. Goodbye. Xiao Lang. You should listen to your uncle. I will bring you delicious food next time. Luo Qin tied his scarf and touched Jima Lang's head. Keep your word. Shui Liang habitually helped Luo Qin put his scarf in place, and tightened it to cover the part of his neck that was prone to air leakage. Go slowly when you go out, Shui Liang said. The road is too slippery now. Don't walk in a hurry. Watch your feet. His breath fell on Luo Qin's ears like spider silk, bringing a warm feeling. Luo Qin looked down at him, seemingly wanting to kiss his face. But in the end, Luo Qin just touched Shui Liang's ear with his finger. The door was opened and closed, and Luo Qin's footsteps faded away in the snow. Shui Liang stared out the window in a trance, until Jima Lang called him again. Hey! What's wrong? Xiao Lang? It's so dark, and it's snowing heavily. What if he falls on the road? Jima Lang was a little worried. Is he afraid of the dark? Or let him stay here for a night? There are plenty of empty rooms anyway. Why didn't you say it just now? Shui Liang poked his belly with a smile. You want him to stay too. You should have said it. Jima Lang was not convinced, and said, I'm embarrassed. What if he says he doesn't want to stay? Wouldn't I be very embarrassed? And you obviously want him to stay. But you didn't say it. Huh? Shui Liang paused. How did you know that Do you really want him to stay? Jima Lang, I can see that. Just like you have been laughing secretly this morning. But you are too embarrassed to tell him, because you are afraid that he will not want to stay. Shui Liang laughed bitterly. Why don't you give me any face when you speak? How about this? Next time he comes, we will let him stay. Why wait until next time? Jima Lang asked directly. Is it not possible this time? If you like to be with someone, you must ask him to stay immediately. Otherwise, how do you know when you will see him next time after this separation? Shui Liang was crushed by Jima Lang's childish voice. His hands trembled slightly, and his throat seemed to be hanging with a thread that was about to break. This time, his disguise was completely pierced by the words of a child, and he fell to the ground mercilessly. He was also asking himself, why not let Luo Qin stay? Chapter 236 Come at midnight. Go at dawn. Xue Liang turned off the lights in the room and returned to bed. Seeing Jimo Lang lying beside him and sleeping soundly, he did not feel sleepy at all. He was playing with the squares that Luo Qin had folded from old flyers during the day. Luo Qin folded one for each of them. Jimo Lang had lost his piece long ago, and no one came to grab his. When the clock passed 12 o'clock, Xue Liang yawned and finally felt a little tired. He turned sideways to cover Jimo Lang with a quilt, and then he lay down to sleep. It was very quiet outside the window. The snow was still falling. He could hear the sound of snow sliding down from the eaves from time to time. Xue Liang curled up in the dark. For no reason. He thought of the day when he was with Luo Qin. It was also such a snowy night. He took the initiative to kiss Luo Qin and told Luo Qin that he liked him. Because he really couldn't bear to see this somewhat reckless boy face him again and again, the love that he tried to hide carefully but was revealed, and he himself was tortured by the same obsession for more than 10 years. I don't know when it started. His feelings towards Luo Qin changed from the guilt and yearning in his youth to an extremely hot desire and love. The broken face and vague words in the dream, which were like puzzle pieces, finally pieced together a Luo Qin who was as fake as the moon in the water. Until that day in Shining, everything became concrete. Xue Liang slept in a daze until midnight, and woke up from a very shallow sleep, and found that his pillow was a little wet, probably because he dreamed of his youth and old people again. He suddenly forgot whether he had locked the door before going to bed, so he decided to put on his clothes and go out to take a look, just in case. It was just because one time no one of them forgot to lock the door at night. And the next day Jimo Lang got up early, and seeing that everyone was still asleep, he dressed and ran out to play, which made a lot of people anxious and busy looking for him everywhere. The door latch was very high, and Jimo Lang couldn't reach it. Moving a stool to reach it would wake up others, so it was necessary to lock the door. When he reached the age where he could sleep, Xue Liang would not worry about him going out alone. Xue Liang walked to the door with his clothes on, and found that it was indeed unlocked. Just as he was about to lock it and go back to sleep, he saw a trail of footprints extending out from the door, which were almost covered by snow. They should have been left by Luo Qin when he left. Somehow, Xue Liang walked forward along the trail of footprints. The snowy night in Baida town was as quiet as a cemetery. Xue Liang stepped in the snow that covered his ankles and did not feel cold. The safe house where he usually made appointments for psychological treatment with Dr. Xue was not far away. However, since Xiao Feng had been there once, he often waited in front of him at the door when he was drunk, and then went in to visit him without any hesitation, talked to him, and tried to seduce him to do something else from time to time. Xue Liang walked aimlessly, and before he knew it, he was near the place. He thought, let's just go and take a look. He put a spare key under the flower pot on the windowsill, but when he moved the flower pot to look for it, he found that the key was not there. Xue Liang was stunned for a moment, and pushed the door directly, but found that it was not locked. He remembered that it must have been locked when he left before. There was no light in the room, and a cold chill floated in the empty room. When Xue Liang walked in, he felt a very strange breath, which was somewhat familiar. It was the pheromone that only recreated humans could sense each other. Xue Liang's heart started beating fast. He walked into the bedroom without thinking, and reached out to turn on the light. He was first dazzled by the sudden light, and then he saw Luo Qin curled up on the bed and sleeping. Even in such bright light, he just frowned, did not wake up, and hugged the clothes in his arms tightly. That was the down jacket Luo Qin covered Xue Liang with before he left when he met him here last time. Xue Liang left it here because he could smell the remaining pheromones on Luo Qin from it, like an animal relying solely on primitive instinct. He greedily felt the smell that was about to diffuse and fell asleep. Miraculously, he did not have nightmares for those few nights. But the smell of Luo Qin on the clothes was about to disappear. Xue Liang was reluctant to let the wind and snow outside wear away the remaining smell, so he rarely touched it again. However, he forgot that his pheromones were also left on this piece of clothing. For Luo Qin, it was no different from a sleeping potion. Xue Liang's eyelids trembled, turned off the light, raised his legs and walked over. Standing by the bed, he began to hesitate again, then made up his mind to slowly move onto the bed, following the wrinkled sheets, and arched into Luo Qin's arms little by little. Luo Qin opened his eyes, and first smelled a familiar and reassuring smell. For a moment, he thought it was the smell on his clothes. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Another warm and soft body lay in his arms, and the warm breath fell on his collar, like calling back a patient who was about to freeze to death, warming up his limbs again. Lychee. Luo Qin propped himself up carefully, as if he was afraid of breaking the person in his arms. He touched Xue Liang's face with his finger, not quite believing it, and his cheek began to feel numb. He was afraid that Xue Liang would react violently like last time, resisting him and suffering. Xue Liang opened her eyes and stared at him quietly in the moonlight. "Why did you come here?" Luo Qin asked hoarsely. Xue Liang thought for a while and sighed, after being taught a lesson by Xiao Lang. "I feel that I am not as good as a child." "Are you here to find me?" Luo Qin asked again. "Not at first. I didn't expect you to be here," Xue Liang said. "I just couldn't sleep, and wanted to use this dress. But you took it first." "Clothes?" Luo Qin realized it later, and realized that he only cared about the smell of Xue Liang on it. But he didn't think about another angle. Xue Liang used it to replace himself, even if it was only a little bit related, and the smell would not stay for too long. But Xue Liang still wanted to feel him from it. "Why, because of me?" Luo Qin laughed. "Do you miss me too, Lizzie?" Xue Liang looked into his eyes seriously, and said without any lie, "I miss you very much. In the past 4 years, I miss you very much." "Do you dream about me?" "Yes, but rarely. I am very unhappy. I want to dream about you more." "Have you come to see me secretly?" "Yes, but rarely. I feel sad every time I see you, because I can only look at you. I want to hug you." Luo Qin was like a naive child, trying to get a definite answer from repeated questions. Xue Liang was also very patient, answering him one sentence at a time. "Lizzie, can we make peace?" Luo Qin finally asked in a low voice. "I am a little worse than you. I never dream of you." Perhaps he had dreamed of that unreachable voice and back, the clinking of dishes and chopsticks on the table, the rustling of pencils in the dormitory, the cautious knocking sounds in the bathroom, but they vanished into thin air after he opened his eyes again and again, not even letting him see them once. This time Xue Liang paused for a long time. Something in his eyes cracked a little bit, then tears welled up, and he shook his head painfully. "No, Luo Qin, I can't." Luo Qin felt that his heart, which had just softened a little, was suffocated again. Xue Liang's voice was shaking so much that it was difficult to form. He was extremely sad. Now he just wanted to hug Luo Qin. Just hug him. But he still couldn't stretch out his hand. The better Luo Qin treated him, the more defenseless he was against him, and the more afraid he was. He was afraid that after Luo Qin showed him his softest belly, the dark and evil instinct in his character would mercilessly pierce the body in front of him. At that time, he had no doubt that Luo Qin would still hold his hand and tell him that it was okay. But deep in his bones and blood, there is another instinct that is stronger than any negative emotion. He remembered a long time ago, he and Senling ran into Luo Qin, who was on a mission in the development zone. In the narrow alley, there were 5 or 6 people who looked not easy to mess with, trying to block Luo Qin's way. Those people quickly surrounded him, and Xue Liang's body tensed up instantly, and he leaned forward subconsciously. At the critical moment, Luo Qin rolled up his sleeves calmly, revealing the red ribbon on his wrist, which was the symbol of the Ark senior staff. Seeing this, those people stopped coming forward and stared at Luo Qin as he walked past them, their eyes full of greed. Xue Liang breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously, and then found that his hand had left blood marks on the handle of the knife. Senling seemed to have asked him why he didn't go to see Luo Qin. He couldn't remember what he answered at that time. Luo Qin closed his eyes, took Xue Liang's hand, and slowly pressed it against his chest. "Lizzie, look at me. It's okay. You won't hurt me. Don't." Xue Liang shrank, but couldn't break free, and let Luo Qin press his palm against his chest. His lips also began to tremble, and his fingers curled slightly. The scene in the nightmare of piercing Luo Qin's body again did not happen. Xue Liang lowered his head for a while, stretched out his hand, and squeezed Luo Qin's arm hard, making sure that the other party was real, not a dream or an illusion. And Luo Qin was really here. "I didn't mean it." "Luo Qin," Xue Liang said blankly. "I really didn't mean it. I didn't think." He couldn't say any more. His mind was full of Luo Qin's body being pierced by him. like blood covering the cold snow, exuding an extremely cold smell of rust. Listen to me, Lychee. Luo Qin kissed his forehead. It's all over. Don't look back. Look at me. Look at me now. Shui Liang's eyes were gradually chiseled with sparks. His trembling fingers felt the heat of Luo Qin's skin. His heart gradually thawed, and then came back to life. Do you hate me? Shui Liang asked. I love you, Luo Qin said to him. You have to hate me. Always hate me. Shui Liang shook her head. Hugged him. I will love you. Okay. The two hugged each other, familiarized their bodies, and exchanged kisses that had not been seen for 4 years. Luo Qin kissed Shui Liang's forehead soothingly, then stood up and began to take off his coat. In the darkness, Shui Liang couldn't see his specific movements, only heard the crisp sound of the metal buckle, and his face was burning hot. Luo Qin leaned down to kiss him, holding his palm tightly with his 10 fingers, making him unable to move. I know where you like to be kissed. Luo Qin's breathing gradually became tangled in his ears. Let me do it. Lizzie, turn on the light, Shui Liang said. There is a table lamp at the bedside. Turn it on. Snowflakes fell on the windowsill, as if burned by something, melting little by little, and rising with a faint heat. The warm yellow light in the room was reflected on the window lattice. The light and shadow in the room overlapped, and from time to time, the shadows of snow falling on the branches outside the window served as a foil, adding a bit of charming atmosphere. Shui Liang reached out and rummaged in the secret compartment at the head of the bed for a long time, but he didn't find what he wanted, and frowned in annoyance. Suddenly, his fingertips touched a hose. He took it, and saw clearly under the lamp that it was a hand cream. Strawberry flavor, Shui Liang tooted in dissatisfaction. Xiao Feng really doesn't consider himself an outsider. What is it? Luo Qin didn't hear what he muttered. Give it to me, Lychee. Who cares? Who told him to throw things into other people's homes? Just use this. Shui Liang unscrewed the lid and squeezed a puddle on Luo Qin's hand. Be gentle. Luo Qin stopped and looked at him like he saw a ghost. You like gentle ones? Did I hear you right? Shui Liang kissed his Adam's apple and said, What's the problem? No. Luo Qin hugged Shui Liang and sank into the soft quilt, feeling the other's raised neck. You like being pinched by my neck. The feeling of being unable to breathe, and the feeling of being almost dead. Shui Liang laughed and hugged him and kissed him. Do you dare to do it again? Luo Qin's voice seemed to tremble a little, and he panted hard in Shui Liang's ear. If you dare to use your life to go crazy again next time, I will really kill you. Shui Liang turned around and looked at him with red eyes. A ball of icicles quietly condensed by the window. Chapter 237 Lost and Found. Luo Qin and Shui Liang returned from the safe house in the early morning. When they entered the room, they saw Ji Molong still sleeping. He just woke up for a while when the two of them went to bed. Perhaps he wanted to get close to Shui Liang out of habit. In the end, he found the wrong person. He just slept with Luo Qin in his arms all night. Luo Qin made breakfast the next day. Ji Molong got up very early and ran in circles in the yard in high spirits. He was also surprised why Luo Qin, who had left last night, suddenly appeared at home again. But he was more happy. He probably noticed that there was one more person in the family, and he was a long-term member. Shui Liang woke up a little late. He was too sleepy. After washing his face, the corners of his eyes were still red, and his hair was still a little messy. He sat down at the table tiredly and drank a sip of water first. Luo Qin was too hard. What kind of terrifying physical strength did he have? Even if he was a recreated human, how many people could reach this level? Luo Qin got up early to cook porridge, mixed the batter to make vegetable pancakes, and boiled 4 eggs. Then he took out the pickle jar from the cabinet with ease, and served a small bowl to the table. Hello, third uncle. Ji Molong put his hands on the table and called out obediently. Uncle, Aunt, Dad, Aunt. He counted on his fingers as he spoke, to make sure he had called them correctly. Don't you have something to do today? Why don't you go back to Fangzhou? Shui Liang peeled an egg for Luo Qin, and then turned to feed Ji Molong vegetables. Will Li Muki really not fire you? Li Muki has this idea. Luo Qin took a sip of porridge and said calmly. It's just a pity. He should have thought so 4 years ago. Not now. If he wants to move me, he must have the guts to wipe out 2/3 of the Ark's power. In addition to secretly developing his own manpower over the years, he has also established many external connections, including the South Safety Zone. Many medium-sized and large survivor camps have been included in his sphere of influence. Lee Muki is now belatedly trying to move him, but he really doesn't dare to use force, fearing that he will destroy his own foundation. Since Luo Qin was seriously injured by Shui Liang 4 years ago, Zhu Yin tried his best to save his life. After waking up, he seemed to have become a different person, and was extremely taciturn. The witnesses who were present at the time also disappeared one after another, and the truth is no longer verifiable. Lee Muki didn't know the inside story, but he didn't need Luo Qin and Shui Liang to really kill each other. He just needed to see the two people break up with each other, which was enough. And this was the token of loyalty that Shui Liang gave to Luo Qin. However, there are deeper reasons why Luo Qin can get to this point today. Lee Muki was still one step behind. He originally just wanted to eliminate Blue Flame and eliminate the trouble forever. But he didn't expect that Black Panther would risk his life to let Shui Liang be infected with red scum, so that the Ark suffered unprecedented damage, and the Human Alliance was almost 90% destroyed. There was really no one available, so he had to rely on Luo Qin to rebuild the Ark. At the same time, there are many rumors that Luo Qin and Shui Liang have indeed become enemies. The two are like fire and water. Even their supporters will fight each other and form gangs. Yes, although Shui Liang is no longer in the arena, he can stir up more blood and rain than before. Many people even use the fictional, invincible red-eyed demon in their minds to form a systematic belief. In recent years, they have been specifically against Fangzhou, making the safe zone restless every other day. After cleaning up the dishes after breakfast, Shui Liang went to the living room to sort out Jimo Lang's toys. When he looked up, he suddenly saw the silver ring on his left ring finger, which was shining brightly in the warm sun after the snow stopped. He was stunned for a moment, remembering that he woke up from a dream last night and quietly found it in the corner of the drawer. It was wrapped in velvet, just like the first time Luo Qin put it on his hand. It was good. Where is his father? Luo Qin looked at Jimo Lang squatting in the vegetable field digging soil, and asked Shui Liang casually, "I saw you in Sinling when I came back, and she refused to tell me. Isn't she dead?" Shui Liang moved 2 chairs to the door, and sat side by side with Luo Qin to bask in the sun. Luo Qin kissed his ear, as if whispering, "If he really dies, where will he learn to call daddy?" Shui Liang shook his legs, nonchalantly, whether he is dead or alive. Who knows? He looked at the puppet tightly held in Jimo Lang's hand, and smiled softly. Chung Qingyao looked at the giant titan in the scope, counted to 3 in his heart, and then pulled the trigger instantly. A bullet shot into the titan's left temple without deviation, exploded in the skull, and instantly blew the rotten head into pieces. The dirty black blood sprayed onto the snow pile beside the road, and slowly seeped in. The huge monster fell down, splashing snow foam all over the sky. He picked up the intercom and said, "The infected area in Block 5 has been cleared, and the team is ready to recover." There was a hurried sound of footsteps on the other end of the intercom. Chung Qingyao put away his gun and walked towards the stairwell at the rooftop exit. As soon as he opened the door and went in, he saw a person standing in the corridor, dressed neatly and cleanly, and even his clothes were ironed. "Why are there flowers blooming in this building?" Chung Qingyao twitched his mouth, and seeing Luo Qin's cheerful face, he knew that he had gotten what he wanted. Luo Qin was in a good mood. He took a bag of nougat from his pocket and called Chung Qingyao, "I brought some delicious food. Handmade candy, which is pretty good. I'll share some with you." Chung Qingyao saw the bag of candy. His eyes moved, and he took one and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, he was stunned. "I think it's good. Right?" Luo Qin was a little proud. "Here's the bag for you. No need to thank me. It's pretty good. I often ate it when I was in school." Chung Qingyao took the bulging paper bag from Luo Qin's hand. His eyes were a little sour. "Thank you." He and Chung Qingyao returned to the car. The advance team had already gone back, and the recovery team was still busy extracting samples nearby. Chung Qingyao sat in the passenger seat, hands deftly tying a milky white scarf, like a diligent spider. "Have you been dreaming recently?" Chung Qingyao asked casually. Luo Qin shook his head. "Recently, I have had normal dreams at night, and I feel better." Chung Qingyao sneered, "Show off." Luo Qin put the passenger seat back and lay down, Don't you want to go and see? Xiao Bai will be back next week. When it's the end of the year, Ark won't be busy. Cheng Qingyao seemed a little shaken. I'll arrange the time then. The two drove back to Ark. When they were going through security at the gate, Luo Qin heard several workers, who were unloading goods, chatting in a low voice. They were probably saying that things were not stable in and outside the city recently, especially in the southern towns, and dozens of people had died. The security measures of the northern camp of the safe zone are world-class. But the entry standards are very high, because only here can be regarded as the real Ark area. And the people inside have either passed the selection test or are powerful and prestigious. When the safety wall was first built, many ordinary survivors stayed inside, thinking they were protected. Later, they found out that they were all a group of power-hungry people who didn't care about the lives of ordinary people. Instead of relying on others, it is better to escape and leave it to fate. Luo Qin saw it all, and he rescued and registered the survivors who had nowhere to stay in the streets and alleys. Through the safe zone connection plan he transported these survivors to the eastern and southern safe zones, as well as the military base in Qingdao. As for the specific escort routes, Su Yugang was in charge. A few years ago, he stayed on a warship at sea for a few days and reached a secret joint agreement with the eastern safe zone. Today, the agreement can finally be gradually put to use. Although he is still young, he is not so anxious. He can keep his composure and take it slowly, gradually soaking in. Luo Qin knew that what he did was somewhat of a way to win over people. But those people also had to survive. And both sides were just taking what they needed. Besides, power should be in one's own hands, which was what Li Muqi taught him. He and Cheng Qingyao chatted while driving towards the headquarters building, and suddenly saw several infantry armored vehicles driving out, with several Ark soldiers standing on the vehicles. All of them very immature. Xiao Fanlu's people? Luo Qin stopped the car and waited for the convoy to pass. Cheng Qingyao nodded. He has completely shifted his focus to the Western Security District in the past 2 years. Li Muqi and him have some differences, and the two are not too close. The Western Security District is the Sichuan Tibet area, which has developed well in recent years, focusing on three-dimensional urban construction, and can accommodate a considerable population. But the terrain is steep, and few survivors take the initiative to go there. Moreover, among the 4 major security zones, except for the rich area in the northern security zone, there is no place that has no worries about food and clothing. No one is willing to risk their lives to travel thousands of miles. But they still live a life that is almost the same as before. So most people still settle down there. The convoy drove away, and Luo Qin continued to drive all the way to the downstairs of the headquarters. He picked up the bag in the back seat, opened the door and went down, and saw several people coming out of the gate. It turned out to be Lieutenant Colonel Ji, who had not been seen for a long time. Lieutenant Colonel Ji did not look very good, and came out angrily with several guards, and walked straight in front of Luo Qin's car. Cheng Qingyao just opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing this, he smiled and said, I have had a quarrel with Li Muqi. Of course, he has been excluded and has had complaints for a long time. As the worst person in the Ark Committee, he has not even been given a position as one of the 4 executive officers for so many years. How could Lieutenant Colonel Ji, a soldier who has been aggressive all his life, just swallow his anger? Since Jima Song pushed the Ark to completely annex the Human Alliance 3 years ago, this organization no longer exists. Jima Song was also voted up by the committee and ranked first among the 4 executive officers. He has great power and is almost on equal terms with Li Muqi, Luo Qin and others. Nian Yu, who is also one of the executive officers, was not very interested in this. Although he had never given up cultivating his own power, he had no intention of fighting for power. He just continued to target Luo Qin, enjoying it. Only Lieutenant Colonel Ji had almost no place to stand. Luo Qin became a little interested in this, and decided to pay close attention. Anyone who could make Li Muqi unhappy could make him happy. Chapter 238. No one knows that Li Qi is coming. Luo Qin and Cheng Qingyao separated in front of the building, and walked to Jima Song's office. There were not many people at this time, and Jima Song was also listening to music and reading documents. He was rarely leisurely, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Sister Song. Luo Qin took out a stack of photos from the bag, and put them on Jima Song's desk. Bring them here. Jima Song took a look, and her face suddenly lit up. She took the photos and looked at them one by one. The tender and cute child in them was almost exactly the same as in her memory. Xiao Lang is very smart. And he is very caring, Luo Qin said. If you see it, you will definitely like it. I showed him your video. And he can call me aunt now. Yeah. It's good. Jima Song still didn't look up, staring at the photo in a trance. Thank you. Next time you are free, you can go and meet him with me. Okay. Jima Song nodded, and somehow repeated it again, okay. She remembered something, and took out a very delicate handmade cloth bag from the cabinet on the desk, and handed it to Luo Qin. It was embroidered with lifelike plum blossoms. There are some food and daily necessities in it. You can take it to Xiao Lang. Luo Qin took it, and seeing that there was no one around, he lowered his head and said to her, what you told me was right. Xiao Lang is not an ordinary child. He should have regenerative genes, but it cannot be detected by conventional blood tests. Lu Hui guessed that it was a high-level fusion phenomenon, and some characteristics of the Lantian virus in the body had disappeared. Jima Song lowered his eyes and hummed, I know. I will find a way. Luo Qin chatted briefly for a few more words and walked out with his bag. He had nothing to do in the evening, and he still planned to go to Baida town to accompany Shui Liang. He missed Shui Liang so much after not seeing him for a long time, and he really had poor self-control. In the evening, Luo Qin finished his work and did not have time to eat dinner, and drove to Baida town. He parked the car outside, walked through the streets full of zombies on the snow, and climbed into the wire fence of Baida town. The light at the entrance of the courtyard was on, and the sound of cooking could be heard from inside. He walked in and saw smoke in the small kitchen to the south, and a layer of mist condensed on the glass. He tiptoed into the kitchen and saw Shui Liang cooking inside. The kitchen had poor smoke exhaust, and the other party covered his mouth and nose and coughed a few times, and turned to the sink to wash his hands. Shui Liang just turned on the faucet and felt someone hugging him from behind. He was startled, and the next second he realized who else could it be except Luo Qin. Why did you come in without making any noise? Have you eaten? Luo Qin put his chin on his shoulder and rubbed against him coquettishly. I missed you. I didn't eat, so I ran here. I was afraid to scare you when I entered the door. You already scared me. Shui Liang washed his hands and said, I thought you suddenly grew out of the ground. Luo Qin, yes. You have to water it. Otherwise you will wilt to death. Shui Liang turned around, pretended to take a glass of water, and poured it on Luo Qin's head. Okay. Is it enough? I want to cook. You go wait in the house. Luo Qin pulled him over for a breathless kiss. And when they separated, both of them felt like they were suffocating, their chests heaving, and they looked at each other with red eyes. Don't do that, Shui Liang said. It seems like we have a grudge against each other. Deep hatred, Luo Qin said. Let's spend the rest of our lives solving this problem. Shui Liang shook his hands, pulled a towel to dry them, and dragged Luo Qin back to the stove as if a heavy rag doll was hanging on his body. Thinking about making 2 more dishes, Luo Qin held the stove, looked at the steam-filled kitchen, and felt particularly at ease. Lizzie, if you like it here, I will stay with you in Baida town for a while longer. Or if you think the conditions here are not good, I will take you away. It's nice here. Very quiet. I like it, Shui Liang said. Come over when you are not busy. I heard that you have not been getting enough sleep recently. Do you like it here? Or do you like me to accompany you here? Luo Qin asked softly. Shui Liang moved his hand, and soon returned to normal. He lowered his head and said calmly, I like both. Luo Qin wanted to help Shui Liang cut vegetables, but Shui Liang complained that he did not wash his hands when he came in, and did not allow him to wash with cold water. He said that he would boil hot water later and let him wash his hands directly before eating. He just hugged Shui Liang from behind, when cooking, when cutting vegetables. Shui Liang was too lazy to say anything, and let him hug her. Luo Qin was still afraid. Sometimes he didn't believe that all this was really back. He finally could hold the person he hadn't seen for 4 years in his arms. He was afraid that everything would turn into a bubble of dreams again after letting go. He didn't want to experience those lonely nights with lonely lights again. Shui Liang was the same. They seemed to have got the wrong answers in the past 4 years, so the days and nights to come would be used to make up for it. When Sun Ling and Li Shaohan came back, it was noisy. They cheered when they saw the steam coming out of the kitchen. They wanted to go in and see what delicious food Shui Liyang had made. Captain, let's go back. Li Xiaohan was about to go in, but was suddenly stopped by Sun Ling. Sun Ling saw Luo Qin standing there cutting vegetables through the glass. When he turned around and put the ingredients on the plate, he smiled at Shui Liyang with his face turned sideways, saying something. Shui Liyang was also smiling. In the past 4 years, his brows had never been so relaxed as they were now. He shouldn't have nightmares anymore. Li Xiaohan said. Life is a wonderful thing. Yes. Sun Ling sighed. It's wonderful. Huang Mao also saw Luo Qin coming back, and was so excited that he dragged GMO Lang to sing a renzuan in the yard, but was called into the house by Shui Liyang to eat. GMO Lang was very happy. He liked crowds and noise, and so many people came into the house, which made him very excited, and he was busy distributing bowls and chopsticks to everyone, receiving a thank you, and then a you're welcome. After dinner, Shui Liyang went to the windowsill outside to collect dried sweet potatoes. While collecting, he kept saying to Luo Qin, the sun has been nice recently. These sweet potatoes are quite sweet. You can take some away when you come back. You can use them when you stay up late to work overtime. He raised his head when he was halfway through collecting, and happened to meet Luo Qin's eyes. Shui Liyang collected them on one side, and Luo Qin ate them on the other side. It was like a fuse was lit at both ends. In the end, the two of them bumped into each other. Shui Liyang suddenly laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his waist, and the dried sweet potatoes almost spilled all over the floor. Luo Qin also laughed with him, holding a half piece of dried sweet potato in his mouth, shaking like an electric switch. What's wrong? Luo Qin finally stopped laughing. I'm helping you solve the problem. Shui Liyang replied breathlessly. Okay. That's fine. I'll be grateful if you don't bully me. Luo Qin slowly bit off the dried sweet potato, approached Shui Liyang, and looked at him with a bad look. You're too bullying. That night, Shui Liyang's words completely ignited Luo Qin, forcing him to call different names in a mess, tricking him into letting him go if he called him. But when Shui Liyang called out hesitantly, he was blown away by the more intense wind and snow. Tell your family. Luo Qin bit his ear. I won't be back to stay at night. Outside by the town, on an empty street where there were no zombies, there was a high-chassis explosion-proof off-road vehicle parked, shrouded in the night, shaking from time to time, continuing until late at night. The car was on the heater, and the space inside was large, even enough to be used as a small room. Luo Qin sat in the back seat wearing a thin inner garment, and next to him was Shui Liyang, whose shirt was a little messy, looking down and swiping the terminal in his hand. Aren't you tired? Luo Qin looked at him. My arm hurts, Lizzie, I'm really old. Shui Liyang leaned over and kissed him. Stop talking nonsense. How old are you? And shouldn't I be the one to say this? He lowered his voice in the second half of the sentence, as if he remembered something, feeling a little lost. In fact, he also wanted to meet Luo Qin again in his teens, the kind of passionate and immature feelings that belong only to teenagers. He has never given it to anyone, only to Luo Qin. We are going to spend our whole lives together. Lychee. Luo Qin reached out his hand, gently stroking his forehead. We will be together from our 20s, 30s, 40s, and even 80s. Shui Liyang stared at his eyes without a trace of dust. Through the terminal on the co-pilot, leaned over and rubbed his waist. Are you tired recently? Luo Qin took a comfortable posture, and said lazily, I am tired every day. Don't look at the peaceful times, when everyone can take a train or a car. If you want to go wherever you want. Now we just need to clean up that urban area. From the aerial photos, the area you have created is not even 1/10 the size of the city. It has been 4 years, and it is still the same. It is difficult. The transportation network of the Ark is quite practical. I often go there, Shui Liyang said, when delivering goods to buyers. It is much faster to take the Ark route than the highway. Songhe is a heavily polluted area. It is basically impossible to recycle it with the existing human resources. Even the Ark is unwilling to move in. However, an elevated road was built across the city. Shui Liyang usually goes there when she goes to Russia. It is convenient and smooth. Luo Qin, if I had known that Songhe light machinery was your industry, I would have bought more goods and ripped off Li Muki several times. I thought it was a pirated version of your technology, and I didn't want to buy it before. Shui Liyang laughed. How can a pirated version survive for long? The two leaned against each other, like any ordinary couple, talking about meaningless things. Luo Qin picked up his terminal to check the messages and calculated his work arrangements after the new year. By the way, Lizzie, I have something to gossip with you. Xue Liang looked like he was ready to sit on a small stool and eat melons. Do you still remember that Lieutenant Colonel Ji? He had no soldiers to use a long time ago, leaving only a few personal guards, so he has been recruiting private soldiers in recent years, but he has only been so-so. Luo Qin said. I recently checked some of his past affairs, and it was easy to get them. Didn't they say he had 2 sons before? Now I don't know why, he suddenly suspected that Li Muqi had tampered with his family's business, which caused his 2 sons' business to fail. He was robbing Peter to pay Paul, and then on the way to the bank to discuss a loan, he died in a car accident due to fatigue driving. Xue Liang's eyes moved. He suspected Li Muqi? That's going to be interesting. Both of them are not vegetarians. They will probably fight after the new year. Yes, there will be trouble after the new year. Lieutenant Colonel Ji wanted to leave the Ark and work on his own. He asked me to borrow people, but I didn't agree. He must have gone to Jima Song as well, and was watching the attitudes of both sides to see how much he could help. From your tone, you seem to be looking for a chance to add fuel to the fire? Xue Liang smiled with narrowed eyes. You still understand me. Luo Qin stretched out his hand and rubbed his ears. Our lychee is really smart. He felt very comfortable being pinched by Xue Liang, and he made all kinds of blushing sighs, which made Xue Liang pinch him and said, Can you be more normal? You just called me that. Luo Qin said seriously. Xue Liang almost immediately retorted, Impossible. I wasn't like that just now. Luo Qin looked at him, with a triumphant smile on his face. Xue Liang knew he had fallen into a trap, and pressed Luo Qin against the back of the chair. You're looking for trouble. Right? Yes, I am. Luo Qin raised his hand. Hack me to death, come on. The two parked the car on the side of the road. It was almost 1 o'clock when they returned. The yard was dark, and it seemed that everyone had gone to bed. They went to the north room to sleep, and slumped on the same bed, and hugged each other warmly. There was a Kong in the room, so it wasn't cold at all. Xue Liang felt a little hot when Luo Qin hugged him. Being with you is like going home. Luo Qin buried his face in his neck, and was a little confused because of sleepiness. It's great. Xue Liang reached out and hugged Luo Qin, and kissed him on the top of his head. Go to sleep. Chapter 239 Dark Web. The next morning, Xue Liang got up on time. Luo Qin also went into the kitchen to help him make breakfast. Jima Lang came in from time to time, showing the new toys that Jima Song had given them. Does Xiaolang miss his aunt? Xue Liang asked. Jima Lang twisted his hands behind his back for a long time, and said in a low voice, Yes, but I haven't seen my aunt. Luo Qin stretched out his wet hand and touched his head. Aunt will come to see you soon. What are you going to say then? Happy New Year. Aunt. And? Wish you good fortune. Give me the red envelope. Good Xiaolang, go play. Xue Liang smiled and bumped into Luo Qin. What are you teaching him? Jima Lang learns things very quickly. Xue Liang asked Li Xiaohan to search for some old textbooks, and started teaching him from the first grade, and it was obvious that Jima Lang was more likely to accept content beyond his age group than children of the same age. But children always like to play more. Sometimes when they get tired of studying, they reluctantly ask Xue Liang, What is the point of learning these things? Xue Liang explained, Your father is illiterate. His only wish in this life is to complete the 9-year compulsory education. But he was gone before your mother had you. Jima Lang, that's not right. How did I give birth to you? Xue Liang praised him. You are so smart. You are almost surpassing your father. Luo Qin was stunned by what he saw. The 3 men were talking nonsense. And suddenly Huang Mao ran in and said hurriedly, Boss. They are here again. Xue Liang put down the book in his hand. Let Jima Lang read the book first, and walked out with Huang Mao. And Luo Qin followed behind. Huang Mao was referring to the people who had been deliberately lingering at the door for a long time. He had observed for a whole morning. These people had been staring at the yard and carrying weapons. 13. Distributed in different directions. Most at the door. Huang Mao looked outside through the small window of the gate. The ones in the distance should be stalking. The sibling has already gone over. We just need to deal with the ones at the door. Who are they? Luo Qin asked him. Xue Liang looked a little impatient. I don't know them. They have been bothering us for a long time. These people want the weapon technology of Songhe light machinery. They offered to buy it out before, but I refused. Since then, they have been causing trouble. The group of enhancer smuggling organizations we found last time should be the same group of people as them, Wang Mao said. They were not so blatant before. But they found us here today. Take care of them. Xue Liang moved his wrist and walked out. Luo Qin leaned against the door and watched the show with interest. Wang Mao asked in confusion, Brother Luo, aren't you going to help? Lizzie is very powerful. Luo Qin smiled. Let him fight freely. It's good for his health. A few minutes later, those people didn't get any advantage in front of Xue Liang's overwhelming strength, and hurriedly gave a secret signal to their companions hiding nearby, preparing to retreat in fear. After shopping in the vegetable market, you can't bargain. And you want to leave? Xue Liang sneered. The geese are plucking feathers, and the people are leaving their heads. You want to leave without leaving something. Luo Qin walked out of the door, pretended to shake his coat, and walked towards the group of people with a smile on his face. Sun Ling and Li Xiaohan quickly came back from the east carrying a bunch of tied-up troublemakers, lined them up neatly, and dumped them in the snow, looking at their accomplices eagerly. No one opened their mouths. Don't pretend. Xue Liang took a few steps forward. You're all recreated humans. Right? Sun Ling, bring the countermeasures. Sun Ling brought out a box, opened it, and found dozens of neatly arranged syringes. The pale yellow liquid in the tube walls looked quite shocking. Those people were immediately frightened and turned pale, although they still didn't say anything, but they were obviously shaken. Xue Liang was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. He took out a gun and stabbed it into one of the men's neck. The man immediately screamed and wailed, twisting his body constantly. Li Xiaohan covered his mouth and dragged him into the yard. There was no more sound. He used the same trick again, injecting them one by one quickly. Those people watched their accomplices in front of them being injected with the counteragent and dragged into the door. Then the scream stopped abruptly, and several people confessed on the spot. However, no one expected that the name that these people said at the same time was Cui Haoshan. They were originally a group of exiled recreated humans gathered by Cui Haoshan, who formed a gang to engage in the business of smuggling enhancers and human trafficking, but their friendship was not very deep. Xue Liang then realized that the gang that had been harassing and robbing caravans on the Sino-Russian border was actually Cui Haoshan and his group. Robbing a caravan is called running goods, and kidnapping survivors and selling them to the dark web market has a more hidden name. Leading sheep. Their activities continued for many years, but a few months ago, Cui Haoshan suddenly disappeared, and these people were leaderless. A few days later, the news of the boss's death came, and the remaining people scattered, fighting in order to divide the supplies, and those who could run away ran away, and finally only a dozen people were left. Those who didn't get the inheritance would certainly not be content. They came to trouble Xue Liang because they heard that he had very valuable weapons and technology when they robbed the caravan with Cui Haoshan before, which was enough for them to have food and clothing for 10 lifetimes. So they took the risk and asked people for clues and came here. Damn it. It's haunting me. Wang Mao cursed. It's a scapegoat. But it's still haunting me. It's really unlucky. Xue Liang seemed to be thinking about something, and then asked, where did you get all this information from? A man trembled and said, from the dark web. That's the riddle space. Someone is selling very confidential clues, including caravan activities and routes. As long as the price is high enough, you can buy it. Li Xiaohan frowned and said, this website. I remember it was gradually silent 4 years ago. How come it suddenly became active? Many recent murders and smuggling activities are related to this website. Xue Liang walked up to those people and said solemnly, listen. I don't care what Riddle Space wants to do or what business it is doing. If you still want to stay here, don't mess with me, get it? The men nodded like crazy. Okay, let go. Xue Liang waved his hand at Li Xiaohan. And those in the yard, let them go. The tied men were all stunned. In the yard? Aren't those in the yard dead? Ah? Luo Qin didn't know if he was really stupid or pretending to be confused. The counteragent was mixed with water? Where did I get the counteragent? Such an expensive thing. Do I have the money to burn it? Xue Liang raised his chin proudly. That's tap water with Xiaolong sugar beans, which changed color after it melted, stupid. The people behind him who hadn't had time to leave? There was still more than a week before the new year. Baida town gradually became lively, and there were many more people coming and going. Each of them had their own concerns, and they were in a hurry. Although it was only a short-lived atmosphere, it was enough for many people in the dark to take advantage of the chaos and do something. Bai Wulu rushed back before the end of the year. and he didn't know why he lingered outside the city for a long time. The people who went with him came back one after another, and said hello to Shui Liang before returning to their respective camps. Luo Qin was sitting in the yard pickling pickles and radish strips. Before he could put the pressure stone on the jar, he saw Bai Wulo was standing at the door in black clothes, looking at him as if he was the murderer of his father. He was wearing only a pure white scarf, as if he was here to mourn someone. But in fact, Bai Wuluo's eyes have always been like this. Except for Cheng Qiniao, who thinks he is cute no matter how he looks at him, others can only read the signal of keep away from strangers. Luo Qin didn't know why he tied the scarf so tightly, as if he was going to strangle himself. But Luo Qin didn't hold back what was in his mind, and told Bai Wuluo about those thoughts as a joke. The latter was puzzled. What murderer of your father? That person is a pervert, you are not that bad. Luo Qin's hand shook for a moment. Unbelievable. Wait a minute, Xiao Bai. Do you really have a murderer of your father? Bai Wuluo said calmly. Killing him doesn't count as an enemy. Luo Qin nodded. He felt that his life was already wonderful enough, and he should accept these things calmly. Okay, you and your brother both have a sense of resistance, I support it. But he made up his mind to go back to Cheng Qiniao to inquire about this gossip. Where's my brother? Bai Wuluo asked him. He's reading with Xiaolang. Luo Qin turned his head and pointed to the house. Have you had lunch? Bai Wuluo walked past Luo Qin. No. I'll go to the kitchen to check. He had made a mental assumption before coming here. But the moment he saw Luo Qin, he couldn't suppress his anger. You still remember to come back? Luo Qin clapped his hands with him very naturally. You missed me so much. Didn't you? Bai Wuluo sneered. Luo Qin reacted. Don't tell this to Mr. Cheng. I'm kidding. Bai Wuluo showed a look of scrutiny like a little fox, staring at him with interest. I said. Shui Liang was still very happy to see Bai Wuluo come back, and took out the leftovers from lunch and refried them, so that he wouldn't have nothing to eat all day. However, Bai Wuluo was a little tired after returning from the city. After dinner, he took a nap and didn't wake up until after 6 in the afternoon. Li Xiaohan was not at home recently, and Sen Ling always went to the city. Most of the time, there were only 3 people at home. After Luo Qin came, he basically took over all the housework, and Shui Liang was able to free up a lot of free time to think about the technologies that were being developed. All the orders before the new year were processed. Gina sent a message to wish them a happy spring festival, and hoped that the cooperation next year would still be pleasant. Of course, it was fun. Who wouldn't be happy if they could make money? Luo Qin prepared dinner, and went to the room to call people. However, he saw Bai Wuluo sitting next to Shui Liang with red eyes. Shui Liang was trying to persuade him softly. When Luo Qin came in, the two of them ended their conversation, and went to the front hall to eat together. What's wrong with him? Luo Qin asked in confusion. Shui Liang shook his head. It's okay. Don't ask him. The dinner was a bit dull. Ji Maolang also felt that the atmosphere was not good. He grabbed Bai Wuluo's finger and said, Uncle Bai, try this fried meat. You like spicy food? Second uncle knew you would be back in the next 2 days, and picked fresh peppers. Bai Wuluo held Ji Maolang on his lap and asked him, has Xiaolang grown taller? Yes. I'm almost 1 meter tall. Ji Maolang said. I'll be as tall as you guys soon. After dinner, I'll take you to measure, and let me see how you've practiced the moves I taught you last time. Bai Wuluo smiled. When you grow up a little bit, I'll let Uncle Cheng teach you how to use a gun. Ji Maolang cheered. Great. After dinner, Luo Qin was washing dishes in the kitchen. He remembered Bai Wuluo's previous expression and felt a little uneasy. Shui Liang saw him washing a plate repeatedly without a focus, and walked over and patted him. What are you doing? Scrubbing the plate? Thinking about how to spend the new year. Luo Qin came back to his senses. I'll come to accompany you on the night of the 30th, and stay until the 3rd day of the new year. Okay? Okay. Shui Liang rubbed his arm, and just as she was about to hug him, she vaguely saw a pair of bloody hands in her sight, and he took a step back in fear, staring blankly at his hands. Here it comes again. Chapter 240 Old Acquaintance. Luo Qin put down the plate, and took Shui Liang's hand and looked at it. What's wrong? Shui Liang shook his head, and tried his best to stop his hand from shaking. It's okay, static electricity. Kiss. Luo Qin took his finger to his mouth and kissed it. It doesn't hurt anymore. Pretentious. Shui Liang laughed. Bai Wuluo took GMO Lang to practice close combat in the yard. The half-grown child learned in a serious manner, and still had a good grasp of it. Xue Liyang would also teach him from time to time, from self-defense to attack, and had all kinds of unique skills, but he also repeatedly warned GMO Lang never to fight with others casually, especially children of the same age, and to be humble when playing with others, otherwise one punch would probably result in death. Brother. Bai Wu Luo came over and called Xue Liyang. I'm going out for a while, I won't be back tonight. Xue Liyang nodded. Go ahead, I'm not busy now, you can go out more, it's okay. Bai Wu Luo hugged him and whispered, Brother, you take care of yourself. Okay. Xue Liyang patted him. You go ahead, don't worry about me. The moonlight tonight is particularly bright, although the weather is getting colder, and a few snows have fallen, making the yard look even more peaceful. Xue Liyang was tinkering with pickled vegetables in the yard, when he suddenly heard a crisp laugh from the eaves, like the sound of porcelain in the dark night. He looked up and saw a man wrapped in a windbreaker, his two slender legs dangling down, his pair of stern peach blossom eyes looking over here, looking a little weird in the cold night. Don't act like a ghost. Xue Liyang's eyelids drooped lazily again. Next time you don't wash the dishes after dinner, I'll break them into pieces and feed them to you. Jimoro held a half piece of wood that was shaved with holes in it, turning it in her hand, looking like a demon. I was busy with work. Not like you, who have a lot of idleness. He jumped down from the roof, looked at the lighted window, and asked, Is he back? Yeah, Xue Liyang said. Come in. Jimoro didn't say anything, and walked in with the breath of wind and snow. Jima Lang felt cold all over for a moment, turned his head and looked at the man who came in, and was a little stunned. Luo Qin also saw the person coming, but he was not surprised. Just raised his chin lazily. Isn't this that guy? Your father. Jimoro walked straight in, and sat down on the bamboo recliner. My father is dead, Luo Qin said. Jimoro scolded him, but she was too tired to argue at this moment. She leaned against the back of the chair and slowly stretched her body. I'm so tired. I walked a lot tonight. I don't want to move anymore. Jima Lang walked in carefully and leaned on the door frame to look at him. Son, come and give your father a leg massage. Jimoro waved his hand, as if calling his own cats and dogs. Jima Lang ran over, moved a stool and sat next to him, and obediently massaged his legs. Xiao Lang, next time, I will teach you how to break his legs. Xue Liyang walked in and said with a frown. Jimoro, get lost. This is my son. Xue Liyang glanced at him coldly. Don't say bad words in front of the child. Jimoro shut up embarrassedly, and found that he really couldn't speak without using bad words. Children are more sensitive than you think. If you don't like him, he will feel it very clearly, Xue Liyang said. He likes you very much now. Be nice to him. Of course I know. What else can I do to my own son? Jimoro said confidently. Jima Lang climbed onto his legs, and said coquettishly, Dad, I want to go out and play. Can you take me with you? Your dad is too tired to move. Jimoro yawned. Doesn't your uncle take you out for a walk? Why are you so constrained? Xue Liyang couldn't help but say. It's the instinct of children to rely on their blood parents. Can you, a recreated human being, be exhausted to death? Get out of here. He finally gets to see you once. Jimoro had no choice but to pick up Jima Lang, and reluctantly said, Okay. Let's go. Son, I'll take you out to play. We won't be back tonight. Jima Lang was so happy that he wanted to jump up, and quickly ran to put on his clothes, fearing that Jimoro would break her promise and leave him behind. Xue Liyang stood at the door and watched the two figures, one big and one small, leave, and sighed dejectedly. Although he had been with Jima Lang for these years, whenever Jimoro was around, Jima Lang would show all his enthusiasm to the latter without hesitation. This was an instinct that could not be disguised in the childhood stage. Even if Xiao Lang was a smart child, he could not resist the attachment to his biological father. Xue Liyang could understand this feeling very well. Even if the child's family dependence was forcibly stripped away, it would inevitably be transferred to other people, such as him and Zhao Fengluo. The process of emotional transition is very painful, and it will have a great impact on the psychology. But Zhao Fengluo finally betrayed him, and like Xue Yanting, abandoned him completely. Luo Qin came over from the side, and stood side by side with Xue Liyang. The two watched the snow scene for a long time. and then went into the house to wash and sleep. When falling asleep at night, Shui Liang felt that Luo Qin seemed to be much gentler to him. He didn't know if it was an illusion, or because he was too tired during the day, but it was finally not as torturous as before. I have something to do tomorrow, and I have to go on a long trip. Luo Qin held his face, kissing him bit by bit. I can't accompany you tomorrow, but I will try to come back the day after tomorrow morning. Okay? You do your thing. Don't make yourself too tired. Shui Liang stretched out his hand to tuck Luo Qin's quilt. His hand touched his bare back, and he laughed. Does your waist still hurt? Luo Qin's hand was restless in the quilt. It hurts. You bully me. Lychee. Shui Liang laughed dumbly. I bully you. Luo Qin. Are you unreasonable? Yes. You bully me. Luo Qin bumped him lightly. Shui Liang's hand suddenly grabbed the quilt, and his Adam's apple tightened. Seeing that even the tip of his ears was red, Luo Qin felt warm in his heart, and he couldn't help but kiss him again. He fell in love with this man more and more uncontrollably. This special forces soldier who was so powerful outside. This nightmare that haunted the major security zones like a ghost. Who looked one way in military uniform and another way in bed at night. That was something no one had ever seen, and only he could see. Wipe it first, then, Shui Liang complained tremblingly. Don't use your hands directly. Luo Qin turned a deaf ear to him and raised his hand to turn off the bedside lamp. It was indeed an illusion, Shui Liang thought. The shadows of the trees swayed outside the window all night. Luo Qin left early the next morning, leaving Shui Liang breakfast in the pot. Shui Liang slept until 9 o'clock and woke up, seeing that there was still steam in the kitchen. She smiled contentedly. At noon, Bai Wulu came back, accompanied by Lu Huai. Lu Huai is now Luo Qin's chief assistant. He is responsible for a lot of work. He usually stays at home and rarely shows up outside the safe zone. His identity is quite sensitive. Once his whereabouts are discovered, no matter what he does, it will be considered to be related to Luo Qin. Today, he took advantage of Luo Qin's absence from Han Shou to come with Bai Wuluo. I brought the things. Lu Huai used new computers in Luo Qin's office. Everyone thought he had thrown away the old one, but he actually kept it and never connected it to the Ark's network. Bai Wuluo sat at the table with a serious expression, watching Lu Huai typing on the keyboard, and rows of chemical equations were quickly arranged on the screen. The drug that Li Muqi used on Luo Qin back then was indeed extracted from the red scab virus. But after artificial processing, only the hallucinogenic effect remained. The effect of paralyzing nerves is still quite significant. If used for a long time, it will become addictive. If it is suddenly stopped, the personality will become irritable. Lu Huai said. I analyzed the composition ratio of the serum overnight last night, and it is ready to start manufacturing. Shui Liang's eyes lit up. He took out a box of cigarettes from the drawer, showed it to Lu Huai. This is the cigarette I asked you to test the composition last time. Find it in Luo Qin's pocket. What was the result? Lu Huai nodded. The ingredients are the same. These cigarettes contain a medium amount of red dandruff virus extract. And when Falcon was infected with the red dandruff virus, he took you out of the Ark and left you a bottle of medicine with the same ingredients. Shui Liang took a deep breath and clenched the cigarette box in his hand. I knew it. Falcon suddenly went crazy and hijacked a car at the military base in Qingdao. According to Sun Ling's later recollection, that was probably the state after being infected with the red dandruff virus. And it was most likely related to the year rain. When Falcon was driving to the outskirts of Hangzhou, he had a car accident. Several people abandoned the car and fled. It was unknown what happened in the middle, and Falcon was separated from the others. Yin Yu returned later, dragged another body, set the car on fire to create the scene of his own fake death, and escaped so well that no one could doubt him anymore. But Jimoro also chased after him at the same time, and saw the body in the car that had not been burned yet. It was not Yin Yu. So the number of footprints around the car was wrong. Those were the footprints of Falcon, Yin Yu, Jimoro, and the Shui brothers and sisters. One of the people's footprints was particularly deep, but the shoe size was the smallest. According to Cheng Qingya's later judgment, it should be one of Sixian and Simu, who left the car with the other on his back. So the number of footprints was 4. Yin Yu soon realized that Jimoro might be tracking him. So before he took action to solve Shui Sixian and Shui Simu, he installed interference positioning on one of the hearing aids to attract Jimoro to appear near the crime scene, so that Shui Liang would be suspicious of him. so as to sow discord and completely clear himself. Falcon was suffering from the red scab virus. But he had not completely lost his mind. He was looking for Shui Xian and Shui Simu, while tracking down the clues that he had already suspected. Finally, he found that in the holding area under the Ark, there was a person who was already dead. The name of that person was Wei Lan. Chapter 241 Wei Lan. Falcon did not know Wei Lan, but when he sneaked into the Ark, he was recognized by the other party. Wei Lan had seen all the faces of Lan Yin in Yuanshan's management system, but he did not even have a decent detention room to live in at that time, like a piece of garbage thrown into a pile of dying prisoners, and recognized Falcon at a glance. Wei Lan asked Falcon to find a way to rescue him, saying that he had a secret to tell Shui Liang, and gave him a medicine. On the day Cheng Qingye died, Falcon took Shui Liang out of the Ark's blockade, fearing that the virus in his body would infect his teammates. So he left a sealed container of some medicine in his pocket, and then left. After Shui Liang opened the label, he found a message from Wei Lan on it. I am Wei Lan, who survived a disaster, and was trapped in the Ark. I have something to tell you. Shui Liang immediately decided to charge into the Ark. Release Wei Lan in the chaos. Led by Wulua contact Wei Lan secretly, and took advantage of this opportunity to get in touch with the most core secrets of the Ark management, as well as Nian Yu's true identity. In contrast, he paid a huge price, including the incident that made him regret for the rest of his life, which was the accident that seriously injured Luo Qin in the Battle of the Ark. Li Shaoan finally took Shui Liang away from that nightmare place, and everything was done by someone else. At that time, Wei Lan had been tried too many drugs by Li Muqi, and his body was seriously damaged. He left all the secrets he knew to Shui Liang, and then died quietly on a cold winter night. Wei Lan told Shui Liang that Li Muqi was trying to control Luo Qin with drugs, turning him into an obedient puppet. Once Luo Qin was unwilling to obey him, Li Muqi would stop supplying drugs, making Luo Qin miserable and unable to die. When he said this, the scars on his face from the fire looked hideous and horrible, making it unbearable to look at. In order to save Luo Qin's life, Wei Lan originally decided to die in the sea of fire with the mercenary, but was thrown out by the heat wave generated by the explosion. Although he was seriously injured and disfigured, he survived because of the mutation of his body caused by the injection of Lantian virus vaccine. Therefore, the box of vaccine that Shui Liang and others found in the distant mountains was missing one. That was before the full outbreak of the infection. Wei Lan had just noticed that the company was going to abandon him. To be safe, he took the risk and injected himself with an untested vaccine. Wei Lan, like Luo Qin, is a virus carrier, but his body has only undergone preliminary experiments, and the subsequent experiments were interrupted due to strong rejection reactions. In Luo Qin's freshman year, he went to the laboratory to test a drug that could gently kill the Lantian virus for him. Perhaps because the dosage was not properly controlled, Luo Qin lost control and injured him on the spot. The best result he could get with all his efforts was to be punished and expelled from school. After Wei Lan gave himself the vaccine in the infected building in Yuanshan, the two different viruses collided and fought in his body, and an unconventional mutation occurred, which prevented him from becoming a truly recreated human. But he would not die from ordinary injuries. The burns on his face were too severe to be fully healed. So he went north with this horrible face, and took the car of other survivors to Hanzhou. During the journey, he encountered many hardships and difficulties. When he finally arrived in Hanzhou, he had not eaten or drunk anything for several days. So he robbed the police of their supplies with a starving stomach, and escaped from Cheng Qingao and others. However, he was discovered when he was stealing the supply truck of the Human Alliance at night, and was taken into the Ark as an ordinary illegal recreated human. Li Muqi did not recognize him. Like countless illegally recreated humans imprisoned in the Ark, he was pushed into the laboratory for drug testing and tortured beyond recognition. Wei Lan also knew how the man named Han Long went crazy. He knew too much about the inside story. Li Muqi thought that silencing him would be too conspicuous, so he designed to scare him crazy. As for which fear of Han Long Li Muqi took advantage of, Wei Lan did not know. The bottle of medicine passed to Shui Liang was stolen by Wei Lan from the waste box one by one while testing the medicine. When he handed the medicine bottle to Falcon, he was trembling all over. I can finally atone for my sins, Wei Lan said to Shui Liang. I owe Luo Qin more than just causing him to drop out of school. He knew from a young age that he was there to monitor Luo Qin. His motive was simple. He only needed to observe Luo Qin's every move, and then select the more abnormal ones to report. Later, by chance, he knew who his immediate boss was, a man named Shui Yunting, and Chao Yun was the middleman who passed the message between them. He also had another companion named Lu Yu. Gradually, Wei Lan began to feel curious about his mission. But this curiosity soon turned into boredom and escape. He didn't know why he had to repeat this boring and tedious surveillance work day after day. Luo Qin was just an ordinary person. Later, they became friends and talked about everything. Wei Lan was always tortured by the awkward guilt in his heart and couldn't fall asleep. He really couldn't stand this inexplicable surveillance career. Even in countless dreams, he took Luo Qin away from the welfare home and went to a place where no one could find him anymore. Later he thought, Shui Yunting was wrong in that he shouldn't let a living person monitor another living person. Not to mention that he had been monitoring since childhood, and never changed the monitor. He is also a human being, with human emotions, and it is impossible for him not to have a little bit of emotion for another person. He regarded Luo Qin as his best friend. After graduating from university, he entered Yuanshan according to Chao Yun's instructions, so he could also access more files and materials. He knew that the capital behind the welfare home was Yuanshan, and he accidentally discovered the existence of Shui Lijing, and learned everything this person did. Although Chao Yun had warned him, Wei Lan still touched the taboo. After digging deep into the work that Shui Lijing had done before his death, his entire cognition was overturned, and he finally realized how terrifying Yuanshan was. A cold hell on earth. On his deathbed, Wei Lan handed Shui Lijing a string of passwords, corresponding to an encrypted file on a mobile phone. It was a relic left by Shui Lijing before his death, the only relic that escaped Yuanshan's screening and was successfully delivered to Shui Lijing. After Shui Lijing died, all his relics were screened by Yuanshan before being sent back to the Shui family. But this mobile phone was the only one that was strangely not cleared or formatted. And even the power-on password was Shui Lijing's birthday, which was his habit for many years. The year Luo Qin was admitted to university. He went to Hanshou to find you and told only me, asking me to keep it a secret for him. Wei Lan said. He begged me for a long time, saying that he would not be gone for too long and would not be discovered. I should have reported it, but I did not. I let him go because I knew you were Shui Lijing's brother, and I believed in you. Shui Lijing looked at him, his eyes without spirit but calm. I obviously didn't tell anyone. He just went there secretly during the summer vacation. But when he came back, he was caught by Shui Yunting and his men. Wei Lan said. He was forcibly dragged away and locked up for a whole day. But it felt like a year. When he was released, he was completely stunned. I asked him questions, but he didn't remember anything. He didn't remember anything. He didn't even know who I was. All his memories before the age of 16 were erased from his mind. But then Wei Lan discovered that Luo Qin's memory was not completely erased at once, but was eaten away bit by bit. It was an extremely long and dark period. After that day, Luo Qin began to remember some fragments of his memory, and instinctively forced himself to deepen his memory. In his room, every piece of paper that could be found, every inch of space that could be written, and even the walls on all four sides were filled with the things he didn't want to forget in his mind. Most of them were Shui Lijing's name, engraved with blood on the paper and the wall, which was more like a person's instinctive struggle and self-rescue behavior in a state of extreme confusion. It was a desperate and persistent persistence. Luo Qin almost lived in hell every day, desperately trying to recall his forgotten past. Shui Yunting instructed Chao Yun to brainwash him over and over again, scraping off the walls in his room, and burning all the papers filled with memos. As long as Luo Qin was still struggling, she would keep repeating the brainwashing behavior until Luo Qin's brain was completely and irreversibly traumatized, and he could no longer remember anything. Shui Lijing was stunned for a moment, and suddenly remembered that he and Luo Qin had been to the welfare home after the outbreak of the infection. Under the newly painted white walls in the room, there might still be traces of blood left by Luo Qin's 10 fingers. Wei Lan coughed for a while, and then said, when Chao Yun used drugs and forced therapy to brainwash him, she would play an old music box next to him. So, as long as he heard the same melody as that music box again, Luo Qin would become stiff and completely unable to move. Later, Chao Yun helped him reshape his memory. You probably don't know what Chao Yun did before. She was the most outstanding Special Forces soldier under Zhao Fengluo. After retiring, she majored in psychology. Through suggestion and hypnosis day after day, she changed all of Luo Qin's memories of the past 16 years. And I often told him about our past experiences. And he seemed to believe it without a doubt. Whatever I said, he would automatically construct it in his mind, at that moment. Shui Liang's eyes welled up with tears. Wei Lan trembled and said, I don't know what happened. How could Shui Yunting know? I can't find the reason. There is only one possibility that can be guessed. That is, he found you. But you betrayed him. Because Shui Yunting is your biological father. So I hated you so much when I was in Shining. That's why I asked you what happened 3 years ago. I really didn't believe you at that time. Until he saw with his own eyes in the Ark. How that beast-like father conspired with another person to kill his own son. In fact, the moment he pushed Luo Qin away from the Sea of Fire in Hanzhou, he had already made a desperate bet. If Shui Liang could be trusted, then he would take a gamble. Anyway, with his own strength, it was impossible for him to take Luo Qin out of the hell on earth in Shining alive. He tried his best to stop Luo Qin from returning to the welfare home. Just because he didn't want Shui Yunting to do such a horrible thing to Luo Qin again. I can't help it. I have walked a longer road with Luo Qin. Wei Lan lowered his head and panted weakly. He may not know what happened in the end. He thinks I am inexplicable. And even his death is inexplicable. I don't know if you can understand that sometimes you can sacrifice everything for a friend or a relationship. So he chose bioengineering as a major in college. Entered Yuan Shan. And became a member of the project team that thousands of people were fighting for. Wanting to develop a drug for Luo Qin that could end it all. But he failed. And Luo Qin never had a chance to turn his life around. The expulsion notice posted throughout the school shattered Luo Qin's bright future. He had excitedly let Luo Qin try the drug that day. But he didn't expect that it would be a nightmare for both of them. After Wei Lan was discharged from the hospital and learned about the school's handling of the matter, she desperately asked people to help her get in touch with others, and repeatedly begged the school leaders and the police, saying that she was willing not to pursue criminal responsibility and was willing to forgive Luo Qin. But the Academic Affairs Office just gave him a cold answer. The impact of the incident was too bad, the handling has taken effect, the student's enrollment has been cancelled, and it cannot be changed. The police said to him sarcastically, you said you would not pursue criminal responsibility, wouldn't the law be messed up? The incident was later suppressed by Yuan Shan, but Luo Qin's enrollment could never be restored. The impact of the incident was too great. If Luo Qin continued to stay in school, it might cause a large-scale panic. Wei Lan had seen it before. That year Luo Qin looked at the college students who were shopping and eating supper in groups of 2 or 3 at the gate of the medical university, and his eyes were full of envy and loss. The gate of the university opened again, and again every autumn. Autumn leaves fell and grew again. Spring breeze came and went, but Luo Qin never had a chance again. Chapter 242 Rain falls, and the valley grows. Wei Lan leaned on the camp bed in front of the window. His body was as weak as a piece of paper, and could be blown away by the wind at any time. Shui Liang sat in front of his bed, holding an old flip phone in his hand, which Shui Lijing had left for him. When he was in high school, he tried to forcibly crack the encrypted file inside, but was told that the file was programmed with a self-destruct program, and once someone tried to crack it, it would be automatically destroyed. Wei Lan uttered a string of numbers, which he had never heard of before, and was arranged in a very messy and irregular manner. This is the password to the document, Wei Lan said with his dying breath. You can read it. But this is not actually left by your brother for you. It is left for Luo Qin. These numbers are Luo Qin's real date of birth, not the date randomly picked by the welfare home, which was messed up by Shui Lijing and set as the password. 149093220. 1993040. April 20th. 1993. That day was the grain rain. Shui Liang remembered that Luo Qin said his birthday was in April, and the 7th was also randomly chosen. But his real birthday was also in April, and it was such an auspicious day that rain falls and grain grows. This contains Luo Qin's past. I haven't seen it, but I roughly know what it is. Wei Lan exhaled with difficulty, and his chest, like a dead tree, made a broken bellows sound. You can choose to tell him everything. Let him see it, or read it yourself. It's fine. After all, it's your brother who left it. Wei Lan paused, and looked at him with wide eyes. I hope that you will give him these things when you are sure that he is willing to face all his past. I know you and I are the same. We both want to atone for our sins. He seemed like the last dead leaf swaying on the branch in the autumn wind, using up his last bit of strength, wanting to stay on the tree for a moment longer. A white light appeared in front of his eyes. The young Luo Qin smiled and stretched out his hand to him, asking him to accompany him to register at school. It was a bright and refreshing autumn day, which he would always remember. He later worked hard to make up for it. The expensive car, the well-decorated house, and the luxurious life were handed over to Luo Qin one by one as if nothing had happened, but they could never compare to that autumn, when Luo Qin showed an expectant smile in front of the school gate. Luo Qin. Forgive me. Shui Liang stood behind Lu Huai, watching the audio that had been played to the end on the computer, and the memory came back like an unstoppable storm. That was Wei Lan's last words, his final apology to the world and Luo Qin. Shui Liang will never forget how he felt when he listened to Wei Lan's entire narration. It was a kind of confusion and contradiction that could not be reconciled no matter what. Should he let Luo Qin reveal everything about his past? Does he want to remember those things? What will Luo Qin choose? Shui Liang pondered, turning the old flip phone in his hand. Lu Huai said, I will prepare the drug for Luo Qin's withdrawal as soon as I get back. Although I didn't know how he took it before. I have been trying to find a way to neutralize the drug content in his body for the past 4 years. You don't have to worry. Okay. But what about you? The degree of fusion between you and the red scurf virus was too high back then. And the power burst out all at once, which was actually far beyond the limit of your body. So now the red scurf virus in your body is not only unable to be completely eradicated, but has been eroding your body. Lu Huai said again, this earring can only temporarily relieve the symptoms. But it is only a temporary solution. It is equivalent to a person who falls into the water and grabs a dead tree in the water. You don't know when the dead tree will break, and you will be submerged by the water. Bai Wu Luo shuddered. Lu Huai's words were almost completely consistent with his observations and calculations over the past 4 years. That raw stone earring was only temporarily keeping Shui Liang alive. It was already the limit to keep him alive for the past few years. No one knew when this last valve would collapse, and Shui Liang's life, which was like a dead tree in a dangerous building, would fall instantly. The situation of Sunling is special. I don't know what she was exposed to at the time, and why the subsequent treatment was very smooth, but the red scab virus was indeed completely eliminated from her body. Lu Huai said, you may have evolved too fast. As an absolute strongman among the reconstructed humans, your cells seem to have merged with the red scab virus a long time ago. If this earring is not removed, and I don't use my own power too much. Shui Liang's voice was not very stable, with a little hesitation. How long can I live? Lu Huai's face was heavy, as if he had experienced a strong psychological struggle, and then he said, maybe, longer, about 5 years, shorter, 2 or 3 years. Bai Wu Luo turned his head away, and his shoulders began to shake. Shui Liang patted him, and said, it's okay. It's just a hypothesis. Is there any other way? Bai Wu Luo choked up. Even if it's just a hypothesis, I have to try it. I can't watch my brother die like this, Lu Huai said. If we can find a biological sample where the red scab virus successfully parasitizes in a living body and coexists stably, through comparative research, the chance of success will be 50%. And then, you will evolve into the strongest existence at the top of the entire Earth's food chain. But if he fails, he will die. 50. This is already a very high probability for Bai Wu Luo, who is desperate at the moment. Shui Liang smiled with relief. That's fine. I want to live as many years as possible. Luo Qin is still here. The key is to be stable, not just coexist. Lu Huai also had to give him a vaccination in advance. Now the infected shelters in major safe zones are all reconstructed humans infected with the red scab virus. They are crazy, lost their minds, and are completely incurable. This is not stability, but zombies devoured by the red scab virus. They may not even have half a year left. Bai Wu Luo seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. It doesn't matter. I'll go find it. I'll definitely find it. I'll go prepare lunch. Shui Liang put his phone in his pocket, turned around and walked out. I don't know if Shiro will be back at noon, so make more. You can stay for dinner, since Luo Qin won't be here all day. He pushed the door into the front hall, preparing to get some vegetables from the cellar in the yard. Suddenly he saw a person sitting on the sofa at the door, with his hands on his knees, turning a terminal in his hand. It was Luo Qin. Shui Liang clenched his right hand suddenly, and immediately restrained his panic expression, but asked subconsciously, When did you come? Luo Qin put the terminal on the table and looked up at him. I came just after Xiao Bai and the others came in. In other words, he heard the recording and the conversation between the three people, from beginning to end, completely, without missing a word. Bai Wu Luo and Lu Huai did not expect Luo Qin to appear here, and Lu Huai had confirmed the itinerary with Luo Qin today, and he was indeed not in the safe zone during the day. Xue Liang opened his mouth to explain. Luo Qin, it's not as serious as you think. I'm in good condition now. Very good? Luo Qin interrupted him. You are in good health now. No problem at all, right? Xue Liang closed his eyes, released his clenched right hand as if giving up the struggle, and said softly, No. Luo Qin stood up, walked in front of Xue Liang, stared at him expressionlessly, then raised his hand and touched his face. Originally, he was going to a small safe area in the suburbs to deal with the cooperation agreement today, but halfway through, Jima Song told him that he was nearby and could handle it for him, so he didn't have to make an extra trip. He hung up the call and rushed back, calculating the time. He could just go to have lunch with Xue Liang. He was in a good mood all the way. Luo Qin parked the car nearby as usual and walked over. As soon as he turned into this road, he saw Bai Wulua and Lu Huai walking in front of him. He didn't think much about it. He thought Lu Huai followed Bai Wulua to eat for free, and walked in with the two of them. When he walked through the front hall, and was about to push the door to enter the house, he heard Lu Huai's words. Those words pierced him from the middle, and stirred his flesh and blood again. Luo Qin leaned against the door frame for a long time. He couldn't feel his heartbeat, but he could only hear the countdown of life being read out inside the door, which was like sharpening a knife on his heart. If I don't ask, when will you tell me? Luo Qin's hand slid down and placed on Xue Liang's neck, and he exerted a little force. Will you tell me? Lichi? Brother. Bai Wu Luo wanted to walk over, but Xue Liang stopped him with his backhand, and then gently closed the door, isolating himself and Luo Qin from the others. I will tell you, Xue Liang said, but not when you are in a bad state, and you are suffering from insomnia. Yes, when you die, when I open the door and someone tells you that you are gone, when I open my eyes one morning and find that you are no longer breathing, you don't even have to tell me yourself. Luo Qin started to cry halfway through his words. Isn't it? Xue Liang? Xue Liang was shocked. He was not used to Luo Qin calling him that, and he didn't like it. Did Lu Huai tell you that I was suffering from insomnia? Luo Qin asked him again. Do you know why I was suffering from insomnia? I have been recording your sleep duration every night. In the past half month, you have woken up 4 times a night on average. Xue Liang grabbed his hand, raised her head, and kissed away his tears. The safe zone is being opened up frequently. You are too tired. I just want you to sleep well. Luo Qin shook his head. It's not because of this. I was too scared and I was dreaming. Lizzie. I couldn't tell. I almost couldn't tell several times. I thought you were back, and I was dreaming. Xue Liang stared at his face absent-mindedly, and the words were stuck in his throat. Lizzie. Can you tell me? I want you to tell me something for sure. Luo Qin choked. Are you really not going to leave me? I won't leave you. Luo Qin. Xue Liang hugged him. I don't want to die. Otherwise it would be too unfair. We have been together for less time than we have been apart. Then tell me everything. Luo Qin said. I will go back to the Ark now, to find Juyin. It doesn't matter even if Li Muki knows. He can't stop me. Xue Liang's hand was slowly pushed down by Luo Qin. He looked at the other person blankly as he turned and walked out the door. His shadow was stretched under the eaves, and finally disappeared in the shadow of the door, without any trace left. In a trance, he seemed to see the blood-stained hands 4 years ago prying open their fingers one by one, lips opening and closing to say something, and then all the sounds disappeared. Luo Qin. He seemed to be suddenly awakened, and ran out desperately. The sunlight above his head was particularly dazzling, and the more Xue Liang looked, the more it looked like blood. When he rushed to the door, there was no sign of Luo Qin at all. He was dreaming. Everything that happened before was an illusion. Luo Qin did not come back, and would never come back to him. Xue Liang leaned against the door in despair. He saw from the corner of his eye that a cowhide envelope was stuffed into the mailbox at the door. It was bulging. He stretched out his hand to weigh it. It seemed to contain some paper such as cards. He poured it out and looked at it in his hand. Gradually, his fingers began to feel cold. His fingertips were shaking so much that he couldn't hold anything. The photos fell like leaves. Xue Liang covered his mouth and slowly squatted down. His breathing was heavy, and his voice was hoarse. He issued a final call for help. Luo Qin. Luo Qin didn't take a few steps. He turned his head immediately after hearing the voice. He was almost sweating. Lychee. He ran over to help Xue Liang up. But he saw that the photos scattered around him were actually two bloody corpses, wearing very familiar clothes. A knife was lying in the middle of the photo. The hand holding the knife was wearing a glove and made a victory gesture. He felt suffocated in his chest. His hand shook, and the photo fell to his feet. That was a photo of the scene where Sixian and Simu were murdered. Chapter 243 Patient. Luo Qin sat by the bed, holding Xue Liang's hand blankly. That hand was paler and thinner than he remembered. He suddenly couldn't believe it. How could it be Xue Liang's hand? He used to be a spirited and heroic Special Forces soldier, who shuttled through the battlefield under the hail of bullets. He was Bai Yang, he was a sharp knife, but he couldn't be this weak and frail person now. Bai Wu Luo stood beside Luo Qin. His face was numb. He had experienced this situation several more times than Luo Qin, and it seemed that there was nothing he couldn't bear. Xiao Bai. When he had cancer. Was it like this? Luo Qin asked tiredly. He was in so much pain at that time. Lu Huai came in with a few medicine bottles and placed them one by one on the bedside table next to Luo Qin. This is the medicine Xue Liang has been taking for the past 4 years. Take a look. What is this? Luo Qin picked up a bottle and felt familiar. He had seen it in a book. He was unwilling to give up for a while after dropping out of school. He had read some related information. This seems to be a medicine for treating mental illness. He paused for a moment and dared not think about it anymore. Xue Liang's condition suddenly became serious. If the person who sent him the photo knew the inside story, he must have deliberately provoked him. But I guess this possibility is not high. Lu Huai said. Xiao Bai has asked someone to check. Everyone who just passed by here should be checked. Luo Qin put the medicine bottle back on the table and wiped Xue Liang's face with a towel. Today should be his treatment day. I will send you an address, and you go there, Lu Huai said. As a reward, don't deduct my salary. Luo Qin didn't say anything, opened the terminal and saw the address given by Lu Huai, and went out directly. He followed the address and found the road more and more familiar. He stopped at the door of the safe house where he and Xue Liang stayed that day. He checked it twice with uncertainty before knocking on the door. The door opened quickly. A man who looked quite young, about 30 years old, stood behind the door. Mr. Luo? Luo Qin was a little surprised. You know me? The man looked behind him, with a look of understanding on his face. He's not coming today. Come in. We can chat. He asked Luo Qin to find a place to sit, and he turned around to boil water in the kitchen. Luo Qin sat on the sofa in the living room, and his eyes unconsciously looked at the green ivy on the windowsill, which was already a little wilted. Hello. My last name is Xue, and I am the psychologist entrusted by others to take care of Xue Liang. The man held a stack of file bags under his arm, and sat down with 2 cups of coffee. Smiling politely, Luo Qin felt that his dress was a bit like Li Xiaohan, but his smile did not have the latter's calculating feeling, but was very kind. Luo Qin noticed that there was a very shallow indentation on the bridge of Dr. Xue's nose, which was left by wearing glasses in the past. But his pupils were sparkling, and it was obvious that he had changed to contact lenses. Luo Qin. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Dr. Xue. I heard about you. A long time ago. Dr. Xue smiled faintly. But I didn't know about your relationship with Xue Liang at that time. The client didn't mention it to me, and Xue Liang didn't tell me either. Should I not ask about this? Luo Qin asked. It is said that psychologists keep these things strictly confidential. The patient authorized me. Dr. Xue slowly took out the file at hand and flipped through a few pages. I can communicate with you about anything about him. Luo Qin was silent for a while and whispered, Can you not use the word patient? Dr. Xue nodded. Okay. He rolled up a piece of paper and began to say, Xue Liang was very defensive at the beginning. I used to meet retired Special Forces soldiers. The other party also had serious psychological problems. Post-war trauma. Watching the entire team die in front of him. He completed the mission alone without getting injured, but chose to retire after the operation. Although this type of people often undergo psychological training and are known to have strong psychological qualities, they are not invulnerable. Locken picked up the coffee at hand, held it to his chest, and did not drink it. When I first talked to him, he was unwilling to tell me anything and deliberately hid his past. Most of it can be attributed to the confidentiality training he received in the past. But the other half is because he was afraid. Dr. Shui said. At that time, his heart was in extreme fear, and he reacted strongly to all stimuli. I tried to ask him questions and guide him to talk to me, but it made him feel uneasy, so I had to stop. For about a year, there was no progress between us. Dr. Shui took a sip of coffee, while observing Luo Qin's various facial changes and subtle movements. This situation lasted for a year and a half. We talked intermittently. He finally opened up to me a little, and started to tell me about his brother and sister. I know these topics make him very painful, very anxious, even fearful and uneasy. It can be said that the death of his brother and sister was the root of the blow to him. Luo Qin's heart tightened, as if he was filled with cactus juice, which seeped into the hole in his heart. The appearance of Shui Xixian and Shui Simu seemed to have blurred in his memory, leaving only two childish voices and some fragments. But he still remembered some details. The quiet atmosphere at the table, the sound of spoons and bowls hitting each other, and the whispers between the tables and chairs. Shui Xixian's chuckle, and the sound of Shui Simu typing on the keyboard. He remembered all of them. Shui Liang has always been in a state of guilt and regret. He couldn't understand some things, and he fell into a vicious circle and locked himself in a dead loop. Dr. Shui continued. Suddenly one day, he started to tell me something else. The narration was very scattered, and I pieced together a general idea from it. He said that he had been feeling sorry for someone all these years, because he had made many promises with the other person, but he didn't fulfill them in the end, and even hurt the other person badly. He didn't know if the person resented him. Who was it? Luo Qin's heart moved, and he raised his head. What else did he say? He didn't say the name of the person, but when he mentioned it, the expression on his face was hard to tell whether it was painful or gentle. In short, it was very complicated. You could understand it as him being obsessed with a hedgehog, wanting to hug it in his arms, but being stung very painfully. Dr. Shui said. He said that he regretted it very much, felt very sad, felt that he was a fool who didn't keep his word and even hurt others, and shouldn't have approached that person at all. No, Luo Qin murmured. He was so good? At that moment, Luo Qin's mind suddenly reproduced very clearly the conversation between him and Huang Mao on a snowy night when they were trapped in the wild many years ago. The heartbeat was clearly audible between the flickering bonfires. It was his own heartbeat. He was so good. So it was the best fate for us. Dr. Shui looked at his expression, and the doubts that had been shrouding his mind were gradually straightened out. The man in front of him seemed to be more than just a few years of acquaintance and love with Shui Liang. The bond between the two should be beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't tell me much, but I can see that the person is more important to him than his life. Dr. Shui said calmly. The biggest cause of his pain comes from his huge sense of guilt towards that person. Why does he feel guilty? Luo Qin was puzzled. What did he promise that person? Dr. Shui shook his head. He refused to tell me. You can go and talk to him yourself, and then let him communicate with me. Luo Qin smiled bitterly. If he was willing to talk to me, I wouldn't come to you. Even the fact that he was dying was overheard by me. But he allowed me to tell you about himself. Didn't he? Dr. Shui had mastered the speaking skills, and he could make the sharpest edges in people's hearts smooth out. Mr. Luo, in my opinion, he doesn't resist you. Luo Qin didn't speak for a long time, and Dr. Shui didn't rush, just sat quietly opposite him, occasionally looking at the snow outside the window. I think I need consultation too, Luo Qin said self-deprecatingly. Don't think about anything. Just like him, wrapped in a quilt and chatting with you on a rainy and snowy day. It's troublesome if you don't want to face reality, Dr. Shui said. For your reluctance to accept the title of patient just now, you are also very painful about his current situation. I am more than painful, Luo Qin said hoarsely. His condition is much more serious. Dr. Shui sighed. The medicine you prescribed to me, one is a very powerful tranquilizer, and the other is a painkiller. When he is in unbearable pain, his body will also feel pain. After I prescribed the medicine for him, I was afraid that he would become dependent on it, so I forced him to stop taking it for a while. Fortunately, he has strong self-control, and later he endured it and didn't take the medicine much. Luo Qin felt like he was being tortured. how Shui Liang had been doing in the past 4 years. The facts were bloody and thrown in front of him. And what he saw was just the tip of the iceberg of the past 4 years. His lychee, why did his baby become like this? How did the person who used to smile as softly as the moon become a patient? The moon used to emit a faint light all the time, but now it hides all that light, hiding in the vast desert, turning itself into a gradually dimming star hundreds of millions of light years away. Doctor, do you think I am? Luo Qin's voice was hoarse, but he had to tear his throat to speak. Am I the one who hurt him the most? I still can't do anything. I said I love him, and I can only love him. I don't seem to be able to do anything else for him. Dr. Shui did not comment, but said, he never told me these things, not to mention between you two. You should ask him yourself, keep communicating, and see what he thinks of you. Luo Qin reached out and picked up a piece of paper on the table, through the light above his head, slowly looking at it. Chapter 244 The Man Who Married into a Wealthy Family. Lychee. Luo Qin brought a bowl of soup, gently placed it on the coffee table, and then walked back to the sofa. Come and drink something hot. Shui Liang opened his eyes hazily, hummed, and did not move. Luo Qin sat down next to him, and covered the lid of the soup bowl. Shui Liang's neck was uncomfortable from sleeping, and rubbed against him, and after a long time, he found the most comfortable position, and stretched out his hand to press like a cat, and lay down. Still sleeping? Luo Qin pressed his forehead. Get up and drink the soup first. I'm not hungry, I don't want to drink. Shui Liang's voice was dazed. I want to sleep. Luo Qin didn't say anything else, he had plenty of patience, and when it got cold, he would heat it up, and Shui Liang could drink it when she was hungry. He remembered a time many years ago. Shui Liang also held the ginger soup she had made herself, and stayed by his bedside for a day and a night, heating it up every half a day, waiting until he woke up. He could wait. Shui Liang was no longer resistant to touching him. So what else could he not wait for? He could wait for a month, a year, or a lifetime. The curtains were drawn in the room, and the light coming in from outside turned from bright to dim, until the last bit of sunlight was withdrawn into the horizon with the night. A crescent moon peeked out from the clouds, and the lights in the nearby shelters were all lit up. Shui Liang frowned in his dream, finally turned over, dazed for a while, and then slowly opened his eyes. He felt that someone was covering him with something, reached out and touched it. It was a thick blanket, even the 4 corners were tucked in tightly. He looked up and saw Luo Qin sleeping on the sofa, his head tilted up, and his breathing was so light that he could not hear it. Shui Liang was startled, was awake, and hurriedly crawled over to touch Luo Qin's neck, and breathed a sigh of relief. There was a bowl of soup on the table. Shui Liang gently reached out his hand to feel it. It was still warm. I don't know when Luo Qin went to heat it up. He should have just fallen asleep not long ago. Shui Liang didn't drink the soup, nor did he wake up Luo Qin. He just tilted his head, and silently watched the sleeping person in the dim room. After watching for less than 5 minutes, Luo Qin woke up, hummed vaguely, and turned to look at Shui Liang immediately. Are you awake? Luo Qin was surprised. He didn't know when Shui Liang woke up, nor how long he had slept. He subconsciously touched the bowl of soup to see if it was still hot. Hot. Shui Liang sat up and took the bowl and drank a few sips. It tastes good. I want more. There's more in the pot. Luo Qin picked up the bowl and planned to get up to add more. I'll serve you more. Shui Liang grabbed him. Don't go. It's right here. Luo Qin sat back down. He held Shui Liang's warm hand, as if he was touching fragile glass, and didn't dare to squeeze it hard. Have you met Dr. Shui? Shui Liang asked him. Luo Qin nodded. We talked for the whole afternoon. Are you still angry? Shui Liang asked again. I'm hiding something from you. No. Shui Liang turned her head and looked at him, her eyes like deep pools without any light, which made Luo Qin feel pain in his heart. I'm not. Shui Liang lowered his head, as if he didn't know what to say. It's not serious. I'm just sad. I can't control myself. But I'm not terrible. I don't want to hurt others, including you. Luo Qin put his head on his shoulder, rubbing his cheek against his face. I know. You're not terrible. Not at all. I didn't hurt you on purpose. Nor did I hide my physical condition from you on purpose. Shui Liang still talked to himself. There are some things I can't do. I don't know what to do. No one has told me what to do. Luo Qin kept comforting him. Don't be afraid. Let's take it slowly. I can tell you what to do. When you were kidnapped by mercenaries in Qingchuan Park. When I found you. You were so badly injured. Since then. I have thought. If anyone does this to you again. I will kill him. Shui Liang said. I didn't expect that the person who hurt you the most in the end was me. He closed his eyes. And the tears that had been hanging on his eyelashes for a long time fell on the back of his hand. Which was so hot that it almost burned a hole in the skin. I wanted to do this. Don't blame yourself. Luo Qin kissed his hair and wiped away his tears. Look at me. Am I not fine now? I am not dead. Nor injured. I am still the same as before. Shui Liang stopped talking. Just hugged Luo Qin and trembled. One hand slid across his face. As if to make sure he was intact. Dr. Shui said you feel guilty about someone. And you promised him many things. Luo Qin asked in his ear. Who is that person? Shui Liang was silent. As if struggling. And climbed Luo Qin's shoulders with both hands. As if grasping a life-saving straw. You can't remember anything. He murmured to himself. Don't ask me. And don't remember it. You will hate me. Luo Qin. I won't hate you. Luo Qin's voice was firm. I love you unconditionally. Lychee. I don't want you to hate me. Shui Liang's voice was choked with sobs. But I didn't do it well. I didn't do anything well. You will be disappointed when you remember it. Luo Qin was not impatient. But just kept repeating patiently, I love you. I love you very much. I will never hate you. Blame you. If you want to tell me, I will always listen. It is also okay if you don't want to say it. Whenever you are sad, come to me. I will always be there. Shui Liang was comforted by him and calmed down. He sat up straight. I am fine. Do you still want to drink soup? Yes. Shui Liang didn't eat lunch or dinner. Luo Qin made him some extra supper and ate with him in the front hall. His cheeks moved. And he looked well-behaved and docile. Dr. Shui told Luo Qin that if the mood of the recreated human was too volatile, it would also affect the health of the body. Shui Liang has been using Chinese medicine to assist in conditioning these years. His condition has been up and down. But it seems to have gotten much better since he came back from Luo Qin. Today's photos have made him unstable again. Jimo Lang and Jimo Ro went out for a crazy day. When they came back at night, they were holding a bag of snacks. And their faces were flushed with joy. Uncle, I'm back. Jimo Lang rushed into the house excitedly and saw Shui Liang eating. You haven't eaten yet. I have delicious food here. Shui Liang touched his head, thank you. Xiao Lang. But I can eat? And you can keep these for yourself. Jimo Lang jumped onto the chair and looked at him carefully. Uncle. You don't look good. I know. Today is the day you see a doctor. So you will be unhappy. I don't like seeing a doctor either. Especially that Dr. Shui, he just keeps talking. I'm so annoyed. Luo Qin asked him with a smile. Does Xiao Lang know Dr. Shui too? Does it feel strange? Jimo Lang shook his head. What's so strange about this? It's just that I'm sick. If I'm sick, I have to see a doctor. Dad said so, otherwise my brain will be damaged. Luo Qin held Shui Liang's hand tightly and said to him, Look, Xiao Lang said you were just sick. Shui Liang looked at the hot soup and oil floating in the bowl with a lonely expression, without commenting. You don't have to care about what others think of you. In my heart, Uncle is the best. Better than Dad? Because Dad will spank me. Jimo Lang hugged Shui Liang's arm and said coquettishly, What others think of you? What does it have to do with you? As long as the person you love the most believes in you and is willing to give you love. That's enough. Luo Qin suddenly saw a string of red ropes hanging around Jimo Lang's neck. He took it out and saw that it was a jade guanyin. Where did this come from? I don't know. I found it when I woke up. Jimo Lang didn't take the sudden addition of the pendant on his neck seriously. It's a bit uncomfortable. But my dad won't let me take it off. Luo Qin glanced at Jimo Ro, who walked into the house calmly. I don't know. Shui Liang finished her midnight snack, got up and went into the bedroom. When she came out, she had a mobile phone in her hand. This is left by my brother. There is an encrypted file in it, which is the one Wei Lon mentioned. I guess he left it for you. Do you want to see it? The password for the phone is your birthday. But the password for the file is my birthday? Luo Qin said. Maybe it was left for both of us. And anyone has the chance to open it. In other words, if the two of them did not meet again many years later, no matter who had the phone, It would always be equivalent to a piece of scrap metal. Xue Liang pondered for a moment. And smiled, that's right. But the password for your birthday is too random. I can't guess it anyway. The two of them held the old notebook left by Lu Huai, sat at the table in the bedroom, and turned it on. Luo Qin seemed a little nervous. Xue Liang grabbed his hand, and he broke into a sweat. Don't be afraid. Xue Liang felt relieved at this moment. Probably because he had unloaded a heavy burden in his heart. I'll accompany you. What if the message your brother left said? Xue Liang kissed his ear and laughed. What? It said that I was actually your child bride. Your brother has had a long-cherished wish for so many years, which is to bring me into your house in a grand manner, to be your first wife, and to shoulder the mission of your family's successor and procreation. Luo Qin said seriously. How much pressure would I have then? Marrying into a wealthy man. Do you still want to watch it? After Xue Liang's weak rebuke, Luo Qin finally successfully connected the phone and computer, dragged out the encrypted file from the folder, and then carefully entered the password that Wei Lan had said. A message saying that the file was being decoded quickly popped up on the screen. The progress bar quickly slid to the bottom. The file was deconstructed into several videos, each of which was numbered in order. Let's start with the first one, Xue Liang said. Luo Qin clicked on video number 01 and played it from the beginning. The screen was dark at first. Then it shook, and the camera was placed on the table. After a few seconds, Xue Lijing's face appeared in the center of the screen, as if it was adjusting its position. Luo Qin could feel Xue Liang's hand suddenly freeze, and he held his breath and looked at the person in the video, his eyelashes trembling. Brother. Xue Liang calmed his breath and continued to watch after calming down. The video was in a bright room. On the left side of the screen was a blue single sofa, which was mostly illuminated by the sun. Xue Lijing brought a stool from somewhere else and placed it opposite the sofa. If two people sat down, they could just face each other and look at each other. Someone knocked on the door. Xue Lijing ran to open the door, and a woman's voice sounded. Sorry, teacher, it rained today, and it was difficult to get a taxi on the road, so I was delayed for a while. The woman had a shitting accent, and her voice was very soft, with a sense of fatigue. It's okay. I just got here too. Sit down. Xue Lijing brought a glass of water to the woman with wet hair, asked her to sit on the sofa, and walked out of the camera. The woman took off her outer fur coat, revealing a light-colored sweater underneath. Luo Qin and Xue Liang both noticed that her belly was obviously bulging, and she carefully supported her lower back with both hands when she sat down. She was pregnant. Chapter 245, Moved by One Person. How are you doing recently? Xue Lijing handed a towel to the woman and sat down on the chair opposite. Do you still have nightmares? The woman nodded, with obvious dark circles under her pretty face. She held the towel in her hand, but did not wipe it, but nervously gathered her long black hair. Occasionally, I still dream about my husband. Xue Lijing sighed and said, My condolences. In fact, it's not just because I miss him. I have learned some things these days, which are similar to what you told me. And I am also very scared. The woman lowered her head and said, Li Muki will not let me live, I know. How long has he been giving you this treatment? Xue Lijing asked. The woman thought for a moment, and said, Starting from 5 months. 4 times a week. Regular medication. This child, I really can't bear to part with it. It's my only concern in this world. So even if Li Muki proposed that method, I would still like to give it a try. Now you know what his real purpose is, Xue Lijing said. After the child is born, you will definitely be dealt with by him. The woman's face showed a painful grayness, and her hand holding the cup began to tremble. Xue Lijing was afraid that she would spill it on her stomach, so she stood up and took the cup from her hand. I know, when I was 5 months pregnant, my husband suddenly passed away on a business trip. I couldn't stand the shock and fainted. When I woke up in the hospital, the doctor was preparing to induce labor for me, saying that the baby's heartbeat had disappeared. The woman held her emotions and said with difficulty, At this time, Li Muki rushed to the hospital. I recognized him. He was my husband's colleague. At that time, he was the only person I could trust and rely on. He took me away from the doctor and said there was another way to help me save the child, that is, to use the medical experiment project he was developing. She seemed to recall that she was begging the doctor in the hospital not to take her child away. Mother and child are connected by heart. She could feel that her child was still alive and had a heartbeat. She asked the doctor to try again. The doctor told him helplessly that the child was really gone, and that the pregnancy had to be terminated. Otherwise her life would be in danger. Just when she was extremely desperate, Lee Muki appeared. He didn't know what he said to the doctor, but he actually took her away from the hospital and went to his laboratory in Shining. The riddle space. Luo Qin's heart suddenly jumped up. Cold sweat poured down his body, and he was so flustered that he couldn't stop. The woman continued, I don't know what to do now. Teacher, you were sent by Lee Muki to accompany me, but I am very grateful that you are willing to help me. Thank you very much. I want to ask you one thing. Just one thing. Can you help me save this child? I can die, but I want him to live well, not to suffer like his father and me. Xue Lijing frowned, but did not speak immediately. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked outside without saying a word. It hasn't opened its eyes to see the world, and doesn't know how precious life is, my child. My baby. The woman lowered her head and cried, looking at her belly emotionally. Mom really can't bear to leave you. Xue Lijing's back moved. He turned around and looked down at the woman's abdomen. The first video ended here, and Luo Qin immediately clicked on the second one. It was still the same room, but it was changed to night. The lights were on in the room, and the night view of thousands of lights outside the window was. The two people were still sitting in the same position. The pregnant woman, and Xue Lijing, who was wearing a white shirt. I went to a meeting during the day and came back late. Xue Lijing sat down and said, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for a whole day. It's okay. I have something to say to the teacher. The woman shook her head. Xue Lijing asked, all the indicators of the child are normal, right? Yes. The fetal heart rate has appeared again, and it is healthier than before. The woman looked at her belly, which had grown a little bigger, and smiled expectantly. No matter what, my child is still alive. But you have to know that once you give birth to it in a few months, you will die, Xue Lijing said. The Lantian virus will make it constantly absorb the energy in the mother's body excessively until the day of birth. The mother needs to use all her strength to give birth to it. The woman remained calm. I know everything, Lee Muki told me. But even if it costs me my life, I will give birth to it, and I will not regret it. Xue Lijing sighed. I know you have made up your mind, and you can't turn back for the sake of the child. I admire you very much. I also have a younger brother, 2 years old. I understand that feeling. How can I watch a life disappear? But you have to think about yourself. Your future life. It is still very long. The woman smiled and shook her head. No. I wanted to live. I have lived once. But it still has a chance to see this world. There is a long silence in the video. Xue Lijing did not speak for a long time, and the woman did not speak again. Okay. Xue Lijing suddenly broke the silence. Her voice sank. I promise you, after you give birth, I will do my best to protect this child. If possible, take the child away from the distant mountains. The woman's eyes instantly reflected brilliance, and her excitement was beyond words. Really? Thank you, teacher. Thank you so much. Have you named the child? Xue Lijing asked again. When the child is born, I will use the name you gave me. I have thought about it. I thought about it the day I knew I was pregnant. The woman said. My husband and I chose the name together. If it is a girl, we will use the word Nian. Xue Lijing took a pen and paper and handed it to her. You can write it down. The woman wrote 2 words on the paper and handed it to Xue Lijing, who took it and looked at it for a while, and smiled. If it's a boy. The woman touched her bulging belly happily, then used the word Qin. Luo Qin felt a ringing in his ears, and he slowly leaned down from the chair, and was held in Xue Liyang's arms. Okay. Okay. Luo Qin. It's okay, that's my mother, Luo Qin said briefly. Xue Liyang stared at the screen in a trance. The woman with eyes full of expectation and hope. How much she must be looking forward to the birth of this child. Whether it is a boy or a girl, the name is so hopeful and entrusted. Qin Yan with sincerity moved one person. Luo Qin. Do you want to watch more? Xue Liyang asked. Luo Qin nodded. He held Xue Liyang's hand tightly, not wanting to let go for a moment. Watch, you watch with me. Xue Liyang continued to play the next video, this time not in the familiar room, but in another place. At the beginning of the picture, there was a man sitting, leaning on the chair dejectedly. His eyes were empty, and he didn't know where he was looking. This was a young foreign man. His skin was very white, but his face was very haggard, and the beard on his cheeks had not been shaved for a long time, making him look a little sloppy. Mr. George. Shui Lijing appeared beside him, and sat down. I have read your email. To be honest, I am shocked. The white man called George spoke in frustration. Speaking fluent Chinese, I am in so much pain. I don't know what to do. Mr. Shui, can you tell me? Shui Lijing said, you can tell me first. What happened? George nodded and said slowly, when I came to Xiagua a few years ago, I met that woman, who is the person in the photo I attached to the email. The first time I saw her, I knew I would fall madly in love with her. I had never seen such a beautiful and fascinating woman. In addition to tenderness, there was also a melancholy that attracted me in her eyes. Shui Lijing listened and did not interrupt. He felt that George's description was more like telling a story. And it was obvious that a lot of subjective colors were added. But she rejected me. And then I learned that she already had a family. And she had a good relationship with her husband. But I couldn't control my love. And I couldn't help but go to her every day. And even pestered her. She finally got angry with me, and told me not to show up again. George continued. I know I shouldn't be entangled with a married woman. And she clearly rejected me. Later I left Xiagua. But I never forgot her. Did you come to Xiagua this time to look for her? Shui Lijing asked. George said without hesitation, yes. I heard that her husband died in an accident before, leaving only her and her unborn child. I was so excited that I immediately applied for a place in this inspection from the headquarters, thinking about seeing her every day. But when I got off the plane and went to look for her, they told me that she had passed away. As George said this, he suddenly covered his face and cried bitterly, as if he had encountered the most tragic experience in the world. Shui Lijing listened to his cry becoming weaker and weaker, and asked again, what you said in the email. Is it true? Absolutely true. I want to know what happened. Modern medicine is so advanced. How could she have a difficult labor? George said excitedly. Later, I found some things, which made me, how could such a horrible thing happen? Her husband was killed by Li Muki. Luo Qin was shocked. And he went back a little in disbelief. And listened again. Her husband was killed by Li Muki. He didn't hear it wrong. This man named George was indeed saying that Li Muki killed his biological father. Shui Lijing's face was not good either. He looked at the watch on his wrist and said, but Mr. Luo and Li Muki have no grudges against each other. Why does he hate him? There is no conflict of interest between the two of them. And they are responsible for different projects. George shook his head. No. You don't know. Yuan Shan has been divided into many factions for a long time. And they have been fighting fiercely over the years. In the past, the project that Mr. Luo was responsible for, the leading engineer was Li Muki's mentor. And the two broke up a long time ago because of differences in interests. Mr. Luo stood on the wrong side in the factional struggle. And Li Muki has always been in a difficult situation. At the beginning, the purpose of getting rid of Mr. Luo was to create the car accident, and then use his posthumous child to test a human experiment that had been stopped by the headquarters. Why do you know so much? Shui Lijing did not seem to completely believe the foreigner, who was crying miserably in front of him. You are just an ordinary shareholder of Yuan Shan. And you don't even have much decision-making power. Because I have Soviet blood in me. George whispered. The technology in Li Muki's hands is the scientific research results of my ancestors. Chapter 246 Love and Hate. The room was quiet. Luo Qin leaned back in his chair, looking at the dark computer screen in front of him. They watched all the videos left by Shui Lijing, and knew everything that happened 20 years ago. Luo Qin's biological father was an innocent victim in the internal strife of Yuan Shan, and a man-made car accident came unexpectedly, leaving only a grief-stricken wife and an unborn child. The culprit was Li Muki, who had been suppressed by the top leaders, and whose experimental results were robbed by his mentor. In order to vent his anger and seek revenge, Li Muki eliminated many people who would hinder him, and secretly built his own nest in the distant mountains. Continuing to advance the subject at hand, the human recreation experiment that was once banned by the headquarters on the grounds of not in line with international humanitarianism. He even appeared in front of the wife of the colleague he killed with a clear conscience, promising that he had a way to save her child, as long as she agreed to cooperate with his so-called medical experiment. There would be hope. The desperate widow agreed without hesitation. With his help, she continued to deliver drugs containing the Lantian virus to her baby in her belly. Finally, she successfully gave birth to a boy. However, she did not know until the moment of her death who had harmed her life to such an extent. It was the colleague who had been treating her by her side for more than 4 months with a gentle voice and generously wanted to help her husband. He was a cruel and inhumane demon. She did not even have time to see her child. Nor did she reach out to hug him. She was separated from her own flesh and blood forever in the warm, but slightly cool spring breeze. Luo Qin then realized that the Xia country woman that Ignat said the shareholder fell in love with was actually his mother. And the extremely tragic incident that year that brought George to the brink of collapse was Li Muqi's conspiracy to kill people invisibly. It was this incident that ignited the fire of hatred and revenge in George's heart. At the same time, he found out that Shui Lijing had accompanied Luo Qin's mother. So he went to meet him before returning home and revealed everything to him. The two people reached a secret agreement in a humble house in Shining. They wanted to save the child, completely save him, and make him never be touched by Li Muqi again in his life. They also wanted to destroy all the conspiracies and ambitions of Li Muqi that should not exist in the world, even if it takes 10 or 20 years, even if it costs a great price. This plan must continue. Shui Lijing failed and died in an accident in the laboratory. George also failed when he tried to escape back to Russia with the virus and top-secret information. He was killed in the vast snow-capped mountains, and everything they did was taken over by a man named Wei Lan. This time, Wei Lan seemed to have succeeded. Coincidences and mistakes in the world are probably just like this. Lichi. Luo Qin let out a long breath. I feel so tired. Shui Liang leaned his head against his and whispered, your eyes are very similar to your mother's. She loves you very much. These eyes are given to you to see the world. Yes. Luo Qin closed his eyes, felt his nose swollen, and a tear slid down. I am very happy, very happy. It turned out that no one didn't want him. When he was born, he came into this world with love and hope. It would be great if she could see you. Luo Qin sniffed. She would be happy. And she would like you. Shui Liang smiled and rubbed his forehead. After all the videos were played, Shui Liang clicked the mouse and accidentally touched the view button, looking at the unchecked hide items option on the screen. He clicked it for some reason. The next moment, a hidden video file popped out, appearing inconspicuously in the corner. Both of them were stunned, wondering why Shui Lijing hid this video alone. Shui Liang hesitated for a moment, but still clicked on it. This video seemed to have been recorded in a hurry from the beginning. Shui Lijing's face appeared quickly, looking tired and disheveled. He smiled reluctantly at the screen and said, Lizzie, I don't know if you can see this video. Shui Liang tensed up. His back left the chair, and he stared at the screen without blinking. His subconscious told him that this video was not just shot casually, because Shui Lijing's eyes were filled with a little reluctance and guilt, which was a look he had never seen before. Lizzie, brother is going to that lab, Shui Lijing said. I don't know if I can come back, this matter. Forget it, you are still young now. I don't know if you will see it when you grow up. The video was silent for a long time. Shui Lijing adjusted the camera and spoke again. I think you will. Shui Lijing smiled. You are too smart. Lizzie, brother knows how smart you are, how persistent you are, even a little twisted. You must have tried all the ways to see what is in this phone. Well, I don't want you to open it, but if you do, Lichi, remember what I said. Shui Liang's throat trembled. Brother hopes you live well, Shui Lijing said. As long as you live, Lichi, everything I do is worth it. My brother left it to me. Shui Liang's eyes were empty, muttering to himself. When I quarreled with him, when he decided to go to Shining, he already knew he would die. Luo Qin stared at the video, and the progress bar was not finished. Shui Lijing in the middle looked back at the window. And when he turned back again, he was smiling warmly. By the way, Lichi, he said, the child is Luo Qin. If my brother can come back this time, I will introduce you to each other as good friends. When Bai Wuluo threw the one-eyed man in front of Shui Liang, he was sitting in the yard drawing a blueprint, chewing crisp winter dates in his mouth, and glanced at the person on the ground. Luo Qin stood behind Shui Liang, took the leftover date pits from him, and asked him in a low voice if he wanted some water. Wait a minute. Shui Liang spit out the date pit in his mouth, rolled up the blueprint, and stood up. The one-eyed man was extremely frightened, but he still forced himself to face him with a tough attitude. Did you put the photo? Shui Liang asked calmly. Or, did you take that photo? the one-eyed man said. I bought it from the dark web. I know the people here are very important to you. So I just wanted to scare you with this. So that you can sell me the weapon technology in your hand, Bai Wu Luo sneered, turned the saber in his hand, and pressed it on his waist. Really? Xue Liang smiled at the man. You are quite courageous then. The one-eyed man suddenly felt something was wrong. The man in front of him looked dangerous. Do you know who I am? Xue Liang asked again. You are Red Eyes. Yes. Xue Liang stepped on his shoulder and leaned down to look at him. And? You are on the tail of Red Eyes. His eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, which frightened the man so much that he shrank his neck and collapsed. I didn't think of doing anything to you. You killed Cui Haoshan. And we have no way to survive. What else can we do? How many people want the technology in your hands? I am not the only one who threatened you. At that time, he put a photo at the door, and hid not far away to observe the movement over there. But he swore that he never expected Xue Liang's reaction to be so strong. He was a little overwhelmed at the time and ran away without looking back. He didn't expect that after hiding for only one day, he was pulled out of the red light district by the murderous young man behind him, and a policeman with a wolfhound. As for these photos, he only knew that they were the dead brothers and sisters of Red Eyes, and he didn't know anything else. But he didn't think much about it when he was desperate. Would monsters faint from fear? This thought suddenly popped up in his mind at that time. Xue Liang kicked him away, squinting his eyes, and asked, Who ordered you? No one ordered me. The one-eyed man trembled and said, I swear, I was the only one who wanted to. Is that so? Two more people walked in from the door. They were Li Xiaohan and Zhu Yan, followed by the majestic Luo Tian. As soon as the dog saw Xue Liang, he rushed over, jumping on him like crazy, crying pitifully and miserably, just like a kidnapped child finally returning home. Good boy. Good boy. Xue Liang was licked on the face by Luo Tian a few times, and smiled and hugged it into his arms. Be obedient. I'm here. Zhu Yan walked up to the man, took out a few pieces of paper from his pocket, and threw them in his face. So you don't know. These photos were downloaded with the dark web permissions of Lieutenant Colonel Fang Zhouji. Right? Everyone also saw the things scattered on the ground at this time, which turned out to be the handover documents of the enhancer. No, really not. Please don't tell Jitur. I had a hard time getting into the Ark. The one-eyed man collapsed and said pleadingly, When I was dealing with enhancers for him, I secretly downloaded it using his account, and deleted the record after downloading. Are you Cui Haoshan's man? Why are you working for Lieutenant Colonel Ji again? Bai Wu Luo said coldly. Tell the truth, or I'll pull out your tongue. I say. After Cui Haoshan died, we all dispersed. One day, Ji Tuer suddenly sent someone to find me, and asked me a lot about enhancers, regarding the issue of the supply channel. He asked me if I could help him. I said that dark web access would be enough. He then recruited me into the Ark, asked me to help him, and asked me to use his dark web account. The man surnamed Ji doesn't know the relationship between Red Eye and Sungha Light Equipment. This information could not have been provided by him. Otherwise, he would have been impatient and wanted to take action against you. Luo Qin said. He can't make any progress in my territory in the Ark. If there are other actions, I will know about it. Listen, this is the last time. You just committed a taboo that you shouldn't have committed. But I won't kill you. From now on, whether it is Riddle Space or Lieutenant Colonel Ji. Xue Liang stepped on the one-eyed man's shoulder and threatened. Don't mess with me again. Okay, Luo Qin added, watch your mouth. You know who I am. Get lost. Xue Liang kicked the man out, and the other party immediately rolled and crawled to the door, fearing that the person behind him would regret it. Zhu Yan watched from the side and said to Xue Liang, How is it? Is it a pleasant cooperation this time? Luo Qin did not expect Zhu Yan to get involved in this matter. After all, from his point of view, the other party was already Li Muqi's confidant. In the second year of the Ark campaign, he was promoted to the Ark Committee by Li Muqi, and later ranked among the 4 executives, almost on par with the Chief Jima Song. So Luo Qin always kept a distance from him. Zhu Yan's appearance here seems to be a signal, indicating that the current situation in the Ark will completely change. Luo Qin thought so, and slowly raised his right hand, and calmly placed it on the saber on his waist. I have to confirm now. What is your purpose? Li Xiaohan patted him, and said calmly, He is fine. He has always been my person in the Ark. If you don't believe it, You can confirm it with Shui Liang. Shui Liang looked at Luo Qin and nodded. When did it start? Luo Qin asked. Zhu Yan rolled up his sleeves politely and smiled. From the day I entered Yuanshan. Chapter 247. The Oriole is behind. Li Xiaohan is actually no less tactful than his smooth father, even better, and actually planted his own spy around a suspicious person like Li Muqi, and kept it dormant for so many years. After all his calculations, Li Muqi actually overlooked a little darkness under the lamp. Maybe he really looked down on his son too much, and he didn't expect that he would be tricked by him in the end. That was Lieutenant Colonel Ji's man just now. Luo Qin looked at Zhu Yan. Will you still be a gangster when you go back? He can't get out of this street. Zhu Yan said with a smile. No one will know, and it's normal for someone to disappear in the red light district. The line of smuggling enhancers is not monopolized. Anyone with a little skill can do it. Without him, Lieutenant Colonel Ji can still find someone else to do it. Luo Qin thought that his ability to judge people has improved a lot in recent years. But Zhu Yan obviously disguised himself better. He seemed weak and thin, but he was just as cruel in his bones. However, looking at Shui Liang's appearance, he was not surprised at all, as if he knew it a long time ago. I have quit the Ark. But of course, I can't lack the connections I need to make, Shui Liang said. I knew Zhu Yan when I was in school. We started to plot against Li Muqi earlier than Li Xiaohan. You are amazing. Luo Qin took Shui Liang's shoulder and patted him. Now think about it. Many things back then were done by Zhu Yan to help you. Right? Yes. Many things. Even I can't remember them clearly. Shui Liang smiled and sighed. Zhu Yan looked around the room and asked. Is Jimoro here too? Yes. She got scolded by Lizzie, and is watching the kids. Luo Qin said. Come in. Jimo Lang has been a bit of a crowd pleaser lately, and ran out to greet him happily. When he saw Zhu Yan, he felt strange and ran back. Dad? I haven't seen this uncle before. Jimoro leaned on the sofa and said lazily. Call me Uncle Zhu Yan. Jimo Lang responded quickly and said sweetly. Hello. Uncle Zhu Yan. You look so young. Oh. Is this Xiao Lang? Let me see. Zhu Yan pulled Jimo Lang into the room, held him on his lap, and said, You look like your father. Especially his eyes. They are the same. Jimoro snorted. I did a regeneration experiment on Ruru back then, and he didn't talk to me for a while. Zhu Yan said to Jimo Lang. Your father holds grudges and is narrow-minded. Don't bother with him. Jimo Lang said seriously. Uncle Zhu Yan. Don't blame Dad. Uncle San said he has a brain disease and it can't be cured. So we have to be nice to him. Jimoro almost jumped up. Luo Qin. I'll kill you. Zhu Yan ignored the chaotic scene behind him and waved to Luo Tiantian, who was squatting in the corner. Come here. Luo Tiantian walked over, lowered her head, and obediently let Zhu Yan touch her. Lu Huai told me about you. Zhu Yan looked up at Shui Liang. It's very simple. You don't have to die. Because this matter? The success rate in my hands is 100%. Luo Qin was pulled back by this sentence, pulling Zhu Yan's arm. His voice changed. Really? Are you sure? Shui Liang gently squeezed Luo Qin's hand and comforted him. I was right. You have been in contact with Lu Huai for these years, and you have been providing him with various information. That's why he knows everything about Li Muqi's research on the red scab virus. If it weren't for you and him, I wouldn't have ended up so well. We're all old acquaintances. There's no need to hide anything. Just speak openly to each other. Zhu Yan smiled. Do you know what kind of dog Luo Tiantian is? Luo Qin cast his eyes on Luo Tiantian and shook his head blankly. The somatic cells of this puppy and the red scab virus have formed a stable symbiotic relationship. This is the first case in the world so far that the red scab virus parasitizes in an organism but does not cause mania and bloodlust. Zhu Yan stroked Luo Tiantian's fur. As long as I observe the activity patterns of the virus in its body, I can make the corresponding medicine. Shui Liang's body has completely merged with the virus, and even neutralized the original Latian virus. So there is no need to completely eliminate it. As long as it is guided by drugs, the red scab virus can stop corroding his body, and then form a symbiosis. I have to take medicine again. Luo Qin's eyes were dim when he thought that Shui Liang still couldn't do without various medicines. He felt sad that a good person would become a medicine jar. Shui Liang comforted him and said, It's good to be able to take medicine. It's better than not even taking medicine and just waiting to die. You're right. Luo Qin forced a smile. But it takes time. At least 2 years. Because the dog is a canine after all. And it is not easy to compare it with humans. Zhu Yan said. For 2 years. You are not allowed to overuse your strength. Otherwise all your efforts will be wasted and no one can save him. Okay. Luo Qin hurriedly nodded for Shui Liyang. I'll watch him. Fortunately, I have a lot of information about the scabies virus. Even Li Miyuki didn't know the existence of these things. It's all thanks to Ruru. Zhu Yan said. Before Mr. Ji Ma Chung withdrew from Shining, he destroyed the information, but left the only copy to Ruru. It was because he was willing to give me the information that I was able to use it to save people. Luo Qin and Shui Liyang both remembered that when they rescued Jimo Ro in Shining, the other party did not have any information on him. Jimo Ro knocked his head impatiently. Memorize. He actually memorized all 30 pages of paper without missing a word. The mechanical brain inherited from his family is indeed well-deserved. But Luo Qin was relieved anyway. As long as Shui Liyang is fine, there is still hope. He must keep an eye on him in the past 2 years, even if he gets a little bumped. Okay, I'm going back. Lest Li Miyuki gets suspicious. The selection exam just ended. Li Miyuki can't take care of anything else, so I have time to come and see him. Zhu Yan touched Jimo Lang's head. If there is anything, let Lu Huai come to me. By the way, where is he? I didn't see him today. I don't know. Luo Qin shook his head. I don't care where he goes. Zhu Yan laughed, suddenly patted his head, and said, By the way, Luo Qin, I have something to tell you. I have been investigating the riddle space for the past 4 years. I have tracked down an administrator ID that inexplicably went silent 4 years ago. Recently, there have been signs of someone logging in again. I suspect that most of the disappearances and smuggling cases in Baida Town, and even the Ark Safety Zone, are related to the reactivation of this ID. This website again? Did you find anything? I used some technical means, and can probably confirm that this ID has been closely linked to Nian Yu's dark web account 4 years ago. After Shui Liyang made a fuss in the Ark, the other party never logged in again, nor contacted Nian Yu. Zhu Yan said. At the beginning of this year, this administrator's account suddenly became active, and the login address was in Hanzhou, and he found Nian Yu again. But I didn't dare to continue tracking, fearing that it would alert Nian Yu and that person. Li Xiaohan pressed his temple and said, 4 years ago, in order to completely eliminate the enhancer, Fan Zhou has vigorously suppressed it for several rounds. I thought the website was destroyed. Why is there a sudden movement again? Zhu Yan looked indifferent. There are always people licking blood on the edge of the knife. Nothing strange. We can only be careful. And there is nothing to worry about. Before leaving, he told Luo Qin some precautions for the year-end, asking him to avoid going to the red light district. Otherwise he might provoke someone to come here to seek revenge. Recently, the Ark is in a turbulent period. There will be some turmoil there. Luo Qin will not be able to spare too much energy at that time, and he may lose sight of one thing while focusing on another. Luo Qin said Zhu Yan and Li Xiaohan out, and stood at the door for a long time. Shui Liyang came out to find him, leaning against the door in the same posture as him, and did not speak. What are you doing? Luo Qin looked at him. You are making trouble as soon as someone leaves? Look, you also think you are stupid. Shui Liyang smiled at him. Otherwise, why are you so angry? Luo Qin walked over in 3 or 2 steps, pressed Shui Liyang, who turned around and wanted to run away when he saw the situation was not good, against the door, and kissed him several times in a row, until his legs were weak. Still provocative? Luo Qin asked. You can hold me down now, because I don't have the same experience with you. Shui Liyang didn't even turn his head back, enjoying the position of being clamped. Even if he moved his wrist a little, he could counterattack the other party. I'm waiting for the chief executive to let me go. And then, Luo Qin put his nose close to the back of the other's neck, and asked in a lingering manner, Then what? Then go back to the house. We won't do anything. Just have a good sleep. Shui Liyang glanced back at him with a pair of smiling eyes. Have a good rest. Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine. Chapter 248 New Hope. The new year is approaching. In the past few days, the Ark Safety Zone has been lit up with red lights. There is snow everywhere. The New Year atmosphere is very strong. On the devastated land, this is one of the few places where you can still see the Lunar New Year. Apart from Hanzhou in the North Safety Zone, the East Safety Zone is the most lively. Unfortunately, it is a little lonely. To the east, It is close to the sea. To the west, there are layers of dangerous and heavily polluted areas. Mutated creatures are rampant. It is an extremely dangerous death zone. The infection index is impossible to estimate. It is not easy for ordinary people to go through thousands of difficulties and dangers to reach Shanghai. The main reason is that the transportation network established by the Ark deliberately avoided the East safety zone, which was obviously intended to isolate it. Therefore, the transportation of materials in the East safety zone became extremely difficult, and helicopters were basically used. Energy consumption was also a big problem. Chia Cha Ka. Pay attention to the flanks. There are 3 advanced mutants about 10 meters away from you. When Sun Ling heard the voice in the headset, he quickly rolled to the left, rushed into the alley, raised his knife, and several zombies were beheaded in an instant. Their bodies fell to the ground with a plop, and they twitched and shed dirty blood. Solved. Sun Ling clapped his hands. How's your situation? Xue Liang leaned against the load-bearing wall of the unfinished building, lowered his head, and quickly calculated data on the notebook, held the pen in his left hand very steadily, turned a pistol in his right hand, fired 3 shots in a row, precisely shot the 3 zombies that jumped in from the window in the head. As his right hand put the pistol into the holster on his waist, the pencil in his left hand also stopped. Xue Liang snapped the notebook shut, stood up with a sigh of relief. Okay, done, go home quickly. Are you in a hurry? Sun Ling asked. Usually you are not in a hurry to go back at this time. Xue Liang walked to the window, greeted Sun Ling downstairs, and curled his lips. Loken is back today. This is the 6th time you said that today. Sun Ling was helpless. Xue Liang thought about it, and corrected her, 5 times. Luo Qin worked overtime for several days, and did not go to Baida town for a week. He finally finished the remaining work before the night of the 30th, and went back to spend the new year with Xue Liang. In the past 4 years, he never wanted to stay in Fangzhou during the new year. It was too cold. He missed it uncontrollably when he was quiet. The lively festivals often left him with only pain. But this year was different. He could spend the new year with Lizzie, and he didn't have to worry about bursting into tears the moment he heard the firecrackers outside the window. I think Lizzie must be missing you to death. Luo Qin walked to the door and said to Lu Huai, I haven't seen him for so many days. Will he be unhappy? Lu Huai was carrying a box of things, and didn't say anything. He felt that it would be inappropriate to say anything now, and he could keep his bonus if he shut up in time. Xue Liang was mixing dumpling fillings in the kitchen, thinking distressfully whether to make cabbage and meat fillings or mushroom and meat fillings. He thought for a long time, and the dough was almost finished, and he decided to make a little of each. He didn't like ginger, but he couldn't live without ginger for seasoning, so he wrapped a piece of ginger in a cloth, squeezed the ginger water, and mixed it into the dumpling fillings. Sun Ling was covered in flour after helping out. She raised her head from the basin with a dusty face. Even her breath was full of flour. She couldn't help complaining. Is there something wrong with the dumpling skin? I can't pinch it tightly. Xue Liang picked up a piece of dumpling skin from the chopping board, picked up a ball of stuffing, and flexibly pinched it with her fingers. Instantly, a plump and beautiful dumpling appeared. Why is there a problem? I can pinch it tightly. Sun Ling was not convinced. My pinching method is the same as yours. Xue Liang pressed her shoulders, pointed to the dumpling skins arranged on the chopping board, and said, this way. You pinch these dumplings one by one. The little tail is beaten up, and it's completely subdued. You won't need to pinch it later. It will wrap itself. Don't insult her. Luo Qin pushed the door open. Little tail can just eat. You let her make dumplings. She can cook them for you with leeks. Then we can drink noodle soup. Sun Ling screamed and complained to Xue Liang, still saying the same old words. Captain. You look at him. Your captain looks at me every day. Day and night. Why do you let him look at me every time I come? Luo Qin laughed. Ask him if he has looked enough? Xue Liang ignored him, and rolled the dumpling skins by herself. Lu Huai put down his things, and went to wash his hands. He carefully approached Sun Ling and said, Let me help you. You have to do it this way, Sun Ling snorted. But his hands were following him carefully. Luo Qin also washed his hands, seeing that the red rope on Xue Liang's wrist was stained with flour. He reached out to wipe it off for him, and then took a rolling pin, rolled up his sleeves, and helped roll the dough. Did you go out during the day? Luo Qin asked. Xue Liang nodded. The partners sent the parameters of the new weapon they want next year. for a zombie with a higher degree of mutation. I have been collecting samples of those infected bodies for the past half-month. And there will be results soon. Orders from the Arctic Ocean? Luo Qin asked again. If we want to deal with the zombies in Chernobyl, then the data level will have to be adjusted higher. Combined with the data they gave, it can be simulated and calculated. Shui Liang said. It's not difficult. It will be developed after the new year. But I found that the situation in the infected area around Hanzhou is a little wrong. The number of advanced mutants seems to be more than a month ago. And there are many types of mutations that I have never seen before. Luo Qin pinched a dumpling and gently put it aside. The conclusion I drew from the survey data of the infected area is similar to yours. After the new year, let's go out and take a look together. Okay. Jimoro was rarely honest in the house picking vegetables. Jimo Lang ran around beside him, looking at his new clothes in the mirror, and stopping from time to ask his father if he needed help. Pour your father a glass of water, Jimoro said. Jimo Lang went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, put it close to his mouth and fed him, then ran away quickly. When Bai Wu Luo came back, the dumplings had been wrapped, and Shui Liang was busy preparing hot dishes. Seeing him, he asked, Have you delivered all the things? Yes, we have delivered all the people in need in this area, Bai Wu Luo said. A few people with bad intentions wanted to come and eat for free, and we dealt with them. It's New Year's Day. Just scare them, Shui Liang said. It's not good to use force. No, I let Tian go, Bai Wu Luo said. Brother, why have you suddenly started to be merciful in the past 2 years? Shui Liang, go find the person and kill him now. Bai Wu Luo, his brother was still very rebellious, and he hadn't changed at all. Since Luo Qin came back, his symptoms became more serious. Bai Wu Luo let Luo Tian go, letting it go play with Jimo Lang. Jimo Lang rode on its back and walked around the yard in circles, laughing until his face turned red, holding Luo Tian's head and kissing her again and again. Footsteps were heard outside the yard. A woman in a red cotton coat walked in with Cheng Qingyao. Jimo Lang called him Uncle Cheng first, and then looked at the woman in confusion. Jimo Song's blood was warming up. She felt her nose sour. She called him softly, Xiao Lang. Aunt? Jimo Lang walked over slowly, looked up at the woman. Are you Dad's sister? Yes. Jimo Song lowered his head and gently stroked the innocent face. Xiao Lang has grown so tall. Happy New Year, Aunt. Jimo Lang smiled immediately, holding Jimo Song's hand. Come in, Aunt. Jimo Ro was leaning on the sofa tinkering with the half-finished building blocks of Jimo Lang. She looked up at the person who came in and said lightly, Here you are? Yeah. Jimo Song didn't have much to say, so she sat aside to play with Jimo Lang. Luo Qin didn't see the little yellow-haired boy for a long time. He put the dumplings next to the pot and asked Shui Liang curiously, Is anyone coming tonight? Li Xiaohan will come over to eat dumplings in a while, and there will be no one else. Huang Mao is usually in Qingdao, and he only comes occasionally. He can't come back for the new year this year. Sister Hong has a group of friends around her, but they have found a place to stay recently and won't come often, Shui Liang said. Zhu Yan has always been alone, spending the new year in Fanzhou. It would be too eye-catching if he is not here this year, and he can't come. Many people came and went here in the past, and the banquets always gathered and dispersed, and the joy and excitement were only a moment. Everyone is moving forward. After passing the intersection where the bells ring year after year, the people around us are more or less no longer the same group. People always have to go their separate ways gradually, and find their own place to settle down. No matter what kind of world it is, this will not change. Shui Liang noticed that Luo Qin was looking at him, turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Is there flour on my face? New Year's Eve is very important to me. Luo Qin whispered in his ear. The voice was only audible to each other. It was the first day you said you liked me. Shui Liang looked at him, and after a while, a chuckle brewed silly. But now they have also found their own place to go. Looking back at the past, many things are nothing. Every year from now on, I will no longer feel lonely. The New Year's Eve dinner was quite lively. Li Xiaohan came back from the business road a few days ago, and bought a lot of New Year's goods along the way. After all, even in the era of rampant infection, people cannot give up their obsession with food. In recent years, dozens of trading companies of different sizes have been established internationally, with different fields. Among them, There are those responsible for food production and storage. And the price is not expensive, although most of them rely on Ark coupons for exchange. There are also exceptions. In 4 years, the world's population has been reduced by 3/4, and many people are still living in the open air, and their homes are all over the world. After nearly 100 years of being pampered by technology, humans have lost everything in one day. Finally, they have not forgotten the instincts left by their ancestors for survival. Starting from scratch, regaining the skills of making tools, food and houses, and competing with infected organisms for living space. So small, vulnerable but firm and tenacious. Just like the day when the disaster came to the earth, there was still a faint ray of hope in Pandora's box. Xue Liang looked at the table full of New Year's Eve dinner and the people sitting around, and still felt a little dazed and unreal. It was not until Luo Qin held his hand that he realized that all this was real, and he was really back. Chapter 249. Never forget. The hot pot on the table gurgled, emitting bright red bubbles. Jima Lang sat between Jimo Ro and Jima Song, lowering his head to eat the hot pot in his bowl, pulling the sleeves of the people around him from time to time, whispering that this was delicious, and let others try it too. Jima Song smiled as he picked up some food for him, and saw the jade guanyin on his neck, slightly startled, and then asked Jimo Ro, "Is it the one that Dad left for our family?" "Yes." Jimo Ro nodded. "It's useless for you to be greedy. It's agreed that it will be given to whoever is the first. This is my son's. No one will compete with you." Jima Song was helpless. "I gave it to you when I was in Qingdao several years ago, when Li Xiaohan came. She brought wine, made from fruit, so it wouldn't be too strong." Xue Liang asked Luo Qin if he wanted to drink. The latter shook his head, and picked up a piece of food with chopsticks. "I'll drink a little." Xue Liang picked up the cup and poured himself half a cup. Jimo Ro dipped the chopsticks in the wine, and asked Jima Lang to lick it. It was so spicy that Jima Lang stuck out his tongue. Xue Liang poured half a cup of water for him to drink and warned Jima Ro not to feed him any more. Luo Tian lay under the table, and ate a whole Russian sausage. There was chicken paste, and dumplings specially made for him on the plate next to him. He was almost at the peak of his dog life. This meal was enough for him to savor for a year. Cheng Qingyao lowered his head, and scratched Luo Tiantian's chin, while chatting with Bai Wuluo. Lu Huai turned his head, and whispered to Sin Ling. The sound of cups and plates colliding was endless, mixed with Jima Lang's occasional laughter, warm and lively. A layer of frost condensed on the window. Red window paper cuts were pasted in the middle, light came out from the gaps in the paper cuts, and fell on the snow in the yard in front of the window. "My vacation is extended after the new year," Luo Qin said to Jima Song. "Lizzie and I want to take Xiaolang to Songhe. And Shiro will go with us. There are hot springs there. Go ahead. I'll help you deal with anything in Fanzhou," Jima Song said. Li Muki recently recruited a new batch of survivors, who passed the exam, and sent them to Xian District. "I don't know what they are going to do, but they can't take care of you anyway. Let him be busy. Zhu Yin will keep an eye on him for me anyway," Li Xiaohan said. "He doesn't trust anyone now, since he doesn't let you and Luo Qin intervene. It's a shameful thing. He has done a lot of it over the years. In fact, no one knows why Li Xiaohan has such deep hatred and hostility towards his father. Before the age of 21, he studied in the United States and seldom returned to China. After returning, he has been helping Li Muki with work. But at the same time, he is also cautious. His father plotted against others, so he plotted against his father. All he did seemed to be just to make his father unhappy. And then he suddenly left Fanzhou. But Li Muki had already chosen Zhu Yin and Luo Qin as his new right-hand men. And he didn't say a word about his departure, as if it was just a pet that ran away from home. And he was too lazy to even look for it. On New Year's Eve, everyone was waiting to stay up in high spirits in the first half of the night. Locken was adjusting the satellite antenna outside the house, until the Sunling shouted, "There is a signal," and the sound of the radio broadcast came from the house. He got up and went back to the house. A room full of people sat together chatting, roasting by the fire, eating melon seeds. Finally, it was the first decent New Year in 4 years. The radio was rolling with various rescue messages, the location of the survivors' camp, and the movements of the search and rescue team, and occasionally 1 or 2 pop songs from the old times. When Cheng Qingya's singing suddenly sounded from the radio, Cheng Qingya was still looking out the window. After a while, his eyelashes fluttered a few times, and his eyes gradually became moist. Bai Wuluo sat next to him, saying nothing, with a white scarf covering their legs, until they had sung a few songs. Shui Liang spread out his notebook on the table, and Luo Qin brought him a pen. He quickly wrote down the location of the campsite for help on the radio, and did not forget to pick up a small tomato and put it into Luo Qin's mouth. Drink more water. Your mouth is chapped. Jima Lang had already fallen asleep in Jima Song's arms. His little eyelids moved slightly, and he smacked his lips. Shui Liang stood up and took out a red envelope from the drawer, wrapped with some small steel coins, and gently placed it under Jima Lang's pillow, and gave one to Sin Ling, Bai Wu Luo and Cheng Qingyao, and then sat back at the table. Luo Qin sat there and looked at him, without saying a word. Shui Liang also didn't say anything, pretending not to know. The clock finally passed 12 o'clock. Sin Ling was so sleepy that he almost fell on the sofa, and someone had put a pillow under his neck. Shui Liang couldn't hold on any longer, and felt drowsy, and with only a little consciousness left. He still managed to stir the charcoal fire in front of him. Brother, Happy New Year. Bai Wulu and Cheng Qingyao said to him. Be safe and sound, and be healthy. Happy New Year. Shui Liang raised his eyelids and smiled. He remembered that the atmosphere of the new year during his student days was also like this. At that time, Zhao Fongluo was the elder, and would give red envelopes to him and Bai Wuluo, 2,000 yuan each. Now it's his turn to give red envelopes to the younger generation, but he only had time to give red envelopes to Sixian and Simio for a few years. Jima Song didn't stay overnight. Cheng Qingyao and Bai Wuluo sent her back to Fangzhou, and probably wouldn't come back to live again. When she left, she touched Jima Lang's face reluctantly, and stood up. Xiao Lang, and is gone. Lu Huai also stood up, rubbed his eyes. I'm leaving too. Good night. Cha Shaka. The noise in the room faded away. Li Xiaohan had already cleaned up the table, and was washing Jima Lang's face. Jima Lang opened his eyes dazedly, whispering that he wanted to sleep with Jimoro. Jimoro yawned and carried him back to the room, and Li Xiaohan and Sin Ling also went back to rest. Shui Liang forced himself to wash up, and when he returned to the room, he was already in a semi-sleepwalking state. He sank into the semi-hard bed, and said softly to Luo Qin, Good night. Luo Qin propped up his head and looked at Shui Liang, with no emotion on his face. Finally, he leaned over and kissed the other person on the side of his face. Good night. Happy New Year. Lychee. After he said that, he reached out to turn off the bedside lamp. Wait. Shui Liang lay on the bed, and suddenly reached out and fumbled under Luo Qin's pillow for a while, and took out something. For you. Luo Qin took a look, and it turned out to be a red envelope. He choked in his heart, took out the things in the red envelope, and found that it was the bronze medal that Shui Liang had asked for from him a few years ago. It was still hung with the same red string, but it had been tied up again, forming an inconspicuous knot. He felt his hands tremble. I'm waiting for you to find it yourself. Shui Liang kissed his fingers. Don't be unhappy. How could I forget you? Luo Qin turned over, hugged Shui Liang, kissed her again and again, as if he was holding a very precious gift that he was reluctant to let go of. Did it bring you back? It brought you to me again. It's great. Shui Liang was really about to fall asleep. He pressed against Luo Qin's arm, rubbed it lightly, and then struggled to open his eyelids and looked at Luo Qin's face. Happy New Year, he said. Good night, Nian Nian. Okay. Then you can call me a Luo or Nian Nian. This is what my brother told me, and it's my nickname my mother gave me. Don't tell anyone else. Lizzie looked at a Luo, and a smile slowly spread across her timid face. Yeah, okay. Lizzie rubbed a Luo's face. Hello, Nian Nian. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Songhe, Yanling Hot Spring Town. The door of the wooden house was opened. Shui Liang, wrapped in a coat, walked barefoot to the porch. In front of the door, a few clusters of snow-covered pine needles fell from time to time. Occasionally, a sparrow would flutter its wings and fly overhead, raising a cloud of snow. A gravel path led forward from the low stairs. In the shade of the pine forest, the path ended in front of a natural hot spring pool with hot water. A small pavilion built of pine wood on the pool barely covered the snow that kept falling between the pine leaves. The uneven, various shapes of hot spring stones formed an irregular shape. A person in the pool leaned against the hot spring stone with smooth patterns, revealing only half of his back. Shui Liang's eyes moved, and he walked down the porch, stepping on the warm gravel road. He stopped by the hot spring, sat on a relatively flat stone, and reached out to touch the other person's hair. You are really strong. I still remember when I first met you in Shining. I couldn't even pinch 2 pounds of meat. Luo Qin turned around, bowed his head, and kissed his fingers. I have trained it unknowingly over the years. You have made great progress, Shui Liang said. I will write a diet and exercise plan for you later. There is still room for improvement in your muscle density. Luo Qin put his arm around his waist and pulled off his coat. Come down. It's so cold up there. It is really pleasant to soak in hot springs in winter. The top of the mountain is cold, and snow falls from time to time. After soaking in the hot spring, all the coldness in your body is eliminated. Luo Qin stroked his body inch by inch, back, waistline, calves, and then ankles. It's more symmetrical than when I was in the welfare home. Shui Liang was held in his arms, squinting at the vast pine forest below the mountain. What do you mean? Did you peek at me at that time? At that time, I admired you, Luo Qin said confidently. It was a very pure comradeship for survival. Ah. Shui Liang nodded lazily. Yes, it was extremely pure, not like now. The two sat in the hot spring, looking at the white sky. The sun was pouring, the sky was blue, and the clouds were lingering on the top of the mountain. The black and white mountains rose and fell, and some unknown black shadows occasionally flashed on the bare mountains, and then quickly disappeared in the snow. Before leaving here, Luo Qin and Shui Liang had already started to clear the mountain roads. Although sometimes infected creatures would wander over, there was no great danger. These things now coexist with humans and other creatures on the earth. Sometimes Shui Liang even wondered if they were also the natives of the earth. Although once they met on a narrow road, it would be a life and death duel. Jimo Lang didn't know where Jimo Road took him to play. This abandoned hot spring town used to be a resort with endless tourists. It was also caught in the infection wave. The three of them came here for the first time a few years ago. There was still blood on the ground. When they opened the door, they could even see zombies staring blankly in the corner. Fortunately, I was expelled that year. Luo Qin put his arm behind his head and said calmly, no matter which link was a little worse, we probably wouldn't have met. Shui Liang shook his head. I hope you go to school well anyway, so that we might meet earlier. Luo Qin suddenly remembered what he didn't ask Shui Liang many years ago. Now seemed to be the right time. Lychee, I always wanted to ask you. When we were young, have you met? Shui Liang was stunned by his question and couldn't help but glance at the red line on his hand. Memories slowly seeped in from the coniferous snow cover, and with the mist in the pool, his eyes were warmed. I have seen him, Shui Liang whispered. We met him in Shining. Chapter 250. Where is your romantic gene? Luo Qin held his breath and looked at Shui Liang. At that time, Shui Yunting was still a successful entrepreneur of a real estate company, and was sought after by the media and had a good social reputation. Shui Liang said, I was sensitive to music when I was very young. So Shui Yunting asked me to learn musical instruments from a teacher when I was 3 years old. When I was 4 years old, he hired Mr. Fei to be my music teacher. 3 years old? Luo Qin was a little surprised. Too early. Shui Liang nodded. It was very early. But Shui Yunting needed me to learn quickly. I was able to attend public occasions and perform on stage with him when I was 5 years old. I gave him enough face at the charity night he hosted. It was the first time he played the simplest song dedicated to Alice for beginners in front of so many people. He was not stage shy at all. Looking at the lights and applause from the audience, he felt happy in a daze. His eyes searched for Shui Yunting, but he found that he was drinking and chatting with others, and his eyes never looked in this direction. After stepping down, he was taken to the lounge by Shui Yunting. He happily asked his father if he was great just now. Unexpectedly, Shui Yunting just closed the door of the lounge, and suddenly his smile faded, and he kicked him hard. Shui Liang, who was only 5 years old, was stunned on the spot. He didn't know what he had done wrong, why he was beaten, but he bit his lips and didn't say anything. He didn't dare to cry, because every time he cried when he was beaten in the past, he would only get more violent kicks. Slowly, Shui Liang, who was not very sensible, had formed a conditioned reflex. In front of Shui Yunting, he would not make a sound no matter how painful it was. Shui Liang held back tears and said softly, I'm sorry. Dad. I'm sorry. Let me ask you, what should we do after the performance? Shui Yunting's eyes burned red, staring at him like a devil. You should Stand up and bow. Thank you. Do you know why you didn't do it just now? Why were you staring at me on the stage? Is there something on my face? Shui Yunting kicked him again. Shui Liang whimpered, hid in the corner, and covered his painful leg. I was wrong. I remember. There was another performance that night. Shui Yunting deliberately didn't hurt his arm. Anyway, even if his leg was broken, it wouldn't affect him playing the piano with his hands. Luo Qin almost couldn't breathe after hearing this. He hadn't experienced an asthma attack in many years. Shui Liang smiled bitterly. He beat me from the age of 3 to 10. He was very smart. He only beat me in places that were covered by clothes and couldn't be seen. He didn't make me unable to get out of bed. It was more convenient in winter. As long as he didn't hit me in the face. He would kick me wherever he caught me. If others asked me why I limped, he would say that I fell because I was naughty. He would pretend to be a kind father in front of others and ask me if it hurt. After returning home, he beat me even harder and scolded me if I was pretending to be pitiful for others to see. When he said this, the shadows and terrifying memories seemed to be still vivid in his mind. As the memories deepened, he still inevitably felt palpitations. I'm not pretending. It really hurts. He beats me when he's unhappy. Anytime. Anywhere. He might pull me out of bed and beat me up at any time in the middle of the night. Just because he's unhappy again. Luo Qin hugged Shui Liang, counting the inconspicuous small scars on his body, which hurt his eyes. When I was 6 years old, he took me to Shining to attend a business bidding meeting. And there were all kinds of messy dinners as usual. It's funny to say that he must have never loved anyone. But he has supported a bunch of messy little stars in order to grab good movie resources and connections from him. Those stars rushed to help take care of me. As if they liked me so much. Shui Liang smiled sarcastically. I was deceived by Shui Yunting's appearance. No one would be looked at by him for being nice to me. He couldn't remember who those people were. But he remembered that they were all very beautiful. Men and women. And they could shine when they stood there, like a circle of spotlights surrounding him. But Shui Yunting was worried that I would talk nonsense, and was afraid that my injuries would be discovered. So he rejected them all. At that time, there was a large welfare home in Shining, which attracted much media attention. When Shui Liang said this, Luo Qin had already had a hunch. But he did not interrupt, but continued to listen. Sending me there. One is safety insurance, because it is actually a welfare home under Yuan Shan, which is controlled by him. Another point is that it is convenient for him to show off. Let me go around with the title of the son of an entrepreneur, and then ask those reporters to take pictures, and publicize how hardworking I am, how approachable I am, and how close I am to these helpless orphans. Shui Liang said, it's like I am guilty of a heinous crime to live a pampered life, and I have to be thrown there. Luo Qin laughed when he heard it. Shui Liang's complaints were too funny. Then, Shui Yunting threw me, the evil second-generation bourgeois, there, and I spent the whole day with the children from the welfare home. Shui Liang seemed to recall some bad memories and frowned. I actually don't like that place at all. The bed is hard. The food is not enough. And there are cockroaches everywhere. I couldn't stand it on the first day I went there. Those children were united against the outsiders, and bullied me one by one. They bullied you like this? Luo Qin was shocked. No. I was dead at that time. Didn't I help you fight back? After listening to me, they bullied me every day. And I cried every day. It was a vicious cycle. They were unhappy. And I was unhappy too. But I couldn't let adults and reporters see it. Otherwise it would be over. And I was really afraid of being beaten to death by Shui Yunting. So I cried secretly. Shui Liang still remembered that time. Those children made him unhappy everywhere, and treated him like an enemy. He didn't know where the overwhelming malice came from. They were all children. How could they do such a thing? It was also in that place that he met Luo Qin for the first time. And he was the only child who didn't follow the crowd and bully him. Shui Liang smiled and stirred the hot spring water casually. Someone who is obviously 2 years younger than me, and can't even speak clearly, actually had the nerve to let me recognize him as my elder brother. Me? Luo Qin pointed at himself. How is it possible? Is there something wrong with my brain? Do you remember it or do I remember it? If you don't believe it, then I won't say it. Believe it. I believe it. Go on. What did that little bastard do to you? Shui Liang continued with satisfaction. At that time, you were the only one who didn't bully me. And you helped drive away those who bullied me. But later you also robbed my things. Which was so annoying. I was afraid that you would beat me up. So I didn't dare to resist at all. They don't bully me anymore, you've taken it all anyway. Luo Qin covered his face, not wanting to face it at all. Damn, this damn kid. He was really upset. I should have stopped asking earlier. I didn't expect that I could be so wicked and smoky when I was a child. You still insisted on asking me to repay you, forcing me to call you brother, and you ignored me if I didn't. Shui Liang said. I was afraid that you really didn't care about me, and I also wanted to play with you, because you were the only one who treated me well, so I cried and shouted. You seemed very happy at that time, but suddenly changed your expression and told me not to cry. He laughed as he spoke. You disliked me for always crying, and said you would not play with me if I cried again. You forced me to change my bad habits during those days in the welfare home, and we took revenge on those who bullied me together. Ha ha ha, that was the first time I did something bad. And after that you dragged me to the attic of the welfare home, and read books with a flashlight, and read all night. Shui Liang pointed to the red rope on her wrist, and said with nostalgia, this? You gave me on the Dragon Boat Festival, and it is made of the same thread as the one on your neck. Luo Qin looked down at the bronze medal on his neck. A little dazed. He remembered that the back should be engraved with a drum tower, but it was worn and oxidized, and the original pattern could not be seen. Dragon Boat Festival should be made into flower ropes, but the welfare home only has red ropes. Shui Liang said. You said red ropes are okay, and it is also a blessing. So, he has been wearing this red rope tied in his youth until now, and has never taken it off on his own initiative. So that's how it is. Luo Qin's nose was a little sour. It's a pity that I really don't remember anything. You must have been very cute at that time. What's cute? You were beaten and bullied all day long. You didn't even have a friend, and you were ordered around by a child 2 years younger than you. Shui Liang disagreed. You are so energetic that you can get away with it. There are so many children in the welfare home who are older than you, and no one dares to bully you. You are a complete bandit, and you walk sideways all the time. He smiled, and turned to Luo Qin, but I really admired you at that time. When I was beaten, I ran away crying, and told them to wait for me to let my big brother beat you up. Who is your big brother? Luo Qin pointed at himself again. Me? He was such a jerk when he was a child. It was simply horrifying. What else? Shui Liang sighed. You were young at that time, too, and you had no concept of money. Otherwise you would have taken all my pocket money as protection money. Luo Qin couldn't help but retort. Damn, am I such a villain in your eyes? Do you know how domineering you were at that time? Shui Liang pinched his face. You still forced me to admit that I was a little rabbit. Luo Qin was silent for a while, and curiously asked, Did you admit it in the end? Can you let me go if I don't admit it? Then when did you start to like me? Luo Qin asked him again. Was it after seeing me again in Shining? Shui Liang shook his head. Even he himself couldn't remember. More than 10 years ago. A glimpse of her planted a seed in his heart. During the days they spent together in the welfare home, the seed slowly took root and opened up a place in his heart that no one could replace. For more than 10 years, he would dream of that blurry face and the tender voice of the child in the middle of the night, which would always remind him that he should never forget. He remembered the day he met Luo Qin again in Shining, when he took the unconscious Luo Qin back to the school dormitory and found the wallet with his ID card and train ticket in his coat pocket. On each ticket, there was a name that overlapped with the one in his memory. The face that was about to be lost in the wind suddenly became extremely clear. Shui Liang turned on the bedside lamp and looked at Luo Qin, who was sleeping on the bed. His eyes seemed to penetrate the emotions and memories of more than 10 years. Luo Qin had grown up. The little boy back then really survived safely and grew up. At that moment, he suddenly realized that his heart seemed to be different. He was a person who was very good at suppressing his emotions. Unless he could not bear it, he would not let the other party see his flaws easily. However, facing Luo Qin's strange and distant reaction after he woke up, Shui Liang almost lost control of his emotions. If the cry for help outside the window had not happened to break the silence, he was not sure whether he would have shown an ugly expression. During the days of fleeing and Shining, the two supported each other step by step. Luo Qin's emotions were gradually changing, and so was he. He didn't know since when. He couldn't take his eyes off Luo Qin. There is no way to distinguish the beginning of liking someone, when he suddenly began to be moved at a certain moment. He didn't realize it at all. Shui Liang suddenly looked at Luo Qin and asked, "Do you believe it?" Luo Qin asked. "Believe what?" Shui Liang bent 2 fingers and flicked his forehead. "Chao Yun cleaned your memory. And she and Wei Lan later reconstructed your self-awareness together. Now I tell you this. What if it is also a lie? After all, now accept me. No one knows your childhood." Luo Qin looked at him for a long time before saying, "That's even better." Shui Liang didn't expect him to say that. "Huh? In the story you told, your part accounts for 90%. Luo Qin said seriously. "What does this mean? You love me madly, and you want to possess all of me at all costs. Even if you make up a story to lie to me, it's exciting to think about it." Shui Liang withdrew his hand. "Get lost? Can you be more romantic?"